yourself?
Well, it was a team effort, really. this way.
We won't get lost.
This is you. There's your dad, his dad, and his. Keep going.
Soon, you'll fly past powdered wigs, chainmail, mammoths, and eventually stumble upon a guy squatting in the dirt, chewing on a beetle, and trying not to die before sundown. That guy? That's your ancestor. He has no name, no shoes, and no idea that you, a distant descendant with a snack addiction and a mild caffeine dependency, even exist. But here's the thing, if that guy, or any one of the thousands of people in your ancestral chain, had tripped at the wrong moment,
Oh, I wonder what killed.
gotten eaten by something creepy,
Hell no.
or just failed to reproduce, you wouldn't be here. You exist because 1,000 people before you didn't die when they should have. You're not lucky. You're the byproduct of violent coincidence and stubborn biology.
Daddy?
So let's take a look at how close you came, over and over again, to never being born at all. We're going to rank 5 of the deadliest periods in human history. From bad but survivable, to you might as well start writing your will at birth. Let's get right into it. Number 5. Ice Age. Around 20.000 years ago, during the last glacial maximum, Earth wasn't exactly cozy. Massive ice sheets, up to 2 miles thick, smothered huge chunks of North America, Europe, and Asia. Average global temperatures dropped by about 10 degrees Fahrenheit, 6 degrees Celsius, turning most of the planet into a frozen wasteland, where food was a distant rumor.
Me hungry.
If you were alive back then, your daily routine involved not dying of hypothermia, hunting woolly mammoths the size of school buses, and occasionally running away from creatures like the cave lion, Panthera spelaea, one of the largest wild cats in history. Your house? Probably a mammoth bone hut, or a cave shared with 40 of your least favorite relatives. Your clothing? Animal hides stitched together with bone needles. Want dinner? Good luck. You're armed with a sharpened stick, and your target weighs 6 tons, and is actively trying to kill you. And if starvation didn't get you, a simple infected cut probably would. There were no antibiotics, no vaccines, and no emergency rooms. Just a lot of home remedies involving chewing random plants and hoping for the best. Despite all this, Homo sapiens adapted, inventing tools, mastering fire, and even creating early art, like the cave paintings at Lascaux. Number 4. The dawn of agriculture. Somewhere around 10.000 years ago, humans had a brilliant idea.
Bro,
What's wrong? Bro,
I can't chase one more mammoth. My legs hurt.
bro, you don't even have legs. Come on, man, we're only 400 miles away from breakfast.
Wait, hear me out. We make food come to us.
How?
We stay in one place. Grow stuff. Build. I don't know.
Okay,
Welcome to the dawn of agriculture, also known as the moment when humanity accidentally made life way harder. Early farmers swapped the nomadic hunting lifestyle for settling down in permanent villages. Planting crops like wheat, barley, and lentils. Sounds smart, right? Well, it was, except for the part where it unleashed a buffet of new problems. Living close together meant diseases could now spread like wildfire. Your diet? Way worse. Less protein, more vitamin deficiencies, and your teeth basically rotted out of your face. And don't even get me started on crop failure. One bad drought, one swarm of locusts, one random flood, and your entire village starved to death while glaring at the sky. Archaeologists have even found ancient skeletons showing signs of malnutrition, anemia, and horrifying dental disasters. Number 3. The Mongol invasions. If you were alive in the 13th century and saw a cloud of dust on the horizon, you had about 3 minutes to panic before your city got turned into a parking lot. Led by Genghis Khan, a man who treated mercy like a myth, the Mongols carved out the largest land empire in human history, stretching from China to Eastern Europe. Their strategy? Show up fast, hit hard, and leave absolutely nothing standing. Entire cities were wiped off the map, population slaughtered, and survivors, if there were any, were sometimes used as human shields for the next battle. Mongol horse archers could hit you from 300 yards away while riding at full gallop. Basically inventing mobile warfare centuries before tanks were even a thing. Historians estimate the Mongol invasions killed around 10% of the world's population. At a time when the world population was already tiny. Number 2. The Black Death. In 1347, Europe got an unexpected package from Central Asia, courtesy of some highly motivated fleas, and things went downhill fast. The Black Death, or bubonic plague, tore through towns and cities like a biological wildfire, caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis. It traveled on rats, fleas, and humans who had absolutely no concept of personal hygiene. Once it hit, survival became a lottery. You could catch it from a handshake, a shared cup, or just by breathing the same medieval air as an infected guy. Symptoms included giant swollen lymph nodes, fever, vomiting blood, and, spoiler alert, death, usually within days. It's estimated that somewhere between 30% to 60% of Europe's population was wiped out in just a few years. Entire villages were abandoned, economies collapsed, and doctors walked around wearing creepy bird masks filled with flowers. Because apparently, vibe-checking the plague was peak medieval science. Number 1. The Toba supervolcano eruption. Around 74.000 years ago, the Toba supervolcano exploded, and nearly deleted humanity from existence. When Toba erupted, it launched over 670 cubic miles of ash and debris into the sky. Enough material to cover the entire United States. The eruption triggered a volcanic winter so devastating that sunlight was blocked for an estimated 6 to 10 years. Global temperatures crashed by up to 27 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 degrees Celsius. Plants withered, animals starved, and ecosystems collapsed worldwide. For early humans, already struggling just to find enough calories not to die every day. It was catastrophic. Food supplies vanished, entire landscapes turned to frozen deserts, rivers dried up, forests became graveyards. It's estimated that the total human population shrank to fewer than 3.000 individuals. A genetic bottleneck so tight that every person alive today likely descends from that tiny handful of survivors. No crops, no animals, no sunlight, no second chances. Imagine spending your entire life in darkness, freezing, starving, with the constant fear that today might simply be the last day anyone sees the sun. And yet, somehow, against all odds, a few stubborn, desperate humans managed to endure. You exist because they didn't give up when everything else did. Thanks for watching Golden Chonk channel. And remember, you are the miracle your ancestors fought mammoths for. So hit subscribe before natural selection does its thing.
This is the Earth 66 million years ago. At this time, it was also the era of dinosaurs. At this time, the dinosaurs had already ruled the Earth for 1.6 apes. Like the Triceratops has a terrible tail. With the armor of the later generations, it is enough to make the strongest predator retreat. Dinosaurs not only evolve in shape and size, but also develop the survival mechanism to ensure the next generation. The Edmontosaurus is a dinosaur that lives in North America. They will build earthen houses in warm places, and then take good care of the eggs. Of course, it also has this skill. In the Asian continent, there is Tyrannosaurus. It is also known as the dinosaur with a terrible head. They also subvert our perception of dinosaurs. In the Southern giants, these Triceratops are up to 35 meters in. However, they also have an enemy. That is the Mythical dinosaur, with sharp claws. The claws are up to 10 meters. It can also challenge the Triceratops. In the southern hemisphere, these huge dinosaurs are fighting each other all day long, and all the prey, except for the fruit, is to feed the young. 66 million years ago, these giants were already like the sun in the sky. If it continues to develop, I don't know what kind of miracle will evolve. However, this situation is about to undergo a huge change. As we said in the last issue, a small planet with a diameter of 10 kilometers hit the Earth. And then the end of the dinosaur comes. So how do we know this? Let's continue to see. You are about to see the destruction of the dinosaur age. 66 million years ago, a 10-kilometer-long asteroid hit the Earth. This asteroid landed near the coast of Laos, which is now the Gulf of Mexico. The energy generated by the impact is equivalent to the explosion of 11 atomic bombs. The impact threw a large number of rock fragments out of the atmosphere. Subsequently, under the influence of gravity, these substances were pulled back to Earth, and the dinosaur near the impact point will be directly evaporated by the super high temperature shock wave in the next moment. According to the scientific model, the impact caused by the super high temperature shock wave can reach up to hundreds of meters in height. It will also land near the next wave. And all of this is just appetizers. The worst thing is that the destructive effect of this impact will spread further around the world. Fire, dust, acid rain will come again and again in the days to come. A large number of plants have been completely wiped out. At this time, the Earth is in a vicious cycle. There are mountains all over the place. There is no creature that can survive. The fire and high temperature devour everything. It seems that there is a dead end everywhere. And the thin volcanic ash and toxic gas begin to flood the world. It even covers the vast continent of the southern hemisphere. Those dozens of meters long dinosaurs are miserable. Once the size advantage made them great success. However, now it has become a burden. At this time, most of the dinosaurs on Earth are trying to escape this disaster. And the smaller creatures can hide in the underground and caves. Those big guys have no way. 75% of the world's life has been completely wiped out. This is also the last time that life has been wiped out. But what will happen to the dinosaurs that have escaped for the time being? In fact, now many people think that some dinosaurs have survived the previous disaster. The reason for the large number of wildfires is mainly due to the dust and acid rain caused by high-altitude spraying. When they returned to the Earth, the heat generated due to the friction with the air, so there was a large-scale wildfire on the ground, although most of the dinosaurs are in trouble in this disaster. But when we simulate modeling and observe how the super heat wave spreads, the result was unexpected, although the heat wave will spread over time. But there are still some places that are hardly affected. These possible safe areas will also inevitably have dinosaurs in danger. In addition, after analyzing the traces of the asteroid impact on the Yucatan Peninsula, using professional technology to scan the impact point, also found a meteorite pit 180 kilometers wide under the water. If you look closely, you will find that the top of the meteorite pit is open. This shows that the molten salt of the impact is flowing northwest. And the reason for this situation may also be that the asteroid hit from a certain angle. It is inevitable to hit from the north. So this disaster has a greater impact on the northern hemisphere, and the destruction caused by the southern hemisphere is smaller. In the age of dinosaurs, there was a supercontinent called Gondwana in the southern hemisphere. And about 66 million years ago, it began to split gradually. South America, Antarctica and Australia are still connected. So many scientists believe that the extent of destruction on the southern continent, which is far from the impact point, it won't be so exaggerated, and the dinosaurs living there may have a great chance to survive. If so, how did they die? And what dinosaurs live on this continent? Let's continue to find out. This dinosaur has been starving for a week now. Just when it was looking for food, an accident happened. A predator appeared on the other side of the sky. Then this situation is more serious. What the hell is going on? It turned out that not long ago, the little star just hit the Earth. 2 young portolans were lucky enough to avoid the terrible disaster in the early stage. And they just came out of the cave and saw their parents' bodies. These predators also have feelings. But now they can't afford to be sad. After all, the instinct of animals is still alive. Although they survive in the heat and wildfire, they still have to face the crisis now. A large number of plants have turned into ashes. Even if there is a little survival, it is difficult to satisfy the 2 predators. Of course, not only the 2 portolans survived, but also their enemy Mypulong survived. I don't know how long it took for the 2 giants to come to the coast. At this moment, they are really too hungry. They usually have to eat 100 pounds of plants every day. But now they can only rely on their willpower. So the two dragons began to look for food desperately again. As a result, the beginning of the journey began. Mypulong was also one of the top predators in South America at that time. And as a quick enemy, the Portalong used all his strength to climb up. He knew how fierce Mypulong's battle was. Unfortunately, he made a mistake this time. This is a lonely and weak Mypulong. This huge disaster destroyed his clan. So now he has no strength to eat this giant. The young Portalong escaped, but if they still can't find food, they will still die. At that time, South America and Antarctica were still connected. So after about a month after the small planet crashed, the two Portalong could hardly hold on. They almost swept away all the survivors along the way. But the miracle still appeared. After crossing a hill, they actually saw an endless green ocean. Yes, this is Antarctica. It's different from today's Antarctica. At that time, Antarctica was full of food. It was also the backyard of many dinosaurs. Obviously, this continent was not affected much by the previous disaster. There were always signs of life and death everywhere, and the two Portalong were finally saved. Unfortunately, the appearance of outsiders also caused the local hunters to suffer. "66 million years ago, a group of phoenix dragons roamed the forest, and on the other side of them, a few 4-meter-long war dragons had already appeared. Obviously, the phoenix dragons were not their match, and the real target of this group of war dragons was a two-headed young portal dragon. Although there is a huge gap in the size of the two sides, the so-called small and large can show off their skills. In general, a strong war dragon will not choose this kind of beast. Many animals have a strong sense of territory. The two-headed portal dragon is a sudden visitor, so they also caused a strong war dragon's response. It's a pity that sometimes you misjudge your own strength. The consequences are very serious. These two portal dragons are very tacit. This also saved each other from time to time. However, another disaster happened. If you want to explore more ancient biological knowledge, I strongly recommend you to go to Douyin. It is the new high-quality video platform launched by Douyin. The above videos are all highly high-quality content selected by algorithm. The documentary section also includes high-quality documentaries in various fields. You can watch it directly. If you are interested, you can directly go to Douyin to learn more. In the Mongolian region 70 million years ago, a group of bird dragons roamed on the grassland. The dragon's body is about 2 meters long. They cover their bodies with colorful feathers like birds. Another giant dragon follows them closely. This is a peacock dragon with a long tail. They also have feathers on their bodies. According to the fossil research of these years, many dinosaurs have feathers. On the surface, it looks like a family of 3 hunting for prey. However, peacock dragons are not predators. There is a reason why they follow the bird dragons. In fact, they are also the target of the predators. Behind the dragon's body, 3 giant dragons slowly appear. Of course, the original appearance of the giant dragon has been lost. The dragon may have feathers, but it will lose them when it becomes an adult. The giant dragon is also the top predator in Asia at that time. Its status is comparable to that of the Northern Americas. Therefore, they often prey on large dinosaurs. A young peacock dragon has fallen. This situation is terrible. The giant dragon's body does not have the ability to jump off a cliff. So our story has just begun. This is an old dragon. Its body length is more than 13 meters. However, today is clearly a sunny day. As a water-type dinosaur, it is also famous in the river. When they first found the dragon fossil, people even think it is stronger than the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus is stronger than the Tyrannosaurus. However, with the study of recent years, it is found that the strength of the Tyrannosaurus is not so exaggerated. And the goal of this trip is a large spearhead fish. Obviously, the Tyrannosaurus is also an excellent fisherman. However, it often walks by the river and does not shed blood. The sea is never the world of dinosaurs. In fact, there are other water-type dinosaurs in this era. It happened when the sun was shining leisurely in Keelung. This is the sea-type dinosaur of the dinosaur era. 66 million years ago. A
In this ancient world, survival meant understanding the rhythm of the land.
Phim được đạt không thành từ bằng thang cứ để ra môn trình luôn tổng phải xử trí số đánh chia xã liên nhà con
How do you sleep at night? You probably turn on a fan or maybe a meditation app. You dim the lights, find a comfortable position, and hopefully drift into a peaceful slumber. But have you ever wondered how people slept in ancient Rome? How about the women who worked in the city's underbelly, the ones history has largely forgotten? I'm Golden Chonk, and tonight we're not just dimming the lights. We're stepping into the darkness of a Roman alleyway, turning on a mental fan for a soft hum of historical whispers, and journeying into the surprisingly well-documented and often wildly misunderstood daily life of Roman prostitutes. From cramped, windowless brothels to the surprising laws that governed their lives, we'll uncover the secrets of a profession that was everywhere in Roman society, even as it was endlessly judged. What if I told you that being a sex worker in ancient Rome meant wearing a specific outfit, paying taxes, and even having your name and reviews immortalized on city walls? Tonight, we're peeling back the layers of Roman society to reveal the hidden truths of those who lived and worked in the shadows. We'll also explore the lives of Viking healers, the story of Joan of Arc, the dangerous world of medieval bakers, and so much more. If you like this story, please give it a like and share with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to Golden Chonk channel for more inspiring stories like this one. So get comfortable, turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. We're starting with the forgotten women of Rome. 1. The daily grind of a Roman prostitute. You wake up, or more accurately, you regain consciousness, in a space barely large enough to turn around without elbowing a wall. Congratulations, you live in a cellar, the ancient Roman version of a work-from-home setup, if your home was a broom closet and your job required body oil. These rooms were standard issue for many of Rome's working women. Located in brothels, lupanars, or stacked above taverns and bathhouses, they were tiny, windowless chambers that doubled as both living quarters and workspace. Think of it as a studio apartment designed by someone who hates light, air, and privacy. Your mattress is straw-stuffed, possibly shared with fleas, and smells faintly of wine, smoke, and disappointment. If you're lucky, there's a small oil lamp. And if you're really lucky, it hasn't been stolen. Your few possessions, some cheap makeup, a comb, and maybe a bronze mirror if times are good, are shoved into the corner like they too are tired of being here. There's no running water, no plumbing, and a bucket you try not to think about. Bathing will be a group activity later at the nearest public bathhouse, where the water is communal and the awkward eye contact is free. But there's no time to lounge because your room is also your office, and business hours are whenever someone knocks or barges in or yells through the door. Privacy is a modern concept. Here in Rome, walls are suggestions and doors are decorative. Most days begin with a quick clean-up of the room, sweeping out yesterday's dust, wine stains, and any lost sandals left behind by last night's visitors. Then comes the prep: face powder, rouge, and enough perfume to qualify as flammable. You're not trying to smell good, you're trying to smell better than the guy in line behind you. You practice your best sultry half smile in the bronze mirror, not because it works, but because pretending helps. A customer once described you as charmingly awake, and you're still riding the emotional high from that, because here in the cellar, every day begins the same: cramped, rushed, and filled with just enough dignity to make it to lunchtime. 2. Hygiene and appearance in ancient Rome. After waking up in your glorified broom closet, It's time to prepare for another day of impressing clients and surviving public judgment. But first, hygiene, or what passed for it in ancient Rome. There is, of course, no private bathroom. That luxury is reserved for the wealthy, and even they just had pots with ambition. As a working woman in a city that worships marble statues but accepts open sewers, your best option is the nearest public fountain or bathhouse, depending on your mood and tolerance for awkward nudity. If you're pressed for time, and let's face it, you usually are, you go for the quick rinse at the communal fountain. You splash some water on your face, rinse out your mouth with wine if you're fancy, and hope the fountain hasn't been used to clean a chicken that morning. There's no soap, but maybe you've got a bit of natron, a salty cleaning powder that exfoliates your skin and your self-esteem. If business is slow and coins are jangling in your little purse, you might splurge on a visit to the public baths, the great Roman equalizer. Everyone's there, merchants, soldiers, philosophers, and that guy who talks too loudly about his hemorrhoids. You undress, store your belongings in a niche you trust way too easily, and wade into tepid water full of floating philosophical debates and someone else's toenail. Inside, you sweat in the steam room, scrape yourself with a strigil, a curved metal blade, and enjoy a brief moment of being the cleanest person on your street, a title that lasts about 5 minutes. After the bath, you dry off, apply more perfume, and try to remember if anyone's invented deodorant yet. They haven't. To finish the look, a bit of chalk-based face powder, a hint of rouge for the cheeks and lips, and kohl around the eyes. The makeup isn't to highlight your beauty, but to hide the fatigue. Clients don't want to see the woman who's already dealt with 3 senators and a sailor before noon. They want mystery, allure, and someone who doesn't smell like old lentils. 3. The professional uniform and marketing. Now that you're washed, or at least convincingly perfumed, it's time to get dressed. While Roman society had a lot of complicated opinions about fashion, there was one outfit that made things very clear. The female toga. Yes, a toga. That flowing white garment we usually associate with senators, emperors, and frat parties. But here's the twist. In Rome, a woman wearing a toga wasn't making a political statement. She was making a professional one. It was a visual billboard for, I'm not a respectable matron, and I am available for negotiation. Proper Roman women wore the stola, a long, layered dress that said, my husband controls my dowry, and I go to bed at 9. Prostitutes, on the other hand, were denied the stola by law and required to wear a toga, often short, brightly coloured, and intentionally flashy. Think less Grecian goddess, more visible from across the forum. The look was usually accessorized with cheap jewelry, bronze or glass beads, maybe some loud earrings. The goal wasn't elegance, it was visibility. When you're competing with 20 other women in a 100-metre radius, subtlety is a luxury you can't afford. Footwear was likely simple sandals, or maybe even barefoot, depending on location and budget. Comfort wasn't a priority. You're going to spend a lot of the day standing, walking, and occasionally sprinting away from a bad client or an overzealous moralist. Hair was its own ordeal. Roman prostitutes often curled and dyed their hair, sometimes wearing wigs, especially blonde ones imported from Gaul. Blonde hair had a certain exotic appeal in Rome, kind of like imported luxury soap, only more alive. And let's not forget the finishing touches, makeup. Pale face powder to contrast with red lips and cheeks, and thick kohl eyeliner to make your eyes pop. Or at least look less sleep-deprived. Once fully dressed, you looked obvious. And that was the point. In a city of 1 million people, your outfit was your business card. If it made you look bold, scandalous, and economically available, then congratulations. You were ready for another glorious day of being judged by society while being actively funded by it. 4. The business of sex work. So you're dressed, painted, perfumed, and hopefully not too hungover. Now comes the fun part, drumming up business in a city where everyone wants sex but pretends they're shocked when they find out it's for sale. In ancient Rome, marketing wasn't subtle. There were no pamphlets, no websites, and definitely no branding consultants. If you wanted clients, you had to be seen, be loud, or be immortalized in graffiti. preferably all three. Let's start with location strategy. If you worked out of a lupanar or brothel, your office was already built for visibility. Brothels were often located near bathhouses, markets, or drinking establishments, anywhere people might already be sweaty, bored, or easily persuaded. Think of it as ancient foot traffic optimization. Standing in the doorway, wearing your finest look-at-me outfit, you'd call out to passers-by with a mixture of flattery, negotiation, and time-sensitive offers. 2 denarii if you're quick. Hey, it might sound desperate, but rent was due, and the next girl over just dropped her rate to 1. If you were freelance, it was all about roaming visibility. You might hover near temples, because nothing says divine inspiration like temptation, or hang around taverns, ready to flirt with a tipsy legionary who still had some coin left and questionable judgment. But perhaps the most bizarre and weirdly effective form of Roman advertising was wall graffiti. Yes, Pompeii has immortalized the genius of ancient street marketing. Brothel walls were plastered with handwritten reviews like, "Maritimus gave me the best time of my life," or "Felicia, 2 denarii, very fast service." These weren't just vandalism, they were ancient Yelp, unfiltered, unregulated, and very, very public. Some women even paid someone to write their name and specialty somewhere visible, usually near tavern entrances or on columns. Others let their clients do the writing, which, as you might expect, ranged from glowing praise to confused haikus about being robbed. All this made one thing clear: a prostitute's survival depended as much on marketing as on skill. If people didn't know your name, your rates, and your approximate level of enthusiasm, someone else was getting the business. Because in ancient Rome, as now, the secret to success wasn't always talent. Sometimes it was just better PR. 5. Pricing, payment, and the taxman. So you've advertised yourself, you've got the eyeliner, and just enough confidence to fake a good mood. Now it's time to talk pricing, the part where ancient Rome pretends to be a free market while secretly judging you anyway. Let's be clear, there was no union. Rates were set by supply, demand, and whatever you could get away with before someone bartered you down with a loaf of stale bread. For street-level workers or those in lower-end lupanars, prices could be as low as 1 or 2 asses, a small bronze coin that wouldn't even get you a glass of wine. That's right. Some clients were paying less than the cost of a decent lunch. If that feels depressing, remember, some women accepted food, sandals, or even promises as payment. Yes, in a city with an empire's worth of coinage, IOUs still existed. On the other hand, high-end prostitutes, often called meretrices, operated more like luxury brands. These women could charge in denarii, silver coins, sometimes multiple per client, especially if they had skills beyond the bedroom. Conversation, music, poetry, basic literacy, anything that let a client believe they weren't hiring company, but taste. Some prostitutes even had niches, not architectural ones, but marketing ones. Maybe you specialized in working with sailors, or performing erotic dances, or reciting poetry during the act. Don't laugh, Ovid probably inspired someone. The more unique your brand, the less replaceable you became. Repeat clients might get a discount, or not. It depended entirely on whether they paid on time or smelled like fermented cabbage. And if you worked under a pimp or brothel owner, a hefty cut of your earnings disappeared before you saw a single coin. Some women were enslaved, which meant they didn't get paid at all, just food, shelter, and a vague promise that one day they might buy their freedom if they somehow won the Roman lottery. And if you thought the life of a Roman prostitute was already tough, allow us to introduce your least favorite client, the Roman tax collector. Yes, the Roman Empire, brilliant engineers, conquerors of the known world, also managed to tax sex work. It was called the Vectigel ex capturis, and it ensured that even your most awkward encounters contributed to Rome's public infrastructure. Congratulations, your nightly services just funded another aqueduct. The tax wasn't just unofficial pocket skimming either. This was a state-sanctioned system managed by professional collectors known as publicani, men who were somehow both boring and terrifying. They kept detailed records, demanded payment in cash, and probably judged your perfume choices while scribbling on their wax tablets. To legally operate, prostitutes had to register with the aedles, the Roman equivalent of a city inspector with an affinity for paperwork and moral superiority. Upon registration, you were entered into an official list of sex workers. Think of it as joining a trade union, except there were no benefits, and instead of a card, you got a branding, literally. Yes, some sex workers, especially enslaved ones, were branded or tattooed with marks like Looper or their owner's name. The branding wasn't for clients. It was to ensure you couldn't pretend to be respectable later. The tax rate varied depending on location, class, and whether your clients were sad senators or discount gladiators. But it always stung. You paid per act or per week, and there was no deduction for emotional labour, uncomfortable silences, or existential dread. 6. The locations of Roman prostitution. Not every Roman prostitute worked in a lupanar. Some preferred, or were assigned to, the equally glamorous world of taverns. If the brothel was a chaotic office cubicle, the tavern was more like working in an open-air startup, with more vomit and fewer stock options. Taverns, or colpini, were where Rome's finest drunkards, merchants, off-duty soldiers, and guys named Gaius with gambling debts gathered to drink, shout, and pretend they understood Virgil. For prostitutes working here, the motto was simple: serve the wine, sell the charm, dodge the gropes. A typical shift involved pouring watered-down wine into dirty cups for people who wouldn't notice the difference anyway. With your other hand, you flirted just enough to keep the denarii flowing, but not so much that a brawl broke out. Unless that brawl was entertaining, in which case, carry on. Unlike the brothel, taverns were technically food establishments, so you had the delightful backdrop of boiled cabbage, fish sauce, and body odour. Some women worked the back rooms or upstairs areas, making the tavern a part-time brothel with table service. Others kept things more casual, offering company, lap-sitting, and heavily suggestive compliments like, "Your toga looks clean." This was high praise in Rome. For the entrepreneurial spirit with no brothel affiliation and too much confidence, there was always the street. Freelance prostitution in Rome meant walking the line between independent contractor and please don't arrest me. Prostitutes who worked outdoors were called prostibuli, and they roamed the alleys, bathhouse entrances, marketplaces, and occasionally temple steps, because nothing says divine intervention like offering a discount outside a shrine to Venus. Daylight hours were decent for traffic, but risky. You had to navigate gawking citizens, nosy magistrates, and angry matrons who thought your existence was ruining their husband's self-control. Spoiler, it wasn't. You dressed brightly to stand out, with short tunics, flashy jewellery, and maybe a wig made from imported German hair. It was less understated elegance, more visible from across the Circus Maximus. The goal was to catch a client's eye before his wife caught him. 7. Occupational hazards and social stigma. Working as a Roman prostitute came with certain occupational hazards, namely disease, injury, and whatever that thing was the sailor from Brundisium left behind. Welcome to the health and wellness chapter, where the only prescription is hope you survive. Let's begin with the big one, venereal disease. Ancient Rome didn't have germ theory, but they did know that some men left you with more than a coin purse and a bad poem. There are Roman texts that describe symptoms ranging from persistent itching to things falling off that shouldn't. The medical advice? Usually a mix of vinegar washes, herbal ointments, and desperate prayers to Venus. Pregnancy was another ever-present concern. There was no birth control pill, but there were options if you had the guts and the budget. Prostitutes used natural contraceptives like silphium, an extinct plant famously over-harvested for this exact reason. They also used animal intestines as crude condoms and wool tampons soaked in herbal concoctions. If pregnancy occurred, things got complicated. Some women carried to term and raised their children, often within the brothel itself. Others gave infants up to foundling homes, or worse, the open streets. Infanticide wasn't legal, but turning a blind eye was practically a civic duty. And let's not forget the emotional toll. Depression, trauma, anxiety, all part of the job. Rome didn't have therapists. You had fellow prostitutes, wine, and the occasional stray cat who listened without judgment. In a city where divine intervention was blamed for everything from floods to flatulence, prostitutes weren't just dodging moral judgment. They were also trying to stay on the God's good side. Prostitution was tolerated by the law, taxed, regulated, and even registered, but that didn't stop every senator, priest, and bored philosopher from telling you how much they disapproved of you, often while zipping up their tunic. This was the work of the moral police, a vast, unpaid network of elites who believed it was their divine duty to shame you while enjoying the fruits of your labor behind closed doors. 8. The divine and the demonic. In the Roman world of sex work, you were not only dodging moral judgment, but also trying to stay on the good side of the gods. Religion in Rome was a full-time job, and the gods were always watching, judging, occasionally cursing. But the divine pantheon had a few deities who were, let's say, more lenient toward your profession. First, there was Venus, goddess of love, beauty, and general poor decision-making. Many prostitutes dedicated small altars to her in their rooms, making offerings of flowers, perfume, or a coin in hopes of attracting wealth, charm, or at the very least, clients who didn't smell like boiled goat. Then came Fortuna, goddess of luck. Given how random your daily income was, ranging from a gold bracelet to 3 moldy grapes and a promise, Fortuna was kind of a big deal. You might wear a charm bearing her likeness, or mumble a quick prayer before a customer with too many rings and suspiciously clean sandals walked in. But religion wasn't all glitter and flirtation. The darker side of belief included superstition, omens, and magical countermeasures. Because when in doubt, blame the spirits. You'd burn incense to ward off the evil eye, tie red cords around your ankle for protection, or hire a professional witch to curse a rival prostitute's hairline. Don't laugh. Cursed tablets, called depictions, have been found all over Roman brothel districts, many reading like ancient Yelp revenge reviews. May her tongue rot, may her clients dry up, may she trip in the street and land in donkey dung. If you were enslaved, you might also pray to Mercury, the god of commerce and transactions, because your life was one long receipt. And if you were lucky enough to save up for freedom, Libertas, the goddess of liberty, got a private altar and a slightly more expensive candle. All this spiritual effort wasn't just tradition, it was survival with flair. When Rome gave you judgment, disease, and rude senators, the gods were your HR department, mostly useless, occasionally helpful, and always accepting offerings. 9. Love, life, and old age. Love in the Roman world of prostitution was complicated. At best, it was a pleasant delusion, and at worst, a financial liability in a tunic. Clients fell in love all the time, or claimed they did, usually after 3 cups of wine and half a monologue about their mother. Some were sincere, some were drunk, and some were just trying to get a discount. But baby, I'm different, they'd say, clutching your hand like a tragic poet. And you'd nod politely, mentally calculating how much they still owed you. Emotional labor was part of the package. For a few clients, you might even develop something real, attachment, affection, or just mutual exhaustion. But more often than not, romance was a dangerous distraction, especially when you remembered that Rome legally categorized you as infames, meaning you could not legally marry a citizen even if you wanted to. There were tales of prostitutes who fell in love with their regulars, who were promised freedom and a house with a garden, only to end up abandoned the moment another woman with better eyeliner walked by. Among fellow prostitutes, however, real bonds were more likely. You worked side by side, endured the same insults, shared the same lice. Some of these friendships became sisterhoods, others became quiet romantic partnerships hidden beneath the radar of Roman patriarchy. And of course, there were lies you told yourself, that one day you'd quit, that your best client really would take you away, that if you could just save a little more, you'd open a perfume shop in Ostia and never look back. Maybe it wasn't true, but in Rome, everyone had a fantasy. Yours just came with better lighting and lower expectations. In the Roman world of sex work, beauty was currency and youth was the exchange rate. So what happened when the blush wore off, the client stopped lingering, and your joints started popping louder than your earrings? Simple, you aged out. But you didn't disappear. Some women, having saved carefully or miraculously had a client with both money and follow-through, managed to buy their freedom if they were enslaved and start over. The luckiest opened taverns or bathhouses, renting out rooms to the next generation of desperate optimists. Others became madams or linii, the brothel version of upper management. Less action, more shouting. As a leaner, you didn't need to be young or pretty. You needed to be sharp, intimidating, and fluent in threats involving sandals and overdue debts. You ran the schedules, kept the books, and made sure the curtains were only mildly horrifying. Some retired sex workers leaned into fortune-telling after all. When you've heard every confession and watched every mistake walk through the door, predicting doom becomes second nature. A few became unofficial therapists, wise women, or herbalists, offering advice laced with sarcasm and slightly incorrect medical suggestions. But many simply kept working because Rome wasn't in the habit of offering pensions to women who'd spent 2 decades in a toga. Older prostitutes still had clients. They just adjusted their marketing. Less blushing flower, more experienced, discreet, and tolerates poetry. But for those with no savings, no patrons, and no lucky breaks, the options weren't kind. You begged, you cleaned temples. You worked in laundries until your hands turned into shriveled olives. Rome didn't care how you got old, only that you did so quietly. But here's the truth they didn't carve into marble. For many, survival itself was the achievement. And if you made it to old age with your wit intact and at least one working sandal, you were already a legend. 10. The unsung legacy. When people think of ancient Rome, they picture marble statues, grand speeches, and emperors with questionable family trees. What they rarely picture is the woman leaning in a brothel doorway, adjusting her wig, and mentally calculating how many coins she needs to not starve next week. Roman prostitutes didn't just work in the shadows. They've been kept there by history, carefully edited out of the noble narrative so school children could learn about aqueducts without asking uncomfortable questions. Yet they were everywhere, in graffiti, legal records, satire, poems, love letters, curse tablets, and receipts. They were a fixture of daily Roman life, even as society treated them like morally contagious wallpaper. What history usually gets wrong is the assumption that these women were powerless victims or morally bankrupt seductresses. In reality, many were savvy, adaptable, and, dare we say, better at business than half the Senate. They knew how to read a client, negotiate terms, avoid danger, and hustle a living in a city that cheered gladiators and stoned anyone who wore the wrong shoes. They weren't all the same. Some were enslaved, some free. Some catered to the wealthy, others to whoever had 2 coins and bad breath. Some hated every second, others carved out small corners of power and routine. Most existed somewhere in between, like everyone else in Rome, pretending they weren't tired. Their stories were rarely written by them. Instead, they were remembered by poets looking for metaphors, by moralists clutching their pearls, or by archaeologists piecing together Pompeii's raciest wall scribbles. But here's what's remarkable. They're still visible. In stone carvings, in sarcastic graffiti, in laws and loopholes, and offhand mentions in love poems. These women were erased from respectability, but not from reality. They worked, they laughed, they scammed, they wept, and they endured. All without marble statues or gilded tombs, just faint ink on a crumbling wall. So the next time someone waxes poetic about the glory of Rome, remember, behind every toga-clad philosopher was a working girl keeping the economy and the gossip alive. 11. The Viking healers and their herbs. In the world of the Vikings, warfare was a constant presence, and with it came injuries. Deep cuts from swords, axe wounds, broken bones, and burns from fire and frost. On the battlefield or back in the village, it was the Lechnia, the healer, who was called upon to treat the wounded. These individuals were respected members of society, combining the practical knowledge of herbs with the spiritual traditions of Norse belief. Among the most trusted herbs in a Viking healer's collection was yarrow, Achillea millefolium. Known for its ability to staunch bleeding, yarrow was used widely across northern Europe. Viking healers would crush the leaves and apply them directly to wounds, either alone or mixed into a poultice. Yarrow acted as a coagulant, helping to stop blood flow and prevent infection. It was believed to possess sacred properties, with legends connecting its power to Odin himself. The preparation of such remedies was both methodical and rooted in cultural ritual. The healer might wash the wound with boiled water infused with antiseptic herbs, apply crushed yarrow, and bind the area tightly with linen or animal skin strips. In some cases, chants or prayers were recited during the process, invoking protection or healing from the gods. Beyond battlefield wounds, yarrow was used internally as well. A tea made from its flowers and leaves could reduce fevers, ease digestive complaints, or help relieve menstrual cramps. It was a versatile plant, and one that could be found growing throughout the Viking homelands, in fields, near rivers, or in small garden plots maintained by women of the household. Healers in Viking society had a deep understanding of their environment. They knew which plants grew in which seasons, how to harvest them properly, and how to preserve them for use during the long, dark winters. This knowledge was passed down through generations, often from mother to daughter, or from elder to apprentice. In a world without hospitals or modern antibiotics, the skill of the healer and the power of plants like yarrow were essential to survival and to maintaining strength in a warrior-driven culture. 12. Angelica, the spiritual remedy. While yarrow addressed bleeding and surface wounds, the Viking healers' battle against infection required deeper remedies. One of the most revered herbs in this regard was Angelica, Angelica archangelica, a tall aromatic plant with hollow stalks and umbrella-shaped clusters of greenish-white flowers. It thrived in the cold climates of Scandinavia and was considered so valuable that it was cultivated in monastery gardens long after the Viking Age ended. Angelica held a central place in early Northern European medicine, prized for its broad-spectrum medicinal properties. Viking healers used the root, leaves, and seeds to prepare a variety of treatments. Most commonly, the root was dried and then steeped into decoctions to fight internal infections. It was known for its warming effect on the body and was used to stimulate circulation, cleanse the blood, and reduce inflammation. The antiseptic properties of Angelica were vital in treating infected wounds, especially those that had been neglected or exposed to dirt and decay. A healer might grind the root and mix it with animal fat or beeswax to create a salve, then apply it to festering injuries. When ingested as a tea or tincture, Angelica helped combat respiratory infections, fevers, and digestive issues, ailments that could become life-threatening in a time without antibiotics. But Angelica's power extended beyond physical healing. In Norse cosmology, certain plants were believed to carry divine energy. The name Angelica itself, though Latin in origin, echoes the spiritual reverence surrounding the plant. While Viking belief systems were different from Christianized Europe, they too held that some plants were gifts from the gods. It is likely that Angelica, with its strong scent and dramatic appearance, was associated with protection and sacred power. Women, who often served as herbalists within the household, used Angelica to treat gynecological conditions. It was thought to regulate menstrual cycles and ease childbirth, a dangerous and sacred moment in Norse society. Because of its reputation as a purifier, Angelica was also used in smoke rituals to cleanse homes and ward off disease during times of illness. 13. Birch sap, the seasonal tonic. As spring arrived in the Viking world, it brought with it one of the most vital remedies for fever and fatigue: birch sap. The birch tree, widespread across Scandinavia, was more than just a source of wood. It was a living pharmacy. Vikings tapped the tree in early spring, collecting the clear, slightly sweet sap as it rose from the roots to nourish new leaves. This seasonal practice required skill and timing, as the sap could only be harvested for a short period before the tree fully awakened. Healers used birch sap as a tonic for those weakened by long winters, illness, or lingering fevers. It was served fresh or fermented into a lightly alcoholic drink known for its revitalizing qualities. Rich in minerals, electrolytes, and natural sugars, birch sap helped rehydrate the body and restore lost energy, especially after the depletion caused by sickness or extended fasting. In an era without formal nutrition science, Viking healers recognized the restorative power of this gift from nature. In cases of fever, healers often paired birch sap with infusions of cooling herbs such as meadowsweet or elderflower. This gentle combination helped bring down body temperature while nourishing the patient. In more serious cases, the sap might be mixed with bitter herbs like wormwood to purge the body of what was believed to be harmful humours. Beyond its internal uses, the birch tree had a role in external treatments too. The bark, when boiled, produced a tar-like substance with antiseptic properties. It was used to treat skin infections, minor burns, and bites. Birch leaves were also used in poultices and steam baths to draw out toxins from the body, often accompanied by prayer or ritual. Symbolically, the birch tree represented renewal and purity. It was often the first tree to grow after land was cleared or burned, and this regenerative quality made it sacred in both Germanic and Norse traditions. The use of its sap in healing reflected this belief, returning vitality to the sick and offering the promise of recovery after hardship. 14. Juniper and meadowsweet. In Viking herbal medicine, juniper was revered for its powerful cleansing properties, both physical and spiritual. Growing abundantly in the rocky soils of Scandinavia, juniper bushes with their prickly needles and aromatic berries were among the most trusted tools in a healer's repertoire. Whether burned, boiled, or brewed, juniper was used to purify the body, the air, and even the spirit. Juniper berries were commonly used as a diuretic and a remedy for urinary tract infections. When consumed as a tea or decoction, they stimulated kidney function, helping the body to flush out excess water and harmful substances. This made them especially useful during illnesses that involved swelling, bloating, or lingering fevers. The berries also had mild antiseptic properties, allowing them to address infections from within. For respiratory issues, juniper smoke played a vital role. Healers would burn dried juniper branches and let the smoke fill a room or a tent, believing it could drive out disease. This wasn't just symbolic. The antimicrobial compounds in juniper smoke helped disinfect the air. During outbreaks of sickness or after a death, Viking homes and ships might be cleansed in this way. In steam baths and sweat lodges, a tradition shared across many northern European cultures, juniper branches were sometimes laid on the hot stones or added to the water. As the vapor rose, it carried the sharp, invigorating scent of the plant, opening the lungs and inducing heavy sweating. This was thought to cleanse the body of toxins and the soul of imbalance. Juniper also held ritual importance. Branches might be hung over doorways to ward off evil, or carried in small bundles by travellers for protection. Among the many herbs known to Viking healers, meadowsweet, Philopendula ulmaraya, was particularly valued for its ability to ease pain and reduce inflammation. Found in damp meadows and along riverbanks, this fragrant plant with creamy white flowers was a staple in early Germanic and Norse herbal medicine. Though they lacked modern terminology, Viking healers recognized that some plants had the power to cool fevers, relieve discomfort, and help the body recover more gently. Meadowsweet was often used to treat headaches, joint pain, and digestive problems. The flowers and leaves were dried and steeped into teas, which were given to patients suffering from fevers or general aches. The herb's soothing effects made it an essential remedy during times of illness and recovery. Unbeknownst to the Vikings, meadowsweet contains compounds similar to salicylic acid, the basis for modern aspirin. This natural pain-relieving ability explains why it was so effective and frequently used. Healers didn't know the chemistry, but they knew the results: less fever, reduced swelling, and relief from discomfort. For digestive issues, meadowsweet was considered a gentle treatment for nausea, heartburn, and stomach cramps. The plant's sweet scent also made it a comforting addition to healing rituals. 15. Mugwort, garlic, and nettle. Mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, held a special place in the Viking healer's practice, not only as a medicinal herb, but also as a spiritual tool. Known across Northern Europe for its bitter aroma and silvery leaves, mugwort was considered one of the most sacred plants in Germanic tradition. For Viking societies, where healing was never just physical, mugwort served as a bridge between the body, the mind, and the unseen world. Medicinally, mugwort was used to treat a wide range of ailments. It helped with digestive problems, menstrual irregularities, and fatigue. Viking women in particular relied on mugwort to regulate their cycles and aid with childbirth. Mugwort also had powerful nervine properties, meaning it calmed the nervous system. For warriors who experienced restlessness or nightmares, mugwort tea or smoke was thought to restore inner balance and protect the mind. Sleep, which was often disturbed after battle or illness, could be coaxed back by burning dried mugwort near the bedside or placing it under the pillow. Beyond its medicinal uses, mugwort was strongly linked to ritual and magic. Viking healers and wise women, often referred to as valur or seid kunur, used mugwort in ceremonies to invoke dreams, protection, or visions. The rising smoke was believed to carry prayers to the gods or ward off harmful spirits. Among the most practical and powerful remedies in the Viking healers' collection was garlic, Allium sativum. Though not native to Scandinavia, garlic had long been traded across Europe and may have reached the Viking world through early contact with the British Isles, Frankish territories, and Eastern markets. Its strong scent and potent medicinal qualities made it an essential part of early Norse medicine, especially for infections, parasites, and against disease. Garlic's antibacterial and antifungal properties were well known, even if not scientifically understood. Viking healers used crushed garlic in poultices to clean wounds and prevent festering, particularly important for injuries sustained during battle or travel. Though painful, this treatment was effective in preventing deeper infections in a time when even minor wounds could turn deadly. Internally, garlic was often eaten raw, pounded into pastes, or brewed into strong infusions. It was believed to strengthen the immune system, purify the blood, and warm the body during illness. In the Viking Age, the stinging nettle, Urtica dioica, was more than a nuisance. It was a plant of power. Despite its painful sting, nettle was one of the most useful and respected herbs in Norse healing traditions. It grew abundantly in meadows, forest edges, and near settlements, making it easily accessible to healers and households alike. Nettle was used primarily to treat conditions related to blood and vitality. Viking healers prepared nettle teas or broths to combat fatigue, iron deficiency, and overall weakness. Rich in iron, calcium, and vitamin C, nettle acted as a natural tonic, especially important during long winters when fresh food was scarce and illness spread easily. The practice of urtication, striking sore limbs with fresh nettle stalks, was used to stimulate circulation and relieve arthritis or muscle stiffness. Though painful, it was believed to bring warmth and life back to cold or stiff areas of the body. 16. Joan of Arc, from peasant to prophet. In the winter of 1412, a peasant girl named Joan of Arc was born in the rural village of Domremy, a quiet hamlet in northeastern France. Her family lived modestly, relying on farming to survive. She was not taught to read or write, like most girls of her class, but she was known for her hard work and deep religious devotion from an early age. Her world was humble and steeped in faith. At the age of 13, Joan's life changed forever. She later testified that in the summer of 1425, while alone in her father's garden, she experienced a vision accompanied by a voice that seemed to come from beyond this world. The voice, surrounded by a dazzling light, was accompanied by the appearance of Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret. The message was clear but extraordinary. She was chosen by God to help save France. Her divine mission was to drive the English out of French territory and to ensure the coronation of Charles the Dauphin as the rightful king of France. By 1428, the political and military situation in France had worsened. The English had captured much of northern France, and the city of Orléans, a key stronghold, was under siege. Joan, now 16, believed the time had come to act. She travelled to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs and requested an audience with the local commander, Robert de Baudricourt, claiming she had a message for the king. At first, he and his men laughed her off. The teenage girl, claiming divine guidance, was hardly taken seriously. But Joan was persistent. Eventually, after hearing reports of her piety and learning that she had predicted a military setback in Orléans, Baudricourt relented. He agreed to send her, dressed in men's clothing and under armed escort, to meet the Dauphin. 17. The King and the Siege. In early 1429, Joan of Arc arrived in Chinon, where Charles, the uncrowned Dauphin of France, held his court. The journey had been long and dangerous. She travelled more than 300 miles through enemy territory, dressed as a man to avoid attention and assault. When she finally stood before the royal court, she was met with skepticism and curiosity. Charles, unsure of her motives and wary of trickery, decided to test her. To begin, he disguised himself in plain clothes and hid among his courtiers. Joan, having never seen him before, immediately picked him out and addressed him directly. Witnesses were astonished. Still cautious, Charles ordered that Joan be examined by theologians and church officials in Poitiers. For several weeks, she was questioned about her visions, her morality, and her doctrine. She was a teenage girl being grilled by learned men, yet she answered with composure and confidence. Her virginity was even tested, as it was believed her purity was essential for her divine mission. The examiners found nothing heretical in her claims and noted her remarkable character and intelligence. The court's advisors concluded she could be sent to Orléans with the army. With the city of Orléans under siege by the English for several months, its fall would have opened the way to the heart of France. Then, Joan of Arc arrived. She entered the city on April 29th, met by cheering crowds who believed her to be a miracle sent by God. Clad in white armour and riding a white horse, she quickly became a symbol of hope and divine favour. Her presence reinvigorated the French troops and citizens alike. Though she had no formal military training, Joan spoke with boldness and authority, urging immediate action against the English fortifications. Over the course of a week, the French launched a series of offensives to break the siege. Joan wielded not just her sword but her banner, rallying the troops with cries of faith and purpose. She was wounded during the assault on the fortress of Les Tourelles, shot in the shoulder by an arrow. Refusing to retreat, she returned to the field after having the wound dressed, continuing to urge the men forward. On May 8th, the English finally lifted the siege and withdrew. It was a stunning victory, one that changed the momentum of the war. 18. Coronation and capture. With the siege of Orléans lifted, Joan of Arc's mission shifted toward a far more symbolic objective: the coronation of Charles the Dauphin. In her visions, this was not merely a political event, it was a divine command. Charles needed to be crowned at Reims, the traditional site where French kings were anointed with sacred oil. But Reims was deep in territory controlled by the Burgundians, allies of the English. To reach it, Joan and the French army would have to march through hostile lands. After several victories along the Loire Valley, momentum was on their side. By July 1429, Joan and the royal court set out on what would later be called the coronation journey. Along the way, cities and castles opened their gates without resistance. On July 16th, the French forces reached Reims. The next day, inside the Cathedral of Reims, Charles was crowned King Charles VII of France. Joan stood beside him, holding her banner high. For her, it was the fulfillment of the prophecy she had received from her voices. After the coronation at Reims, Joan of Arc pushed for a bold new objective: the liberation of Paris, still under English and Burgundian control. But not everyone shared her urgency. King Charles VII, newly crowned and politically cautious, hesitated. Eventually, Charles agreed to an assault on Paris, though without full commitment. Joan arrived outside the city in early September 1429 and prepared for battle. On September 8th, she led an assault on the Porte Saint-Honoré, one of the city's main gates. The fighting was fierce, and Joan was struck by a crossbow bolt in the thigh. She continued to direct the battle, but the attack stalled. With nightfall approaching and casualties rising, Charles's commanders ordered a retreat against Joan's protests. The failed attack on Paris marked a turning point, and Joan's influence over royal policy started to wane. In the spring of 1430, Joan continued her campaign, though her position had grown increasingly precarious. On May 23rd, she led a small force in a sortie to challenge the besiegers of Compiègne. As the battle unfolded, French forces were pushed back. Joan remained behind to cover the retreat, but the city gates closed too soon. Surrounded by Burgundian cavalry, she fought until she was pulled from her horse and taken captive. Her capture was a devastating blow for the morale of the French people. The Burgundians held Joan for months before selling her to the English for a large sum. The English viewed her not only as a military adversary, but as a dangerous symbol of resistance. 19. Trial, martyrdom, and legacy. After months in Burgundian custody, Joan of Arc was transferred to English hands and brought to Rouen. There, beginning in January 1431, she faced a formal ecclesiastical trial, not as a prisoner of war, but as a heretic. The trial was orchestrated by the English, but carried out by a panel of pro-English French clergy, led by Bishop Pierre Cochon. Its true goal was not justice, but the destruction of Joan's legacy. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by male soldiers, a direct violation of church law. She was denied access to legal counsel, threatened with torture, and interrogated repeatedly. Despite being a 19-year-old peasant girl, she defended herself with remarkable intelligence and composure. Over the course of several months, she was questioned about her visions, her clothing, and her role in the war. The judges focused especially on her claim to divine voices and her habit of wearing men's clothing, an act considered both heretical and unnatural by church standards. Despite their pressure, Joan remained firm in her testimony. Joan was eventually condemned for heresy, based largely on her refusal to renounce her visions and her insistence on wearing male attire. Her sentence was death. On the morning of May 30th, 1431, Joan of Arc was led to the marketplace in Rouen, tied to a wooden stake and burned alive. She was just 19 years old. As the flames rose, she reportedly called out the name of Jesus repeatedly and asked for a cross to be held before her eyes. A soldier, moved by her courage, handed her a small wooden cross. Her execution was meant to be final, a warning, a silencing of a dangerous symbol. But it had the opposite effect. Joan became a martyr. In 1456, 25 years after her death, Joan's trial was declared invalid, and she was officially exonerated, her name cleared of heresy. In the centuries that followed, Joan of Arc became a unifying symbol for France. During times of national crisis, her story was invoked as a beacon of courage, patriotism, and divine mission. In 1920, nearly 500 years after her execution, the Catholic Church formally canonized Joan of Arc as a saint. The girl who had been condemned by church officials was now one of its most revered figures. Today, her life story, peasant, prophet, warrior, prisoner, saint, defies every expectation. Through faith and conviction, she altered the course of a kingdom. Through fire, she entered legend, and through memory, she lives on. 20. The life of a medieval baker. The life of a medieval baker began in darkness. Long before roosters crowed or church bells tolled, bakers were already hard at work. Their day often started around midnight, when most of the town was fast asleep. The quiet streets were cold and still, but inside the bakehouse, flames crackled, flour dust hung in the air, and the rhythm of kneading began. Medieval bread wasn't made on a whim. It required precise timing and a practiced hand. Bakers relied on sourdough starters, carefully nurtured fermenting dough that gave rise and flavour to the loaves. There were no commercial yeasts. Everything was done by feel, smell, and experience. The flour was often coarse, ground at a local mill, and carried its own unique character based on region, season, and grain quality. Some bakers even mixed in bran, barley, or beans to stretch their flour supplies. Water was drawn from wells or public fountains. Everything had to be measured and mixed by hand, often in the dim light of oil lamps or candles. The mixing trough was usually wooden, and the dough had to be kneaded until it reached the right texture, a task that required strength and repetition. The oven, usually a large domed brick structure, had to be heated long before baking. Bakers would burn bundles of wood inside until the walls radiated enough heat to bake several batches of bread. Ashes were raked out carefully, and the oven floor cleaned with a damp cloth or a wooden peel before the loaves were slid in. By the time the town stirred, the baker's first loaves were already out of the oven. The smell of warm bread filled the air. It was the scent of sustenance, of daily survival. For many in the medieval world, bread was the cornerstone of every meal. But for the baker, it was just the beginning. Deliveries had to be made, customers served, and records kept. And once the ovens cooled and the counters cleared, there was little time to rest, because tomorrow's dough would need mixing before the moon set again. In medieval towns, the baker's work never truly ended. 21. The tools and types of bread. To master the daily grind of medieval baking, a baker needed more than just flour and fire. They relied on a trusted set of tools, each shaped by generations of craftsmanship. The bakehouse itself was often a simple stone or timber-framed structure, but inside, it was a specialized world. Every item had a purpose, and efficiency could mean the difference between profit and punishment. The heart of any bakery was the oven. Typically made of clay or brick, these were dome-shaped and massive, designed to retain heat for hours. Heating the oven wasn't quick. Bundles of wood, often oak or beech, were burned inside until the walls radiated the ideal temperature. Then the ashes were raked out and the bread loaded using a peel, a long-handled wooden paddle that allowed bakers to slide loaves deep into the hot chamber without burning themselves. The kneading trough was another essential item, usually carved from a single block of wood or built from heavy planks. These troughs were wide and low, allowing bakers to lean into their work. In the medieval world, bread was more than food. It was the foundation of every meal and a marker of social class. What you ate said a great deal about who you were. The wealthiest citizens, nobles, clergy, and prosperous merchants demanded the finest bread, known as manchet or white bread. Made from finely sifted wheat flour, this bread was soft, pale, and expensive. For townsfolk and tradesmen, revel or wheaten bread was the standard. Still made from wheat, it was less refined, slightly darker, and more nutritious. But for the poor, the labourers, peasants, and beggars, there was maslin or black bread, often made from a mix of rye, barley, oats, and whatever else was available. This bread was dense, coarse, and sometimes bitter. 22. The laws and dangers of baking. Being a baker in medieval Europe was not just a matter of skill, it was also a matter of law. Bread was considered so essential to life that its production was heavily regulated by local authorities and trade guilds. For a baker, failing to follow the rules didn't just mean bad business. It could mean public humiliation, loss of livelihood, or even imprisonment. In most towns and cities, guilds controlled the profession. They established strict standards for the weight, size, and ingredients of bread, and these standards weren't optional. Beyond the guilds, municipal authorities also monitored bread quality. In England, for instance, the assize of bread and ale, a law dating back to the 13th century, dictated exactly how much bread a customer should receive for a set price. Officials known as bread weighers or ale tasters conducted surprise inspections and reported violators. Punishment for breaking bread laws could be dramatic. Some bakers were pilloried, locked into public stocks where they were mocked or pelted with stale bread. Others were forced to parade through town with substandard loaves strung around their necks. These rules weren't just about fairness, they were about survival. Running a medieval bakehouse wasn't just demanding, it was dangerous. Fire was both a necessity and a constant threat. Ovens had to reach incredibly high temperatures to bake dense loaves, and maintaining that heat meant burning large quantities of wood, often in enclosed spaces made of timber, thatch, or stone. Most bakehouses were constructed with a large domed oven built from clay or brick, positioned against an outer wall to allow for airflow and loading. To heat it, bakers lit a roaring fire inside the oven itself. But even a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Embers could escape, thatched roofs could ignite, and in densely packed towns and cities, a bakehouse fire could spread with terrifying speed. For this reason, many towns required that bakehouses be located on the outskirts or built with specific fire-resistant materials. Bakers also faced health risks. Prolonged exposure to heat and smoke took a toll on the lungs and skin. The heavy lifting of flour sacks and kneading of massive batches of dough wore down the body over time. Burns were common on arms, hands and faces, earned while loading and unloading hot loaves with long wooden peels. Some cities had communal bakehouses, especially in poorer neighbourhoods. Families would prepare dough at home and bring it to a central oven managed by a professional baker. While this system saved fuel and reduced fire hazards in private homes, it introduced its own risks. Loaves could be burned, stolen, or tampered with. 23. Women and the church in baking. While the image of the medieval baker often centres on male guild members and apprentices, women played a critical, if often overlooked, role in the daily production of bread. In many towns and villages, especially outside major cities, women were the primary bakers for both family and community. Their presence in the bakehouse was essential to keeping the ovens hot and the population fed. In rural areas, household baking was typically done by women. They baked for their families using communal ovens or small hearths, and in times of surplus, they might sell loaves at market or from their doorstep. For many women, this side trade in bread offered a rare source of independent income. In cities too, widows of bakers were often permitted to continue their husbands' businesses, sometimes becoming successful bakery owners in their own right. Guilds were usually male-dominated, but not entirely exclusive. In certain regions, especially in parts of Germany and France, female bakers were formally recognised. Women could inherit licenses, run bakeries, and train apprentices, including daughters or nieces. Baking also intersected with motherhood and caretaking. A woman who could bake well was seen as capable and respectable, keeping her household fed, preserving traditions, and passing down knowledge. In many families, recipes and baking techniques were handed down from mother to daughter, like heirlooms. In every corner of medieval society, from noble kitchens to village ovens, women shaped the world through bread. Though history often left them unnamed, their hands were among the first to touch the dough that would nourish entire towns. In the medieval world, bread was also sacred. Few institutions influenced bread making more than the church, which not only consumed vast quantities of bread, but also shaped its symbolism, regulation, and distribution. In monasteries, cathedrals, and village chapels alike, bread was a symbol of life, sacrifice, and divine presence. At the heart of this connection was the Eucharist, the Christian rite in which bread became the body of Christ. The preparation of this bread, often called the host, was subject to strict guidelines. Only the finest white wheat flour could be used, and it had to be unleavened. In monasteries, specific monks were assigned to this holy duty, baking in silence, often at night, in special ovens. But the church's relationship with bread went far beyond ritual. Monasteries were among the largest landowners and food producers in medieval Europe. Many ran their own bakehouses, producing vast amounts of bread for the monks, their workers, and guests. The daily monastic diet typically included multiple servings of bread paired with cheese, ale, or pottage. For the poor, monasteries also served as lifelines, distributing alms bread to beggars and travellers who waited at the gates. 24. The politics of bread. In the medieval world, bread was deeply entwined with power. For rulers, mayors, guildmasters and kings, controlling the price, supply, and quality of bread was as important as maintaining order. Because bread was the staple food for most of the population, often making up 70% or more of a person's diet, its availability was directly linked to political stability. The most visible way this played out was through price controls. Cities and kingdoms established official rates for bread through laws like the assize of bread and ale in England, which tied the price of a loaf to the current cost of grain. If grain prices rose due to poor harvests, drought or war, bakers were expected to adjust the size of their loaves, not the price. This meant that during times of scarcity, bakers had to produce smaller loaves for the same price, often cutting into their own profits. But if a baker was caught short-changing customers or selling loaves below the legal weight, the punishment could be harsh. Authorities saw cheating as not just theft, but a betrayal of the public trust. Bread riots were among the most feared expressions of unrest. When bread became scarce or unaffordable, mobs could form quickly. In such cases, bakers might be accused of hoarding flour or favouring the wealthy. Entire shops could be looted and records destroyed. To maintain peace, city officials would sometimes seize grain stocks or subsidise bread to prevent starvation and protest. Because of its centrality to life, bread became a tool of both charity and control. Rulers handed out bread during public celebrations or religious festivals to win favour with the people. In castles, lords ensured their retainers and servants had ample supplies, reinforcing loyalty. And in towns, a steady stream of affordable bread was seen as the mark of good governance. In medieval politics, bread wasn't just food, it was power. And the baker stood at the intersection of hunger and authority. Though rarely named in chronicles or praised in songs, the medieval baker left behind a legacy that shaped the very foundation of everyday life. In a world of castles and cathedrals, kings and knights, it was the humble baker who fed the people. And while their work was done in darkness, before the town ever woke, its impact touched every household. The baker's influence extended beyond the ovens and into the cultural fabric of medieval society. From birth to death, bread accompanied every stage of life. It was present at baptisms, shared during weddings, offered in mourning, and honoured at church altars. Every loaf baked carried with it centuries of tradition, belief, and survival. The skills of the baker were passed down through generations, often within families or apprenticeships. Techniques were taught by hand and by repetition. How to feel when dough was ready. How to read the oven's heat without a thermometer. How to stretch flour in lean times without sacrificing quality. These traditions were deeply rooted in place and community. A baker in one region might favour rye and oats, while another relied on barley or imported wheat. Every town had its own flavour. Over time, as cities grew and trade expanded, the role of the baker evolved. By the late Middle Ages, commercial bakeries became more common, and baking began to shift from small household craft to full-fledged industry. Innovations like windmills and watermills improved flour production, and better road systems helped grain move from farms to markets more efficiently. Despite this progress, the essential rhythm of baking remained unchanged: rise, knead, shape, fire, feed. It was a cycle as old as civilization, and the medieval baker stood as its quiet custodian. Even today, echoes of their work survive in languages around the world. The word for companion derives from Latin companies, with bread, a reminder that sharing bread meant sharing life. The guilds that once regulated bakers paved the way for modern food safety standards, and the communal ovens of medieval villages laid the foundation for today's neighbourhood bakeries. In the end, the medieval baker's legacy is not just in the loaves they made, but in the sustained life of a community. Through flour, fire, and faith, they fed more than bodies. They nourished entire societies. And with that, our journey through the hidden corners of history comes to a close. Tonight, we've gone far beyond the marble statues and grand speeches of Rome, uncovering the daily struggle and surprising resilience of the women who kept the city's economy and gossip alive. We learned about the ancient PR strategies of Roman prostitutes, from wearing a distinct toga to advertising their services through wall graffiti. We also saw how essential the Viking Leknia was, using plants like yarrow to staunch bleeding and angelica to fight infection in a world without modern medicine. We followed the incredible, faith-driven journey of Joan of Arc, a peasant girl who defied all expectations to crown a king and become a national martyr. And finally, we explored the dangerous yet vital work of the medieval baker, who faced legal penalties and fire hazards to provide the very foundation of daily sustenance for their communities. Each of these stories reminds us that history isn't just about famous battles and powerful rulers. It's about the everyday people whose lives, labours, and beliefs shaped the world in countless, often unseen ways. The Roman sex worker, the Viking healer, the medieval baker, their stories are woven into the very fabric of our past, just waiting to be told. Until next time, this is Golden Chonk, reminding you to listen closely to the whispers of history. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with ancient stories. Meow, meow. Hello, my dear sleepy friends. It's me, Golden Chonk, your perfect guide to the most mysterious corners of our world. Tonight, we journey to a place so remote, so untouched, it almost feels like a dream. A land whispered about in ancient maps, yet hidden for centuries beneath a shroud of white. Tonight, we explore the forbidden continent, Antarctica. Imagine, if you will, a land twice the size of Australia, larger than all of Europe, holding 90% of the world's ice. For so long, it was just a blank space, a frozen enigma at the edge of civilization. But as humans dared to venture closer, strange whispers began to echo across the ice and through the halls of history. Structures too symmetrical to be natural, maps showing a continent without ice, and mysteries buried deep beneath the endless white. What if Antarctica is more than just snow and silence? What if it holds clues that could rewrite our understanding of Earth's ancient past? Close your eyes, settle into your coziest spot, and let my purrs guide you into the heart of this frozen wonderland. We'll examine the myths, the discoveries, and what truly makes Antarctica Earth's most mysterious continent. You'll hear the legends, see the evidence, and decide for yourself what Antarctica is truly hiding. Our first stop on this frosty adventure takes us to the Ellsworth Mountains in 2016. Satellite images revealed a peak that seemed to defy nature. Imagine a mountain with 4 sharp faces and a pointed top, looking strikingly like the pyramids of Giza. This pyramid-shaped formation, standing around 4,150 feet tall, is clearly visible from above, a stark and intriguing anomaly against the vast, desolate white landscape. Now, most geologists will tell you that this is likely a nunatak, a peak carved by millions of years of wind, ice, and freeze-thaw weathering. Similar shapes exist in places like the Swiss Alps, like the famous Matterhorn, which also boasts a striking pyramidal form due to glacial erosion. But here's where the mystery deepens, my friends. Most natural peaks with triangular sides have only 1 or 2 flat faces. This one appears to have 4, giving it a near-perfect geometric form, almost as if it were designed. Could it be more than just a mountain? Could it be a silent testament to something long forgotten? Some researchers and theorists believe it could be a human-made structure, a pyramid now hidden beneath layers of ice. Think of the pyramids in Egypt, Mexico, and Peru. They share similar designs, wide bases, sloping sides, and a strong alignment with cardinal directions. These ancient wonders stand as enduring symbols of sophisticated engineering and astronomical knowledge. Could this Antarctic peak be a sign of a shared ancient architectural understanding, a global network of builders, or even a single older source of knowledge that predates known civilizations? Or perhaps, like the debated Bosnian pyramids, these are large hills concealing the remains of prehistoric structures, reshaped by nature over millennia, yet still bearing the subtle marks of ancient hands. The continent's massive ice sheet, over a mile thick in some areas, makes large-scale exploration nearly impossible, shrouding any potential truth in an impenetrable veil of white. The full story behind these formations remains hidden, waiting for a time when the ice might yield its secrets. As technology has advanced, allowing us to peer deeper into Antarctica's icy embrace, even stranger features have emerged. Features that seem to challenge our understanding of natural geological processes. Imagine seeing large, dark shapes resembling doorways carved into mountain slopes, or even patterns that look distinctly like man-made stairs leading into the heart of the frozen peaks. One of the most talked about formations appears near a remote area of East Antarctica. A large rectangular opening, unusually clean and geometric, with sharp, almost unnaturally straight lines that make it stand out dramatically from the rugged, natural landscape. Some even estimate it to be several meters tall and wide, large enough for a full-sized aircraft to enter, or for ancient giants to pass through. The perfect angles and smooth edges are unlike anything typically formed by ice or rock. Glaciologists, ever the pragmatists, suggest these openings could be formed by complex interactions of ice movement, katabatic winds, and extreme temperature changes, where melting and refreezing cycles create gaps that, purely by chance, take on geometric appearances. Or perhaps it's simply the top of a ridge, exposed as ice levels have lowered, creating an optical illusion against the vast, flat expanse of the ice. But then, there's another puzzling discovery near the Antarctic coast, a wide cave entrance with several dark horizontal lines running parallel, rising gradually like a staircase leading into the mountain. Natural layering of snow or rock doesn't usually create such clean, step-like platforms with such consistent spacing and uniform rise. While some speculate about ancient collapses or uneven melting patterns, their even spacing and straight design hint at a more complex, perhaps even artificial origin. What adds to the mystery is how these features seem to change over time, appearing clearly in some satellite images one year, only to vanish beneath new layers of snow in others, only to reappear with different shapes or details after strong winds or seasonal shifts. It's as if the continent itself is breathing, revealing and concealing its secrets at will. But let's drift back in time, my dear listeners, to a vastly different Antarctica, a land that would be almost unrecognizable to us today. Long before it was a land of endless ice, this continent may have been a place of forests, rivers, and vibrant life, teeming with a diversity of flora and fauna that seems utterly fantastical given its current state. For over a century, geologists and paleobotanists have uncovered fossilized remains of ancient forests buried deep beneath the ice, silent witnesses to a forgotten past. In the Beardmore Glacier region, only 500 kilometers from the South Pole, leaves resembling beech trees were discovered by Robert Falcon Scott's ill-fated expedition in 1912, a poignant reminder of a warmer age. Later, on Alexander Island and the Antarctic Peninsula, researchers found upright fossilized trees, some as tall as 7 meters, still rooted where they once thrived, their petrified wood a testament to their longevity. Around them, layers of ancient pollen and organic remains paint a vivid picture of a lush, temperate rainforest that existed 100 million years ago, a veritable Eden at the bottom of the world. Despite its polar location, the global climate was dramatically warmer during that period, with temperatures ranging from 13 to 21 degrees Celsius, allowing evergreen species, conifers and ferns to dominate the landscape, even during long months of polar darkness. Recent drilling beneath the ice has confirmed this verdant past, with ancient pollen showing that the area was covered in tundra as recently as 12 million years ago. This evidence suggests Antarctica's transformation into a frozen wasteland was gradual, with some areas remaining ice-free far longer than previously thought, perhaps even offering temporary refuges for life. This leads to a compelling question, doesn't it, my sleepy friends? Could there have been enough time and favourable conditions for early human or pre-human civilizations to exist on this continent? Mainstream archaeology largely rejects this idea, as Homo sapiens have only existed for about 300,000 years, while the Antarctic ice sheets have been in place for more than 14 million years, a vast chasm of time. Yet, isolated reports and controversial discoveries continue to stir debate, fueling the imaginations of those who believe in a deeper, hidden history. One of the most enduring symbols tied to the idea of ancient knowledge about Antarctica is the Piri-Reis map, a cartographic anomaly that continues to baffle historians. Created in 1513 by Ottoman cartographer Piri-Reis, this partial world map includes a detailed depiction of South America and a mysterious southern landmass. What makes it truly extraordinary is that it appears to show the outline of Antarctica, not with its present icy shape, but with a coastline resembling its actual landmass, as if seen without the ice. Supporters claim such uncanny accuracy would have been impossible in the 16th century without access to much older source maps, perhaps from a lost civilization with advanced geographical knowledge, or even from an unknown people who charted the world before the ice descended. Historian Charles Hapgood popularised this idea, suggesting the map might reflect Antarctica as it looked during the last ice age, possibly around 10,000 to 4000 BC, when parts of the continent could have been ice-free. The presence of a large southern landmass, whether real or theoretical, reflects an early belief in Terra Australis Incognita, the unknown southern continent, a landmass that was largely speculative in European cartography until its discovery much later. The question of how ancient cartographers envisioned it, or if they had direct knowledge, remains a profound mystery, a whisper from a forgotten age. Adding to the intrigue, modern imaging technology has recently revealed vast ancient landscapes beneath Antarctica's thick ice cover, proving that the continent truly holds secrets frozen in time. In East Antarctica, satellite data and ice-penetrating radar have mapped a region of buried valleys and ridges the size of Belgium, a pristine, untouched landscape preserved for at least 14 million years. This landscape, with its rolling hills, expansive plateaus, and interconnected waterways, strikingly resembles Northern Europe, suggesting it may have once supported extensive vegetation and even wildlife during warmer periods. A vibrant ecosystem waiting to be rediscovered. But what caused this drastic transformation? It was part of a grander global climate shift, a powerful, cyclical pattern that has repeated itself many times throughout geological history, shaping and reshaping our planet. Our planet's climate cycles through warm periods, or interglacials, and cold periods, known as ice ages. The last major ice age began around 2.6 million years ago and ended roughly 12,000 years ago, marking the beginning of our current warm period. During these monumental cycles, entire regions can become unrecognizable, with land once green and fertile becoming covered in snow and ice, or conversely, arid deserts blooming into lush forests. Antarctica's transformation from a verdant land to a frozen desert is a clear and dramatic example of this natural cycle, a testament to the Earth's ever-changing face. However, another factor might have played an even more dramatic role: the movement of Earth's axis. Known as true polar wander or crustal displacement, this theory suggests the Earth's outer shell, or lithosphere, can shift over its fluid inner layers, rapidly moving continents into new climate zones over relatively short geological timescales. If such a catastrophic event occurred, it could explain how Antarctica moved from a temperate zone to its current position at the South Pole, a journey of hundreds, even thousands of miles in a blink of geological time. While debated within the scientific community, some studies of rock formations and ancient shorelines suggest parts of Earth's surface have indeed relocated over time, lending a degree of credibility to this audacious theory. Among the more speculative ideas surrounding such profound shifts is the prophecy of Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, a mystic who uttered predictions while in a trance state. In the early 20th century, Cayce claimed a major transformation of Earth was coming, with dramatic climate changes, rising seas, and the sinking of entire regions. One of his most striking predictions was that Antarctica, long thought lifeless, would become fertile and inhabited again. He believed changes in Earth's axis would trigger massive flooding, revealing ancient lands and wiping away modern civilizations, with Antarctica once more supporting life, its frozen lands thawing and becoming green. If Cayce's prediction was rooted in ancient memory, a collective unconscious recall of past cataclysms, it raises a haunting possibility. Could an earlier civilization have thrived on Antarctica, only to be destroyed when the climate shifted and the poles moved, their existence erased by the inexorable march of ice? Could the ice be hiding not just ancient forests, but also traces of a forgotten people, their cities and monuments buried deep beneath the vast white expanse? Beyond these historical and geological riddles, the Forbidden Continent holds many more secrets, secrets that continue to challenge our understanding of life itself. One of the most astonishing are Antarctica's subglacial lakes, hidden bodies of liquid water trapped far below the surface, isolated by kilometers of solid ice. The most famous is Lake Vostok, buried nearly 4,000 meters beneath the East Antarctic ice sheet, sealed off from the outside world for possibly 15 to 25 million years. A true lost world. Scientists believe life may still exist in this extreme lightless world, an ecosystem powered by chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis. When Russian scientists finally reached its surface in 2012, they broke through to a world untouched by air or light for millions of years, a pristine biome waiting to be explored. Lake Vostok is not alone. More than 400 subglacial lakes have been identified across the continent, some as large as cities, veritable inland seas beneath the ice. These lakes are kept liquid by heat from Earth's interior and the insulating pressure of the immense ice above, connected by an underground network of subglacial rivers, forming what some call a frozen wetland, a hidden hydrological system of immense scale. Recent expeditions to lakes like Mercer have revealed extraordinary bacterial life thriving in complete darkness, without sunlight, oxygen, or surface nutrients, suggesting alternative pathways for life to flourish. Some researchers even believe these lakes could support higher life forms like tiny animals. Perhaps even unique species evolved to thrive in these extreme conditions. Even more astonishing was the discovery of Lake Enigma, with strange structures and rich microbial mats that look like carpets and tree-like formations on the lakebed, including bacteria never seen before in such environments. This level of biological complexity in such a seemingly hostile environment surprised even experienced researchers, leading them to ponder the limits of life. In other places, as ice shelves crack and collapse, revealing previously inaccessible ocean floors, scientists have observed parts of the seafloor hidden for centuries. Beneath the George VI ice shelf, an entire ecosystem filled with large corals, giant sea spiders, fish, octopuses, and other bizarre animals was found thriving in complete darkness, relying on nutrient flows carried by deep ocean currents from distant waters. And during drilling into the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf, a research team accidentally discovered a boulder on the seafloor covered in stationary animals like sponges and unknown filter feeders, 260 kilometers from the nearest sunlight or open water. Somehow, they were feeding, growing, and surviving in conditions thought to be completely hostile to life, a testament to the resilience and adaptability of nature. Harsh conditions, complex political agreements, and stringent environmental protections make large-scale exploration nearly impossible, leaving most of the continent untouched and unexplored, a vast white blank on our modern maps. Yet, from the few windows scientists have opened, it's clear that Antarctica is not dead. It is a living, breathing continent, full of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. One of the most unexpected sights in the seemingly uniform white expanse of Antarctica is a bright red waterfall, a surreal and almost unsettling phenomenon. Deep in the McMurdo dry valleys flows from the Taylor Glacier a vivid and surreal feature known as blood falls. Its colour is so intense and unusual that for decades it was one of the most haunting and unexplained sights in Antarctica. Standing 5 stories high, its deep red hue appears to stain the surrounding ice like an open wound, a dramatic splash of colour against the pristine white. The scientific explanation behind blood falls is as fascinating as its appearance. More than 5 million years ago, this area was submerged by the ocean. When the sea retreated, pockets of ancient salty water were left behind and eventually sealed under layers of ice, trapped beneath 400 metres of glacier, cut off from the atmosphere, light and oxygen, an isolated aquatic pocket. Over time, the water grew saltier and more concentrated with iron and other minerals, transforming into a hypersaline brine. Today, pressure beneath the glacier pushes this iron-rich, highly saline water through a fissure in the ice, forcing it to the surface. When exposed to oxygen, the dissolved iron oxidizes, similar to rusting, and turns a deep red, creating the striking and eerie appearance of what looks like blood flowing from within the glacier. But the story doesn't end with chemistry. Hidden within its iron-rich waters is an isolated ecosystem of microscopic life, a unique community of extremophiles. Scientists have discovered microorganisms that survive in complete darkness and without oxygen, feeding on iron and sulfur compounds, a form of chemosynthesis that defies our typical understanding of life. These microbes have evolved in extreme isolation, offering rare insight into how life can exist in the harshest environments on Earth, and possibly on icy worlds like Europa or Enceladus, where similar conditions might exist. Yet, despite the scientific understanding, Bloodfalls has remained a magnet for alternative theories. Some suggest it may be a natural vent connected to a hidden underground structure, perhaps a long-forgotten base buried deep beneath the ice, with the red water being a byproduct of something deeper, artificial in nature. Others claim the water is leaking from a biological experiment, an ancient or modern lab hidden under the glacier, using iron and microbial life for unknown purposes, perhaps even bioengineering. While scientists work tirelessly to explain these mysteries, some stories defy logic and challenge what we know, lingering in the realm of speculation and wonder. Beyond the glaciers and lakes, beyond the fossils and ancient landscapes, lie stories that suggest this frozen land may still hold secrets far stranger than science has yet acknowledged. Secrets that whisper of the truly unknown. Among the most persistent legends is that of the Ningen, a creature reportedly appearing in the icy waters around Antarctica. Described as a massive pale white being with a humanoid shape, the Ningen is said to be up to 30 meters long, almost the length of a blue whale. Witnesses from Japanese research vessels claim to have seen this strange figure rise silently from the water before disappearing again, its pale form blending almost perfectly with the icebergs. Its face is often described as eerily human, with two small eyes and a wide, expressionless mouth, a blank canvas of a face. Some versions depict it with arms and hands, like a giant albino ape, while others describe it as a smooth, finned sea creature, barely distinguishable from the shifting ice flows. The legend first appeared in Japanese online forums in the early 2000s and quickly took hold, spreading through viral posts and cryptid forums. Some believe it's an unknown form of marine life, a relic from a warmer Antarctica, a deep sea creature rarely seen by humans. Others go further, suggesting it may be intelligent or even capable of walking on land. An amphibious being adapted to both the ocean depths and the icy surface. There are even those who speculate that governments know more about the Ningen than they admit, keeping its existence secret due to its potential scientific or strategic significance. Perhaps even a new species that could alter our understanding of evolution. Another creature of legend, far older, is the Kraken, the mythical sea monster of Norse folklore. Though commonly associated with the waters of Scandinavia, the Southern Ocean has its own versions of immense, elusive cephalopods. In 2016, satellite imagery near Deception Island showed a long, dark shadow in the water that many believed resembled the legendary beast, its massive form stretching across the digital image. While scientists identified it as a sea stack, a natural rock formation, the resemblance was enough to ignite the imagination. Given that colossal squid, the largest of their kind, inhabit these depths, growing up to 14 meters long with eyes the size of dinner plates, it's easy to understand why the idea of giant sea creatures flourishes in Antarctica's dark, unexplored waters. The ocean holds more mysteries than we can imagine, and the depths of Antarctica are among the deepest. But not all tales from Antarctica are about monsters. Some are far more unsettling, whispers of the uncanny that chill the soul more than the biting wind. Throughout the 20th century, explorers and scientists, enduring months of isolation, have reported strange sensations, feelings of being watched, and unseen presences walking nearby in the snow, just out of sight. The continent's long winters of complete darkness and the extreme isolation of remote research stations create an atmosphere ripe for psychological effects and, some would argue, for the paranormal. One of the most famous stories comes from Sir Ernest Shackleton, the legendary polar explorer. In 1916, during a desperate trek across South Georgia Island after the loss of his ship Endurance, he reported the sensation that a fourth member was walking with his small group, though only 3 men were physically present. Both his companions later confirmed they felt the same invisible presence, a guardian spirit, or perhaps a hallucination brought on by extreme fatigue and starvation. Other stories are darker, tales of abandoned ships and frozen crews. One enduring tale dates back to the early 1840s. A British whaling ship, the Hope, navigating near the South Shetland Islands, spotted a vessel trapped in the ice, a ghostly silhouette against the endless white. Upon approach, they discovered a schooner, the Jenny, frozen solid, its sails tattered, its mast broken. What they found inside would mark the story as one of the most unsettling in polar lore. The Jenny's crew was reportedly still on board, dead but frozen in place, upright at their stations, perfectly preserved by the extreme cold. The ship's logbook, found on the captain's desk, contained a final, chilling message from the captain. May 4th, 1823. No food for 71 days. I am the only one left alive. The Hope documented the discovery, but left the vessel undisturbed, locked in the ice, a tomb at sea. The Jenny was never seen again, swallowed by the shifting ice, or perhaps it sails the polar current still, a silent ghost ship. Another frequently recounted account comes from the McMurdo Dry Valleys, one of the driest and most desolate places on Earth, a barren wasteland of rock and ice. Scattered across this cold desert are abandoned huts and outposts from early expeditions, relics of human endeavour against overwhelming odds. Over decades, personnel stationed nearby have reported unexplained noises, footsteps in the snow when no one is around, doors creaking open and slamming shut, and disembodied voices carried by the wind. Some researchers who entered one particular hut claimed to feel a strange presence, a pervasive sense of being watched, as if unseen eyes followed their every move. Others reported tools going missing, only to reappear later in odd places, defying any logical explanation. Scientists often explain these experiences as the result of extreme isolation, harsh environmental conditions, and the psychological effects of working in such a desolate place, leading to auditory illusions, disorienting sensations, and a pervasive unease. Still, not everyone accepts this explanation. For them, the fact that the eerie blood falls is in this same region feels like too much of a coincidence, suggesting a deeper, more profound mystery at play. Interest in Antarctica and its secrets is not recent, my dear kittens. Long before modern satellites, it captured the attention of explorers, scientists, and even controversial regimes of the 20th century seeking to unlock its mysteries for their own ends. Among them was Nazi Germany, a nation obsessed with expansion and esoteric knowledge. In the years leading up to World War II, the Antarctic frontier became the focus of an ambitious and largely forgotten expedition that would later become the centre of countless theories and conspiracy narratives. In 1938, Adolf Hitler authorised a secret Antarctic mission. Officially, it was resource-based. Germany, preparing for war, sought to reduce its dependence on foreign imports of whale oil, a crucial resource for fats and lubricants. The expedition was organised quickly and shrouded in secrecy. On December 17th and 38, the vessel MS Schwabenland, a converted seaplane tender, left Hamburg with 82 men. Scientists, naval officers, technicians, and a Nazi party representative to ensure ideological compliance. Their destination was an unclaimed territory in Queen Maud Land, between British and Norwegian sectors, a vast, unexplored region of the continent. Over the following weeks, the ship reached Antarctica's icy coastline and launched its 2 Dornier whale seaplanes, surveying enormous stretches of land and dropping aluminum darts marked with swastikas to assert territorial claim. The Germans called this new territory Neuschwabenland, or New Swabia, a name that would echo through history. In total, the expedition mapped over 600,000 square kilometres, significantly expanding the known geography of the continent. Some photographs were even taken in colour, a rarity at the time, offering a vivid glimpse of the pristine landscape. Officially, the mission ended in February 1939, just months before the outbreak of the war. The Schwabenland returned to Hamburg with thousands of aerial photographs and geological observations. However, much of the collected data was either lost in the chaos of war or remained unpublished for decades, with some surfacing only in the late 1950s. The rest, some researchers believe, may have been deliberately hidden, concealed from public view for reasons unknown. It is here that the mystery begins, weaving a tapestry of fact and speculation. For years, the 1938-39 expedition was remembered as a short scientific mission, a footnote in the history of Antarctic exploration. But after the war, whispers began to grow, gaining momentum with each passing decade. Questions were raised about what the Nazis truly hoped to find or build in Antarctica. A new narrative emerged. Some believed Germany's interest went beyond whale oil and maps. According to post-war rumours, the real purpose was to establish a permanent foothold on the continent, a hidden base far from enemy reach, a sanctuary in the event of global conflict. This alleged installation, buried deep beneath the ice, would serve as a safe haven, a clandestine research facility, or even a last redoubt for the Nazi elite in the event of defeat, a secret bastion from which they could one day rise again. The idea of secret Nazi bases beneath Antarctica may sound improbable, yet a few events fueled these suspicions and gave them a veneer of credibility. In July 1945, just 2 months after Germany's surrender, the German submarine U-530 appeared unexpectedly at the Argentine naval base of Mar del Plata, its crew offering little explanation for their prolonged voyage. The next month, another submarine, U-977, arrived under similar mysterious circumstances, having allegedly spent months submerged to avoid detection. Their commanders gave no satisfactory explanation for their long journeys or what they had been doing in the South Atlantic, sparking intense speculation. Some believed they had delivered high-ranking Nazis or valuable cargo to a hidden outpost before surrendering, or perhaps even dropped off advanced technology. To this day, no physical evidence of a Nazi base in Antarctica has ever been found, despite numerous expeditions and satellite surveys. However, parts of Neuschwabenland, especially the Schirmacher Oasis, first spotted by the Germans, remain active scientific zones, hosting international research stations, a quiet legacy of a controversial past. The story deepened with Operation High Jump, a mission that ignited imaginations and fueled countless conspiracy theories. In 1946 and 1947, the United States launched the largest Antarctic military expedition in history. Led by Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a celebrated polar explorer, it involved an immense force. Over 4,700 men, 13 ships, including an aircraft carrier and several destroyers, and dozens of aircraft. Officially, it was a scientific mission for training and mapping, an exercise in cold weather warfare and geographical survey. But the sheer scale and urgency of the operation, launched so soon after the war, sparked intense speculation that the US Navy was responding to more than just geography. Some theorists suggest Byrd's fleet was sent to investigate, or even eliminate, a Nazi presence still active on the continent, a lingering threat from a defeated enemy. Operation High Jump was unlike any Antarctic expedition before it. Organised just months after World War II, it was ambitious, unprecedented, and shrouded in a certain degree of secrecy. The force was divided into 3 naval groups, each with aircraft and icebreaker support, aiming to map as much of the continent as possible using extensive aerial photography and test military equipment under extreme polar conditions. Rear Admiral Richard H. Cruzen commanded the task force, but Byrd became the public face of America's bold presence in Antarctica. The operation established a base known as Little America 4 and conducted extensive aerial surveys, photographing over 1.5 million square miles of previously uncharted territory. However, it wasn't the photography that drew global attention, but what happened behind the scenes, and what Byrd may have encountered, or so the legends claim. According to official records, Operation High Jump lasted from December 1946 to March 1947. But the mission was cut short, ending weeks earlier than scheduled, its swift conclusion prompting a flurry of questions. Reports of damaged aircraft, unexplained losses, and unusual encounters fueled rumours that something had gone wrong, or perhaps something extraordinary had been found. Among the more persistent theories is that the mission had a hidden agenda: to locate a rumoured underground Nazi base near the Queen Maud Land region, the same territory explored by the German New Swabia expedition. Proponents point to the high number of military personnel and advanced technology involved, including long-range reconnaissance aircraft designed for deep penetration. They also reference unexplained air crashes, like the fatal loss of the Martin PBM-5 flying boat George I, which claimed 3 crewmen under mysterious circumstances. In the years following Operation High Jump, rumours circulated that Byrd had encountered something extraordinary during one of his reconnaissance flights, something that defied conventional explanation. According to certain accounts, his aircraft entered an area that should not have existed. A temperate zone amid the perpetual ice, a landscape of green valleys and warm air, a true oasis in the frozen desert. Some sources claim he saw not just a change in climate, but in reality itself. Unknown flying objects in the sky, silent and swift, and even direct contact with beings from an advanced subterranean civilization, beings who revealed profound truths. These accounts were not part of any official report, nor were they publicly acknowledged by the US government. But in the 1960s, a document began to circulate, allegedly a secret diary kept by Admiral Byrd during the expedition. In it, Byrd describes an astonishing encounter with an aircraft unlike any he had seen before, a sleek, disc-shaped craft. His instruments fail, his radio is taken over, and he is guided to a landing strip in a hidden valley. There, he claims, he is welcomed by tall beings with luminous eyes and advanced knowledge, beings who speak of a world beneath the surface. They take him to a city beneath the Earth's surface, a place they call Agartha. Agartha is a mythical kingdom said to exist within the Earth itself, a concept tied closely to the Hollow Earth theory. According to these beliefs, our planet is not a solid sphere, but a layered shell containing vast inner spaces, hidden cities, and even oceans. Agartha, the largest of these subterranean realms, is described as a civilization more ancient and advanced than our own, a utopian society that has transcended the conflicts of the surface world. The people of Agartha, sometimes called the Old Ones, are said to possess technology far beyond what is known on the surface, including vehicles that can fly without fuel and the ability to manipulate natural forces, even time and space. This idea has appeared in stories and myths across many cultures, from Shambhala in Tibetan tradition to the underworld cities of the Mayans and Celts, suggesting a universal human fascination with hidden realms. In the case of Agartha, the story gained traction in the 19th century with French and German occult writers who wove elaborate tales of its existence. But it was the supposed connection with Admiral Byrd that brought it into the modern age and the realm of Antarctica, giving it a tangible, albeit unproven, link to reality. According to the diary, the Agarthians warned Byrd about the growing danger of nuclear weapons and the destructive direction of human society, a message of peace and caution. They claimed to have observed surface civilization for centuries and feared its destructive potential, its capacity for self-annihilation. Byrd was told to return to his superiors with their message, a solemn call for peace and balance, and then sent back through the ice. And yet, this document has never been confirmed as authentic, its provenance debated by scholars and enthusiasts alike, though many steadfastly believe in its truth. Some people think the diary is fake, saying Byrd never said anything like that himself, and there's no official proof that such an event happened, dismissing it as a fanciful fabrication. Still, the story lived on, helped by the secrecy around parts of Operation High Jump and some enigmatic things Byrd said in interviews. In a rare interview published in Chile in March 1947, Byrd talked about how important Antarctica could be in the future, warning that one day the US might be attacked from over the polar regions, hinting at unknown threats emanating from the frozen south. Some people think this was his way of hinting at what he saw down there, a veiled warning to the world. As the Cold War grew stronger, the US sent more missions to Antarctica, including Operation Windmill in 1947 and 1948, focusing on mapping and resupply, and Operation Deep Freeze during the International Geophysical Year in 1957 and 1958, a massive international scientific endeavour. Byrd was still involved, but his health was worsening, and he died in 1957, just months after his last trip to Antarctica, taking his secrets with him. To this day, the full story of Operation High Jump remains a subject of intense speculation, a lingering question mark in the annals of polar exploration. While it accomplished significant scientific objectives and expanded mapped regions, its military scale and rapid conclusion have kept theorists questioning. Was it truly just a training exercise? Or did the US Navy uncover something it could not explain or control? In the final years of World War II, and especially after it ended, strange stories began to spread, captivating the public imagination. These stories spoke of unusual flying machines, objects that didn't look like any aircraft people had seen before. Witnesses described them as silent, incredibly fast, and shaped like discs, defying all known principles of aerodynamics. At first, many thought these were just rumors, products of wartime hysteria. But in the years following the war, reports of unidentified flying objects began to appear across the world with increasing frequency, seemingly from nowhere. This growing mystery led some researchers to connect two powerful ideas: the sudden rise of UFO sightings and the secret advanced technology of Nazi Germany. During the war, German scientists were working on highly advanced weapons, including early jet aircraft, long-range rockets like the V-2, and experimental propulsion systems that were far ahead of their time. At the same time, parts of the Nazi leadership were deeply interested in the occult, ancient myths, and hidden powers, believing they could harness esoteric forces for military advantage. Within that world of secrecy, certain underground groups are often mentioned. One of the most famous is the Thule Society, which focused on Aryan mythology and the idea of a hidden inner earth, seeking to unlock ancient secrets. Alongside it, another group began to appear in these stories, the Vril Society. This group was said to believe in a mysterious force called Vril, an energy source that could power machines and enhance the mind, a vital cosmic energy. According to these stories, members of the Vril Society practiced meditation and rituals to contact non-human intelligences, possibly beings from other planets or even from within the Earth itself, seeking forbidden knowledge. Some theories suggest these ideas were not only spiritual, but also applied to real technology, influencing the design of advanced weaponry. Certain Nazi scientists are said to have tried turning these mystical beliefs into working machines, leading to the development of revolutionary aircraft. Three names appear frequently in these stories: Haunebu, Vril, and Die Glock, meaning the bell. These were supposedly experimental aircraft, disc-shaped, silent, and powered by unknown forms of energy, possibly even anti-gravity, allowing for impossible maneuvers. Of all these, Die Glocke is the most well-known, described as a bell-shaped machine that gave off a strange, almost ethereal glow and made eerie noises when in operation. Some claimed it could fly without wings, defying gravity, while others believed it had the power to manipulate time or space. A true time machine. Much of this comes from later writers and researchers, and there is little physical evidence to support these claims. Most documents describing these supposed technologies are missing, unverified, or never existed, adding to their elusive nature. But the idea remains one of the most famous and persistent parts of the Nazi UFO theory. After the war, these stories only grew stronger, fueled by the vacuum of information and the general sense of global unease. In 1947, just 2 years after Germany's defeat, the world saw the first major wave of UFO sightings, beginning with Kenneth Arnold's famous flying saucers over Mount Rainier. Some researchers began to wonder if these objects were from space or advanced machines secretly developed by German scientists. That same year, the United States launched Operation Paperclip, a secret program that brought hundreds of German scientists to America, many of whom had worked on Nazi weapons programs. These scientists went on to help develop US rocket systems and advanced aircraft, revolutionizing American technology. Some believe they also brought hidden knowledge about flying disc technology, carefully integrated into existing projects. A few even think that some of the early UFO sightings were test flights of secret machines built from Nazi designs, or perhaps even captured alien technology. The Soviet Union also captured scientists, documents, and equipment as spoils of war. Both superpowers were racing to master any technology that could give them an edge during the burgeoning Cold War. But one part of the theory goes even deeper, my sleepy friends. Some believe that the Nazis didn't build these machines alone, that they had help, an unseen hand guiding their technological pursuits. According to these stories, Nazi leaders made direct contact with non-human beings, whether from another planet or another dimension, who shared their knowledge in secret through clandestine meetings, vivid dreams, or direct mental communication. These beings, it is said, provided the blueprints for the advanced flying discs and other miraculous technologies. According to some, after the war, top Nazi scientists and leaders, along with their supposed alien allies, escaped to their hidden bases in Antarctica, continuing their work in secret, far from the prying eyes of the victorious Allies. In the decades that followed, books, magazines, and television shows helped spread these ideas, weaving them into the fabric of popular culture. Theories linking Nazi science, UFOs, and aliens grew more detailed and dramatic, culminating in elaborate narratives of underground civilizations and cosmic pacts. Some claim the Nazis worked directly with extraterrestrials. Others say they discovered lost technology from ancient civilizations, remnants of a forgotten world that existed long before recorded history. Historians agree that Nazi Germany was far ahead of its time in many areas of weapons development, with jet fighters, advanced rockets, and unusual aircraft being very real. But when it comes to flying discs, anti-gravity machines, or alien contact, there is no solid evidence. Most documents describing these things are missing, unverified, or never existed, remaining firmly in the realm of speculation. However, stories like this have never disappeared. If anything, the age of satellites and high-resolution imaging has brought even more attention to the mysterious corners of Antarctica, allowing armchair explorers to scan the icy expanse from their homes. Today, sightings of strange objects, unusual formations, and unexplained shapes on the icy continent are more frequent than ever, fueled by public curiosity and readily available satellite data. With platforms like Google Earth, everyday users can now scan the frozen wilderness from their screens, often discovering anomalies that spark widespread debate. In recent years, one particular image from the southern Atlantic sector of Antarctica drew international attention. It appeared to show a long, straight trail marked in the ice, ending in a massive dark object resting at an angle, half buried in the snow. The image quickly spread online, with many calling it the crash site of a large, unidentified flying object. Perhaps a secret military craft or something not of this world. The visible trail suggested movement across the ice, a dramatic skid mark on the pristine surface, and the shape of the object, partially buried, half exposed, was enough to ignite a wave of theories and passionate discussions. Some believed it was a secret aircraft, a cutting-edge prototype gone awry, while others suggested something not of this world, an extraterrestrial visitor. Another satellite photo showed a strange oval structure half covered in snow, standing out conspicuously against the smooth white surface. Its rounded shape and symmetrical design made it seem strikingly artificial, unlike any natural formation. Some online sleuths claimed it looked like a large disc, possibly even a buried craft, slowly being uncovered by melting ice, hinting at its true nature. Others noted its smooth, curved edges and proposed that it might not be a machine at all, but part of a larger, hidden structure, suggesting it could be an entrance to an underground facility, a secret base hidden in plain sight. But not all sightings appeared technological in nature. One of the most widely discussed satellite discoveries resembled a massive face staring up from the snow. Deep in the southeastern region of Antarctica, people spotted what looked like the frozen features of a large head, with eyes, a nose and a mouth, all carved into the white surface, perfectly rendered by shadows and ice. The image was quickly labelled an alien face, a relic of an ancient civilization, while others compared it to mythical beings or colossal ancient statues akin to the Sphinx of Giza. The idea that something or someone had left their indelible mark in the ice began circulating rapidly, suggesting an intentional carving. For some, it was another sign that Antarctica held the remnants of a lost past, a forgotten civilization leaving its signature. For others, it was a modern sign of watchers still present beneath the ice, observing humanity from their hidden strongholds. Elsewhere on the continent, a satellite view of a lonely iceberg caught attention when it appeared to resemble a large ship, tilted and half submerged in the sea ice. From a certain angle, it looked eerily like a cruise liner made of ice, complete with what looked like windows, a deck, and even funnels, as if a ghostly ship were trapped in time. While no one claimed it was an actual vessel, the sharp geometric lines of the formation led to suggestions that it had been shaped or perhaps constructed by intelligent design, defying natural processes. Theories ranged from secret engineering experiments to abandoned relics from an unknown past, locked in ice and slowly being revealed to the modern world. Other photos and on-the-ground reports described perfectly preserved seal bodies found miles away from the ocean, high in the mountains, far from any natural habitat. These mummified remains, sometimes hundreds or even thousands of years old, were found far from any known migration paths or food sources. No one fully understands how or why the animals ended up there, or what drew them so far inland, deep into the continent's interior. Some believe they were chasing glimmers of light on distant glaciers, mistaking them for water, a fatal mirage. Others suggest that the remains mark something more unusual, perhaps a dramatic change in climate long ago, or paths that existed when the land was different, hinting at a shifting landscape. To some, they are natural puzzles, intriguing biological anomalies. To others, they are silent clues left by the past, waiting for someone to decipher their true meaning. Scientists around the world continue to offer logical explanations for many of the strange stories tied to Antarctica. They emphasize the powerful forces of science, the harsh realities of weather conditions, and the intricate processes of geology. But for many others, the explanations are not convincing, failing to fully account for the observed phenomena. The fact that Antarctica remains one of the most restricted and heavily controlled places on Earth is, for them, proof enough that someone is hiding the truth, that there is more to this continent than meets the eye. The roots of this deep-seated suspicion lead back to one key event, the signing of the Antarctic Treaty. On December 1st, 1959, just as the Cold War was beginning to heat up, a time of immense global tension and ideological conflict, 12 nations came together in Washington, D.C. to sign a treaty that would change the future of Antarctica forever. These countries, including the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom, otherwise fierce adversaries, had all been involved in scientific research during the International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 58, a period of unprecedented international scientific cooperation. What they signed was short in length, just 14 articles, but the agreement would soon become one of the most unusual and effective diplomatic arrangements in modern history, a rare beacon of harmony. The Antarctic Treaty officially came into force on June 23, 1961. It declared that the entire continent south of the 60th parallel would be used only for peaceful purposes, a stark contrast to the global arms race. Military activity was banned, as were nuclear tests and the dumping of radioactive waste, ensuring its pristine nature. Scientific research was to be free and open to all signatories, fostering collaboration and shared knowledge. Countries could not make new territorial claims or expand existing ones, effectively freezing territorial disputes, and anyone conducting research had to share their findings with the world, promoting transparency. At first glance, it seemed like a noble effort, a way to preserve a unique environment for science and peace, a testament to international goodwill. Over the years, more countries signed on. Today, over 50 nations are part of the agreement, making it a truly global accord. But it is exactly this sudden cooperation at a time when many of these countries were otherwise in deep conflict that has led some to question the true purpose of the treaty. The treaty was signed just 14 years after the devastation of World War II, with the Cold War in full swing, and the United States and the Soviet Union competing fiercely in arms, space, and global influence. Yet, amidst this intense rivalry, these same countries somehow agreed to completely demilitarize the largest unexplored landmass on Earth, suspending their geopolitical differences for this one continent. For some, that timing feels too convenient, raising one central, provocative question. What exactly was happening in Antarctica that was so important, so compelling, that it forced such disparate powers to unite? Today, Antarctica is not technically off limits, but access is strictly controlled, far more so than any other continent. Only a small number of scientists are allowed to live and work there, and even they need special approval, extensive training, and specialized equipment. Tourists can visit, but only in specific coastal areas and under close supervision, with strict rules about where they can go and what they can do. The vast interior, covering millions of square kilometers, remains almost completely inaccessible, a true wilderness. There are areas where aircraft are not allowed to fly, and certain regions are marked as off-limits due to environmental protection, or, some speculate, for other unspoken reasons. Research stations can only be visited with permission, and all activities are closely monitored. All of these rules are part of what makes Antarctica feel like a forbidden world, a place where secrets might be kept. Some believe that alien technology lies buried under the ice, recovered from ancient crashes, or hidden by advanced beings. Others think Antarctica was once home to a lost civilization, perhaps a true physical manifestation of Atlantis, whose remnants lie frozen beneath the surface. There are even those who argue that governments are conducting secret experiments there, far from public oversight and scrutiny, experimenting with advanced weaponry or unknown biological agents. The secrecy, the surveillance, the restrictions, all of it, in their view, points to the truth being kept from us, a grand conspiracy playing out on the world stage. Over time, the Antarctic Treaty expanded into what is now called the Antarctic Treaty System, including additional agreements and environmental rules, with its own secretariat based in Buenos Aires. Every year, member countries meet to discuss science, safety, and preservation. But these meetings are not open to the public, adding another layer of opacity. While many argue that the system effectively protects Antarctica's pristine environment and scientific value, others say it protects something else entirely, something far more profound and perhaps dangerous. While for most people, Antarctica is nothing more than a forbidden continent, a realm of myths and conspiracies, for scientists, it is much more than that. For them, Antarctica is a huge natural laboratory, a place where the past is preserved in ice, and where the future of our planet may already be written, a vast, living record of Earth's history. Despite the many myths, conspiracies, and legends, Antarctica's true importance may be even more extraordinary, not because of what it hides, but because of what it reveals about our planet and our place in the universe. For decades, scientific missions to Antarctica have given us a clearer understanding of the world we live in, providing crucial data on global climate systems. Deep within its thick ice sheet, more than 4 kilometers deep in some places, are trapped layers of ancient air. Each layer is a time capsule, holding invaluable data on temperature, atmospheric gases, and environmental changes that go back over 1 million years. A geological thermometer and atmospheric archive. By drilling into the ice and analysing these ancient air bubbles, researchers can study Earth's climate history with unparalleled detail and compare it to today's rapidly warming world, allowing for more accurate climate models. The discovery of the ozone hole above Antarctica in 1985 was just one dramatic example of how Antarctic science can uncover invisible but global threats, proving its critical role in environmental monitoring. And while the ice offers a profound window into the past, Antarctica's future may be shaped by something far less expected: invaders. These invaders are real, and they are alive, often tiny, but with potentially catastrophic consequences. Scientists now warn of an increasing number of non-native species reaching Antarctica, carried inadvertently by ships, aircraft, food supplies, and even people's shoes, hitchhiking their way to the pristine continent. A single housefly sneaking aboard a research vessel or a seed stuck to a jacket can become a serious biosecurity threat, capable of disrupting delicate ecosystems. In 2014, a hydroponic facility at Australia's Davis Station, designed to grow fresh vegetables in the harsh environment, was overrun by a tiny alien species, a springtail, never before seen in that part of the continent. They multiplied quickly in the warm, moist environment and were discovered floating across the water surface, a biological invasion in miniature. Scientists responded immediately. The entire facility was shut down, sterilized, and eventually removed from the site, treated like a viral outbreak, highlighting the extreme measures taken to protect the continent. In this fragile ecosystem, even the smallest intruder can cause unpredictable and irreversible damage. Other invasions have been harder to detect, insidious and slow-moving. A mushroom fly found in the sewage system of a research station refused to disappear for over 20 years, a persistent alien presence. Marine species, such as mussels from distant parts of the world, have also been found along the Antarctic Peninsula, likely transported by the hulls of tourist ships or research vessels, clinging to the submerged surfaces. Though small, these creatures can change entire ecosystems if allowed to spread, outcompeting native species and altering food webs. With warmer temperatures melting the outer edges of Antarctica, many areas once protected by impenetrable ice may soon become accessible to humans and to pests, creating new pathways for invasion. For scientists, these biological incursions are not just practical problems, they are urgent warnings. The balance of life in Antarctica is delicate, evolved over millions of years in isolation, a unique evolutionary laboratory. And now, that isolation is breaking down. Researchers are racing against time to document native species before they are pushed out by newcomers, trying to preserve what remains. Antarctica may be the last place on Earth untouched by industrial development, but that protection is no longer guaranteed. Some researchers have even suggested that the invasion of non-native life might offer clues to a much broader question. What happens when two ecosystems or two worlds collide? In this sense, the arrival of foreign organisms in Antarctica mirrors the curiosity behind theories of alien life. When scientists speak of alien species, they do not mean beings from other planets, but the concept is not far off. These organisms are unknown, arriving from outside, changing the environment in unpredictable ways, much like an extraterrestrial invasion might. As Antarctica warms and becomes more accessible, the continent is entering a new phase, a period of dramatic and irreversible change. Tourism is growing, with more cruise ships navigating its icy waters, and supply routes are expanding, bringing more human activity. The natural barriers that once protected it, the bitter cold, the violent seas, the sheer remoteness, are starting to weaken, making it vulnerable. For science, this means opportunity and danger in equal measure. Another big question scientists are trying to answer on this hidden continent might be the most important one for the whole planet, for all of humanity. Over the past century, average global temperatures have risen at an alarming rate, a trend that is accelerating. But few places have felt this change as deeply as Antarctica. The Antarctic Peninsula, in particular, is warming faster than nearly anywhere else on Earth. In some regions, temperatures have increased by nearly 3 degrees Celsius in just the last 50 years, a dramatic and concerning shift. As a result, glaciers are retreating at an unprecedented rate. Sea ice is melting earlier each year, and entire ice shelves have begun to collapse, breaking off into the ocean. These changes are not just local, they are global. Antarctica holds about 90% of the world's fresh water in its thick ice sheets, an immense reservoir. If this ice melts, sea levels around the world will rise, threatening coastal cities and low-lying islands. The complete melting of the West Antarctic ice sheet alone could raise global sea levels by more than 3 meters, enough to inundate vast swathes of human habitation. While a full collapse might take centuries, the process may have already started, with irreversible consequences. And as the ice recedes, exposing land that has not seen sunlight for millions of years, scientists are starting to ask a question that once seemed unthinkable. Will Antarctica become green again? It may sound impossible, a vision from a distant past, but this continent has not always been covered in ice. Around 100 million years ago, during the age of the dinosaurs, Antarctica was a warm and forested land, a vibrant, temperate continent. Fossil records show that the continent once supported rich ecosystems with trees, ferns, and even wildfires, suggesting a climate capable of sustaining lush vegetation. Beneath today's thick layers of ice lie the remnants of ancient rivers, valleys, and entire landscapes frozen in time, waiting to be revealed. If the world continues to warm at its current rate, parts of Antarctica, especially the coastlines, may slowly return to those earlier conditions, transforming once again into a more hospitable environment. Some scientists believe that by the end of this century, warmer temperatures and increased rainfall could allow for grasslands and hardy plants to grow along the fringes of the continent, painting patches of green across the white. Invasive species like bluegrass have already been spotted on the peninsula, taking root in newly exposed areas, and colonies of Gentoo penguins, which prefer milder conditions, have begun moving farther south, following the retreating ice. In the next 200 years, experts suggest that certain areas, especially near the coast, may become mild enough to support limited agriculture, a stark contrast to its current barrenness. Barley, potatoes, and grazing animals could survive short growing seasons in carefully chosen locations, creating self-sustaining outposts. According to scientists, it is even possible that small human colonies could one day exist there without relying entirely on imported food, becoming truly self-sufficient. However, this potential greening comes with a steep price, a global catastrophe. The melting of ice sheets will drastically alter Earth's climate systems, leading to more extreme weather events. Rising seas will threaten coastal cities across the globe, displacing millions and redrawing coastlines. Ecosystems that have survived in isolation for millions of years could be overwhelmed by new species, leading to extinctions and a loss of biodiversity. And the very landscapes that draw scientists to Antarctica, the untouched wilderness, the frozen silence, the pristine beauty, may be lost forever, replaced by something entirely different. Antarctica's extreme conditions, including its months of darkness and low solar angles, will continue to limit what is possible, even under extreme warming. For most of the continent, especially deep inland, it will remain too cold, too dry, and too dark to support anything like traditional farming or long-term settlements. But along its edges, where the sun shines longer and the temperatures rise higher, life may begin to return, a poignant harbinger of a changed world. The future of Antarctica is still uncertain, a grand experiment playing out on a planetary scale. Some believe it may become Earth's last refuge, a cold sanctuary for life as equatorial regions grow hotter and less habitable. Others warn that once we lose control of ice melt, the consequences will move far beyond what we can predict or manage, unleashing forces we cannot comprehend. What is certain is that the world is watching. Antarctica, long seen as a frozen relic, is becoming a mirror of human impact and a symbol of what is to come, a warning and a promise. Scientists will continue to monitor its changes from remote bases and satellite eyes, searching the ice for clues not only to our past, but to our future, hoping to understand its profound message. The forbidden continent is no longer as silent as it once was. Its glaciers are cracking, its weather is shifting, and its secrets are beginning to thaw. Until the ice fully reveals what it has hidden, Antarctica remains the last great unknown. A land of silence, science, and suspicion. Now, my dear friends, as the mysteries of Antarctica swirl in your minds, allow your own thoughts to drift. Perhaps you'll dream of ancient pyramids beneath the ice, or perhaps of tiny microbes thriving in hidden lakes. Whatever your dreams may hold, know that the world is full of wonder, both seen and unseen. Rest well, and I'll be here, purring softly, ready to guide you on another adventure into the unknown. Good night, my sleepy friends. Meow. Meow. Large continent sank in the Atlantic in the last 12,000 years. There's no evidence in the seafloor. But Kircher's map keeps inspiring because it suggests he believed there were credible ancient sources. Was there perhaps a now lost ancient world map in the archives of the Vatican or some private collection that Kircher consulted? One enticing but unverified story claims that Kircher found a map of Atlantis in a Roman or Egyptian artifact and simply copied it. If such an artifact existed, it's since vanished from public knowledge. That is where the forbidden aspect might enter. If the church or other authorities had evidence of a pre-biblical advanced civilization, Atlantis, would they suppress it? In past centuries, information that didn't fit the established worldview, especially the biblical timeline of history, could be considered dangerous. Atlantis, with its time frame of 9600 BC, predates the creation date as calculated by medieval theologians, 4000 BC, quite heretical to entertain back then. So any real maps or documents hinting at such antiquity might have been tucked away to avoid controversy. The Herodotus map rumour is another intriguing snippet. The Greek historian Herodotus in the 5th century BC described much of the known world, including parts of Africa. He did mention the Atlantes tribe in Libya, but not a sunken island. However, in the 19th and early 20th centuries, some attempts were made to reconstruct Herodotus's world map based on his writings. One such reconstruction, drawn much later, long after Herodotus, shows a big lake or sea in the middle of the Sahara with a label that some misread as Atlantis. In truth, it might have been labelling Atlantes people near Mount Atlas, but through the haze of copying and conjecture, a myth arose that an ancient map placed Atlantis in the Sahara. This was amplified by some alternative researchers who claimed a 500 BC map clearly showed Atlantis exactly where the Riche is. As seductive as that sounds, it appears to be more modern myth-making than fact, a case of the wish being father to the thought. Nonetheless, it highlights how certain maps, if taken out of context or misinterpreted, can seed entire theories. The idea of a forbidden map showing Atlantis in Africa spread on the internet, often with an image of a crude, old-looking map with Atlantis written in the Sahara. It turns out to be a mix-up, but it captured imaginations. One can't help but muse, if one false map can do that, what if a real such map were found? Speaking of truly forbidden or lost maps, in the early 1500s, there was said to be a globe made by cartographer Martin Waldseemüller that had an inscription about Atlantis. Waldseemüller, famous for naming America on his 1507 world map, supposedly created a globe in 1516, now lost, where he noted a region in the Atlantic with the site of the lost island of Atlantis, according to the ancients. This little anecdote, if true, shows that educated people of the Renaissance didn't entirely dismiss Atlantis. It was part of the geographical discussions. If that globe still existed, it might be considered a forbidden piece now, since it acknowledges Atlantis as if factual. We only know of it through a later reference, so it remains an intriguing ghost of cartography. Then, going further back, we have an ancient map that's not of Earth at all, but rather a star map, yet it relates to Atlantis in a roundabout way. Some esoteric traditions claim that Atlanteans had knowledge of the stars and Earth's dimensions far beyond what primitive humans should. A peculiar artifact known as the Piri race map, again, or others like the Dendera zodiac in Egypt, or the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek horary calendar, hint at advanced astronomy in antiquity. If Atlanteans preserved such knowledge and it filtered down, some maps of the heavens or world grid might have Atlantean roots. There are fringe theories about a global grid of energy or ley lines, with ancient sites aligned, like the Great Pyramid, Machu Picchu, etc., all aligning on certain great circles. A few even call that the Atlantean grid map, an idea that a map of Earth's energy or geometry was known to a lost civilization. While conventional science doesn't endorse this, it's a hypnotic idea. That the perfection of certain ancient constructions implies they were following a blueprint handed from an earlier time. Let's also consider Portoland charts, medieval sailing maps of the Atlantic and Mediterranean. Some show islands that no longer exist. For example, old maps sometimes have an island called Antilia, origin of the word Antilles, in the Atlantic. A rectangular island supposedly discovered by Portuguese sailors or imagined by them, often dated on maps around the 15th century. Antilia was placed about where the Azores are, and legend had it that it was the island of the 7 cities, where bishops fled during the Muslim conquest of Iberia. Pure legend turning into cartography, but some speculate it might echo a distant memory of a real sunken land. Also, maps often showed Brazil, nothing to do with the country Brazil, a phantom island in the Atlantic west of Ireland, and High Brazil, a mythical Celtic island said to appear once every 7 years. These phantom isles can be seen as folklore, or missed sightings of fog banks, or perhaps real small islands that later sank due to volcanism. The Atlantic has the Azores Plateau, volcanic, and possibly had more islands that eroded or sank. To a romantic mind, each of these phantom islands could be a puzzle piece of a broken-up Atlantis, still barely remembered by sailors. The maps of Mercator, the famous 16th century cartographer, also included something curious at the North Pole: a large island or landmass and a sea draining inward. Some tied that to legends of a northern Atlantis or Thule. It's likely Mercator was compiling sailor tales, but it shows how in that era, mapmakers were including things from ancient lore freely. Now, in a hushed tone, let's ponder. If we or someone were to find a genuinely old map, say carved on stone or encoded in myth, that clearly depicts Atlantis' location and shape, what would happen? It might upend the academic consensus. Possibly, just possibly, there have been finds along these lines that were not recognized or were dismissed to avoid rewriting textbooks. We know that throughout history, occasionally discoveries were kept quiet for political or religious reasons. Think of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which some claim had controversial texts held back for decades, or the Gospel of Thomas kept apocryphal. In a similar vein, if, for instance, a cache of scrolls from ancient Alexandria survived with a map of Atlantis or records of it, one can imagine they might languish in the vaults of a museum, too sensational to release without causing a stir. The term forbidden maps thus casts a spell of conspiracy. Perhaps secret societies or select scholars possessed knowledge of global geography from an Atlantean legacy that they guarded. The Knights Templar or Masons are often woven into these theories. For example, did the Templars have ancient charts that helped them sail to the New World before Columbus? Some think so. If they did, maybe those charts came from a repository of ancient knowledge. Maybe from Atlantis or its heirs. It's a speculative leap, but our journey is speculative by design, and oh so gently thrilling to consider while snug under the blankets. Let me share a final little anecdote. In 1665, a French scholar named Jean Bailly, much later, 18th century, postulated that Atlantis had been a real northern land. He thought near Iceland, Greenland, and that its people fled south to start Egyptian and Inca civilizations. He claimed they had left behind advanced knowledge encoded in myths, and yes, maps of the stars. Napoleon Bonaparte was fascinated by this and took scholars to Egypt, in part influenced by ideas of ancient global knowledge. It's said that when Napoleon's men were in the Great Pyramid, they found something, we don't know what, but some wild accounts claim they found inscriptions or items in a hidden chamber, which were swiftly collected and sent off, never to be shown. Could that have been a map of sorts, maybe a star map, or a diagram of lost lands? The truth is lost to history, but it tickles the imagination. Even the conquering Napoleon might have encountered forbidden knowledge and kept it secret. In the comforting darkness now, we can imagine an old leather map, its edges charred by time, rolled up in a cedar chest hidden in some monastery or archive. On it, drawn in fading inks, is a depiction of a mighty circular city by a sea, annotated in an indecipherable script. No one alive knows of it, except perhaps a lone librarian who wonders if it's just myth. Perhaps in some quiet future dawn, a young researcher will stumble on it and the world will awaken to Atlantis confirmed. Until then, these maps remain forbidden not by locks and keys, but by obscurity and skepticism. Our minds have roamed far and wide with these maps. They lead us through what could have been and perhaps what was. But now, returning focus, think of the Eye of the Sahara again, and imagine overlaying Kirch's Atlantis outline onto it instead of in the mid-Atlantic. Does it fit? Maybe not perfectly, but with a little creativity, one can see how an early mapmaker might have mispositioned something real in the wrong ocean. The ancients did speak of Libya and Asia, Africa and Asia Minor, being adjacent to Atlantis. Maybe that was a clue its remains were part of Africa all along. No map yet has definitively led us to Atlantis, but pieces of maps, anomalies, and ancient charts inspire the quest. As we fold away our imaginary forbidden maps, we prepare to delve into the notion of suppressed evidence more broadly. For maps are just one form of evidence. There are also artifacts, bones, structures, things that might have been found and then hidden or dismissed because they don't fit our current paradigm. Let's step softly into that realm, continuing our gentle search for truth beneath the sands of time. Chapter 6. Suppressed evidence. Sometimes what we seek is not entirely lost. It's just kept out of sight. In hushed corridors of museums, in unpublished papers, or in whispered anecdotes among locals, there may lie suppressed evidence of something extraordinary. If Atlantis once existed, even if 11,000 years have passed, we might expect some trace to have surfaced by now. And indeed, over the years, tantalizing finds have sparked waves of speculation, only to be dismissed or quietly forgotten. Let's examine a few of these, letting curiosity guide us, but always in our calm, dreamy manner, without judgment or haste. Consider the Risha structure itself, our Eye of the Sahara. One might think that if anyone truly suspected it as Atlantis' remains, there would have been extensive archaeological digs there. But oddly, very little in-depth excavation has been done at Rishat. The reasons could be logistical, it's very remote and harsh, with little funding for such a fringe idea, or scientific. Mainstream archaeologists see no clear sign of a man-made city there. However, a more conspiratorial angle wonders, what if a preliminary investigation found something intriguing, but it was stifled? For instance, there are unconfirmed stories that decades ago, when French explorers and geologists like Théodore Monod in the 1970s were surveying the area, they found anomalous artifacts, like carved stones that didn't match known local prehistoric cultures, or even a hint of a structure's foundation. These claims never made it into formal publications, possibly because nothing conclusive could be drawn, or perhaps because it would attract pseudo-archaeology that academia tries to avoid. It's also said that some artifacts from Rishat, like those Achillean hand axes and later arrowheads, were carted off to universities and then sat unstudied in basements, as often happens with too many artifacts, not enough analysts. In that mundane bureaucracy, evidence can languish, effectively suppressed by neglect. Then there's the modern anecdote from 1965 mentioned earlier, the CIA's interest in Risha. Yes, during the Cold War, the US intelligence had a program looking for potential geomagnetic anomalies around the world, perhaps hoping to locate mineral deposits or even underground facilities. The Rishat structure was one of the sites they flew over with special instruments. The Freedom of Information Act revealed a memo about it, but when released, it had redacted sections, portions blacked out. Now why, one might wonder, would the results from a geological survey be classified? The benign answer, it might mention something sensitive about technology or national security. The exciting answer, maybe they detected something unexpected beneath Risha, say a hollow or metallic readings, that they deemed too perplexing or secret to reveal. Could there be a buried ruin or something giving off unusual magnetic readings under those concentric circles? The imagination runs wild with that thought. Of course, we have no proof of what was in those blacked out lines, but it's enough to make a dreamer raise an eyebrow. Suppressed evidence of Atlantis might not only come from the Sahara. For example, consider the story of Bimini Road. In 1968, off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, divers found an underwater formation of large rectangular limestone blocks, looking much like a paved road. The find electrified believers in Atlantis because Edgar Cayce, a famous American mystic, had predicted in the 1930s that remnants of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. A startlingly precise and timely prophecy. For a while, some thought this road was indeed part of Atlantis' harbour works or a temple foundation, now submerged after sea levels rose. Mainstream geologists, however, have identified Bimini Road as likely a natural beach rock formation, broken into blocky shapes and aligned by currents. But whispers persist that some features, like alleged stone pillars or circular structures also found nearby, were quietly removed or not publicised. Perhaps to prevent a frenzy of wild speculation or protect the site from treasure hunters, details were downplayed. Could it be that some archaeologist dredged up a worked tool or artefact from under the sands near Bimini Road and it never made the news? We don't know. Yet, that location and timing are eerily on target with Case's Atlantis prophecy, leaving one to wonder if more was found that summer and quietly archived. Edgar Case himself is a trove of suppressed Atlantis lore. The Sleeping Prophet, as he was called, gave readings in trance that spoke of Atlantean high technology, crystal energy, flying airships, and said records of Atlantis exist in a hidden chamber under the paw of the Great Sphinx at Giza, and another in the sunken temple of Poseidon somewhere in the Bahamas. The Egyptian government has done seismic scans around the Sphinx, and some have claimed they detected cavities under the monument. Notably, in the 1990s, researchers Dr. Robert Schoch and John Anthony West brought attention to the possibility of a chamber under the Sphinx, distinct from known tunnels. The Egyptian authorities, however, have been very conservative about excavating around the Sphinx, partly to preserve it and partly, perhaps, to avoid stirring controversy. Some fringe theorists suspect that the Egyptian Antiquities Department actually did explore a bit and found something interesting, maybe scrolls or artifacts, and decided not to announce it, fearing it would upend history as we know it or invite problematic groups. It's speculation, but intriguing. If an Atlantean Hall of Records is truly there, it would be the most suppressed evidence of all time. Back to the Sahara. There are legends among some Sahara tribes of ancient cities now swallowed by sands. Occasionally, these are not just oral tales. Explorers have found ruins in the desert that locals were long aware of, but the outside world wasn't. For instance, the ruins of Jardo in Niger or the Garamantes cities in Libya, with their ingenious Foggara irrigation tunnels, were essentially lost until the 20th century. When found, they revealed that a complex civilization thrived in the Sahara 1500 to 2000 years ago, then vanished as climate worsened. Those weren't Atlantis, but they serve as proof that vanished cities in deserts are a real phenomenon, not just a fantasy. It lends credence to the idea that something older could lie buried, not yet stumbled upon. Satellite archaeology, using high-res images to spot buried structures, has been booming. It identified rivers and even human-made structures under the sand in various parts of Sahara. If a geometric anomaly was spotted near Risha or elsewhere hinting at a buried ruin, would that be publicized or kept quiet until verified? Possibly the latter, to avoid wild speculation. By the time it's verified, if it turned out earth-shaking, this ruin is 9,000 years old and advanced. Those in charge might decide not to make a splash immediately. I can imagine the internal monologue. Better to study this thoroughly first, piece by piece, and not incite the world with talk of Atlantis. Another category of suppressed evidence might be out-of-place artifacts, OOP arts. Scattered reports exist of objects that don't fit their geological or historical context. E.g., a metal sphere found in a 2.8 billion-year-old rock seam in South Africa, or spark plug-like devices in lumps of coal, or that famous Antikythera mechanism, which wasn't suppressed, but was so surprising it took decades to accept it was an ancient Greek analog computer from 200 BC. Many of these parts are debunked or contested, but some remain unexplained. If one credible artifact turned up that was clearly from, say, 10,000 BC, but showing advanced craftsmanship, it might be quietly shelved as, we must have mistaken the layer it came from, or maybe a recent intrusion. The narrative of history is strong, and evidence that threatens to rewrite it often faces extra scrutiny, as it should, and sometimes undue dismissal. Take the case of Göbekli Tepe I mentioned earlier. When it was first discovered in the mid-1990s in Turkey, showing advanced stone carving and architecture from 10,000 plus years ago, long before cities or metal tools according to orthodoxy. Archaeologists themselves were shocked. That discovery wasn't suppressed. It got published and studied. Yet even now, its implications are so profound that scholars tread carefully in interpreting it. Some initially downplayed it. Oh, maybe it's not that old, or maybe it was a one-off site. Now with more evidence, they accept it truly is that old and complex, which nudges the window of complex societies back by several thousand years. The point is, even without malice, evidence that challenges our timeline can be mentally suppressed simply by the reluctance of experts to believe what they're seeing at first. Human nature leans conservative in paradigm shifts. Now let's turn to an even more imaginative angle: aliens and Atlantis. We'll explore the alien theory soon, but here consider, if evidence emerged that Atlantis had, say, electricity or machinery or something wild that hints at otherworldly help, that could be doubly suppressed. Many believe governments have hidden evidence of UFOs for years. Similarly, would they hide evidence of an ancient high-tech civilization? Possibly, fearing it'd destabilize our understanding of human origins or conflict with religious doctrines. Some conspiracy circles suggest exactly that Smithsonian and other museums hide giant skeletons to keep history neat. There are indeed 19th century accounts of giant bones unearthed in the Americas that supposedly vanished after being sent to the Smithsonian, fueling legends of a cover-up of giants, which some tie to Atlanteans or Nephilim. It's hard to verify these claims, but they form part of the law of suppression. At this gentle hour, let's entertain one story. In the early 20th century, an American newspaperman named James Churchward claimed he was shown ancient tablets in India that told of a lost continent called Mu, sometimes conflated with Atlantis, which sank in the Pacific. He wrote books about this lost land and its advanced people. The actual tablets, however, were never produced for other scholars. Supposedly they were secret and kept by a priestly order. Many dismiss Churchward's story as fantasy, but what if there was a kernel of truth? That some ancient records of lost continents do exist in monastery archives, too sacred or bizarre to reveal. It sends a little chill of excitement down one's spine to think that dusty scrolls in Tibet or sealed papyri in the Vatican secret archives may mention Atlantis by name. If so, they've been effectively suppressed by being inaccessible to the public, albeit for perhaps understandable reasons. Bringing our thoughts back to the Eye of the Sahara, I sometimes wonder if perhaps a few artifacts found there, say a carved symbol or unusual pottery fragment, might lie in a drawer in Nouakchot's museum or in Paris from colonial expeditions, unrecognized for what they are. If someone identified an Egyptian or Mediterranean object in the Sahara context far earlier than known trade, it might hint at contacts with a lost civilization bridging those worlds. The lack of academic interest might suppress it inadvertently. That's often how suppression works in science, not via nefarious intent, but via disinterest. It can't be, so it isn't. Let's move on. Yet, some suppression could be intentional. Imagine if a corporate or political interest feared that discovering Atlantis would lead to upheaval or damage to national pride. For example, if Plato's tale of a war in which Athens beat Atlantis turned out to have some truth, maybe some nation's ancient glory is at stake. Or perhaps there's fear it'd attract a circus of treasure hunters to a vulnerable region, the way Egypt's pyramids suffered looting. In those cases, authorities might quietly discourage Atlantis research, deny permits, not fund it, etc. That's subtle suppression. In our soft exploration tonight, we won't point fingers at shadowy cabals, but we acknowledge that evidence of the extraordinary often faces an uphill battle to be acknowledged. This is neither good nor bad. It's human caution. But it does mean that if pieces of Atlantis have appeared, they may not have been recognized or celebrated yet. Now, after considering that what we seek might be deliberately or accidentally hidden, we stand at a threshold of speculation where one must ask, if not humans, did someone else have a hand in these ancient wonders? The next chapter beckons, hinting that perhaps Atlantis' achievements and demise might involve not just human hands, but something cosmic or alien. It's a controversial and fantastical idea, but in the quiet safety of a bedtime story, we can entertain even that with a whimsical, open mind. So let's proceed, floating onward into the realm of the alien architect theory, keeping our tone gentle and wonder alive. Chapter 7. The Alien Architect Theory. Could it be that Atlantis was more than just human ingenuity? As we drift into this more fanciful chapter, imagine looking up at a star-studded sky above the lost city and wondering if someone out there lent a guiding hand to its rise. The alien architect theory posits that either Atlantis was influenced by extraterrestrial visitors or perhaps was an extraterrestrial outpost itself. It's a notion that tiptoes into science fiction, yet many ancient astronaut theorists and even some legends across cultures flirt with the idea that beings from the heavens played roles in early civilizations. In our soft exploration, we won't assert it as truth, but we'll imagine what if, with that same curious, dreamy tone. Plato described Atlantis as extraordinarily advanced for its time, boasting things like complex engineering, canals, triremes, ships, and a giant temple with a pillar of orichalcum engraved with laws. If we assume for a moment the story was based on some reality, how did a civilization that early, supposedly 11,000 plus years ago, get so advanced? One answer: they figured it out themselves over millennia lost to history. Another, more unorthodox answer: they had help from others who had already mastered such arts. Many mythologies talk of culture bringers or civilizing gods that come from afar. In ancient Mesopotamia, the tales speak of Oannes, a fish-bodied being who emerged from the sea to teach humanity writing, science, and law. Some think Oannes could be a memory of an Atlantean survivor, or even an alien. In Mesoamerican lore, there is Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, to the Maya, the feathered serpent god who came from across the sea or from the sky and taught the people calendar making, agriculture, etc., before departing with a promise to return. Viracocha in the Andes, similarly, was a tall, bearded god who appeared after a great flood to help humanity, then left across the waters. These stories echo strangely with Atlantis, a great flood or cataclysm, followed by knowledge-bearing figures travelling around. Could the survivors of Atlantis, with their advanced knowledge, have been seen as gods by less developed peoples? Certainly possible. But some of the legends frame these beings as non-human, sometimes explicitly from the stars. The Dogon tribe in Mali, not too far from our Sahara focal point, famously have detailed knowledge of the Sirius star system they shouldn't have without telescopes, including that Sirius has a companion star, which is invisible to naked eye, only confirmed by astronomers in 19th-20th century. The Dogons say that knowledge came from amphibious visitors they call Nomo, who came from the sky, specifically from Sirius. While some researchers debate the accuracy of this story, it's often cited in ancient alien discussions. If true, it implies contact with extraterrestrials in antiquity. Now, if amphibious star beings landed anywhere in Africa to share knowledge, a coastal or island civilization like Atlantis, if it existed on an Atlantic shore or island, could have been a logical place given its prominence. Pure speculation, but fun to consider. Maybe Atlanteans got a technological leg up from friendly cosmic visitors. Another angle is that Atlanteans themselves might have been partly alien, either descendants of spacefaring refugees who colonized Earth in prehistory, or humans with alien genetic influence. These ideas are found in Theosophy and some New Age thought, where Atlanteans are sometimes described as possessing psychic powers, flying machines called Vimanas in some texts, especially from Indian epics, even crystals that could channel energy in ways we cannot now. If one reads the ancient Indian Mahabharata or Ramayana, there are startling descriptions of flying chariots and devastating iron thunderbolts and columns of smoke and flame that sound eerily like modern aerial warfare or even nuclear blasts. Some have speculated those are memories of Atlantean conflicts or the doings of gods/aliens that humans recorded. The destruction of Atlantis, by some occult accounts, was not just a natural disaster, but perhaps an accident or war involving powerful energy. Something akin to nuclear technology, which, if true, might hint at otherworldly involvement because that's far beyond known human capability of the time. Atlantis' fabled orichalcum metal, second only to gold, is often depicted in pseudo-scientific lore as having special properties, maybe an extraterrestrial alloy. Curiously, modern analysis suggests orichalcum in Plato's context might have been a brass-like alloy of copper and zinc, which was indeed rare in antiquity. But imagination wants it to be something more exotic, like an alien metal that stores energy. If aliens had a hand in human civilization, one wonders why Atlantis. Perhaps, if we imagine a star-faring species monitoring Earth, they might choose a vibrant island empire as a cultural experiment site or a beacon of knowledge to uplift humanity. Some ancient astronaut theorists, like Erich von Däniken, theorized that many mythic civilizations, Atlantis, Lemuria, etc., were essentially colonies of aliens who eventually left or perished. Under this narrative, the Eye of the Sahara might have been not just a city, but the central hub of an alien-human collaboration. And perhaps the Eye formation itself, so perfectly circular, might have attracted aliens for its geological uniqueness, or even been engineered by them as a perfect base visible from space. It is visible even by astronauts now, as if a marker. It's whimsical, but imagine the Richard Dome wasn't naturally eroded. Imagine those concentric rings were intentionally carved or terraformed by advanced technology to make a grand circular metropolis. With anti-gravity craft, cutting perfect rings in the Earth could be trivial. The local quartz-rich sand and rock could be fused into structures with high heat or lasers. Perhaps the reason no obvious ruins remain is because the city's materials were far beyond simple stone, maybe synthetic or metallic and removed by the Atlanteans, or aliens, when they evacuated, or corroded away over millennia. Some folks even proposed that Atlantis itself might have been an alien ship, like a giant mothership that resided on Earth for a time and then left or was destroyed, inspiring the myth of a disappearing island. This is far-fetched, but if you look at how Plato describes the island's concentric layout with canals, it's almost like a circuit board or some engineered product. If an ancient person saw a huge technological construct and tried to describe it, they might use analogies like rings and mountains and such. It's a very sci-fi rereading of Atlantis, I know, but kind of captivating as a late-night mental exercise. Even leaving aside direct alien involvement, some believe Atlantis' people themselves had unlocked technologies that we'd consider sci-fi. Harnessing cosmic energy, crystal power, perhaps even mastering genetics or dimensional travel. These claims, largely from trance readings, like Case, or theosophical texts, say Atlanteans could propel vehicles with energy beams, had airships, and even misused these powers to cause their downfall, such as a crystal that ran amok. If that were true, one could think of Atlanteans themselves as becoming alien to the rest of prehistoric humanity, a breed apart with godlike capabilities. When their continent sank, for whatever cause, survivors might be revered as gods by simpler humans due to their retained knowledge and artifacts, tying back into those culture-bringer myths we discussed. A gentle cat's paw of skepticism might stroke this theory. If aliens helped Atlantis, why did they let it fall? Perhaps a prime directive of non-interference kicked in, or a cosmic catastrophe out of anyone's control happened, like a comet strike, that even aliens couldn't save them from. Or maybe there was a kind of hubris. Atlanteans, or their alien friends, overextended or angered other cosmic forces, leading to a punitive destruction, echoing the myth of gods punishing Atlantis. Interestingly, within UFO lore, there's talk of underwater alien bases. Some say there are USOs, unidentified submersible objects, seen around the Bahamas, Bermuda Triangle, etc. Areas that some tie to remnants of Atlantis. The Bermuda Triangle itself is steeped in legend of strange electromagnetic anomalies and disappearances of ships, planes. Some playful minds attribute that to leftover Atlantean tech or active alien devices under the sea. Could an alien installation still be operating in a sunken part of Atlantis, occasionally snatching up ships? It's a spooky campfire story, but one that highlights how Atlantis often features in paranormal theories. From a psychological perspective, the alien architect theory externalizes Atlantis' greatness. It suggests humans alone couldn't have done it, which is debatable. But since we're freewheeling here in Dreamland, it's fine to toss aliens into the mix as possibilities. What it gives us is a grander scope. The idea that Atlantis' rise and fall might have been not just an earthly drama, but part of a cosmic one. Let's paint a serene mental vignette. An Atlantean astronomer priest atop a temple, observing a spacecraft descending like a second moon, touching down by the central temple. Gentle, enlightened beings emerge, sharing wisdom and maybe warning of future danger. The Atlanteans incorporate this star wisdom and flourish further, until one day, perhaps those beings try to evacuate key individuals as disaster looms, like the biblical Nephilim tales or flood heroes. Some legends, like among Maya, say their ancestors were carried away in flying serpent ropes when their land was destroyed. Who knows? Perhaps an alien evacuation saved some Atlanteans, and those became the seeds of later great cultures. If any of this were true, would we find evidence? Probably very little. Maybe anomalous materials in geological layers, or ancient artwork showing something odd, like the carvings at Abydos, Egypt, that some say depict helicopter-like shapes, though likely palimpsest effects. To the open-minded, those are hints of ancient high-tech or alien presence. To the mainstream, they're coincidences. As before, much would be hidden or lost. In our lullaby of ideas, though, each possibility is a star in the sky to marvel at, not needing immediate conclusion. The alien theory is like a shooting star, bright, a bit out there but captivating. Even if you don't literally believe it, pondering it can stretch our sense of wonder. That maybe humanity had celestial mentors or encounters in deep antiquity. Atlantis, when mentioned today, often invites an eye roll from academics, but what a dull world if we lost the daring to even imagine these connections. As long as we keep it as imaginative exploration, which we are, it does no harm, and actually kindles a childlike curiosity. And who among us, gazing at the Milky Way, hasn't felt that tickle of, are we alone? Have they been here? The gentle night encourages such musings. If you're nearly asleep, your dreams might even weave a story of ancient island temples under twin moons, with visitors from afar sharing secrets amidst crystal halls. A dreamy tableau that may not be real, but makes for a beautiful inner cinema. Let's slowly step off the spacecraft now and place our feet back on terra firma, or rather, on shifting sands. Aliens or not, Atlantis, as a continent in the sand or sea, would have left physical traces of its land, if not its people. Our next chapter will ground us again by looking at the continent in the sand, the idea of entire sunken or buried landmasses. We'll consider the Earth changes and how vast lands can truly vanish or reappear over epochs. That will gently guide us to bridging myth with geology as we continue unraveling the Atlantis mystery in a calm, reflective way. Chapter 8, A Continent in the Sand. The notion of a sunken continent usually brings to mind images of ocean depths. But here, in our story's context, we consider a continent sunken beneath sand. It sounds paradoxical at first. How can something sink into sand? Yet the Sahara itself is often poetically called a sea of sand. And over time it has swallowed mountains, rivers, and perhaps even cities. Let's explore the concept that Atlantis might have been not an island under the Atlantic Ocean, but rather part of a land now buried by the Great Desert. This perspective elegantly ties the sunken continent idea to the eye of the Sahara theory we've been circling around. First, let's appreciate the sheer size of the Sahara, about 9 million square kilometers, comparable to the area of the United States or China. It spans a width from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. Hidden within this immensity are entire mountain ranges like the Ahaggar, Tibesti, Air, vast plateaus and basins that once were lakes and wetlands. Satellite imagery has revealed the ghost lines of ancient rivers etched beneath the dunes. One of them, the Tamanrasset River we discussed, likely rivaled the Nile in its heyday sites. Suffolk.edu. To call the Sahara a barren nothingness is to underestimate it. It's more like a colossal library of Earth's past climates, with pages, sand layers that can be read by those who know how. Geologically, there have indeed been sunken lands on Earth. There's Zealandia, an almost continent-sized piece under the Pacific near New Zealand, which sank millions of years ago. There's the story of Doggerland, a fertile plain that connected Britain to Europe, which slowly drowned under rising North Sea levels around 6000 BC as the Ice Age ended. Closer to Plato's timeframe, we have island groups like the Azores and Canaries that are the peaks of an underwater plateau. If sea levels were lower, as they were during glaciation, those islands would have been larger and more connected. Not a full continent, but significantly more land exposed. Some have speculated about an Azores-centered large island pre-9600 BC that got mostly submerged when ice melted, leaving only small island tips, the Azores we have today. This fits a more classic Atlantis location, mid-Atlantic. But since we're leaning towards Sahara, consider similarly that sea levels rising could flood coastal plains in northwest Africa. Now, think of a scenario. Towards the end of the Ice Age, 12,000 years ago, the world's climate shifts violently. Not only do ice caps melt, raising oceans by over 120 metres, but rainfall patterns also change. North Africa, which was cold and dry during the glacial maximum, begins to get monsoon rains as the climate warms. It transforms, temporarily, into a green paradise. Atlantis could have thrived in that short window, or just before the final meltdown. But then, around 6,000 to 5,000 years ago, the rains retreat and the desert returns with a vengeance. Any coastal cities on the Atlantic might have been ruined by earlier flooding. Any inland cities now succumb to drought and sandstorms. Over millennia, sand accumulates, burying structures gradually. A continent in the sand suggests that under the Sahara's dunes might lie not just scattered relics, but perhaps large continuous expanses of once habitable land, effectively a lost world. Indeed, the concept of the land of Atlantis might not have been a discrete island, as we imagine an island surrounded entirely by water, but rather a distinct land bordered by sea in parts and by desert or marsh in others. Consider how someone in 9600 BC from Egypt, as the story purports, might describe an unfamiliar far-off land. If it was across the desert to the west, beyond reach of Egyptians, they might call it an island, metaphorically, or because it was isolated by both sea and impassable sands, an island of civilization in an ocean of wilderness. There's an interesting connection here. Some ancient Egyptian records, like the writings of a priest Manetho, or even hints in the Edfu building texts, speak of a primeval sacred island home of the gods that was destroyed in a flood. It's vague and mythic, but Egypt itself had legends of a distant homeland lost to catastrophe. Was that Atlantis? Or perhaps something like the mythical island of the West, Amenti in Egyptian lore, often associated with the afterlife. It's poetic, but maybe the Egyptians symbolically recalled a western land, Atlantis, that sank and became a realm of the dead, hence afterlife locale. Now, physically, what evidence would a continent in the sand leave behind? Possibly fossil water. Aquifers under the Sahara are relics of its green times. We found evidence of huge paleolakes from space. Possibly unusual deposits like diatomaceous earth or salt pans in odd places, like remote salt flats indicating former large lakes. Indeed, the Sahara has vast salt flats in places like the Taudeni Basin, even far inland, showing the presence of ancient seas or megalakes. If Atlantis had canals and irrigation, you'd expect some sign like straight-line residues in soil composition or geometrical patterns visible via LiDAR under the dunes. So far, none clearly identified as such have been published, but the Sahara is underscanned compared to, say, Maya jungles, partly due to shifting sands complicating ground-penetrating radar. Another clue? The Sahara periodically has yielded marine fossils and even a whale skeleton in Wadi al-Hitan, Egypt. But those are from millions of years ago when the ocean covered North Africa. So not directly Atlantis, but it shows that the sand sea analogy holds deep time truth. This desert was ocean before, and might have smaller seas in between. There was a known shallow trans-Saharan seaway about 50 million years ago, cites Suffolk.edu. And even in more recent times, late Pleistocene, large parts of North Africa were covered by enormous lakes or wetlands. Legendary maps sometimes depicted a Sea of Zaire or inner sea in the Sahara, based on classical speculation. None existed in human times that we know. But it's captivating to think a sudden incursion of the Atlantic could have carved a temporary inland sea. For example, if rising sea levels found a low basin to pour into. Is there a geologically plausible breach? If the Gibraltar Strait had somehow closed and then reopened catastrophically, the Atlantic could flood a lot of land. However, data suggests the big basins of the Sahara are above current sea level or blocked by highlands. One scenario sometimes floated by rogue theorists: if a crustal tilt or shift happened, like Charles Hapgood's Earth crust displacement theory, which Einstein even once mused about, the latitudes of lands could change rapidly, submerging some, exposing others. Under that idea, maybe Atlantis sank not by water rising alone, but by the ground moving. This brings us to something. Plato said earthquakes helped sink Atlantis. The region around Morocco, Algeria, does have quakes. It's near plate boundaries, the African and Eurasian plates. A big enough quake can cause ground liquefaction or subsidence. We know of real cases where quakes submerged land, like Port Royal in Jamaica, 1692, where a quake sank part of a city into the sea. If an advanced city in coastal Mauritania existed, a series of quakes and tsunamis, perhaps triggered by a comet impact in the ocean, as some suggest happened 12,800 years ago during the Younger Dryas climate event, could have shattered it. The ocean might have rushed in temporarily. Some evidence of mega tsunami deposits have been noted along Atlantic coasts, like large boulders carried inland. After it receded, it leaves behind salt, mud, and ruins now mixed with natural sediment. Then desertification covers it all. Meanwhile, the survivors who fled might later recount the sea swallowed it. I recall an interesting detail. The Richard's outer ring sits at about 400 metres above current sea level. It seems too high to have been under the ocean, even with sea level rise, 120 metres at most. But if Atlantis' destruction involved not literal ocean submergence, but a combination of floods and the land becoming unreachable, Plato's phrasing of a muddy shoal blocking navigation could be metaphorical for the region becoming a silted swamp, then drying into desert. A land can sink in utility even if not fully underwater. In essence, the continent in the sand may not be a single discrete landmass like Australia hiding fully intact under dunes. It's more like large portions of what were once fertile, populated African landscapes have been entombed by sand and turned to desert, effectively erasing a civilization that once thrived there. If one day climate shifts again and rains return, which they might in thousands of years due to Earth's orbital cycles, the Sahara could bloom and perhaps even reveal old structures as winds move dunes away. That leads to a poetic thought. Perhaps Atlantis awakens when the land itself awakens. We'll touch on that soon. Indeed, some climate models say the Sahara will be green again tens of thousands of years from now. If people are still around, maybe they'll stumble on the ruins of our current civilization or older ones beneath the sand. On a more immediate timescale, archaeologists have started employing LiDAR and other tech in desert edges, finding things like the lost city of the Garamantes via satellite in Libya in 2011. They found entire fortified towns under sand. If such a relatively recent civilization, 500 BC, 500 AD, got buried and only now seen by satellites, one wonders what older remains might lurk deeper, overlooked. I find comfort in the thought that Earth can hide its stories so well, but also reveal them in time. In a dreamy way, one could imagine the soul of a continent sleeping under the dunes, breathing in slow centuries. The concept of a sleeping continent aligns with mystic ideas. Theosophy spoke of root races and continents, Atlantis, Lemuria, that come and go, each harboring an epoch of spiritual evolution. They said when one epoch ends, its land often perishes to make way for the next. A very allegorical way to see geology. If Atlantis was an actual land now hidden, maybe it's waiting for when humanity is ready to learn from its tale, to physically uncover it without greed or prejudice. We live at a time where technology could in the next decades strip away many of Earth's secrets. Imagine fleets of autonomous drones mapping every square metre of the Sahara with penetrating radar. AI recognizing any unnatural patterns. Perhaps this will happen and yield nothing extraordinary. Or maybe it will pinpoint a grid of buried walls somewhere. What a stir that would cause. A new Mohenjo-Daro, or a city older than Jericho under the sands of Mauritania, would upend our timeline subtly, confirming that complex societies existed earlier outside known cradles. It wouldn't prove aliens or Atlantean superpowers, but it would vindicate the kernel of Plato's story, a forgotten chapter of human history. If I close my eyes, I can almost see it. Dunes parting after a storm, revealing a weathered stone, perhaps with inscriptions in an unknown script. A team of desert nomads finds it and calls experts. Excavation commences and reveals concentric foundations or a canal bed. The news spreads. Lost city, found in Sahara. Could this be Atlantis? For a while, the world buzzes. We'd have debates, more expeditions, and maybe finally a consensus. Yes, this culture fits the Atlantis narrative in time and place. Yet, as enthralling as that would be, I wonder if it would solve the deeper enigma or just deepen it. We'd then ask, how did they achieve what they did and why did they fall? And that loops us to the next chapter. Echoes of a lost race and knowledge passing on. Before moving there, let's gently summarize our journey in this chapter. Earth's landscapes are ever changing. Lands can vanish by water or by sand or by shifting below ground. Atlantis could very well be an example of such transience. The phrase continent in the sand reminds us that not all vanishings are into waves, some are into the dust of ages. But hidden does not mean gone forever. As we become more capable as explorers physically and intellectually, we might piece together this buried puzzle. Our narrative flows next into those echoes of a lost race, the legacies and hints that Atlanteans, if we call them that, might have imparted to later humans. We've touched on some, myths, advanced knowledge, but now we'll delve specifically into how a civilization's memory can endure even when its bricks and mortar are gone. Drift along, still comfortably ensconced, as we listen for those faint echoes across time, bridging Atlantis to our present. Chapter 9, Echoes of a Lost Race. Even when a great civilization disappears, its influence can ripple through the ages in subtle and not so subtle ways. These are the echoes of a lost race, fragments of language, technology, mythology, and culture that survived the catastrophe, carried by survivors or admired and adopted by others. If Atlantis existed and fell, surely something of its people must have remained in the world, in the memories of descendants, in the skills they taught their neighbors, or in the legends that proliferated. In this chapter, let's gently track those possible echoes, like following a faint melody through a forest. One of the clearest potential echoes is in the flood myths that pervade nearly every culture on Earth. The tale of a great flood that destroyed a former world is ubiquitous. From the biblical Noah, to the Mesopotamian Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, to India's Manu, to the tales of Deucalion in Greek myth, and the legend of Gunyu in China. Could all these disparate cultures be remembering, through a glass darkly, the same event, the end of the last ice age and the flooding of lowlands worldwide, which would include any Atlantean realm? It's plausible that early civilizations, astonished by sea level rise or regional flood disasters, encoded it in story form. But often those myths also mention a civilization or a virtuous few saved with knowledge intact to restart humanity. For instance, after the Greek flood of Deucalion, a new human race is born from stones. After Noah's flood, Noah's offspring repopulate and carry on civilization. So the echo suggests something was before, it was lost, but something was saved to seed what came after. If Atlantis was real, the survivors might be precisely those Noahs and culture bearers behind the myths. We have actual historical accounts, outside Plato, that hint at lost lands or advanced ancients. The Greek philosopher Solon, who is key to the Atlantis story as he's said to have heard it in Egypt, also visited Lydia in modern Turkey, where he was told of a massive flood long ago that nearly ended their society. The Egyptians themselves took pride in being the oldest civilization and hinted they'd seen others rise and fall. Maybe they kept records of a mighty western neighbour that fell, which they recounted to Solon. Now, consider linguistic echoes. Some alternative historians search for Atlantean remnants in language families. One theory suggests the mysterious Basque language of the Pyrenees, which is unrelated to any other language in Europe, might be a survivor of an Atlantean tongue, if one imagines refugees from a sunken land settled in Iberia. That's highly speculative, but Basque does have words with no clear origin. Similarly, certain North African Berber legends speak of a former island home or lost fertile lands to the west. Could their language hold clues? Hard to say without a known Atlantean language to compare. Architectural and scientific knowledge can be powerful echoes. For example, the pyramids of Egypt stand as an enigma of sophisticated engineering around 2500 BC. Did the Egyptians devise that wholly on their own? Or were they inspired by something earlier? The oldest Egyptian pyramids, Step Pyramid of Djoser, are abrupt leaps forward in design, albeit plausible through genius of Imhotep, but some wonder if there were precursors unpreserved, like maybe mud brick pyramids that eroded, or external influence. If Atlanteans had monumental architecture, maybe an echo of that concept reached the Nile, or even the Americas. The coincidence of pyramid-like structures worldwide, Egypt, Mesopotamia, ziggurats, India, step temples, Mesoamerica, Maya, Aztec pyramids, might just be parallel evolution. People realize building large requires broad bases, but some fringe thinkers see it as a legacy of a mother culture's architectural style diffusing globally. It's a romantic thought. Survivors of Atlantis traveling and teaching how to build great stone structures to remember the cosmos or serve as refuges. Another echo could be in technology and measurements. Some point to how ancient cultures separated by oceans all worked with surprisingly sophisticated astronomy, like aligning monuments to solstices and equinoxes, or encoding mathematical constants. The Great Pyramid's dimensions famously encode the approximate value of pi and the length of a solar year through its perimeter to height ratio. Was that just the Egyptians? Or did they inherit some of that knowledge? The concept of a 360-degree circle, 60-minute hour, the sexagesimal system of Sumer, and certain geometric ratios appear across old world civilizations as if a shared legacy. If Atlanteans were as advanced as claimed, perhaps they formulated standards and math that later seeped into these younger cultures. There are also genetic echoes to consider. Modern genetics has traced human migrations. One curious mystery is the existence of a very distinct lineage, the haplogroup X, found in both some European, Middle Eastern populations and among some Native American groups, like certain tribes around the Great Lakes. It's minor but puzzling because it suggests a connection that mainstream theory can't fully explain. Some propose an Ice Age Atlantic crossing or a Beringian isolate group. A wild hypothesis by some fringe authors is that Atlanteans, or Solitreans, as a known Ice Age European culture, in another theory about early Americans, crossed to the Americas and left that genetic marker. This remains speculative and not widely accepted, but it's a tantalizing notion that bloodlines themselves carry an echo of a lost people. Now, mythology beyond flood stories sometimes hints at a golden age, a distant splendid city or land of the gods that is now inaccessible. The Greeks had the Garden of the Hesperides in the far west, a paradise with a tree of golden apples. The Celts spoke of Avalon or High Brazil, western isles of plenty and eternal youth, sometimes visible just beyond the horizon. These could be allegory for the afterlife or faint cultural memories of actual lands now vanished over the horizon. In West Africa, interestingly, there are legends of a far-off western land too. Some coastal tribes talked about a place of riches that sunk, though these might be influenced by later contact stories. We should mention the Mesoamerican lore. Aztecs said their ancestors came from an island called Aztlan to the north, which some have playfully linked to Atlantis, though linguistically it's Nahuatl for place of herons, and likely refers to somewhere in northwest Mexico or a metaphorical origin. The Maya have the tale of Tolan, or the age of the first sun, that ended with floods and black rain, and survivors starting over. And the Andean people, like Aymara, have legends of Tiwanaku, an ancient city at Lake Titicaca, being built by surviving giants from a sunk land. Interestingly, one Inca legend mentions a continent called Antis that sank, which is often dismissed as apocryphal or confusion with the Antisuyu Eastern Forests region. But if that legend were genuine, Antis sounds too close to Atlantis to ignore, though likely coincidental. Still, even the name Andes and Antilles have that ant-atl root, which some creative minds like to see as linguistic drift from Atlantis. Again, not academically supported, but an intriguing echo in sound. On the spiritual side, theosophists like Madame Blavatsky and Edgar Case's readings speak of Atlantean souls reincarnating in modern times, or Atlantean crystal technology lying dormant, waiting to be rediscovered. Those are very esoteric echoes. Not verifiable, but they contributed to a modern mythos where people feel connected to Atlantis in dreams or regressions. Is it possible that our collective unconscious, as Carl Jung might suggest, carries archaic memories? Some have speculated that flood and lost civilization myths are archetypes in the collective unconscious, psychological echoes of real distant traumas and falls from grace. In that sense, every time we tell a story of a utopia that falls due to hubris, which we do often in fiction, we're echoing Atlantis. Even linguistically in Plato's account, some scholars have tried to dissect the name Atlantis. It's said to mean Island of Atlas, linking it to Greek Titan Atlas, who incidentally was said to be the first king of Atlantis in Plato's story, an interesting blending of myth. But Atlas in myth held up the sky at the western edge of the world, i.e., far west beyond the known, a neat symbolic link. The Atlantic Ocean is named after Atlas, presumably because it lay beyond his pillar. Could it be the ocean got its name not just from the Titan, but indirectly from the story of Atlantis? Hard to prove, since Atlantic was a term used by Herodotus before Plato wrote Atlantis. But if Egyptians or earlier sailors had name for that ocean referencing a lost land, it might have trickled to Greeks as Sea of Atlas, just a thought. Another echo could be geographic knowledge that seems ahead of its time. For instance, some point to ancient world maps, again the Piri race or others, which might hint at knowledge of coastlines beyond where those cultures officially travelled. If that were true, perhaps Atlanteans, being seafarers, mapped far and wide, and that knowledge, fragmentary, ended up in later maps. It's contentious, but even the idea the Phoenicians circumnavigated Africa, which Herodotus claims they did in 600 BC, might have been guided by older knowledge or trading posts possibly established by an earlier maritime culture, Atlantis or otherwise. One concrete echo. In Egyptian, the sunken temple city of Heraklion, Thonis, in the Nile Delta was found underwater recently, and it had stela that mentioned decrees about foreigners from the sea and such. It wasn't Atlantis, but shows that Egyptians did experience cities sinking due to local subsidence and had to resettle. They might easily transfer that concept to a bigger narrative if they had heard of or remembered a big one like Atlantis. As we gather these echoes, individually they are tenuous, but collectively they weave a tapestry of tantalizing hints. A near-universal flood memory. Traces of advanced knowledge appearing in early societies. Linguistic oddities hinting at ancient contacts. Cultural heroes and gods that came from disaster and gave knowledge. Strange artifacts, like those out-of-place items, or even the famous Baghdad battery, an object that shows an understanding of electrochemistry in 200 BC. If Atlanteans had electricity, maybe they passed some idea along. And of course, the story Plato wrote itself, an explicit echo handed down via Egyptian priests, if we take him at face value. It's almost comforting to think that knowledge rarely ever disappears completely. Some seed always survives. In our context, the lost race of Atlanteans might have seen their world end, but in the new world that followed, their children or students built anew, perhaps giving rise to places like Egypt, the high cultures of the Americas, or the mysterious megalithic sites scattered worldwide, like Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge, or the meticulously aligned Nabta Playa Circle in the Nubian desert, 5000 BC, which predates Stonehenge. How did nomads do that? Possibly by themselves, but one could imagine knowledge passed down. As an analogy, think of the fall of Rome. The Roman Empire fell, but its knowledge was partly preserved by monks, by the Byzantine Empire, by the Islamic scholars, so later generations in medieval Europe slowly regained classical knowledge, sparking the Renaissance. If Atlantis fell, perhaps nearby civilizations, like Egypt or those in Iberia, served as the monks, preserving bits of Atlantean lore which later fueled the known ancient world's leaps. Maybe that's why around 3000 BC multiple civilizations blossomed almost concurrently. Egypt, Mesopotamia, Indus, as if catalyzed by something. Conventionally, that's just agriculture reaching critical mass, but fringe might say it's remnants of an older golden age spark. Now, as we near the end of our journey, these echoes do more than tantalize. They urge us to reconsider how interconnected human history might be, and how legends often carry a grain of truth. Perhaps by listening to these echoes without dismissing them outright, we might glean instructions or warnings. One common theme: Atlantis is often used as a cautionary tale of hubris and environmental disregard. Many modern storytellers draw parallels to our society, advanced, perhaps overreaching, and at risk from nature or our own doings. If that's an echo, it's a potent one. Take care, or you might repeat Atlantis's fate. In a poetic sense, maybe the greatest echo of Atlantis is our enduring fascination with it. Across millennia, the idea of an ideal society that met a tragic end touches something deep: our yearning for lost perfection and our fear of self-destruction. In that way, every time someone writes a utopian story or post-apocalyptic caution, Atlantis's echo lives in that narrative. We have one more chapter ahead. Atlantis awakens, a positive turn perhaps. After all these mysteries, what if Atlantis isn't just a closed chapter, but something that could awaken in our consciousness, or maybe even physically via discoveries? It will be a fitting closing to consider that maybe the story isn't over. Atlantis, in one form or another, could rise again. Let's gently move to that hopeful conclusion, allowing all we've learned to settle like gentle sediment in our mind, ready to form new land. Chapter 10, Atlantis Awakens. Our journey is drawing to a close, dear friend, and now we contemplate the dawn after the long night of mystery. Atlantis awakens. What could that mean? In the context of a sleep story, it's the moment where our tale finds resolution and hope, easing you into peaceful dreams. Symbolically, it suggests that what was once lost could be found. What was forgotten could be remembered. What was myth could become reality again, or at least a lesson illuminated. Imagine, if you will, a tranquil morning over the Sahara. The first light of sun spreads a golden sheet over the dunes. For ages, those sands have guarded their secret. But maybe today is special. Perhaps a strong wind blew in the night, uncovering something remarkable. As the light grows, the outline of a stone structure is seen where yesterday there was only sand. Could it be? Researchers, alerted by satellites, rush to the site. Brushing aside fine grains, they uncover carved symbols, walls, maybe even a ringed foundation. Little by little, an ancient city reveals itself. It's not complete, time has worn it down, but it matches descriptions known from Plato and others. The world is stunned and excited. Atlantis has awakened from its slumber. Now that is one way, the literal rediscovery of physical Atlantis. It may or may not happen in our lifetimes, but it's a lovely thought that somewhere under either ocean or desert, evidence waits for that perfect moment to emerge. However, awakening need not be literal. There's also the awakening of understanding. Perhaps we, as a collective, are gradually piecing together the truth of our own past. In recent decades, how many new finds have extended our timelines and shattered assumptions? Göbekli Tepe made us realize organized religion and monumental building existed much earlier than we thought. Underwater archaeology around coastlines is finding settlements that were submerged after the Ice Age, pushing dates of certain human activities further back. It's as if glimpses of a previous cycle of civilization are coming to light. We often think of civilization starting around 4000, 3000 BC, but maybe we're on the cusp of learning about earlier chapters. In that sense, The spirit of Atlantis, representing Ice Age civilization, is awakening in scientific consciousness. One could say Atlantis has already awakened in the cultural sense. Compare the 19th century to now. Back then, only a few scholars and mystics talked of Atlantis. Today, Atlantis is everywhere in pop culture. Movies, literature, songs, video games. Not as an obscure footnote, but often as a central theme. It's as if modern humanity subconsciously wants Atlantis to be real, to teach us something. Why? Possibly as a mirror to ourselves, to remind us not to be arrogant with our technology or environment, or as inspiration, a vision of a peaceful, abundant world we might strive to create. Many see Atlantis not just in terms of its fall, but in the ideal of an advanced, harmonious society it might have been at its peak. There's also the angle of personal awakening. Many individuals claim a spiritual connection to Atlantis, feeling they have past life memories or innate affinities, like a fascination with the ocean, crystals, etc. For them, Atlantis awakens could mean accessing those deep memories for personal growth or healing karmic patterns. In a sleep story context, that's a gentle prompt. Perhaps in your dreams tonight, you might wander the beautiful halls of Atlantis, learning something about yourself and humanity, and wake up with a new perspective or creativity sparked. That's a peaceful kind of awakening, through dream. No secret can sleep forever, my dear one. In time, truth rises like the sun. Indeed, knowledge likes to be known. If Atlantis was real, it wants to be found. Not physically maybe, but intellectually. And if it was a myth, well, it still serves as a perennial fable that awakens caution and wonder in us. We should also consider the Earth's cyclic nature. Some believe civilizations rise and fall in great yugas, ages. If we're at the end of one cycle and about to begin another, some associate the age of Aquarius with new enlightenment, perhaps Atlantean wisdom, presumably lost in the dark ages after its fall, will re-emerge as part of human evolution. That's a theme in esoteric traditions, that Atlanteans had psychic abilities and living in balance with nature via crystal energy, etc., which we lost but might regain as we spiritually progress. So, awakening Atlantis can mean awakening those latent human potentials again. From a more concrete angle, who knows, maybe one day soon a breakthrough in translation of some ancient script like Linear A from Crete or the undeciphered symbols of the earliest Vinca culture in Europe might reveal a direct reference to a mother civilization. That would academically wake Atlantis from mere legend to historical discussion. It has happened before. Troy was a legend until Schliemann found it and evidence matched myth. Now, Troy didn't have supernatural aspects like Atlantis, but it's a precedent for myth becoming history. I like to imagine a positive scenario for Earth's future, often depicted in metaphysical circles. That one day, we'll responsibly use technology in harmony with the planet, possibly tapping into non-polluting energy sources, like those crystals or some quantum field. Essentially becoming what many might call a neo-Atlantis, a globally unified yet diverse civilization, advanced and peaceful. In this vision, Atlantis isn't something in the past at all, but a blueprint for a possible enlightened future that we are slowly awakening to. Perhaps that's why the story endures, not as a warning alone, but as an inspiration to do better with knowledge. After journeying through these ideas, an awakened Atlantis means we don't let its memory stay buried as a mere cautionary tale. We actively dialogue with it, learning the lessons of hubris, so we avoid destruction, striving for its heights of wisdom and advancement, so we improve life, and appreciating the fragility and preciousness of civilization, so we safeguard ours better. So, my dear sleepy friend, as Golden Chonk would say in closing, we've roamed far and wide in myth and reality, and now it's time to drift into slumber, carrying the secrets of Atlantis kindly within. Tomorrow is new, and who knows? Perhaps you'll see the world with fresh eyes, maybe an Eye of Sahara perspective. For now, rest, safe with the knowledge that mysteries endure, but so does hope and wisdom. Atlantis sleeps, but also stirs in you and me. With that thought, we bid it and you a gentle good night. Meow. Meow.
Have you ever looked at the world around you and wondered, what if we don't know everything? What if there are things right under our noses, right beneath our paws, that defy all logic and science? We think we've figured it all out with our fancy maps and telescopes, but I, Golden Chonk, your guide for this evening, am here to tell you that the universe is a lot stranger than you think. And tonight, as you drift off, we're going to explore some of the most puzzling, mind-bending places on this planet and beyond. These are the 15 most mysterious places on Earth scientists can't explain. And I promise you, by the end of this journey, you'll be dreaming of mysteries yet to be solved. So, get comfortable, find a cozy spot, and let's begin. Welcome, my sleepy friends, to another adventure with your favorite cat. Tonight, we're going to curl up and let our minds wander to some of the most perplexing and awe-inspiring locations in existence. These are places where the rules of the world as we know them seem to bend and break, leaving even the smartest humans scratching their heads. Our journey begins, not with a bang, but with a flash. 1,000 flashes, in fact. You know, it's our natural instinct to try to understand how everything around us works. Throughout history, this curiosity has allowed us to make the best use of our environment and become as technologically advanced as we have. But there are still plenty of strange phenomena that defy explanation. And our first mysterious place is just one of them. It's Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela, a place long relied upon by local communities for its water and fishing. But there's a strange phenomenon that takes place there, and it's been happening for hundreds of years. It's called Catatumbo lightning, and it's also known as the everlasting storm. It's a place where it's actually more likely to have a thunderstorm each night than not. These storms can produce as many as 1 million lightning bolts per year and can last for up to 10 hours a night. They happen for 140 to 160 nights a year. The lightning is usually visible for miles around and creates an almost otherworldly feel while it's taking place. To make things even stranger, despite continual study, there still isn't agreement about why exactly this phenomenon takes place in this precise location. It's believed to be the result of a unique combination of factors that are specific to the Lake Maracaibo region. Warm and moist air from the Caribbean Sea collides with the cool air descending from the Andes Mountains, along with the lake's topography. But whether this is enough to create the perfect conditions for the storms isn't fully clear. Some researchers think it's also due to the oil reserves and the presence of other minerals beneath the lake itself. Regardless of the cause, the Catatumbo lightning has become an important part of Venezuelan folklore and traditions. It has even found its way into literature, art, and music. It has also saved countless lives over the years. It has been so reliable throughout history that it was used by sailors and navigators as a natural lighthouse, guiding them safely through the treacherous waters of Lake Maracaibo and the nearby Gulf of Venezuela. Just imagine letting the steady pulse of the storm guide you home, a perfect way to drift off. As we leave the flashing skies of Venezuela, our journey takes us across the sea to a place that looks good enough to eat. Deep in the Philippines, on the island of Bohol, lies a breathtaking landscape of rolling mounds. There are as many as 1,776 of them, and they are one of the most famous landmarks in the country. They are, of course, the Chocolate Hills. They get their delicious name from their appearance during the dry season when the grass covering the hills turns brown and begins to resemble a mound of chocolate. It is an incredible transformation that attracts people from around the world. Scientifically, these hills are a subject of great interest, and there are still some pieces missing from the puzzle of their formation. Geological studies have shown that they're the result of limestone weathering, erosion, and the uplift of coral deposits from an ancient seafloor. Over millions of years, they have created these cone-shaped hills. But their precise shape, their large number, and why they aren't themselves eroding away isn't entirely clear. It is still a subject of investigation. Of course, there is also a more magical explanation from local folklore. Legend has it that a giant named Orogo fell in love with a mortal woman named Aloya. When she died, Orogo was heartbroken and couldn't stop crying. It was his tears that formed the Chocolate Hills as they dried and solidified under the sun. The Chocolate Hills have become a popular tourist attraction in the Philippines, drawing visitors from far and wide. There's a viewing deck called the Chocolate Hills Complex that gives unparalleled panoramic views of the wonders. It's a sight that will surely fill your dreams with sweet chocolate-colored landscapes. Now, let's move on to a place where sound itself seems to vanish. There are a number of places around the world where strange electronic phenomena take place. But there's perhaps none as peculiar and legendary as the Mapimi Silent Zone in the state of Durango in Mexico. It's also simply known as the Zone of Silence, or La Zona del Silencio in Spanish. It's a remote area of the Chihuahuan Desert of Mexico. Covering an area approximately 1,500 square miles or 3,800 square kilometers, it's a sparsely populated arid landscape that's covered with unique rock formations and desert flora and fauna. What makes this one different is the number of accounts of electromagnetic disturbances and inexplicable occurrences over the years. Probably the most famous of the peculiar effects within the Zone of Silence is its ability to disrupt radio signals and communication equipment. Many have reported experiencing a complete loss of radio contact when traveling through the area, but no one's entirely sure why. Some theories have suggested these disruptions are the result of high levels of magnetic and mineral deposits in the region. But there have also been claims of paranormal or extraterrestrial activity too. Only adding to the more out-of-this-world solutions is that there have also been reports of strange luminous objects in the sky over the region. While these events are far less common than the electrical interference, they too are yet to be satisfactorily explained. As such a remote region, there have been extended investigations into what's causing these strange events. But it's hoped that one day it could be a sign that it's geologically and environmentally a special place, and that one could become very important in the future when we fully understand it. For now, let's just imagine the profound stillness of a place where even radio waves fall silent. A perfect quiet to help you find peace tonight. Now, let's travel to a forest where the trees themselves seem to dance. Positioned on the Curonian Spit, which is a sandbank that reaches out into the Baltic Sea in Russia, there's an unusual formation that's baffled scientists and captured the imaginations of visitors. It's known as the Dancing Forest, or Lesnoy Tenets in Russian. It's a large group of trees that have grown in strange and completely unexpected ways. They are all pine trees, which should normally grow tall and straight, but in this place they take on bizarre and often whimsical shapes. Their trunks can spiral like corkscrews, and their branches seem to contort in odd and almost surreal ways. Some appear as though they're bowing or dancing, and the forest floor is covered with their mysterious shadows, which create a hauntingly beautiful ambiance. This isn't the only forest in the world where trees are known to grow in peculiar ways, but most others have been simple to explain. In this dancing forest, though, the exact cause continues to elude researchers. But there are a few theories that have been put forward to explain it. The most popular is that these deformities have been caused by the strong and persistent coastal winds that sweep across the Curonian Spit, shaping the trees over time. The sandy soil and unique microclimate of the region may also play a role in how this interacts with trees. But this would normally be expected to cause each of the trees to grow in a similar way. Those in the dancing forest are different from one another, so there must be another factor that's influencing their behavior at work. A forest of swirling shapes and shadows. It's a serene and calming image, perfect for a peaceful night's sleep. As we leave the dancing pines behind, our next stop is a waterfall with a secret. The Judge C.R. Magny State Park in Minnesota is a beautiful region of protected natural beauty. While it's popular with locals for the hiking, trails, and camping, it's most famous for a large waterfall called the Devil's Kettle. Not just because it itself is a stunning feature, but because there's an enduring mystery surrounding the water that passes over it. It's on the Brewer River that flows through the park, but just before it reaches the waterfall, around half of the water volume cascades into a deep, massive hole referred to as the kettle. The remaining half continues to flow over the waterfall and continue as a river beneath. The mystery then is what actually happens to the water that falls into the kettle. Over the years, there have been countless attempts to figure this out, including conducting dye tests, dropping GPS trackers into it, and even throwing objects like logs and ping pong balls into the kettle. The hope was that they would re-emerge somewhere else. To their dismay, all of these objects vanish without a trace. This has led to rumors and legends of a series of vast underground tunnel networks and hidden caves. What makes things even stranger is that just a bit further down, the river flow significantly increases. This suggests that virtually all of the missing water does eventually return. But none of the objects, dyes, or trackers are known to have re-emerged. So it must be taking a convoluted route to get there, one that, with current technology, we're unable to fully chart or understand. A river that disappears and then reappears. A gentle, flowing mystery to lull you into your dreams. From the rushing waters, we now go to a vast, silent desert. Saudi Arabia is home to some of the most pristine and stunning desert environments in the world. While we now fully understand how most of these structures form, there's one place that continues to mystify. Around 31 miles or 50 kilometers to the south of the Tema Oasis is what's known as the Al Nazla Rock. Made of sandstone and around 20 feet high and 30 feet wide, it stands perfectly upright despite weighing several tons. This would be unusual at the best of times. But to make things even stranger, the massive stone is split in two with such precision that it is nearly symmetrical. The accuracy of this split has led some to suggest that it must be the result of human intervention or advanced ancient technology. But no definitive evidence of human involvement has been found. The exact cause of this impressive formation remains a subject of debate. Geologists generally believe that Al Nazla's unique split is the result of natural processes, primarily the stress-induced fracture of sandstone. Over millions of years, forces such as tectonic activity, erosion, and weathering have acted upon the sandstone, causing it to crack along its natural fault lines. The precise split is simply a fluke from the combination of unique properties of the rock and the slow, patient action of natural forces. Still, it's hard to believe that this is purely natural, and not everyone is convinced. Al Nazla has become a destination for explorers, geologists, and curious travelers wanting to see this firsthand. It looks as if it could fall over at any moment despite having remained upright for centuries. Being in a region that's so rich in history too, with archaeological sites that date back thousands of years such as ancient rock carvings and inscriptions, it's also likely that the split stone played a role in ancient rituals or ceremonies. But this is also still to be proven. A stone split by time and chance, standing sentinel in the desert. Our next stop takes us far, far away from Earth, into the cosmos itself. Recent advances in technology have allowed us to look out to the stars in ways that have never been possible before. But the more we do so, the more we discover places in the universe that defy conventional understanding. One way that's used to determine whether there are planets orbiting distant stars is to measure the amount of light that's being emitted. If there are moments when it dims, it could be a sign there's an object temporarily blocking it. Using this technique on our sun would see its light dim by a few percent when the largest planet, Jupiter, moves in front of it. But researchers have discovered a star where the light differential is far greater than this, raising the question of what could possibly be big enough to have such an effect. That star is Tabby's star, which is officially known as KIC 8462852. It's in the constellation Cygnus and around 1,400 light-years away from Earth. It was first observed as part of NASA's Kepler Space Telescope mission, which monitored thousands of stars in search of exoplanets by measuring their light curves or brightness variations. But while some stars exhibit slight dips in brightness caused by transiting planets, Tabby's star showed dips of up to 20% or more, which is a significant change. The unusual and erratic nature of the dimming led to various theories and captured the imagination of scientists and the public. Some of the potential explanations for this dimming include massive comet swarms, asteroid belts, and even alien megastructures known as Dyson spheres. These could be constructed by advanced civilizations to harness a star's energy. The idea of alien megastructures, however exciting, was met with skepticism from the scientific community. Astronomers and astrophysicists worked to try to understand the phenomenon. Further observations with ground-based telescopes have now led to the likely answer being that the dimming of Tabby's star is most likely caused by a cloud of dust and debris. But still, the exact origin and nature of this material remain uncertain. It just goes to show you, even in the vastness of space, there are still secrets to uncover. Now, let's return to Earth for a view from above. The reshot structure, which is often referred to as the Eye of the Sahara, is a huge geological formation that's deep within the remote desert of Mauritania in West Africa. When seen from above, the structure appears as a massive circular depression measuring around 25 miles or 40 kilometers in diameter. The formation consists of concentric rings of alternating sedimentary rock layers, with the innermost ring layer containing older rocks and the outer ring comprised of younger deposits. From the ground level, it's so large that it's almost impossible to even realize that you're within a structure at all. The only clues you'll see are occasional shifts in color or types of rock. At first, this was assumed to be an impact crater from a meteorite that had struck the Earth from space. But scientists have proven that it is instead an example of a geological feature known as a dome or an anticline. The structure was therefore formed by the slow, uplifting movement of the Earth's crust over millions of years, which caused the rocks to bend and fold into this distinctive circular shape that we see. There is a problem with this explanation, though, and that's the bullseye. The Central Depression has puzzled scientists and geologists for years. It was originally thought to be the result of erosion, with the action of the wind and water gradually wearing away the rock layers. Recent research, though, has shown that this isn't enough to account for its shape and its size. The central eye may instead have formed as the result of volcanic and hydrothermal activity, followed by subsequent collapse and erosion. This is all yet to be proven, though. So far, more work is needed to fully understand what is arguably one of the most impressive natural formations on the planet. It's so otherworldly that it's been proposed as a potential site for testing Mars rovers due to its resemblance to the Martian landscape. A circular mystery in the desert, a beautiful puzzle to ponder as you fall asleep. Let's leave the sands and travel to a vast, mysterious ocean. There is much that we still have to learn about the oceans around the world. Research shows that while we once may have believed them to be giant masses of swirling and mixing water, they are actually distinctly separate formations with vastly different temperatures, salinity levels, and oxygen levels. As an example of one of these is the Sargasso Sea, a place that, despite being known about for centuries, is still somewhat of a mystery. Located in the North Atlantic Ocean, it's known for its cobalt blue waters and vast expanses of golden brown floating seaweed known as sargassum. Covering an estimated area of 1.4 million square miles, or over 4 million square kilometers, the Sargasso Sea is unlike typical seas and oceans in that it lacks any defined coastlines. It is instead surrounded by 4 powerful ocean currents: the North Atlantic Current to the north, the Canary Current to the east, the North Equatorial Current to the south, and the Antilles Current to the west. These currents form a nearly stationary vortex known as the North Atlantic Subtropical Gyre, which traps floating debris and seaweed. The most visible feature of the sea is the sargassum seaweed, which forms dense floating mats on the sea's surface. These growths provide a vital habitat for a wide range of marine life, including fish, turtles, and various species of invertebrates. The sargassum seaweed itself is adapted to this unique environment with gas-filled bladders that help it stay buoyant. The sea is also known for its role as a breeding ground for several species of migratory marine animals, such as the Atlantic eel. European and American eels all, as a part of their life cycles, spawn in the Sargasso Sea, with their larvae drifting along ocean currents before eventually making their way back to the continental coastlines. They then return to the sea once they've matured to repeat the process all over. With so much life within it, the Sargasso Sea is hugely important to the world's ecosystem, from oxygen production to the lives of countless species. But it's our lack of scientific understanding of it that's becoming a problem. It's not exactly clear how it formed, how it continues to exist, or which structures are vital to its survival. It's making it more difficult to understand the impact that human activity is having on it and how to further prevent damage. It, for example, contains the North Atlantic garbage patch and has troubling levels of plastic pollution within it. It is also a place where plastic-eating microbes have been discovered. Further knowledge will help limit the buildup of this pollution, but could also, it's hoped, help develop ways to tackle similar issues elsewhere in the world. A sea without a shore, a gentle, floating mystery to carry you into the depths of your dreams. From the swirling currents, let's head to a quiet mountain with a strange secret. Deep within the remote Karelia region of Russia is the mysterious Vottovara mountain. It's the highest point in the region, reaching 1,369 feet or 417 meters above sea level. It's far away from everywhere, with the nearest settlement being 12.5 miles away to the northwest. But that hasn't stopped it from being known as one of the most mysterious places in the country. That's because this mountain is covered in a series of strange rock formations known as Vottovara stone mushrooms. They are large, mushroom-shaped rocks, some reaching up to 30 feet or 9 meters in height, and are balanced precariously on thin stems. It was originally assumed that these were man-made and had been created by various communities who lived in the region hundreds or thousands of years ago. But recent research has begun to suggest that they're the result of natural processes, although the method by which this happens remains a mystery. The main theory is that they were formed by glacial activity during the last ice age. As glaciers advanced and retreated, they exerted tremendous pressure on the underlying bedrock, causing it to fracture and erode. Over thousands of years, the softer rock around the fractures eroded away, leaving behind the mushroom-shaped structures. Another theory suggests that the rocks may have been shaped by more recent events, such as seismic activity or the influence of underground rivers. Local Karelian and Sami people, though, have long regarded the mountain as a sacred place. They believe there's a spiritual significance to the stone mushrooms and the mountain itself. According to folklore, the stone mushrooms are the work of giants who once roamed the land, and they're said to have magical properties. A mountain of secrets and giants' works. What better place to find a peaceful slumber? Our next stop is a valley in Norway where light itself is a mystery. There are plenty of places around the world where people report seeing strange lights in the sky. But often these sightings can't be proven in the first place, let alone what might be causing them. There is, though, a place where weird orbs definitely do occur. But even though they've been documented for decades, we're still no closer to understanding them. Known as the Hessdalen Lights because they're a phenomenon in the remote Hessdalen Valley in Norway, they manifest as glowing orbs or elongated flashes of light, hovering and darting about the valley. It's the world's most significant and well-documented case of unexplained aerial phenomena and is often linked with UFO sightings. The first confirmed sightings of the Hessdalen Lights dates back to the early 1980s, although some reports suggest they were seen as early as the 1930s. And rather than being an occasional event, they happen on a regular basis, with some witnesses reporting nightly occurrences. In response, scientists and researchers have developed a range of equipment to study them, including cameras, spectrographs, magnetometers, and radar. Even though they've been caught on camera, the exact nature and cause of these lights remains uncertain. Several suggestions have been put forward. For example, they could be the result of ionized gas or plasma created by geological activity in the region. The valley does have large deposits of metallic minerals, which could potentially contribute to the generation of such phenomenon, but this is yet to be proven for sure. Another possibility is that they're related to piezoelectricity, a phenomenon in which a stress generates an electric charge in certain minerals. The valley's geological characteristics and shifting bedrock could create the conditions needed to produce piezoelectric discharges. For now, though, without explanation, the area has become a popular site for UFO enthusiasts. And the tourist industry in the valley is thriving because of those wanting to see the lights for themselves. And even if the mystery is finally solved, it will likely remain as a destination for anyone interested in bizarre phenomena like this. Lights dancing in the darkness. It's a beautiful, calming image to take with you as you fall asleep. From the quiet valley, we return to the vast, mysterious sea. Now, everyone knows the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, where strange lights and events have supposedly affected ships and aircraft for centuries. And while the region has now been thoroughly studied and explanations have been put forward for why this might be the case, it's not the only place in the world's oceans like this that is linked with such mysterious events. There's another called the Devil's Sea, or the Dragon's Triangle. It's in the Pacific Ocean between the Japanese coast, the island of Guam, and the Bonin Islands. Like the Bermuda Triangle, it's been the source of countless legends and stories, often involving the disappearance of ships and aircraft. One of the most famous stories in the area is that of the USS Cyclops, a massive United States Navy cargo ship that disappeared without a trace in 1918. The ship and its 309 crew members vanished without sending a distress signal, leaving behind one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history. To this date, the fate of the USS Cyclops remains unknown. As well as disappearances, there have been numerous reports of other strange things, such as unusual magnetic anomalies, erratic compass readings, electronic equipment malfunctions, and strange lights in the sky. These accounts have further fueled speculation about the existence of supernatural forces, underwater volcanoes, and even alien activity in the region. Scientific explanations of what's happening here are varied and often depend on the specific incidents being investigated. Some experts connect the ship and aircraft disappearances to the region's unpredictable weather, including sudden and violent storms, typhoons, and waterspouts. The magnetic anomalies may be related to geological features such as underwater volcanoes or fault lines. In a further twist, the Devil's Sea sits quite close to the volcanic Mariana Trench, one of the deepest places on the planet, and it's known for its own mysteries, including uncharted underwater caves and geothermal vents. These factors, combined with the region's challenging weather conditions, could contribute to what's happening on the surface. A deep ocean full of secrets. Let your mind drift with the tides. Now, let's leave our planet entirely and look to the stars. As the second largest planet in our solar system, and the one with the most defined rings around it, Saturn is of great interest to researchers, particularly those wanting to understand how it formed and what it's actually like. The more we study it, the more unusual it seems to be. And there's something at its North Pole that so far has completely stumped the world of science. First discovered by the Voyager spacecraft as it passed in the early 1980s, and subsequently seen by other craft in the following decades, there's what seems to be a persistent storm. And unusually, it's almost perfectly hexagonal in shape. At around 20,000 miles or 32 kilometers in diameter, which is roughly 2.5 times the Earth's diameter, the shape is thought to be formed by the planet's powerful jet streams, where winds can reach speeds of up to 200 miles or 320 kph. These jet streams create a six-sided pattern that rotates synchronously with Saturn's interior, taking about 10 hours and 39 minutes to complete a full rotation. This, though, is just the leading theory and hasn't yet been proven, with another being that it's the result of interactions between Saturn's atmospheric layers and its rotation. As the planet rotates at different speeds, it creates a complex and stable wave pattern that results in the hexagonal shape. Another idea is that the storm's formation may be the result of the Coriolis effect, which is caused by the planet's rotation and the movement of the atmosphere. This can produce polygonal shapes in rotating fluids, and it might be responsible for the hexagonal pattern observed in the atmosphere. The Cassini-Huygens spacecraft, which orbited Saturn from 2004 to 2017, provided scientists with a wealth of data and images of this hexagonal storm, amongst many other things, and helped researchers gain a deeper understanding of Saturn's atmosphere and the dynamics of its weather. Many questions remain, though, including why the storm exhibits a range of colors in its cloud bands, from deep blue to gold and beige. There's clearly so much more to learn about our solar system itself, while we continue to look further afield. And hopefully, the next mission to the planet will finally help find some answers. A perfect geometric storm in the heavens. A truly calming thought. Now we come back to Earth for a sound that you can't quite hear. The town of Taos in New Mexico is like any other to most people that visit, but for some people, there's a strange sound that echoes, which is known as the Taos hum. It's typically described as being a low-pitched sound resembling a distant diesel engine idling or the hum of a subwoofer. People who hear it often report feeling vibrations and a sense of unease. Strangely, not everyone can hear it, and those who do are often unable to pinpoint its source. Reports of this phenomenon date back to the early 1990s when a group of residents in Taos began complaining about an incessant low-frequency noise. Over the years, the phenomenon gained media attention and sparked curiosity. Various scientific and investigative techniques have been used to try to work out what it is, including noise measurements, acoustic studies, and even investigations by government agencies. But despite these efforts, no definitive source or explanation has been found. Several theories have been put forward to account for it. Some suggest it may be the result of industrial machinery, mining operations, or military activities in the region. However, investigations have failed to link the phenomenon to any specific human-made source. This has led to further investigations that it could be related to natural processes such as seismic activity or the movement of underground fluids. There's also no certainty that the hum even exists. With psychological factors also being looked at in the case, it's a form of mass hysteria. But again, no proof can be found. The biggest problem is that for those that hear it, the hum can be seriously impactful on their lives, preventing them from being able to sleep or experiencing higher levels of stress. Until an answer is found, the best they can do is move elsewhere and completely avoid it. A sound without a source, a fascinating and soothing paradox to ponder as you fall into a deep sleep. And finally, our last stop takes us to an ancient land with a mystery written on the ground. Ancient civilizations around the world were known to create huge geoglyphs in the landscape. But there's perhaps none as strange and mysterious as the Nazca lines in Peru. They are made up of hundreds of intricate and colossal designs that range from simple geometric shapes to complex depictions of animals, plants, and humanoid figures. They cover an area of 174 square miles and were created by the Nazca people, who thrived in the region between 200 BCE and 600 CE. To make them, they removed the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that covered the Nazca Desert to reveal the light-colored earth underneath. They have remained remarkably preserved for over 1,000 years due to the area's extremely dry and stable climate. Among the most famous Nazca line figures are the hummingbird, the spider, the monkey, and the condor. The largest of the geoglyphs, known as the astronaut or the spaceman, has sparked intrigue due to its resemblance to a figure in a spacesuit. Quite what the purpose of them, though, remains a debate among scholars. Some believe that the lines and figures had ceremonial, religious, or astronomical significance for the Nazca people. They may have served as a part of a ritual, irrigation system, or markers for underground water sources, while others suggest that they were used as an astronomical calendar or as a way to communicate with deities in the sky. What is particularly strange, though, is that they're undoubtedly best seen from the air. But people at the time they were made had no way to see them from this elevation. Quite how they were able to conceive, plan, and carry out the works to create the geoglyphs purely from the ground level isn't entirely clear. And it makes you wonder whether the Nazca people had access to technology that has been long lost to history. These magnificent drawings, left by an ancient people, wait for us to decipher their meaning. A quiet, patient mystery, waiting for you in your dreams. And with that, my sleepy friends, our journey through the world's greatest mysteries comes to a close. From the flashing skies of Venezuela to the swirling lines in the Peruvian desert, we have explored places that remind us how much we still have to learn. The world is full of wonder and puzzles, and perhaps that is its greatest gift. Now let these strange and beautiful images fill your mind as you drift off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Good night. Meow. Meow.
Meow, meow. Welcome, my dearest humans, to Golden Chonk's Tales of the High Seas. I am your perfectly plump narrator, Golden Chonk, and tonight we embark on an adventure that will send shivers down your spine and have your whiskers twitching with excitement. Did you know that after a massive war, thousands of highly skilled, armed, and dangerous individuals were suddenly jobless and abandoned by their governments, left to starve? What do you think happens when you take a whole lot of trained fighters, strip them of their livelihoods, and then, to add insult to injury, let their former enemies relentlessly attack them without consequence? You get pirates, my friends. Not just any pirates, but the legendary figures of the golden age of piracy, a period so wild and untamed, it makes a catnip party look like a quiet afternoon nap. We're talking about a time from 1715 to around 1726 when the black flag reigned supreme, and fortunes were made and lost with the swing of a cutlass. Stick around, because by the end of this tale, you'll understand why these swashbuckling rogues became legends and how their chaotic lives mirrored the very human desire for freedom and a full belly, much like my own. So settle in, grab a bowl of your favourite kibble, and prepare for Golden Chonk's tales of the high seas, the post-war pirate boom. Now, let's set the scene, shall we? Imagine, if you will, the summer of 1715. The dust had barely settled from the exhaustive War of the Spanish Succession, a grand power struggle that decided the fate of the Spanish throne, Habsburg or Bourbon, a weighty decision indeed. This monumental conflict, which began way back in 1701, finally concluded, leaving Europe's maritime powers eager to replenish their coffers through bustling overseas trade. But, as often happens with such colossal events, there was an unforeseen consequence, a ripple effect that would change the face of the high seas forever. You see, during the war, a rather ingenious and, dare I say, cat-like tactic was employed: privateering. Think of privateers as government-sanctioned freelancers of the sea. These weren't your regular Navy sailors, they were civilians operating privately owned vessels, given special letters of marque by their governments. Their mission? To harass and capture the merchant shipping of enemy nations, primarily France and Spain, for England, of course. This was a brilliant, cost-effective alternative to maintaining a massive, expensive war fleet. Why build and maintain countless warships when you can simply deputize a bunch of eager seafarers to do your dirty work for a cut of the profits? Theoretically, privateers could assist the regular navy, but their main gig was raiding commerce, and boy, were they good at it. Over the course of the War of the Spanish Succession, British and American privateers were incredibly successful, snatching more than 2,000 ships as prizes. That's a lot of loot, even for a discerning feline like myself. Then came 1713, and England, ever the pragmatist, decided to bow out of the war with the Peace of Utrecht. This treaty wasn't just a piece of paper. It transformed Great Britain into the undisputed maritime superpower of Europe. They were victorious on both land and sea, a truly triumphant moment. But for thousands of sailors who had bravely served as privateers for the British Crown, this victory meant something entirely different: sudden, brutal unemployment. The Royal Navy, utterly bankrupt after a dozen years of relentless warfare, rapidly demobilized its fleet. They mothballed warships and, in a shocking move, dumped nearly 3/4 of their manpower, over 36,000 men, within the first 2 years after the Peace of Utrecht was signed. Imagine that, humans. One day you're a hero, raiding enemy ships, and the next, your contract is worthless. Privateer warships, once symbols of daring and profit, were now tied up at docks, gathering dust. Their crews, these skilled and battle-hardened men, were literally spilled out onto the wharves of England and the Americas, forced to beg for work. And if they were lucky enough to find a spot on a merchant ship, their wages were slashed by over 50%. Barely surviving on a measly 22 to 28 shillings a month, these men, who had just helped their country achieve dominance, were now facing destitution. It's enough to make a cat shed a tear, if I were the sentimental type. But wait, there's more. Peace with Spain did not, by any stretch of the imagination, bring peace to English sailors seeking work in the West Indies. Oh no, it got even worse. Spanish Coast Guard vessels, ominously known as the guardacostas, prowled the turquoise waters of the Caribbean like hungry sharks. They seized English vessels travelling to and from Jamaica, brazenly declaring them to be smugglers if even a single Spanish coin was found on board. And guess what? They always found illicit coins, because the Spanish dollar was the de facto currency throughout all of England's Caribbean colonies. It was a rigged game, a cruel trick of fate. In the first 2 years of this so-called peace, a staggering 38 Jamaican trading vessels were seized, costing their owners nearly £76,000 in losses. When crews dared to resist, the guardacostas often resorted to violence, killing a few sailors in retribution, while the rest endured months or even years in Cuban prisons. The Caribbean, once a lucrative playground, had become more perilous in peacetime than it ever was during war. Impoverished mariners, their bellies rumbling and their spirits broken, crowded the streets, taverns, and boarding houses of Port Royal, Jamaica. They were seething with anger at the brutal treatment from the Spanish guardacostas and utterly frustrated by the inaction of their own British government. The losses inflicted by the Spanish meant fewer English merchantmen dared to sail from Port Royal, leading to an acute lack of job opportunities for desperate sailors. English mariners who were captured by the Spanish, some even multiple times, were tortured and abused by their captors. And to top it all off, their employers, trying to offset their shipping losses, simply refused to pay their sailors for the time they spent languishing in Spanish prisons. Can you believe such a raw deal? It's enough to make even a pampered house cat want to join a pirate crew. And that, my dear listeners, is precisely what happened. Fed up with Spanish abuse and British neglect, a large number of these desperate sailors and ex-privateers finally snapped. They turned to piracy. The war, in a cruel twist of irony, had inadvertently trained thousands of new pirate recruits, equipping them with the skills and the hardened hearts necessary for a life under the black flag. One of the very first, a true pioneer of this new era of piracy, was a man named Benjamin Hornigold. And he didn't sail alone. With him was a man who had become truly legendary, known to history as Edward Teach, or Thatch. Both had served side by side on Jamaican privateers during the war, and both found themselves jobless and aimless once peace was declared. By the summer of 1713, they were utterly fed up with the grinding poverty of Port Royal and furious at the relentless harassment by the Spanish guardacostas. Hornigold, a man of action and keen observation, convinced Teach and a motley crew of former shipmates and drinking buddies to put their privateering skills to good use and solve both their problems simultaneously. Their plan was deliciously simple: go back to attacking the Spanish, but this time, keep all the plunder for themselves. All they needed was a small ship, a few good men, and a secure base from which to operate. And Hornigold, being the astute fellow he was, knew just the spot right there in the Caribbean, the Bahamas. During the recent war, the sparsely inhabited islands of the Bahamas had seen fierce fighting. Most of the action centered around the island with the most commercial importance, New Providence. Back in 1703, a combined Franco-Spanish expedition had virtually annihilated Nassau, the island's only major settlement, chief harbour, and seat of government for the Bahamas. In the year following this devastating sack, the governor of the Bahamas, probably quite distraught, simply abdicated his post. And in the years that followed, many of Nassau's remaining inhabitants gave up hope and fled to the mainland, seeking refuge from the persistent chaos. As the population dwindled, no effort was made to re-establish a colonial government in Nassau. It was an abandoned paradise, ripe for the taking. Then, in 1713, the pirates moved in. When Hornigold and his intrepid party first set foot on the sandy beach at Nassau, they didn't find a bustling town. Instead, they found a collection of partially collapsed buildings, stubbornly overgrown with scrub and tropical vegetation, all clustered around the burned-out shells of a church and a fort. On the entire island, there were probably fewer than 30 families, eking out a meagre existence in hovels and rudimentary houses, surviving on fishing, tree cutting, or salvaging the remains of ships wrecked on the island's treacherous shores. Hornigold, with a glint in his eye, knew he'd made the right choice. This was their sanctuary, their lawless haven. The men, energized by their newfound purpose, organized themselves into 3 formidable bands, each building large wooden boats capable of carrying 30 men. For the next 6 months, Hornigold and his burgeoning band of pirates launched relentless attacks on small Spanish trading vessels and isolated sugar plantations, ranging from the Straits of Florida all the way to the shores of Cuba. And when Hornigold's crew returned to Nassau, their boats were laden with spoils: expensive Silesian linens, exotic Asian silks, glistening silver coins plundered from Spanish vessels, and of course, plenty of rum. In total, Hornigold's crew brought cargoes worth a staggering 13,175 balans into the ruins of Nassau. Not bad for a bunch of unemployed sailors, eh? Other former privateers, hearing whispers of Hornigold's success, soon followed in his wake, drawn to the promise of freedom and fortune. The island of New Providence, once a forgotten outpost, suddenly found itself at the heart of heavily traded sea lanes. To the west lay the Spanish possessions, a tempting target. To the north, a short sailing trip away, was the North American coast. And connecting France and England to their rich sugar colonies in the West Indies were the European trade routes, a constant stream of potential prizes. By 1715, spurred on by the success of Captain Hornigold, more than 2,000 ex-privateers had descended upon New Providence, transforming it into a chaotic but thriving pirate haven. They proudly referred to their anarchic state as the Republic of Pirates. And by the following year, 1716, the pirates based in Nassau and New Providence Island had become a formidable menace to mercantile shipping, striking fear into the hearts of merchants from the coast of Maine all the way to the Spanish mainland. But my dear humans, this was just the beginning of a truly revived pirate war on the civilized world. Now for a tale of audacious plunder that solidified Nassau's reputation as a pirate stronghold. On July 24, 1715, the annual Spanish treasure fleet, a sight to behold, departed Havana, its holds groaning under the weight of a vast cargo of jewels, gold and silver, valued at an astonishing 14 million pesos. Their destination? Cadiz, Spain. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. A mere week later, the fleet was caught in the merciless embrace of a vicious hurricane. All 11 treasure galleons were brutally wrecked on the eastern shore of Florida. Spanish vessels from Havana were immediately dispatched to salvage the wrecks, equipped with diving gear to recover the sunken treasure. They managed to recover several million pieces of eight, most of which they prudently transported to the fortress in Havana. However, approximately 350,000 pieces of eight still awaited transport, sitting tantalizingly in a guardhouse on shore, under the watchful eyes of 60 armed men. Unbeknownst to the Spanish, a band of ex-privateers in Jamaica, including the likes of Henry Jennings, Benjamin Hornigold, our fearless pioneer, Edward Teach, soon to be known as Blackbeard, Charles Vane and Samuel Bellamy, had caught wind of the salvaging operation. Like a pack of hungry wolves scenting prey, they set sail in 5 ships for the coast of Florida, a small flotilla of around 300 men. With a swift and daring strike, they attacked the Spanish guards and seized the waiting treasure, making off with it towards Jamaica. But here's where the plot thickens. Upon reaching Jamaica, the pirates were met not with cheers, but with a cold reception. The Spanish had, quite reasonably, complained to the governor of Jamaica, Lord Archibald Hamilton. They pointed out that there was a peace treaty in force, and they demanded the return of their silver. Since the war was indeed long over, Lord Hamilton, with a stern face, informed the ex-privateers that they would not go unpunished. And so, with their Jamaican welcome revoked, the pirates, with their ill-gotten gains, set sail for Nassau, establishing it as their main base of operations. From that point on, most Nassau pirates focused their raiding efforts on the lucrative trade routes between Britain and her American colonies. The pirate presence in the Caribbean had another significant and often complained about effect. It stirred unrest among the African slaves toiling in the cane fields of the Sugar Islands. Whispers of the Pirate Republic, a place where they would be welcomed, spread like wildfire among these enslaved peoples. And so, in ever-increasing numbers, they ran away from their oppressive plantations, determined to become pirates themselves. Inevitably, as the Pirate Republic on Nassau flourished, powerful personalities and dominant figures emerged from the ranks of the brigands who flocked to the free life on the island. Among the most notorious of Nassau was, of course, Edward Teach, soon to be immortalized by his terrifying nickname, Blackbeard. This fearsome figure would be wanted by authorities from Honduras all the way to Nova Scotia. Bloody and cruel, Blackbeard was a terror not only to his victims, but even to fellow pirates who dared to consort with him in taverns and brothels. On November 28, 1717, Blackbeard and his crew captured a 200-ton French slave ship off the island of Martinique, which he chillingly renamed the Queen Anne's Revenge. Aboard this formidable vessel, Blackbeard terrorized the West Indies during his infamous raiding spree. Other pirate captains were equally fearsome in their own right. Charles Vane, for example, specialized in preying on shipping bound for North American ports. Vane was a strategic thinker, often sailing with other pirate captains in a flotilla, recognizing this as the most effective way to ensure numerical superiority when attacking their prey. Vane was also a calculating rogue. He never allowed his lust for women, his rage, or his drink to cloud his judgment. He enjoyed years of success as a Nassau captain precisely because he knew when to fight and, crucially, when to run. A smart cat, that Vane. Perhaps one of the most successful pirates of the post-Spanish succession period was Samuel Black Sam Bellamy, who is believed to have plundered over $130 million in loot. Despite his fearsome reputation, Bellamy was reportedly well-mannered and, like many pirates of the era, dressed flashily. He was known for carrying 4 dueling pistols in his sash, a truly intimidating sight. Like many other pirate ships of the day, Black Sam's crew was remarkably democratic, holding votes to elect men into vital crew roles. Bellamy typically pirated with 2 ships, one heavily armed for brute force and the other smaller and more maneuverable, perfect for blocking ships and easily capturing them. His balanced and coordinated attacks meant he often took many ships with their valuable cargoes fully intact. After participating in that thrilling pirate raid on the 1715 Treasure Fleet salvage operation, Sam Bellamy partnered with Ben Hornigold and Edward Teach aboard a ship called the Marianne. However, by the summer of 1716, Hornigold's crew grew increasingly annoyed by their captain's steadfast refusal to attack ships flying English colours. They believed in equal opportunity plundering, it seems. So, in a democratic display of discontent, they voted to depose both him and Teach from command. Sam Bellamy was then elected captain of the remaining 90 crewmen. After captaining the Marianne for a while, Bellamy came upon the ship Sultana, capturing her and converting her into a powerful 26-gun galley, which he then took command of as his flagship. In late February 1717, Bellamy set his sights on the wider galley, a 300-ton, 18-gun slave ship, as she passed through the treacherous windward passage between Cuba and Hispaniola. She had just completed the second leg of the notorious Middle Passage in the Columbian Exchange, having dropped off 500 slaves in the Caribbean and loaded up with boatloads of gleaming gold, precious treasure, and fine goods to return to England. After a fierce 3-day chase, the Whiter's captain, Lawrence Prince, finally surrendered the ship without a struggle. And here's where Bellamy lived up to his reputation as the Robin Hood of the seas. After capturing the ship, he traded the Sultana to Captain Prince for the wider galley, making the captured vessel his new flagship. Captain Bellamy and his crew then spent the next several months pirating off the coast of the British North American colonies, leaving a trail of plundered riches in their wake. Another ex-privateer who made his way to Nassau and later became a notorious pirate captain was Calico Jack Rackham. A flamboyant figure, he was fond of splashy waistcoats, bright ribbons, and colourful breeches. Truly a pirate with a sense of style. Jack Rackham was initially elected quartermaster of Vane's ship, the Ranger, but his true fame and enduring reputation came later, when he met and wooed a flamboyantly beautiful Irish woman named Anne Bonny, whom he took pirating with him. Anne Bonny arrived in Nassau around 1715 or 1716 as the wife of a poor young sailor. Though only 16 at the time, she yearned for the adventure of life at sea. Despite her married status, she often sought out the company of pirates like Vane, Blackbeard, or Hornigold, drinking with them and soaking up their wild way of life. When she met and eventually fell in love with the swaggering Jack Rackham, she proved to be every bit as fierce a fighter as any male pirate, fighting bravely by his side. A true queen of the seas, in my humble feline opinion. Now, not all pirates were born for the life of plunder. There was, for example, the rather curious case of the gentleman pirate, Steedy Bonnet. This fellow reportedly turned to piracy to escape a particularly unhappy marriage. Imagine that, preferring the dangers of the high seas to a nagging spouse. Bonnet, a member of a good English family and the owner of a successful sugar plantation in Barbados, was regarded as a gentleman by his peers on the island until he suddenly announced his astonishing intention to become a pirate. Bonnet soon christened his sugar trading ship the Revenge and set sail to join the raucous pirates of Nassau. He would eventually fall in with the crew of none other than Blackbeard himself. Perhaps Blackbeard's fearsome reputation was a welcome change from domestic disputes. While popular culture, for the past 3 centuries, has painted a romanticized picture of the pirate's life as a swashbuckling adventure, the reality, my dear humans, was far from the truth. Life aboard pirate ships during the Golden Age was incredibly crowded and, frankly, quite dirty. Pirate crews were significantly larger than those of merchant ships, meaning men were packed in closely together aboard their vessel. Add to this the intense, oppressive heat of the tropical West Indies, the liberal consumption of alcohol, and the touchy pride of men who fiercely defended the equality they gained by joining the democracy of pirates. And it becomes crystal clear that maintaining discipline aboard these rowdy ships was no easy task. However, pirate society was governed by a set of articles that the crewmen and officers signed upon joining. These articles were a remarkable attempt to impose a legal system that everyone could agree upon, a sort of pirate constitution. One common pirate article, for instance, required every man to keep his weapons clean and ready for use at any given moment. A practical rule, wouldn't you agree? Gambling was usually strictly banned on board the ships, and drinking was typically restricted to the top deck to prevent accidental fires breaking out in the holds. Imagine the chaos if a rum-fueled brawl sparked a fire below deck. Contrary to the popular culture's depiction of ruthless, tyrannical pirate captains lording over their crews with an iron fist, the vast majority of pirate crews were remarkably democratic. They organised shipboard elections to choose the most able or simply the most popular sailors for important leadership and officer roles, such as captain and quartermaster. And here's the truly fascinating part. These elected officers could just as easily be deposed by the very crew they commanded. Imagine voting your boss out of office because you didn't like his decisions, a truly revolutionary concept for the time. The makeup of pirate crews was incredibly diverse, a vibrant tapestry of men hailing from all backgrounds and races. Among their ranks were escaped slaves, men disgraced or scorned by civilized society, penniless ex-privateers, and impoverished sailors. Some even possessed former military exploits, bringing a wealth of combat experience to the pirate fold. Pirate crews needed frequent replenishing as the life was undeniably hard. Most men sailing under the black flag were volunteers, drawn to the promise of freedom and fortune, but casualties from disease, brutal combat, unfortunate accidents, and occasional desertions took their inevitable toll. Since able seamen, skilled maritime carpenters, coopers, barrel makers, and navigators were highly prized, pirates actively sought recruits from among the crews of the ships they captured. Pirates, surprisingly, did not like risking injuries to themselves or, more importantly, damage to their valuable prizes. So, when ships tried to run or put up a fight, their captains were usually punished severely, a warning to others. The pirates would then, with surprising civility, try to persuade the rest of the captured men to enlist in their crews. The pirate captain or quartermaster would often make compelling arguments to the captured merchantmen, highlighting the poor treatment and underfunding they received from their own captains. And more often than not, these persuasive speeches convinced many to join the pirate ranks. After all, who wouldn't want a better deal? The actual capturing of prizes by pirate ships, much like their lives, has been embellished by popular culture. Pirates seldom surprised their prey, sneaking up on them in the dead of night. Rather, they boldly announced their arrival with a dramatic shot across the enemy ship's bow, immediately unfurling and displaying the ominous black flag. As they closed with their terrified victims, pirates usually appeared on deck in a state of wild abandon, often drunk and heavily armed. The alcohol, while certainly contributing to their boisterous demeanor, also temporarily boosted their courage and dulled the pain of any potential wounds. Frequently, they would dance about the deck to the lively music provided by the ship's musicians, waving their weapons, shouting terrifying war cries, growling like wild beasts, and often hurling colourful insults at their prey. Though most pirates had fearsome reputations as eager fighters, they truly had little to gain and much to lose from prolonged combat. A damaged ship meant less plunder, and injured crew members were a liability. Therefore, the pirates' intimidating appearance, their wild shouts, and the sheer terror they inspired were usually enough to frighten their prey into surrendering before a single shot had to be fired in earnest. However, if the target dared to run, the pirates would give chase, relentlessly pursuing their prey, attempting to disable her before closing in for the kill. And if the enemy crew resisted further, the pirates would then, with a blood-curdling roar, jump onto their enemies' decks, engaging in bloody, close-quarters boarding action, a chaotic dance of cutlasses and pistols. By the end of 1717, the Nassau pirates had so savaged Caribbean shipping that the British government, bless their slow but steady hearts, finally began to take serious notice of the sharp drop in their commerce. It was one thing, you see, for these scoundrels to be raiding the commercial shipping of the Spanish or the French. That was almost understandable, a sort of unofficial continuation of hostilities. But when these rascalous pirates of Nassau began severely hurting British trade, the government of King George III finally sat up and paid attention. As the situation in the Caribbean worsened, and it became painfully apparent that the Royal Navy would not, or perhaps could not, suppress the Nassau pirates, a syndicate of powerful British merchants, fed up with their losses, joined forces to deal with the problem themselves. Soon enough, this determined consortium had formulated a bold and audacious plan to restore order to Nassau and, once and for all, defeat the formidable pirates of the Caribbean. And that, my dear humans, is where we must pause our tale for tonight. What became of the Republic of Pirates? Did the British merchants succeed in their bold plan? And what fates awaited the infamous Blackbeard, the cunning Charles Vane, and the democratic Black Sam Bellamy? You'll have to tune in next time for the thrilling conclusion of Golden Chonk's Tales of the High Seas. Until then, keep your wits sharp, your whiskers twitching, and your spirit of adventure alive. This is Golden Chonk, signing off for now. Meow, meow. Meow. Hello, my dear friends of Golden Chonk. Tonight, as the moonlight spills its silver over quiet rooftops and ancient stories stir in the gentle wind, let us settle in for a tale, one both sad and strange, echoing the strength and weakness found in every human heart, even the hearts of emperors. Imagine yourself walking Rome's ancient stone streets in 67 AD. The night sky sparkles above, a cool breeze whispers among mossy tiles. Suddenly, you see him, Emperor Nero, the world's most powerful man, strolling arm in arm with a breathtaking new wife. Her beauty turns heads, but an uneasy chill lingers in the air, for all of Rome knows the truth. This woman was once a boy named Sporus, and her story is one of sorrow and cruelty. Sporus, perhaps an unfamiliar name, but his story will linger with you long after tonight. Before he was drawn into tragedy, let us consider the one who drew him in. Nero was not born a monster. When he became emperor at only 16, people hoped for a golden age. He reduced taxes, sponsored grand performances, and won the people's love. But absolute power, it can twist even the brightest soul. By 65 AD, something had cracked deep within him. Was it paranoia, the constant fear of betrayal? Or was it loneliness, the suffocating isolation of being emperor, above contradiction, beyond challenge? Or was it the loss of the only person he claimed to love, his wife, Poppaea Sabina? She was not only beautiful and clever, but matched his ambition and shared his dreams. Where his first wife, Octavia, was reserved, Poppaea was vibrant, a true partner, but also a dangerous obsession. Nero's passion for Poppaea became all-consuming. He divorced and exiled Octavia, married Poppaea in a lavish ceremony, and showered her with treasures from every corner of the empire. He watched her, isolated her, remade the world to keep her close. His love became possession, his devotion a prison. Poppaea understood the power and peril of her position. She promoted her family, built alliances, but crucially, she was not afraid to challenge Nero, even to mock him. This independence in the end proved fatal. One day, an argument escalated. Poppaea, pregnant with their second child, dared to criticize Nero's priorities. In a fit of rage, he struck her. Some say a single blow, others a prolonged attack. She died within hours, along with their unborn child. In that moment, the emperor who commanded armies, who was worshipped as a god, destroyed the only thing he truly loved. Nero's grief became madness. He refused the Roman funeral rites, embalmed her body, built her a mausoleum fit for a goddess, and spoke to her corpse as if she still lived. The court joined his delusion, leaving her seat empty at banquets, speaking of her in the present tense for fear of exile or death. It was then that Sporus entered Nero's gaze. A young freedman, perhaps 14 or 15, Sporus grew up in the palace and owed everything to imperial favor. A privilege, but also a trap. What caught Nero's shattered mind was Sporus's face, a haunting resemblance to the lost Poppaea. For a man who had convinced himself he was a god, this likeness was an omen, a chance to undo the irreversible. The obstacle, Sporus was male, hardly mattered. Nero ordered physicians to surgically alter the boy, not merely to dress him as a woman, but to erase who he was. The procedure was dangerous, agonizing, and irreversible. If Sporus survived, he would never again be regarded as himself, but as an object of the emperor's will. Once recovered, Sporus was renamed Sabina and prepared for marriage to Nero. Seamstresses and jewelers transformed him. Makeup artists and tutors taught him the gestures, the walk, the voice of a Roman empress. Every lesson, every ornament, another chain binding him to a role he never chose. The marriage was held with imperial splendor, flowers, music, sacred rites. To outsiders, a spectacle. To those who knew, a moment of horror. Nero treated Sporus as his wife, his living Poppaea. Every day, Sporus performed under constant threat, forced to embody memories and emotions that were never his own. Ancient sources say he became skilled at this deception, but grew ever quieter, ever more withdrawn. For more than 2 years, Sporus lived this life, his true self buried beneath layers of forced femininity and imperial fantasy. When Nero's reign collapsed amid revolt and betrayal, Sporus fled with him, still bound to the man who had erased him. After Nero's death, Sporus became a pawn, passed between powerful men, forced to relive his trauma for their amusement. Finally, facing the ultimate humiliation, public degradation in the Colosseum, Sporus took the only choice left to him. He ended his life no older than 20, reclaiming in death the agency denied him in life. His story is rarely told for who he was, but rather as a symbol of imperial excess. Yet what haunts us is not just the cruelty he endured, but the way his identity was systematically stripped away, made into a canvas for someone else's madness. In choosing his own end, Sporus reclaimed the smallest spark of self, a final act of defiance. We know almost nothing of his hopes, his dreams, the life he would have chosen. All that remains is the echo of his suffering, a reminder that behind every tale of power and glory, there are individual stories of pain and resilience that deserve to be remembered. So now, as you drift towards sleep, let the memory of Sporus remind you, no matter how dark the night, there is always a spark of choice, a flame of resilience within. Good night, dear friends. Dream gently and know you are seen. Meow.
Hello, my dearest nappers and dreamers. It's your favorite professor of slumber, Golden Chonk, here to whisk you away on another cozy journey through history. Snuggle up, find your most comfortable spot, and let my rumbling purrs guide you into a tale of an extraordinary queen, a tiny paw in a giant world, and the unexpected warmth that can be found in the chilliest of circumstances. Imagine, if you will, the grand drafty halls of Westminster Abbey in the year of our Lord 1396. The autumn air, oh, it nips at your whiskers, but the excitement, it's positively electric. Servants scamper about like startled mice, preparing for a wedding, but not just any wedding, the most unusual royal wedding England has ever seen. Even I, Golden Chonk, would be intrigued, perhaps even shedding a single, dignified tear of curiosity. The bride, they say, is a princess from France, daughter of King Charles himself. Now, I've seen many a royal pairing in my long, luxurious naps, but never such a fuss. Then the great oak doors creak open, and the wedding party sweeps in. My eyes, always keen for a good show, would widen just a touch, perhaps even a blink of disbelief. The groom, King Richard II, at 29, he's a rather impressive fellow, tall and regal, with hair like spun gold catching the light from the stained glass. But beside him, barely reaching his elbow, is what appears to be a tiny kitten, all dressed up in an elaborate French gown. Her little hand, no bigger than my paw pad, is completely swallowed by his gloved palm. She can't be more than 6 or 7 years old, this little princess with pearls that seem too heavy for her small head. This, my friends, is Isabella of Valois, the new Queen of England. Now, I've seen some young brides in my time, a 12 or 13-year-old here and there. Noble families, you see, they're like grand chess masters, always moving pieces for alliances. And in those days, life was fleeting, like a fleeting dream. The Great Plague, just 50 years prior, had swiped half the population, rather like a mischievous kitten batting a yarn ball. Kings, they had to secure alliances whenever they could, and marriages, they sealed treaties far better than any wax seal. As the ceremony begins, I'd observe the child queen, her face more curious than fearful. Her large, dark eyes take in the soaring Gothic arches, the flickering candles, the nobles in their silks and velvets, a grand, sparkling world like a pile of shiny toys. When King Richard speaks his vows, his voice is soft, almost gentle, like a comforting purr. This is no monster, my dears, but a king fulfilling his duty, securing peace with France through this sacred bond. Everyone understood, of course, that this marriage wouldn't be consummated. The little queen would be raised and educated at the English court until she came of age. It was simply the way things were done. I, Golden Chonk, would offer my silent blessings to their union, even as my heart beat a strange rhythm, contemplating the fate of this tiny queen in the dangerous game of royal politics. Now, before we delve deeper into the stories of survival and unexpected friendships, if you're enjoying this historical cuddle, do consider giving us a little like and subscribing for more tales like this. And please, do tell me in the comments below, where in the world are you listening from? It's truly incredible, isn't it? Us exploring these ancient stories together, connected across time and space by our shared curiosity about the past, much like a network of napping cats, each dreaming the same dream. The marriage of Isabella of Valois to Richard II, you see, was never meant to be a grand romance. Oh no, it was a masterpiece of medieval diplomacy, a human chess piece moved across the board to end one of the most devastating conflicts in European history, the 100 Years' War. To truly understand Isabella's journey, we must first understand the world she was born into and the forces that would shape her brief yet profound life. Isabella was born on November the 9th, 1389, in the opulent Louvre Palace in Paris. She was the eldest daughter of one of medieval Europe's most troubled monarchs, a king whose mind was, shall we say, a bit untamed. Her father, King Charles VI of France, suffered from bouts of madness, which must have made for some frightful moments for the young princess. He was known as Charles the Mad, and his condition would transform him from a capable ruler into a raving lunatic who sometimes forgot who he was, believed he was made of glass, or even refused to bathe for months. Imagine little Isabella's childhood in that opulent but unstable French court. One day, her father might bounce her on his knee, showering her with gifts and attention, like a cat showering a favorite toy with love. The next, she might find him cowering in a corner, screaming about assassins, or standing motionless for hours, convinced his glass body would shatter. The palace servants, of course, would whisk the children away during these episodes, but the fear and confusion they lingered in young Isabella's eyes. Her mother, Isabella of Bavaria, was a formidable woman, trying to hold the kingdom together during her husband's periods of incapacity. Beautiful and intelligent, she had her own political ambitions and understood that her children were valuable assets in the complex web of European politics. She watched her eldest daughter with calculating eyes, knowing that Isabella's beauty and royal blood would one day secure a crucial alliance for France, much like a queen cat assessing her most prized kitten. The world Isabella was born into was one of almost constant warfare. For nearly 60 years, England and France had been locked in a brutal conflict that had devastated both kingdoms, the 100 Years' War. It began over English claims to the French throne, but it had evolved into something far more complex. A struggle for national identity, economic dominance, and territorial control that had consumed entire generations. French villages lay in ruins from English raids, and English nobles had spent their fortunes financing campaigns across the Channel. Both kingdoms were exhausted, their treasuries depleted, their people weary of war, much like a feline after a particularly vigorous play session. By the 1390s, whispers of peace began to circulate in both courts, but peace required more than just words. It required bonds that could not easily be broken. This, my dear listeners, is where 6-year-old Isabella stepped onto the grand stage of European politics. The idea of marrying her to Richard II first emerged during secret negotiations between French and English ambassadors in 1395. Richard, you see, had been devastated by the death of his beloved first wife, Anne of Bohemia, the previous year. Anne was known as Good Queen Anne, adored by the English people for her gentleness and charity. Her death from plague had left Richard not only grief-stricken, but also without an heir, a dangerous situation for any medieval monarch. Richard's advisors urged him to remarry quickly, but the king was initially resistant. His marriage to Anne had been one of genuine affection, quite rare among royal unions. The thought of replacing her felt like a betrayal of her memory. But duty to the realm, that always outweighed personal sentiment. And when French ambassadors arrived with a proposal that could end the war, Richard, ever the thoughtful one, began to listen. The proposition was audacious in its scope, like a grand pounce from a very clever cat. They offered not just the hand of the king's eldest daughter, but a dowry of 800,000 francs, an astronomical sum that would go far toward refilling England's war-depleted treasury. More importantly, they offered a 28-year truce, long enough for an entire generation to grow up without knowing war. There was one significant obstacle, however. Isabella was only 6 years old. Even by medieval standards, this was unusually young for a royal bride. Most political marriages involved girls who were at least approaching adolescence. But the French negotiators, clever as they were, argued that this very youth was an advantage. The marriage, they said, would symbolize a new beginning, unsullied by the hatred and blood that had characterized relations between the two kingdoms. Isabella would be raised at the English court, learning English customs and loyalties. By the time she was old enough to rule as queen consort, she would be as much English as French. Richard's counselors were divided, much like a group of cats debating the merits of a new sunbeam. Some saw the wisdom in the proposal. The dowry alone would fund the royal household for years, and the extended truce would allow England to focus on other threats, particularly the growing power of Scotland and ongoing rebellions in Ireland. Others worried about the precedent of marrying a child so young, fearing it would scandalize even the medieval nobility. But Richard himself was intrigued by something else entirely. Court observers noted that when he saw the miniature portrait of Isabella sent by the ambassadors, something in his expression softened, like a cat's gaze when presented with a particularly comfortable blanket. Here was a child who would need protection, guidance, and care. Perhaps, some whispered, the childless king saw in this arrangement not just a political alliance, but the opportunity to be a father, as well as a husband. The negotiations stretched on for months, with ambassadors crossing the channel repeatedly to hammer out the intricate details. Every aspect of Isabella's future life was debated and codified. She would retain her French servants and ladies-in-waiting. She would be allowed to practice French customs and maintain correspondence with her family. Most crucially, all parties agreed that the marriage would not be consummated until she reached physical maturity, a protection that was written explicitly into the treaty. Meanwhile, in Paris, 6-year-old Isabella played with her dolls, blissfully unaware that her fate was being decided in council chambers and written into documents sealed with wax and ribbon. Her tutors began teaching her English phrases, and seamstresses started work on a trousseau fit for a queen. She was told she was going to marry a great king across the water, but at 6, the concept was no more real to her than the fairy tales her nurses told at bedtime. The wedding ceremony, my dears, took place not once but twice, reflecting the diplomatic complexity of the union. Isabella was only 7 when she wed Richard II at the English-controlled port of Calais on October 31st, 1396. This first ceremony was intimate, attended primarily by negotiators and high-ranking nobles from both kingdoms. Calais, as English territory on French soil, provided neutral ground for this historic moment, like a carefully selected napping spot that's just right. Standing in the great hall of Calais Castle, Isabella must have been overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. She wore a gown of cloth of gold, so heavy with embroidery and pearls that she needed help walking, rather like a tiny kitten tangled in a particularly fancy curtain. Her new husband knelt to her level to exchange rings, and witnesses noted how gently he lifted her chin when she seemed frightened by the assembled nobles staring at her. A year later, she was crowned queen in Westminster Abbey. Allegedly, several people died in the crush to get a glimpse of the famous young bride. Oh, the perils of royal celebrity, even then. The English people had heard tales of their new child queen, and curiosity, that irresistible force, drew massive crowds to London for the coronation. The ceremony itself was a spectacular display of royal pageantry, designed to show both the English nobility and foreign observers that this unusual marriage had the full support of the crown. Isabella processed through London streets in a litter decorated with English roses and French fleur-de-lis, symbolizing the union of the two kingdoms, like two happy purrs intertwining. She wore a crown specially made for her small head, and her train was carried by English duchesses who had been chosen to serve as her guardians and teachers. The crowds that lined the streets called out blessings in English, which she was only beginning to understand, but she smiled and waved as she had been taught, a true little queen in the making. The coronation feasts that followed lasted 3 days, with entertainment that included jugglers, musicians, and elaborate theatrical presentations depicting the glorious future that this marriage would bring to both kingdoms. Isabella sat at the high table beside Richard, picking at her food with the careful manners her French tutors had drilled into her, while nobles toasted the health of the child queen. But even as the celebrations continued, experienced courtiers were already beginning to wonder how long this peace would last. Medieval truces, no matter how elaborately negotiated, were fragile things, like a carefully balanced tower of treats. Richard II, despite his current power, was not universally loved by his nobles. There were whispers of discontent, particularly among those who felt the king was too influenced by his favorites and too willing to make peace with France when England's military position remained strong. For the moment, however, Isabella was safe in her new home. Richard installed her in her own apartments at Westminster Palace, staffed with a carefully chosen household that blended French and English attendants. Her days were filled with lessons not just in languages and courtly accomplishments, but in the complex etiquette of English court life. She learned to curtsy in the English fashion, to prefer wine over ale at meals, and to speak English with the accent of the court rather than her French tutors. Much like a very clever cat adapting to new human customs, Richard himself took an active interest in her education and welfare. Contemporary chronicles describe him visiting her apartments regularly, bringing her gifts from across his realm. Exotic birds from Ireland, fine books from Oxford, musical instruments crafted by London's best artisans. He seemed to genuinely enjoy her company, and she began to look forward to his visits, greeting him with the mixture of formality and affection that marked their unusual relationship. The other children at court quickly accepted Isabella as one of their own. Medieval royal households typically included numerous young nobles, being raised and educated alongside the monarch's own family. Isabella found particular friendship with the daughters of Richard's supporters, girls close to her own age, who helped her navigate the subtle hierarchies and unspoken rules of English noble society. Her favorite companion was Margaret Holland, daughter of one of Richard's half-brothers. Margaret was only 2 years older than Isabella, but seemed worldly and sophisticated to the young queen, like an older, wiser feline guiding a playful kitten. It was Margaret who taught Isabella English children's games, who helped her understand which ladies-in-waiting could be trusted with secrets, and who warned her about the political undercurrents that even children couldn't entirely escape. The two girls would spend hours in Isabella's private garden, practicing their needlework while Margaret explained the genealogies of English noble houses and the ancient feuds that still simmered beneath the surface of court politeness. Isabella was a quick learner, and her French perspective on English politics often provided insights that surprised her older companions. Why? Isabella once asked Margaret, with the innocent curiosity of a kitten. Do the English nobles seem to watch each other so carefully? In France, there are factions and quarrels, but here everyone seems to be waiting for something to happen. Margaret, wise beyond her years, explained that Richard's reign had been marked by conflicts with his nobles almost from the beginning. There had been a major rebellion when he was young, and he had never entirely forgiven those who had opposed him. Meanwhile, many of the great lords believed Richard was too fond of his court favorites and too willing to ignore their advice on matters of war and governance. "The king is powerful now," Margaret said, "but power in England must be shared with the nobles. Your marriage helps him because it brings peace with France, but some think it shows he is weak, that he prefers negotiation to conquest." Isabella absorbed these lessons with the seriousness of a child who was beginning to understand that her life was connected to forces much larger than herself. She began to watch the interactions at court with new eyes, noticing how certain nobles would fall silent when Richard entered a room, how conversations would shift when she appeared, how even her French ladies-in-waiting seemed to choose their words carefully when discussing political matters. The years 1397 and 1398 passed peacefully for Isabella. She grew from a tiny child into a more confident girl, her English becoming fluent, her understanding of court life more sophisticated, much like a young cat mastering the art of the perfect nap. Richard continued to treat her with paternal kindness, and she began to feel genuinely at home in England. The massive stone walls of Westminster became familiar rather than intimidating, and she could navigate the complex maze of corridors and chambers without getting lost, just like a cat exploring every nook and cranny of a new home. Her education expanded beyond the typical feminine accomplishments of needlework and music. Richard insisted that she learn to read and write in both French and English, and her tutors included some of the finest scholars in the kingdom. She studied history, particularly the chronicles of English and French kings, learning about the great figures whose actions had shaped the world she now inhabited. One of her favorite lessons involved maps. Her tutor, a learned clerk named Master William, would spread great parchments across the floor of her study chamber, showing her the extent of both kingdoms and explaining how geography had influenced centuries of conflict. Isabella would kneel beside these maps, tracing the coastlines with a finger, imagining the ships that carried armies and ambassadors back and forth across the channel. "See here, Your Grace," Master William would say, pointing to the narrow waters between Dover and Calais. "This small strip of water has been both a bridge and a barrier between our peoples. Your marriage represents the hope that it might finally serve only as a bridge." Isabella nodded solemnly, understanding even at 8 years old that she embodied something larger than herself. She was not just a girl learning to be a queen. She was a living symbol of peace between two nations that had been enemies for longer than anyone could remember. But symbols, as Isabella was about to learn, could be fragile things in the violent world of medieval politics. The first signs of trouble, like a sudden chill in the air, came in early 1399, when Isabella noticed changes in the atmosphere at court. Conversations stopped more abruptly when she appeared. Her ladies-in-waiting exchanged worried glances when they thought she wasn't looking. Even Margaret Holland seemed distracted and anxious, though she tried to maintain their usual routines. Richard himself seemed different. His visits to Isabella's apartments became less frequent, and when he did come, he appeared preoccupied, sometimes staring out the windows toward the Thames, as if expecting to see ships on the horizon. His usual gifts of books and trinkets ceased, and Isabella began to wonder if she had somehow displeased him. The truth was far more serious than a child's transgression. Richard was facing the greatest crisis of his reign, and it had nothing to do with his young queen. His cousin, Henry Bolingbroke, whom Richard had exiled the previous year, had returned to England with an army, claiming that he had come only to claim his inheritance, but clearly intending much more. The English nobles, many of whom had long chafed under Richard's rule, began to flock to Henry's banner. The carefully constructed stability that had allowed Isabella to feel safe at the English court was crumbling with terrifying speed, much like a sandcastle before a rising tide. Isabella first realized the severity of the situation when she woke one morning to find that several of her English ladies-in-waiting had disappeared during the night. When she asked French attendants where they had gone, she received only evasive answers. By afternoon, she could hear shouting from the courtyard below her windows, and when she looked out, she saw armed men wearing unfamiliar livery. Margaret Holland burst into Isabella's chambers that evening, her face pale with fear, like a startled bird. "You must pack immediately," she whispered urgently. "Only the most essential things. We're leaving Westminster tonight." "Where are we going?" Isabella asked, her heart beginning to race with the kind of panic she hadn't felt since her first days in England. "To the Tower," Margaret replied, not finishing the sentence, but Isabella understood. The Tower of London was both palace and prison, and in times of political upheaval, the distinction often became meaningless. The journey through London's dark streets was unlike anything in Isabella's previous experience. Instead of the ceremonial processions she was accustomed to, they traveled in a small, heavily guarded convoy, with armed men riding before and behind her litter. The curtains were drawn, but she could hear the sounds of the city around them. Not the usual noise of commerce and daily life, but something more urgent and threatening, like the distant rumble of thunder. At the Tower, Isabella was installed in apartments that were comfortable but clearly designed to contain rather than simply house their occupant. The windows were barred and guards stood at every entrance, much like vigilant house panthers. Her French ladies-in-waiting were allowed to remain with her, but most of her English attendants were dismissed. For the first time since arriving in England, Isabella felt truly isolated, like a lone kitten in a vast empty room. Richard came to see her on her second day at the Tower, and the change in him was shocking. The confident, kindly king she had known was gone, replaced by a man who seemed to have aged years in a matter of weeks. His clothes were rumpled, his hair unkempt, and his eyes held a wildness that reminded Isabella uncomfortably of her father's episodes of madness. "My dear child," he said, kneeling before her chair as he had done during their first meeting, "I'm afraid our circumstances have become difficult. There are those who question my right to rule, who seek to overturn the peace we have built with your father's kingdom." Isabella, now 9 years old and far more sophisticated than she had been 3 years earlier, understood the implications. "Are you still king?" she asked directly. Richard's smile was bitter. "For now," he said, "but Henry Bolingbroke has many supporters, and I may not be able to protect you as I once could." The conversation that followed was unlike any they had ever had. For the first time, Richard spoke to Isabella not as a child to be sheltered, but as a political equal who needed to understand the realities of her situation. He explained that Henry was claiming the throne, that many of the great nobles had abandoned Richard's cause, and that the future of both England and the peace with France now hung in the balance. "What will happen to me?" Isabella asked, displaying a composure that would have been remarkable in an adult, let alone a 9-year-old girl. "I don't know," Richard admitted, and Isabella could see that this uncertainty tormented him. "Henry may seek to use you as a bargaining chip with your father, or he may honor our marriage and continue to protect you. Much depends on whether he values peace with France above his own ambitions." This was Isabella's first real lesson in the brutal arithmetic of medieval politics. Her value as a person was secondary to her value as a symbol and a diplomatic asset. The love and care Richard had shown her, genuine though it may have been, could not shield her from the larger forces that were reshaping the English kingdom. The next few weeks passed in agonizing uncertainty. Isabella could hear the sounds of the city beyond the tower walls, but she was cut off from reliable news about what was happening. Her French ladies whispered among themselves in their native tongue, but even they seemed to know little beyond rumors and speculation. Finally, on a gray October morning, Isabella heard the sound she had been dreading, the heavy footsteps of armed men approaching her chambers. When the doors opened, she saw not the guards she had become accustomed to, but new men wearing the red rose livery of Henry Bolingbroke. The man who entered behind them was tall and imposing, with the bearing of a soldier and the calculating eyes of a politician. This was Henry himself, now Henry IV of England, come to meet the child who represented both an opportunity and a problem for his new reign. Isabella rose from her chair and curtsied deeply, as she had been taught to do when meeting a king. Henry studied her for a long moment, taking in her poise, her obvious intelligence, and perhaps calculating what use he might make of her, much like a cat assessing a new, intriguing object. "Your Grace," he said formally, and Isabella noted that he still used her royal title. "I regret that circumstances have made it necessary to discuss your future under such conditions." "What has become of the king?" Isabella asked, referring to Richard with the directness that had become her hallmark. "Richard of Bordeaux is no longer king," Henry replied, using Richard's birth name rather than his royal title. "He has abdicated in favor of my claim to the throne." Isabella knew enough about politics to understand that abdicated likely meant was forced to give up the crown. But she didn't challenge the euphemism. Instead, she asked the question that mattered most to her immediate future. "What becomes of me?" Henry's answer would determine whether Isabella remained a queen or became merely a very valuable prisoner. Her fate hung on the new king's assessment of how best to use the peace treaty with France, whether to maintain it or to risk war for the sake of other political objectives. "That," Henry said, "depends on many factors. Your father's response to recent events, the advice of my counselors, and perhaps most importantly, your own conduct in the coming months. With those words, 9-year-old Isabella began the most dangerous period of her young life. The protective bubble of Richard's court was gone, replaced by the harsh realities of a kingdom in transition. She was no longer just a child queen being raised to fulfill her royal duties. She was a political prisoner whose value might be measured against the cost of war or peace. The weeks that followed Richard's deposition were a masterclass in survival for Isabella. Confined to the tower but not yet formally imprisoned, she had to navigate the treacherous waters of a court that was still deciding what to do with her. Some of Henry's supporters argued that she should be sent back to France immediately, both to avoid the expense of maintaining her household and to signal that England was ready to renegotiate the peace treaty from a position of strength. Others counseled caution, pointing out that Isabella's presence gave England leverage in any future negotiations with France. As long as she remained in English custody, her father would be reluctant to take any action that might endanger her welfare. This faction argued that she should be maintained in comfort but kept under careful watch. Isabella herself played her part with remarkable skill for such a young girl. She was unfailingly polite to her new captors, careful never to give offense or appear to be plotting against Henry's government. At the same time, she maintained the dignity befitting her rank, refusing to be treated as anything less than the queen she legally remained. Her French ladies-in-waiting proved invaluable during this period. Unlike her English attendants, who had been dismissed or had fled, these women remained loyal to Isabella's interests rather than to any English faction. They helped her understand the nuances of her situation and coached her in the careful balance she needed to maintain. Remember, her chief lady-in-waiting, Madame de Coucy, advised her, "You are still Queen of England in the eyes of the law and of your father's court. Henry may wear the crown, but he has not yet dared to dissolve your marriage or formally repudiate the treaty. As long as that remains true, you have value, and where there is value, there is hope." This hope, however, came with a terrible cost that Isabella was only beginning to understand. Word began to filter into the tower about Richard's fate. First came rumors that he had died in captivity at Pontefract Castle. Then came whispers that his death had not been natural, that Henry's supporters had arranged for the former king to meet with an accident. When Isabella finally received confirmation that Richard was dead, the news hit her with unexpected force. She had never loved Richard as a wife loves a husband. How could she when she was still a child? But he had been kind to her, had protected her, had been the closest thing to a father figure she had known since leaving France. His death represented not just personal loss, but the severing of her last connection to the life she had built in England. The manner of Richard's death also carried ominous implications for her own future. If Henry was willing to arrange the murder of an anointed king, what scruples would he have about disposing of a French princess who had outlived her usefulness? These fears proved well-founded when, in early 1400, Isabella received an ultimatum from Henry's government. She would be allowed to return to France, but only if she formally acknowledged Henry as the rightful king of England and renounced any claims she might have to the English throne as Richard's widow. The proposed agreement was a diplomatic masterpiece from Henry's perspective. By voluntarily leaving England, Isabella would implicitly accept that her marriage to Richard had been dissolved by his deposition. This would free Henry from the obligations of the original peace treaty, while avoiding the political complications of forcibly expelling a child queen. For Isabella, the choice was stark. Accept exile and acknowledge that her 3 years as Queen of England had been meaningless, or refuse and risk remaining a prisoner indefinitely. At 10 years old, she was being asked to make a decision that would affect not only her own future, but the relationship between England and France for years to come. Her French advisors were divided. Some argued that she should accept the terms and return to the safety of her father's court, where she could be cared for properly and perhaps eventually find a new marriage. Others insisted that she should refuse, maintaining that she remained Richard's legitimate widow and England's rightful queen, regardless of Henry's usurpation. Isabella herself struggled with the decision for weeks. Part of her longed to return to France, to see her family again, and escape the uncertain atmosphere of Henry's court. But another part of her recognized that accepting Henry's terms would be a betrayal of Richard's memory and an abandonment of the peace he had died trying to preserve. In the end, the decision was made for her by events beyond her control. Charles VI, during one of his lucid periods, sent word that he expected his daughter to return to France immediately. The message, delivered through diplomatic channels, made it clear that continued negotiations over Isabella's status would be interpreted as an act of hostility by the French crown. Faced with the prospect of renewed war with France, Henry's government quickly agreed to Isabella's departure. The terms of her release were kept deliberately vague, allowing both sides to interpret her return as either voluntary or forced, depending on their political needs. The journey back to France in the summer of 1401 was a bittersweet experience for Isabella. She was leaving behind the only home she had known for 5 years, abandoning the apartments where she had learned to read English poetry, the gardens where she had played with Margaret Holland, the great hall where she had been crowned Queen of England. At the same time, she was returning to a family and a country that had become foreign to her during her years in England, much like a cat returning to a home that smells subtly different. She now spoke French with a slight English accent, preferred English fashions to French ones, and had to relearn the etiquette of her father's court. The little girl who had left Paris at 6 was returning as a young woman of 11, shaped by experiences that none of her French relatives could fully understand. The reunion with her parents was complicated by her father's deteriorating mental condition. Charles VI was in the midst of one of his worst episodes when Isabella arrived, convinced that he was being pursued by invisible enemies and refusing to recognize his own family. When he finally emerged from his madness several weeks later, he seemed confused by Isabella's presence, as if he had forgotten that she had been married to the English king. Her mother, Isabella, was more welcoming but also more calculating, like a queen cat sizing up a new contender for the best napping spot. The Queen of France immediately began considering how Isabella's unique position might be used to advance French interests. As the widow of an English king, Isabella had a certain diplomatic status that could prove valuable in future negotiations. More immediately, her experience at the English court made her a valuable source of intelligence about English politics and military capabilities. Isabella found herself caught between these competing demands on her loyalty and knowledge. She was French by birth and had returned to French soil, but she had also been Queen of England and felt some lingering obligation to the country that had been her home. When her mother's advisors questioned her about English defenses or Henry's support among the nobility, she answered carefully, providing general information while avoiding details that might be used to plan military campaigns. The months following her return to France were a period of adjustment and reflection for Isabella. She was no longer a child, but she was not yet fully adult. At 11, she had already experienced more political upheaval and personal loss than most people encountered in a lifetime. The question now was what role she would play in the complex world of medieval European politics. Her status as a former Queen of England made her an attractive marriage prospect for various European nobles, but it also complicated any potential matches. Some potential suitors were intimidated by her royal rank and political significance. Others were more interested in the political advantages of marrying her than in Isabella herself. Isabella, for her part, had developed strong opinions about marriage based on her experiences with Richard. She had seen how political marriages could provide protection and stability, but she had also witnessed how quickly such arrangements could collapse when circumstances changed. Any future husband would need to understand that she was not simply a diplomatic asset, but a young woman with her own intelligence, preferences, and ambitions. The French court of 1401 was a dangerous place for someone with Isabella's complex loyalties. The ongoing war with England meant that anti-English sentiment ran high among the nobility, and Isabella's years as Queen of England made some courtiers view her with suspicion. She had to be careful not to appear too sympathetic to English interests, while also not betraying the genuine affection she had felt for Richard and some of his supporters. At the same time, her father's mental instability meant that the French government was effectively controlled by competing factions of nobles, each seeking to advance their own interests. Isabella had to navigate these factional disputes while avoiding being used as a pawn by any particular group. Her mother, Isabeau, proved to be both protector and potential threat. The Queen of France genuinely cared for Isabella's welfare, but she was also a sophisticated political operator who saw her daughter's experiences and connections as valuable resources for the crown. Isabeau's protection came with expectations that Isabella would serve French interests, even when those interests conflicted with her own preferences or moral convictions. The year 1402 brought new complications when Isabella received word that Henry IV was facing serious rebellions in England. The Percy family, once his supporters, had turned against him, and there were uprisings in Wales and Scotland as well. Some at the French court argued that this was an opportunity to invade England and restore the rightful dynasty, possibly with Isabella playing a symbolic role as the legitimizing widow of the last Plantagenet king. Isabella found herself horrified by these discussions. She had no desire to see England torn apart by civil war, regardless of her feelings about Henry's usurpation. The English people she had known, her servants, her tutors, her childhood companions, were innocent of the political crimes committed by their rulers. The idea of French armies ravaging English villages in her name was deeply disturbing to her. When directly asked for her opinion about potential military action against England, Isabella chose her words carefully, like a cat carefully placing its paws. She pointed out that any invasion would likely result in massive casualties on both sides, that the English people might rally to defend their homeland regardless of their feelings about Henry, and that success was far from guaranteed given England's natural defenses and military traditions. Her reluctance to support anti-English action earned her some criticism from French hawks who accused her of divided loyalties. But Isabella's position was supported by more moderate voices at court, who argued that peaceful relations with England served French interests better than renewed warfare. These political tensions came to a head in 1403, when Isabella was approached by representatives of Charles, Duke of Orleans, with a marriage proposal that would dramatically change her life once again. The Duke of Orleans was Isabella's cousin, the son of her father's brother, and one of the most powerful nobles in France. At 29, he was exactly the same age Richard had been when he married Isabella, but this time the age gap seemed less significant given that Isabella was now approaching 14. The proposed marriage was attractive from several perspectives. It would keep Isabella within the French royal family, preventing her from becoming a diplomatic asset for some foreign power. It would also align her with one of the most cultured and sophisticated courts in Europe, as the Duke of Orleans was known as a patron of arts and literature, as well as a capable military commander. For Isabella personally, the match offered the prospect of a marriage based on mutual respect rather than pure political calculation. She had met her cousin several times during her childhood, and he had always treated her with courtesy and kindness. More importantly, he was old enough and experienced enough to be a true partner, rather than simply another guardian figure. The negotiations for this marriage took place against the backdrop of continuing chaos in England and growing French confidence that Henry IV's reign might not survive its early challenges. If Henry fell, There was always the possibility that Isabella might be recalled to England to legitimize a new regime. This potential complication made the timing of Isabella's remarriage crucial from a French perspective. Charles of Orléans understood the delicate nature of the situation. He was not merely seeking a wife, but potentially allying himself with a woman who might one day be called upon to play a role in English politics. This added a layer of complexity to their courtship that was unusual even by the standards of medieval noble marriages. When Isabella first met with Charles to discuss the marriage seriously, she was struck by how different he was from Richard. Where Richard had been gentle and somewhat otherworldly, Charles was passionate and intensely engaged with the world around him. He spoke to her not as a child to be protected, but as an equal whose opinions and experiences mattered. "I want you to understand," he told her during one of their private conversations, "that I am not seeking to marry the former Queen of England. I am seeking to marry Isabella of Valois, the remarkable young woman who survived the courts of 2 kingdoms and emerged with her dignity intact." Isabella found herself genuinely attracted to Charles in a way she had never experienced before. At 14, she was no longer a child, and the feelings stirring within her were those of a young woman discovering her own desires and preferences, much like a cat finding a new favorite sunbeam. Charles was handsome, cultured, and intelligent, but more importantly, he seemed to see her as an individual rather than merely an asset. The marriage negotiations proceeded swiftly once both parties had agreed to the basic terms. Isabella would bring to the marriage her status as a former queen and her valuable political connections, while Charles would provide her with a secure position in French society and protection from those who might seek to use her for their own purposes. The wedding took place in June 1406 at the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, a ceremony that deliberately contrasted with Isabella's first marriage. Where her wedding to Richard had been a small diplomatic affair, this celebration was a grand spectacle designed to demonstrate the power and prosperity of the French royal house. Isabella, now 16, wore a gown of deep blue silk embroidered with golden fleur-de-lis, her dark hair crowned with a circlet of sapphires and pearls. She walked down the aisle of the great cathedral with confidence, no longer the frightened child who had been married to a stranger, but a young woman choosing her own path. Charles waited for her at the altar in his finest robes, his face showing genuine happiness rather than mere diplomatic satisfaction. When they exchanged vows, their voices were clear and strong, and observers noted that they looked directly at each other rather than simply reciting words to satisfy political necessity. The wedding feast that followed was a celebration of French culture and power. Troubadours sang ballads in honor of the couple. Elaborate theatrical performances depicted the triumph of love over adversity, and the finest wines from across the realm flowed freely. Isabella found herself relaxing and enjoying the festivities in a way she had never been able to do during her time in England. More importantly, she felt for the first time since leaving France as a child that she truly belonged somewhere, like a cat finally finding its forever home. The French court had accepted her back, not as a failed political experiment, but as a valuable member of the royal family who had gained wisdom and experience from her trials. The early years of Isabella's marriage to Charles were among the happiest of her life. Charles proved to be not only a devoted husband, but also an intellectual companion who shared her interests in literature, music, and the arts. His court at Blois became a center of cultural refinement, attracting poets, scholars, and artists from across Europe. Isabella threw herself into her new role with enthusiasm. She patronized troubadours and commissioned illuminated manuscripts, established a scriptorium where monks copied and preserved important texts, and maintained correspondence with scholars throughout Europe. Her experiences in England had given her a unique perspective on European culture, and she used this knowledge to foster intellectual exchange between French and foreign courts. She also began to develop her own political voice. Charles valued her insights into English affairs, but more importantly, he respected her judgment on a wide range of issues affecting their duchy and the kingdom as a whole. Isabella found herself becoming a true partner in governance, not merely a decorative consort. The couple's first child, a daughter named Jeanne, was born in 1407. Isabella approached motherhood with the same intensity she brought to everything else, determined to be a more present parent than her own mother had been able to be during the chaos of her father's reign. She insisted on nursing the baby herself, despite the protests of court physicians who considered this beneath the dignity of a duchess. Holding her daughter for the first time, Isabella felt a profound sense of completion, like a mother cat holding her first litter. This child, she vowed, would grow up knowing her parents' love and protection, free from the political machinations that had shaped Isabella's own childhood. She whispered promises to the sleeping infant in both French and English, vowing that Jeanne would have choices that Isabella herself had never been given. The birth of their daughter strengthened the bond between Isabella and Charles. He proved to be a devoted father, spending time with Jeanne despite the demands of his political and military responsibilities. Isabella often found him in the nursery, reading to their daughter or simply watching her sleep, marveling at the miracle of this new life they had created together. But even as Isabella enjoyed domestic happiness, the larger world continued to intrude, like a pesky mouse in a quiet room. News from England remained troubling, with Henry IV facing continued rebellions and challenges to his authority. More immediately threatening was the growing tension within France itself, as the king's mental illness created a power vacuum that various noble factions were eager to fill. Isabella's father-in-law, Louis of Orleans, was one of the most ambitious of these nobles. As the king's brother, he claimed the right to govern during Charles II's periods of incapacity, but this claim was disputed by the Duke of Burgundy, who had his own supporters and his own vision for France's future. The rivalry between the Orleans and Burgundian factions would eventually tear France apart. But in the early years of Isabella's marriage, it seemed like just another of the political disputes that constantly swirled around the royal court. Isabella tried to stay above these factional conflicts, focusing on her family and her cultural pursuits while leaving the political maneuvering to others. This comfortable neutrality became impossible to maintain in November 1407, when Louis of Orleans was assassinated on the streets of Paris by agents of the Duke of Burgundy. The murder was carried out with shocking boldness, the killers striking down the king's brother in broad daylight before disappearing into the maze of Paris's medieval streets. The assassination transformed Isabella's life overnight. Charles, who had inherited his father's titles and responsibilities, was now one of the most powerful men in France, but he was also a marked man. The Duke of Burgundy had demonstrated his willingness to use violence against his enemies, and the Orleans family was now his primary target. Isabella found herself thrust into a world of bodyguards and constant vigilance, like a pampered cat suddenly finding itself in a bustling marketplace. Her movements were restricted for security reasons, and her correspondence was monitored to ensure that no information about her family's activities fell into enemy hands. The carefree atmosphere of their court at Blois was replaced by the grim reality of civil war. Charles himself was transformed by his father's murder. The cultured, artistic young man Isabella had married began to show a harder edge, driven by a desire for vengeance that sometimes frightened her. He began to gather allies and resources for what everyone knew would be a long and bloody conflict with the Burgundian faction. Isabella supported her husband's cause, but worried about the cost of the coming war. She had already seen how political violence could destroy lives and kingdoms, and she feared that France would suffer the same fate that had befallen England during the Wars of the Roses. Her concerns proved prophetic as the conflict between the Orleans and Burgundian factions escalated into open warfare. The birth of Isabella's second child, A son named Charles in 1408 provided a brief respite from the political tensions. The arrival of a male heir strengthened the Orleans' claim to eventual leadership of France, but it also made Isabella's family an even more attractive target for their enemies. Isabella approached her son's upbringing with even greater care than she had shown with Jean. She was determined that Charles would grow up understanding both the privileges and responsibilities of his noble birth, but she also wanted him to develop the kind of character that would allow him to navigate the treacherous world of medieval politics without losing his humanity. She insisted on being involved in every aspect of his education, from the selection of tutors to the design of his curriculum. Drawing on her own experiences at the English court, she ensured that her son learned multiple languages, studied the histories of various European kingdoms, and developed the diplomatic skills that would be essential to his future role. The early years of the Civil War were marked by a series of battles and sieges that gradually exhausted both sides. Isabella found herself managing the family's territories while Charles was away campaigning, a responsibility that required her to master the complex logistics of medieval warfare and governance. She proved surprisingly adept at these tasks, using her diplomatic skills to maintain alliances and her organizational abilities to ensure that supplies and reinforcements reached Charles's forces when needed. Her letters from this period reveal a woman who had fully embraced her role as a political leader, no longer the confused child who had been shuffled between courts, but a mature woman taking control of her own destiny. The war took a devastating toll on France, like a particularly destructive scratching post. Entire regions were wasted by competing armies, trade was disrupted, and the common people suffered from the depredations of soldiers from both sides. Isabella used her position to provide relief where she could, establishing charitable foundations and negotiating safe passage for refugees fleeing the worst of the fighting. Her efforts to help the victims of the war enhanced her reputation throughout France. She became known not just as the Duchess of Orleans, but as a compassionate leader who remembered her obligations to the common people. This reputation would prove valuable in the years to come, as the political situation in France became even more complicated. The birth of Isabella's third child, a daughter named Marguerite in 1409, was both a joy and a source of anxiety. Isabella was now 20, and the repeated pregnancies were taking a toll on her health. Medieval medicine offered little understanding of maternal mortality, but Isabella was intelligent enough to recognize the risks she faced with each childbirth. She approached this pregnancy with particular care, following the advice of the best physicians available and preparing detailed instructions for the care of her children in case something happened to her. These preparations proved to be prescient, as complications during Marguerite's birth nearly cost Isabella her life. For several days after the delivery, Isabella hovered between life and death, her body weakened by blood loss and infection. Charles rarely left her bedside, and messengers were sent throughout Europe to pray for her recovery. The possibility that she might die forced both Isabella and Charles to confront the fragility of their happiness and the uncertain future facing their children. Isabella's recovery was slow and incomplete. The birth had damaged her health in ways that would affect her for the rest of her life, leaving her weakened and susceptible to the various illnesses that plagued medieval populations. More immediately, her physicians warned that another pregnancy would likely kill her, advice that profoundly affected her relationship with Charles. The couple's physical intimacy became cautious and constrained, overshadowed by the fear of conception. This change in their relationship was difficult for both of them, but particularly for Isabella, who had found great joy in the physical expression of their love. The passionate young woman who had discovered her desires was now forced to suppress them for the sake of survival. Despite these challenges, Isabella and Charles's marriage remained strong. They found new ways to express their love and partnership, focusing on their shared interests in culture and politics. Isabella became even more involved in the governance of their territories, effectively serving as Charles's co-ruler while he campaigned against the Burgundians. The year 1410 brought new complications when the Duke of Burgundy began negotiating with the English, seeking to bring Henry IV into the French Civil War on the Burgundian side. The prospect of English intervention horrified Isabella, who feared that France would suffer the same devastation that had characterized the 100 Years' War. Isabella used her unique position as a former Queen of England to open back-channel communications with the English court. Through intermediaries, she attempted to persuade Henry IV that intervention in the French Civil War would be costly and ultimately futile. Her efforts were hampered by the fact that many in England still viewed her with suspicion. But she persisted in trying to prevent the resumption of large-scale warfare between the two kingdoms. These diplomatic efforts revealed Isabella's growing sophistication as a political operator, much like a cat learning the subtle art of negotiation for extra treats. She understood that her value lay not just in her royal connections, but in her ability to see the larger patterns of European politics and to craft strategies that served multiple interests simultaneously. The success of her diplomatic initiatives enhanced her reputation in France and abroad. She began to be consulted not just on matters affecting her husband's territories, but on broader questions of French policy. Her opinions carried weight because of her unique experiences and her demonstrated ability to navigate complex political situations. Isabella's health continued to deteriorate throughout 1411 and 1412. The damage from Marguerite's birth had left her vulnerable to respiratory infections, and she suffered from chronic fatigue that made her daily activities increasingly difficult. She began to spend more time in contemplation and prayer, perhaps sensing that her time was limited. Despite her physical weaknesses, Isabella remained mentally sharp and emotionally engaged with her family and responsibilities. She continued to oversee her children's education, to manage the family's political affairs, and to pursue her cultural interests. Her determination to live fully despite her health problems was an inspiration to those around her. The spring of 1409 brought a brief period of hope when preliminary peace negotiations began between the Orleans and Burgundian factions. Isabella played a significant role in these discussions, using her diplomatic skills and her reputation for fairness to help bridge the gap between the two sides. The negotiations ultimately failed, but Isabella's efforts were widely praised and enhanced her standing as a potential mediator in future conflicts. Her ability to work with representatives from both factions demonstrated her political maturity and her commitment to finding peaceful solutions to France's problems. As 1409 progressed, Isabella's health began to fail more dramatically. The chronic respiratory problems that had plagued her since Marguerite's birth worsened, and she began to suffer from the wasting disease that would eventually claim her life. Medieval physicians had no understanding of the tuberculosis that was likely killing her, but they could see that her condition was grave. Isabella faced the prospect of death with the same courage she had shown throughout her life. She made careful provisions for her children's future, ensuring that they would be protected and educated regardless of what happened to her. She also worked to secure the political position of her husband's faction, understanding that her death might create opportunities for their enemies. Her final months were spent in preparation for death and in cherishing the time she had with her family. She insisted on continuing her daily activities as long as possible, determined not to become a burden to those she loved. Her bravery in the face of terminal illness became legendary, inspiring stories and songs that would be told for generations. Isabella of Valois died on September 13, 1409, at the age of 20. She had lived a life that spanned 3 kingdoms and 2 marriages, experiencing both the heights of royal power and the depths of political uncertainty. Her death was mourned throughout Europe, not just by her family and subjects, but by the many people whose lives she had touched through her kindness and wisdom. The funeral cortege that carried Isabella's body to its final resting place at the Celestine Convent in Paris was one of the largest seen in medieval France. Representatives from across Europe came to pay their respects to a woman who had embodied the complex interactions between personal courage and political necessity that characterized her age. Charles of Orléans was devastated by his wife's death, much like a cat mourning the loss of its most cherished human. He had lost not just a beloved spouse, but a trusted advisor and political partner whose insights had been crucial to his success. The grief-stricken widower would eventually remarry, but he never forgot Isabella or the happiness they had shared during their brief time together. Isabella's children grew up to play significant roles in French and European history. Her son Charles would become a noted poet and patron of the arts, while her daughters would make advantageous marriages that strengthened the Orléans family's position. All of them carried forward the values their mother had instilled in them: courage, compassion, and a commitment to using their privileges in service of others. The political consequences of Isabella's death were felt throughout France and beyond. Her absence removed a moderating influence from the Civil War, and the conflict between the Orléans and Burgundian factions became even more bitter and destructive. The peace she had worked so hard to achieve remained elusive, and France would continue to suffer from internal divisions for years to come. Isabella's legacy, however, extended far beyond the immediate political consequences of her death. She had demonstrated that even in an age when women were expected to be passive political assets, it was possible for a determined individual to carve out a space for independent action and moral leadership. Her life story became a source of inspiration for other women facing similar challenges. The example of Isabella's courage and intelligence was cited by later generations of female rulers and political actors who sought to expand the boundaries of what was considered possible for women in public life. Modern historians have sometimes struggled to understand Isabella's story, caught between admiration for her personal achievements and discomfort with the circumstances that shaped her life. The marriage of a 6-year-old child to a 29-year-old man violates contemporary sensibilities about childhood and consent, even when we understand the political necessities that drove such arrangements. But to judge Isabella's world by modern standards is to miss the profound humanity of her story. She was born into a system that treated royal children as diplomatic assets, but she managed to transcend those limitations and create a life of genuine meaning and accomplishment. Her marriages, whatever their origins, became partnerships based on mutual respect and affection. The violence and political instability that marked her era were not products of moral failing, but of a world where personal security and political legitimacy were constantly contested. Isabella's ability to navigate these challenges while maintaining her integrity and compassion speaks to the enduring human capacity for growth and moral courage. Her story reminds us that history is not just about the grand movements of armies and the rise and fall of kingdoms, but about the individual human beings who lived through these events and shaped them through their choices. Isabella of Valois chose to be more than a victim of circumstances, and in doing so, she created a legacy that transcends the specific political arrangements of her time. Looking back across the centuries, we see in Isabella's life both the limitations and the possibilities that have always characterized human existence. She was constrained by the expectations of her age and gender, but she found ways to exercise agency and to make meaningful contributions to the world around her. Her story is ultimately one of resilience, intelligence, and the refusal to accept that personal happiness and political responsibility are mutually exclusive. The medieval world that produced Isabella of Valois was harsh and unforgiving in ways that we can barely imagine, like a long, cold winter. Life was short, childhood was brief, and political alliances were often sealed with human lives. Yet, within these constraints, people like Isabella found ways to create beauty, to show kindness, and to build relationships that brought meaning to their existence. Her legacy is not one of victimhood, but of triumph over circumstances that would have crushed a lesser spirit. In the end, Isabella's story is a reminder that every age has its own moral complexities, and that the people of the past, however different their world may seem, shared our fundamental human needs for love, security, and purpose. To understand her life is to understand something essential about the human condition, that we are all products of our time, yet capable of transcending the limitations that time imposes. Now, my dearest nappers, as the tale of Isabella of Valois comes to a close, I hope you feel a sense of peace, a gentle purr of understanding for the lives lived long ago. May her courage and resilience inspire sweet dreams of your own triumphs and inner strength. Rest well, my little human kittens, until our next historical adventure. Good night and perfect dreams. Meow, meow.
Meow. Meow. Well, hello there, my lovely little sleep enthusiasts. It's your favorite feline storyteller, Golden Chonk, here to whisk you away into a world of ancient mysteries and profound prophecies. Tonight, we're embarking on an extraordinary journey, a tale so epic, so full of twists and turns, it could only be written by the universe itself. We're talking about Iran, dear ones, but not the Iran you see on your screens today. Oh no, we're going back, way back, to its ancient name, Persia. And trust me, Persia's story is woven into the very fabric of time, right there in the oldest book of all, the Bible. From its earliest beginnings to the sweeping visions of the end times, Persia's destiny is foretold within these sacred pages. Imagine, if you will, the gentle hum of ancient whispers, the scent of desert winds, as we begin at the very beginning, in the book of Genesis. After the Great Flood, when humanity was given a fresh start, God revealed how the nation of Persia was born. Noah and his family were the only survivors left on earth, and his three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, became the forefathers of new nations. We find the very first map of the world's nations, a genealogy showing the lineage of Noah's sons. From these, the coastlands were populated, each according to their own languages, families, and nations. And in this ancient family tree, we find the roots of Persia, in two remarkable patriarchs, Madai and Elam. Madai, a son of Japheth, gave rise to the Medes, a people who settled in the northern mountains, a region now part of modern-day Iran. From these northern mountains, Madai's descendants gradually expanded, establishing villages, clans, and tribes. They were independent, rugged mountaineers, known for their toughness and strong tribal organization. Madai is the direct ancestor of the ancient northern heartland of Iran. Then there's Elam, a son of Shem, whose descendants, the Elamites, found their home in the fertile southwestern lands near the Persian Gulf. Now these weren't just sleepy tribes, my friends. Oh no. Genesis 14 tells us of the Bible's very first great international war, where 4 eastern kings, including Chedorlaomer, the king of the Elamites, joined forces and invaded Canaan. They plundered cities, enslaved peoples, and even captured Lot, Abraham's nephew. Elam wasn't some small, insignificant tribe. It was a powerful nation, and according to scripture, the first nation to attack God's people of faith. But Abraham, with only 318 trained servants, pursued them, attacked them by night, and defeated them. He rescued Lot, freed the captives, and humiliated the eastern kings. It was an impossible victory, a triumph that defied human logic and delivered a powerful message. No eastern power can prevail against those who have the favor of God. Centuries passed like the soft flow of a desert river. Generations were born and died, and those tribes once defeated by Abraham grew in number. The Elamites and the Medes shared the same land, the ancient terrain of eastern Mesopotamia. One dwelled southwest, in the fertile plains of Elam. The other inhabited the mountainous north, where the harshness of the region forged the character of the Medes. As empires rose and fell quietly, another power was taking form. First clans emerged, then kingdoms, and finally an empire, the Persian Empire. And here's the truly astonishing part. Even though they were pagan nations, they were never outside God's magnificent plan. Through the prophets Isaiah and Jeremiah, two incredible prophecies were whispered into existence concerning them. The first prophecy, spoken through Isaiah, revealed that God would use Elam and Media as instruments to punish Babylon. Babylon, who had destroyed Jerusalem and burned down its temple, would not escape judgment. God had already decided who would bring about its downfall, the United Peoples of Iran. Yet the second prophecy was even more astounding. God would not only use Persia to bring punishment, he would also wield Persia as an instrument of liberation. God announced through the prophet Isaiah that a pagan Persian king, yet unborn, would serve as his chosen agent to free Israel from exile and decree the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. Isaiah even called him by name more than 150 years before he was even born. This is what the Lord says to his anointed to Cyrus. And both prophecies came true with terrifying precision. In the 8th century BC, Diocles, king of the Medes, united the tribes of Elam and Media, founding the first imperial capital on Iranian soil, Ecbatana. His grandson Cyaxares took the next great step, reforming the army and turning it into a war machine strong enough to destroy Nineveh, capital of the Assyrian Empire, one of Israel's most brutal enemies. The prophecy began to be fulfilled. God was raising up Persia from within as his instrument of judgment and redemption. But even as Persia grew in power, God had already revealed its destiny through prophetic dreams. And the first to see it clearly was a young Hebrew prisoner living in Babylon, Daniel. It all started when the Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, marched into Jerusalem. The city walls fell, the temple was ransacked, and thousands were carried away into slavery in distant lands. Daniel was among them. He was just a teenager when he was torn from his home and brought to the court of Babylon, the most powerful empire in the world at that moment. But there, in the darkness, God chose him. Surrounded by the corrupt splendor of the royal palace, Daniel kept himself untainted. And because of his faithfulness, God gave him something granted to no other captive, a gift of visions. Visions that spoke not only about his own time, but about the course of all human history. At the very heart of the empire responsible for Jerusalem's destruction, Daniel began to see how God would raise another kingdom, one destined to replace Babylon and play a crucial role in the fate of his own people, the Persian Empire. And it all began with dreams. While Daniel served in Nebuchadnezzar's court, the king was deeply troubled by a disturbing dream. A giant statue, crafted from different metals, towered before him, radiating an indescribable glory and menace. Terrified, the king demanded not only someone who could interpret this dream, but who could reveal it without first hearing it. None of Babylon's wise men could accomplish this task, but God's prophet was ready, and they brought Daniel before the king. With the authority of heaven itself, Daniel stood before the most powerful ruler on earth and revealed what no Babylonian wise man could unravel. He described the dream exactly and proclaimed a revelation that would forever change the world's destiny. You, O king, are the head of gold, but after you, another kingdom will rise, one inferior to yours, depicted by the chest and arms of silver. That figure of silver wasn't just one nation, but two arms, two mighty forces bound together in one body, the Medes and the Persians, united yet unequal, because the Persian arm would rise stronger and take control. The prophecy was clear. Babylon would fall, and the throne would pass on to a new empire chosen by God himself. Young Daniel, living far from his homeland, watched God's visions come true. Soon his vision would become reality, because the king God had foretold long ago through Isaiah was about to arise from the highlands of Persia. His name was Cyrus. Cyrus, the young Persian king, conquered Media, united the kingdoms into the Medo-Persian Empire, and steadily grew to become the greatest power of his time, finally turning his gaze upon Babylon. The prophesied day came, yet it wasn't a battle like any other. One night, King Belshazzar, grandson of Nebuchadnezzar, hosted a banquet with 1,000 nobles, and amidst the frenzy committed an unforgivable act. He ordered the sacred vessels his grandfather had looted from the temple in Jerusalem brought out, and they toasted with them in honor of false gods. Suddenly, an invisible hand appeared, writing 4 words onto the palace wall. Mene, mene, tekel, uparsin. The king turned pale. No one understood the meaning of these words until they summoned Daniel, who revealed their terrifying message. God has numbered the days of your reign and brought it to an end. Your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Even as these words were uttered, the prophecy began to unfold. The armies of Cyrus the Great, king of Persia, had diverted the Euphrates River and were quietly entering the city along the dry riverbed. The gates of Babylon stood unlocked. God himself had thrown them open. That very night, King Belshazzar was slain and the prophecy was fulfilled. Babylon fell into Persian hands. The Jews, who for 70 years had wept by the rivers of Babylon, now witnessed an impossible dream come true. A foreign pagan king decreed that they could return home to Jerusalem. But Cyrus did more than permit their return. He financed the rebuilding of the temple and sent the Jewish leaders back with royal support. Zerubbabel, descendant of David's royal line, and Joshua, the high priest. These men would lay down the first foundations, finally restoring the place where God's name dwelled. Thus, Persia became the one nation not to destroy Israel, but to rebuild it. But to Daniel, God unveiled another, even more frightening vision about Persia. In this vision, from the chaotic waters arose 4 monstrous beasts. The second beast looked like a massive bear raised up on one side with 3 ribs clutched between its teeth, and a voice thundered from heaven, "Get up and eat your fill of flesh." The bear symbolized the empire destined to follow Babylon, Media, and Persia. Yet the beast leaned to one side because Persia would ultimately dominate Media, and the 3 ribs represented its greatest conquests, Lydia, Babylon, and Egypt, each devoured one after another in Persia's relentless march of expansion. This vision was fulfilled with chilling accuracy, for after conquering the kingdom of Lydia in Asia Minor and Babylon itself, Persia did not slow down. It set its sights on Egypt. Under Cambyses II, son of Cyrus, Persian armies marched across the Sinai desert and smashed Pharaoh Psamtik III in the Battle of Pelusium. Egypt, Israel's ancient oppressor, fell before the Persian Empire, and thus the 3rd rib was torn from its place. But these visions weren't finished yet. Years later, standing on the banks of the Ulai River, Daniel was seized once again by a vision, one far more precise, clearer, and even more terrifying. Before his eyes appeared a ram with 2 horns, but one horn stood taller than the other, and the taller horn had grown up later. The ram charged fiercely toward the west, toward the north, and toward the south, and none could oppose him. Then a voice explained the meaning. The 2-horned ram that you saw represents the kings of Media and Persia. Again, Persia takes center stage in the divine plan, though this time not as an ally, but as a mighty empire, conquering without resistance and charging forth like an unleashed beast. And one chilling detail stands out clearly. One horn stood taller, an unmistakable hint at Persia's dominance over Media. 2 peoples, 1 empire, but only one dominant throne. As the vision continued, suddenly from the west, a goat appeared swift as the wind with a single prominent horn right between his eyes. In a flash, he charged the ram, knocking him down and trampling him underfoot. It was the prophecy of the next empire. Greece, under Alexander the Great, would overthrow Persia with supernatural speed. At that moment, Daniel didn't yet know who the goat represented, but he understood clearly that Persia, the greatest, most glorious empire the world had yet seen, would one day fall. But that ending had not yet come, for in its days of splendor, Persia was not only invincible, it was the center of the world. Its reign stretched from India to Ethiopia, and in the days of King Ahasuerus, the throne of the greatest empire on earth was established in the majestic city of Susa, in the heart of Elam, what we now call southwestern Iran. And it was precisely in Susa that one of the Bible's most unexpected miracles happened. The great empire would be conquered by a single woman. King Ahasuerus held a magnificent banquet that lasted for 6 months, then invited all the people of Susa to a final grand celebration lasting 7 days. In a moment of pride and excess, he ordered Queen Vashti, his wife, to be brought before them to display her beauty. But Vashti refused. Humiliated before his entire empire, the king banished her. Then his advisors suggested a radical solution, searching throughout the kingdom for a new queen from among the young virgins. The most beautiful would be taken to the palace, where they would undergo a full year of preparation before being presented to the king. One of those young women was Hadassah, though no one knew her by that name. An orphan born among the exiled Jews, she had been secretly raised by her cousin Mordecai, and in the palace she was given a new name, Esther. Esther captured the king's favor, and without knowing she was a Jew, Ahasuerus crowned her queen of Persia. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of the palace, a deadly enemy emerged, Haman, a descendant of the Amalekites, ancient enemies of Israel. Haman had risen to the highest position next to the king, and when everyone was ordered to kneel before him, Mordecai, Esther's cousin, refused. Proud and vindictive, Haman was not satisfied with punishing just Mordecai. Instead, he plotted to annihilate an entire people. What began as personal revenge quickly turned into genocide. Haman approached the king and warned him of a strange nation scattered throughout his kingdom, a people with peculiar laws who did not obey the empire's decrees, and persuaded the king that they should be destroyed. With lies, he convinced the king and sealed the deadly decree with the royal ring. In less than a year, every Jew in Persia was destined for death, men, women, and children. Chaos spread throughout the Jewish community, and Mordecai quickly sent word urging Esther to act. When Esther heard about the decree, she felt trapped. To save her people, she would have to approach the king uninvited, a practice that carried an instant death penalty, unless the king chose to show mercy by extending his scepter. Finally, Esther decided to put her life on the line and went before the king without being summoned. Yet God granted her favor in his sight. The king raised his scepter toward her, but Esther wasn't hasty. She knew timing was everything. She invited the king and Haman to a banquet and then to a second feast. It was there, at that second banquet, where she unleashed the truth like a sharpened blade. "If we had only been sold into slavery," she said, "I would have remained silent. But a decree has gone out ordering the extermination of my people and myself." The king leapt to his feet. "Who would dare do this?" Esther replied, "Our enemy is this wicked man, Haman." The king's face burned with fury. Haman fell to his knees, begging desperately for his life, but it was already too late. On the very gallows he had built for Mordecai, Haman himself was hanged. Yet the danger had not passed. The edict remained intact because Persian law could never be overturned. So Esther and Mordecai brought forward an even bolder plan, a new decree. The king signed it. And throughout the provinces, the Jews were granted the right to defend themselves. The day once marked for their annihilation instead became a day of triumph. Without realizing it, the Persian Empire had become a fortress, a throne and a shield for God's people. After Esther's miracle in Susa, Persia seemed to fade into the background of biblical narrative. Centuries rolled by, empires rose and fell, and Rome took center stage. Yet Persia's silence did not mean its absence. Centuries later, as the world quietly awaited the coming of the Messiah, Persia would once again emerge. In the Gospel of Matthew, we read a passage that has been repeated millions of times, yet rarely understood in its full depth. Magi came from the east into Jerusalem asking, "Where is the newborn King of the Jews? We have seen his star rise in the east and have come to worship him." Who were these Magi? And why would they travel so far, guided only by a sign? The original word Magi from the Greek magoi was used to describe learned astronomers and priests from the east. Although their nationality isn't explicitly mentioned in scripture, evidence strongly suggests they came from the ancient lands of the Medo-Persian Empire, the area known today as Iran. These Magi belonged to a highly influential religious caste in Persia. Renowned for their knowledge of the stars, ancient writings and prophetic traditions passed down for generations. While they were not kings, they were men of science, authority, and spiritual insight. It's quite probable that among the scrolls they studied were the writings of the prophet Daniel, who had served centuries earlier at the courts of Babylon and Persia. Daniel not only interpreted dreams in King Nebuchadnezzar's court, but he also prophesied the coming of the Messiah with mathematical precision in Daniel 9. From the issuing of the decree to rebuild and restore Jerusalem until the coming of Messiah the Prince, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. If these wise men knew Daniel's visions, it's very likely they understood the Messiah's arrival was imminent. When they saw the star, they realized immediately the promised son had been born. But the most powerful part was their response. They left everything behind to follow that star, journeyed across deserts and arrived in Bethlehem carrying 3 special gifts, each rich with prophetic meaning. Gold, declaring his kingship; frankincense, recognizing his divinity; and myrrh, foreshadowing his sacrifice and death. Without realizing it, these wise men revealed the greatest mystery in the universe. This child would be king, he would be God, and he would be a lamb. While Jerusalem scholars remained silent and Herod plotted to kill him, the wise men from the east became the first to recognize prophecy fulfilled, bowing before the Messiah. This moment was no mere coincidence. It was prophetic fulfillment. Persia, the nation which centuries before had freed Israel and rebuilt its temple, now became the first to honor its savior. Once again, Persia served as an instrument of divine revelation. From the very beginning until the manger of Christ, Iran, ancient Persia, was always intricately woven into the unfolding plan of God. But the story of Iran in the Bible doesn't end in Bethlehem. Though Persia had once been an instrument of redemption in the past, it would also play a role in one of the darkest episodes of prophetic future. God not only revealed the beginning of Persia, he also declared its destiny through the words of the prophet Ezekiel in one of the most chilling visions of the Old Testament, the war of Gog and Magog. In chapter 38, Ezekiel describes a coalition of nations rising up in the final days against Israel, God's restored people. Son of man, set your face against Gog of the land of Magog, prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him. Say, this is what the sovereign Lord says. Behold, I am against you, O Gog. Persia, Cush, and Put will be with them. Persia, modern-day Iran, is among the very first named. The same nation that once helped rebuild the temple will now find itself part of an alliance standing against the people of God. But who else makes up this alliance? Gog, prince of Magog, widely understood by biblical scholars as a powerful leader emerging from northern regions, often linked to Russia or a Eurasian coalition. Cush, ancient Nubia, likely refers to areas within modern-day Sudan. Put, linked to North Africa, possibly Libya. Gomer and Togma, regions near Turkey and the Caucasus. Together they form an international army that Ezekiel describes as surging like a storm against Israel. Scripture says, "You will advance like a storm. You will be like a cloud covering the land. You and all your troops and many peoples with you. But they will not succeed, for this attack will provoke God's direct intervention, triggering severe judgment, earthquakes, fire, confusion among the armies, and God's glory will shine forth amid the chaos. As it is written, and so I will show my greatness and my holiness, and I will make myself known in the sight of many nations. Then they will know that I am the Lord." So Persia, once a deliverer, will now face judgment, not because God has abandoned her, but because once again she rises against his will and his people. Persia, like few other nations in the Bible, has traveled the entire arc of sacred history, from its creation in Genesis to its redemptive role during exile, and even its prophetic alliance in the final war. But what does the Bible reveal about Persia's ultimate fate? Will it be completely destroyed, or perhaps receive a chance at redemption? The answer lies hidden between the lines, and it's far more intricate and powerful than many realize. After describing the judgment of Gog and Magog in Ezekiel 38 and 39, Scripture paints a devastating scene. An army rising against Israel is consumed by fire from heaven, bodies scattered across open fields, weapons burning for 7 years, and Gog's name forever synonymous with divine judgment. Persia, as part of this coalition, will not escape punishment. Yet here lies a surprising twist, one Jeremiah had announced centuries earlier in a passage almost forgotten. The word of the Lord came to the prophet Jeremiah concerning Elam. I will shatter the bow of Elam, the backbone of its strength. Yet nevertheless, in the last days, I will restore the captives of Elam, declares the Lord. It's a prophecy with two sides. First comes judgment, but then we read an unexpected promise. In the last days, I will restore Elam. This changes everything, because even though Iran will rise against Israel in the last days, even though it will take part in the final assault that provokes God's wrath, its story doesn't end among the ruins. Even in judgment, God still leaves the door open for redemption. The Iran we see making headlines today, aggressive, defiant, embroiled in dark alliances, will someday also play a role in a restored world. Persia's biblical history mirrors humanity itself, redeemed, fallen, judged, and restored by grace. That's why Iran's ultimate destiny in the Bible serves as both a warning to empires that defy God and a promise to those who choose repentance. Because it is written that in the final days, the nations will journey to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and it shall come to pass that everyone who remains of the nations that came against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King and to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. Perhaps among those nations stands Elam. Perhaps Iran, once a redeemer, foe, and judged nation, will itself witness the restored glory. For even now in God's heart there remains room for those who return. From the earliest pages of Genesis to the sweeping visions of Revelation, Persia has always been there. As humanity rose again from the floodwaters, God named Elam and Madai, quietly planting seeds for an empire not yet born. By the time Abraham rose up to rescue Lot, Elam had already become a threat, and when Babylon eventually fell, Persia became an instrument of redemption. When the temple was rebuilt, it was a Persian king who provided the resources, and when the Messiah was born, wise men from the east, men from Persia, were among the first to acknowledge him. Yet as the end of days approaches, and the nations rise up like shadows against Israel, Persia will again take center stage, but this time on prophecy's darker side. For it is written, Persia, Cush, and Put will be with them, forming a coalition against God's restored people. Yet even then, the book remains open. Scripture does not close the door, and one day the nations will ascend to Jerusalem to celebrate the King. If Persia turns its face toward God, its story will not end in ashes, but in glory. And now, after everything you've heard, I ask you, do you believe Iran is fulfilling its prophetic role today? We are living in times when prophecies unfold quietly, and what once seemed ancient is now more alive than ever. So, where do you think we stand in this story? Do you see signs of these prophecies in today's headlines? Leave your thoughts in the comment box below. And if you'd like us to keep exploring how current events connect with biblical prophecy, give this video a thumbs up and share it. This lets us know we should continue uncovering more prophecies unfolding right before our eyes. In these times, understanding is more essential than ever. Blessings, sweet dreams, my little sleep explorers. And remember, the grand tapestry of time is always weaving its next thread. Meow, meow. Meowdy, history buffs and fellow connoisseurs of the bizarre. Golden Chonk here, your resident feline historian, ready to whisk you away on another perfectly peculiar journey through time. Tonight, we're sharpening our claws on a topic that's been historically, well, a little hairy. Medieval intimacy. Fasten your seatbelts, or should I say, adjust your tunics, because we're diving deep into the often shocking and utterly foreign world of love, lust, and survival in the Middle Ages. Picture this. The year is 1347 AD. Our scene opens not in a grand castle, but a humble stone cottage. The air is thick with the scent of wet wool and unwashed bodies. Not exactly potpourri, is it? We see a young bride, Margot, barely 15 winters old. Her bare feet crackle on the rushes as her new husband, Henrik, approaches their marriage bed. Candlelight flickers across his weathered face. Henrik, nearly twice her age, chosen by her father for a few pigs and half an acre of barley. Her hands are shaking as she clutches the rough woolen shift her mother stitched for this very night, the same one her mother wore and her mother before her. Now, before you start envisioning a fairy tale, let me stop you right there. This is not a love story. This is the unvarnished, often unsettling reality of medieval intimacy. A world where sexual practices were shaped by superstition, religious terror, and raw survival instincts that would seem utterly foreign to our modern understanding of romance and desire. Outside, Henrik's friends, drunk on ale, are shouting crude encouragements and beating pots with wooden spoons. They won't leave until they hear proof of consummation. Margot's breath comes in short gasps as Henrik's calloused fingers reach for the leather cord at her throat. She wonders if her mother's whispered warnings about wifely duties could possibly prepare her for what's about to happen in this cramped, smoky room that smells of wet wool and unwashed bodies. A truly intimate setting, wouldn't you say? The medieval bedroom, my dear Chonkers, was less a private sanctuary and more a public battlefield. It was a place where bodies became political territories, where the church's doctrine clashed with pagan traditions, and where the most intimate moments of human life were governed by rules so bizarre and restrictive that they would make a modern person's skin crawl. These weren't just personal choices, they were matters of eternal salvation, family honour, and literally life and death. The community, the church, and ancient superstitions all had a stake in what happened between husband and wife. Margot's marriage to Henrik in that autumn of 1347 AD wasn't celebrated with champagne and dancing. It was a business transaction sealed with bodily fluids, witnessed by neighbours who had every right to demand proof of consummation. The wedding night ritual, if you can call it that, began long before the couple even touched. First came the bedding ceremony, where the wedding guests would literally drag the bride and groom to their chamber. Then, in what sounds like a scene from a very awkward comedy, they would undress them while singing bawdy songs. And the grand finale? They'd stand outside the door, listening intently for the sounds that would confirm the marriage was legally binding. Henrik's friends wouldn't budge until they heard Margot's cries of pain, confirmation that her hymen had been broken and the marriage was, well, official. Can you imagine the pressure? It's enough to make a cat want to hide under the bed for a century. But here's where things get truly, delightfully bizarre. The church, in its infinite wisdom, taught that even married couples could commit mortal sins in their own beds. Saint Jerome, way back in the 4th century AD, boldly declared that a man who loves his wife too ardently was an adulterer. Yes, you heard that right. The church fathers believed that excessive pleasure, even within the sacred bonds of matrimony, was a corruption of the soul. This wasn't merely theological theory, mind you. It shaped every aspect of medieval sexual practice. Thomas Aquinas, the big theological cat on campus, laid out explicit rules for married couples in his Summa Theologica around 1265 AD. Sexual intercourse was only acceptable on certain days of the week, during certain seasons, and in one specific position, man on top, woman beneath, face to face. Any deviation was considered against nature and thus sinful. Oral sex, absolutely forbidden entirely. Sex during menstruation, pregnancy, or while breastfeeding, don't even think about it. The church, bless its cotton socks, calculated that if all these rules were followed, married couples would only be able to have sex about 50 days per year. Imagine the planning. It's enough to make a modern couple throw up their paws in despair. Margot would have learned these rules from her mother, who got them from the village priest during confession. The weight of eternal damnation hung over every intimate moment. So, when Henrik reached for her on a forbidden Wednesday during Lent, Margot faced an impossible choice. Submit to her husband's will and risk her soul, or refuse and face his wrath in a world where domestic violence was not only legal, but expected. A true no-win situation. Now, let's talk about the medieval understanding of female sexuality. A truly fascinating furball of misunderstandings that would persist for centuries. Medical texts from the period, heavily influenced by ancient Greek and Roman sources, taught that women were essentially defective men. Their sexual organs were simply inverted versions of male genitalia. The vagina, considered an inside-out penis, and the ovaries, internal testicles. This wasn't just mere ignorance, mind you. It was codified medical knowledge taught in universities across Europe. These beliefs had profound consequences for how medieval people understood female desire and pleasure. The physician Constantine the African, writing in the 11th century AD, claimed that women experienced sexual pleasure differently than men. They required prolonged stimulation and multiple climaxes to conceive. This led to the utterly bizarre medical belief that rape couldn't result in pregnancy because the woman couldn't achieve the necessary pleasure. So, if a woman did become pregnant after sexual assault, medieval courts often took it as evidence that she had enjoyed the experience and was therefore partially responsible. My fur stands on end just thinking about it. Margot's mother might have even warned her about the wandering womb, a condition medieval physicians believed could cause hysteria, madness, and even death. They thought the uterus could literally move around inside a woman's body, travelling upward to strangle her heart, or downward to escape through her vagina. Treatments? Fumigating the vagina with pleasant smells to lure the womb back into place, or applying foul-smelling substances to the nose to drive it downward. Just, wow. Makes you appreciate modern medicine, doesn't it? Beyond the church's iron grip, a complex web of pagan fertility beliefs persisted, which the church never quite managed to eradicate. Village-wise women, often later branded as witches by later generations, maintained an underground knowledge of herbs, rituals, and practices designed to encourage conception, prevent pregnancy, or even ensure the birth of male children. In the forests surrounding Margot's village, women would gather specific plants under the full moon. Pennyroyal and tansy were brewed into teas that could prevent pregnancy, though the dosage between contraception and death was perilously thin. Mandrake root, shaped like a human figure, was believed to increase fertility when worn as an amulet against the skin. These roots were so valuable that forged versions made from carved briny were common in medieval markets. The church officially condemned these practices as witchcraft, but even devout Christians couldn't entirely abandon them. The line between folk medicine and magic was impossibly blurred. A woman might pray to St. Margaret for safe childbirth while simultaneously burying a piece of afterbirth under her threshold to ensure future fertility. She might wear a crucifix to church, but hide a piece of amber between her breasts to prevent miscarriage. Medieval contraception was a dangerous mix of superstition, poison, and pure desperation. Women were taught to jump backwards 7 times after intercourse to prevent conception, or to drink wine mixed with ground-up bees. More dangerous were the potions made from mercury, lead, and other toxic substances that often killed the woman along with any potential pregnancy. The consequences of unwanted pregnancy were severe. In a world without reliable contraception, women faced the constant threat of death in childbirth. Maternal mortality rates were staggering. 1 in 3 women died during or shortly after delivery. For unmarried women, pregnancy often meant social destruction, exile, or even death. The practice of infanticide, while officially condemned, was widely understood as a desperate woman's last resort. It truly was a grim existence for many. Medieval marriage negotiations were practically military campaigns, with bodies as the primary battlefield. When Margot's father arranged her marriage to Henrik, her virginity was literally her dowry, more valuable than any gold or livestock he could offer. The hymen became a currency of honor, traded between families as proof of their daughter's purity and their own reputation. The wedding night wasn't just about consummation. It was about the public verification of the bride's virginity. The bloodied sheets would be displayed to the assembled crowd as proof that the marriage was legitimate. No blood appeared? The bride could be returned to her family in disgrace, branded as a whore, or even killed for fraud. The pressure on young brides was enormous. Some would secretly prick their fingers or hide chicken blood to fake the evidence their new families demanded. Medieval medicine's understanding of virginity was, of course, hopelessly flawed. They believed that the hymen was a solid membrane that completely blocked the vaginal opening, rather than the partial, flexible tissue it is. They thought that its absence was absolute proof of sexual activity, when in fact it can be torn by horseback riding, heavy lifting, or simply natural variation in anatomy. The Church's doctrine of consummation created its own bizarre legal practices. A marriage wasn't considered legally binding until sexual intercourse had occurred, which meant that proving or disproving consummation became a matter of legal inquiry. Church courts would examine both husband and wife, interviewing them separately about intimate details of their wedding night. They would inspect the woman's body for signs of penetration and question neighbours about what they had heard through the walls. Imagine that being your first marriage counselling session. Sexual positions were strictly regulated by church doctrine, but the reality was far more complex. The missionary position wasn't just preferred, it was the only position that wouldn't damn your soul to hell. The church taught that any position that put the woman on top was against nature because it violated the natural order of male dominance. Rear entry was considered bestial, linking human sexuality to animal mating practices. Yet, medieval literature hints at a more complex reality. The fabliaux, bawdy comic tales popular in medieval France, describe sexual encounters that would have scandalized the church authorities. These stories, often told by traveling minstrels in taverns and market squares, revealed a shadow world where couples experimented with forbidden practices despite the threat of eternal damnation. The French poet Andreas Capellanus, writing around 1184 AD, even described elaborate courtship rituals that included detailed instructions for sexual positions and techniques. His work suggests that at least among the nobility, there was a sophisticated understanding of sexual pleasure that went far beyond the church's restrictive teachings. But these were dangerous secrets. Discovery could mean excommunication, exile, or death. Medieval people lived in terror of sexual demons that were believed to prey on humans during their most vulnerable moments. The succubus and incubus weren't just folklore. They were accepted medical and theological facts. Church authorities taught that these demons could take human form to seduce men and women, stealing their life force through sexual intercourse. The succubus, a female demon who seduced men, was blamed for nocturnal emissions, sexual dreams, and any sexual thoughts that occurred outside of marriage. Medieval theologians developed elaborate theories about how these demons operated. They believed that a demon could first take female form to collect semen from a man, then transform into male form to impregnate a woman with the stolen seed. Any child born from such a union was believed to be cursed or demonic. The incubus posed an even greater threat to medieval women. These male demons were said to be physically stronger than humans and capable of overpowering their victims. Women who reported sexual dreams or experiences they couldn't explain were often accused of consorting with demons. The line between victim and witch was terrifyingly thin. Sleep paralysis, now understood as a neurological phenomenon, was interpreted as demonic sexual assault. Men and women who woke unable to move, often with the sensation of pressure on their chest, were believed to be under demonic attack. The church prescribed elaborate rituals of exorcism and purification, but many suspected victims were burned as witches instead. The medieval understanding of menstruation was rooted in terror and superstition that would persist for centuries. Menstrual blood was believed to be poison, so toxic that it could kill crops, sour wine, and cause men to lose their virility. The Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder, whose works were still studied in medieval universities, claimed that menstrual blood could drive dogs mad and cause knives to lose their sharpness. Women during their monthly cycles were considered dangerous pollutants who must be isolated from normal society. They couldn't enter churches, prepare food, or touch sacred objects. In many villages, menstruating women were required to live in special huts outside the community until their bleeding stopped. The church taught that menstruation was God's punishment for Eve's original sin, making every monthly cycle a reminder of feminine shame. The lack of understanding about menstruation created bizarre medical practices. Physicians believed that menstrual blood that wasn't properly expelled from the body would accumulate and poison the woman from within. They prescribed bloodletting, purging, and other dangerous treatments to balance the female humors. Some doctors even recommended sexual intercourse as a cure for menstrual disorders, believing that male seed could neutralize the toxic effects of menstrual blood. Truly, a cure for almost anything, it seems. Medieval women, bless their resilient souls, developed their own secret knowledge about managing their cycles. They used moss, cloth rags, and sheepskin as primitive menstrual protection. They tracked their cycles by lunar phases and developed herbal remedies to ease cramps and regulate their flow. This knowledge was passed down through generations of women, carefully hidden from male physicians and church authorities who might condemn it as witchcraft. The medieval period saw the rise of elaborate theories about sexual compatibility based on astrological signs, bodily humours, and physical characteristics. Medieval physicians believed that sexual pleasure and fertility depended on the proper balance of hot and cold, wet and dry humours in both partners. A hot husband might be incompatible with a cold wife, leading to sexual dysfunction and infertility. Physical examination of potential spouses was common among wealthy families. Physicians would examine the bride's body for signs of her sexual temperament. Wide hips indicated fertility, while narrow hips suggested barrenness. The groom's penis size and shape were analysed for compatibility with his intended bride. These examinations were conducted with the same clinical detachment used for examining livestock. The church authorities developed their own theories about sexual compatibility based on spiritual rather than physical characteristics. They taught that couples who were too closely related, either by blood or spiritual kinship, would be cursed with sexual dysfunction and monstrous children. The complex rules of consanguinity meant that many medieval marriages were later annulled when previously unknown family connections were discovered. Medieval sexuality was deeply intertwined with concepts of honour, shame, and social standing. A man's sexual prowess was directly linked to his reputation as a warrior and leader. Impotence was not just a personal failing, it was a public humiliation that could destroy a man's standing in his community. The medieval French even developed elaborate euphemisms for sexual dysfunction, creating a vocabulary of shame that permeated every aspect of social interaction. For women, sexual reputation was even more fragile. The slightest hint of impropriety could destroy a woman's marriage prospects and her family's honour. Medieval towns were small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business. A woman seen talking to a man who wasn't her husband or relative could be branded as a whore. The standards of female behaviour were so restrictive that even married women lived in constant fear of gossip and accusation. The medieval legal system reflected these sexual anxieties in its treatment of rape, adultery, and sexual assault. Rape was defined not as a crime against the woman, but as a crime against the male who owned her father, husband, or lord. The punishment for rape varied dramatically depending on the social status of both the victim and the perpetrator. A nobleman who raped a peasant woman might pay a small fine, while a peasant who raped a noblewoman would face torture and death. Adultery was punished even more severely, but only for women. A married woman who had sex with any man other than her husband could be killed by her husband with no legal consequences. Medieval law codes specifically granted husbands the right to murder adulterous wives and their lovers if they were caught in the act. Men, however, were generally free to have sex with unmarried women, prostitutes, or their own servants without legal consequences. A stark double standard, wouldn't you agree? Despite the pervasive control, the medieval period also saw the development of elaborate courtship rituals that would influence European culture for centuries. The tradition of courtly love, popularised in the poetry of the troubadours, created a parallel world where sexual desire was elevated to a spiritual quest. These romantic ideals were primarily a literary fantasy enjoyed by the nobility, but they had profound effects on how medieval people understood the relationship between love and sexuality. The courtly love tradition taught that true love could only exist outside of marriage. a knight's devotion to his lady was supposed to remain eternally unfulfilled, existing in a state of constant yearning that purified the soul through suffering. This created a bizarre split between marital sexuality, which was purely functional, and romantic love, which was purely spiritual. The reality of medieval courtship for the peasantry was far more pragmatic. Among the peasantry, young people might have some choice in marriage partners, but economic considerations always took precedence over personal preference. A village girl might favour the blacksmith's son, but if the miller offered better terms to her father, she would find herself married to a man she barely knew. Engagement practices even included rituals designed to test the compatibility of potential spouses. In some regions, engaged couples were allowed to sleep together clothed, separated by a wooden board called a bundling board. This practice allowed families to evaluate whether the couple was physically compatible without risking pregnancy or violating church doctrine about premarital sex. Clever, in a strangely medieval way, the medieval period inherited a complex tradition of sexual magic and fertility rituals from earlier pagan cultures. These practices were driven underground by Christian persecution, but never entirely disappeared. Medieval peasants continued to practice ancient fertility rituals, often disguised as Christian celebrations or incorporated into folk medicine. The celebration of May Day retained strong sexual overtones despite church attempts to suppress it. Young people would spend the night in the forest, ostensibly gathering flowers and branches to decorate the village. In reality, May Day was an opportunity for sexual experimentation and courtship outside the normal restrictions of village life. Many pregnancies were calculated to result from May Day encounters, leading to a surge in February births. Wedding celebrations included numerous fertility rituals designed to ensure the couple's reproductive success. The bride might be showered with grain or nuts to encourage pregnancy. The marriage bed would be blessed with holy water, but also secretly prepared with herbs and charms believed to enhance fertility. These practices represented a desperate attempt to control reproduction in a world where infant mortality was devastating and family survival depended on producing healthy children. The medieval understanding of conception was a bizarre blend of Aristotelian philosophy, Christian doctrine, and folk wisdom. Medieval physicians believed that both men and women produced seed that combined during intercourse to create new life. They taught that female orgasm was necessary for conception, leading to the tragic belief that women who became pregnant after rape must have enjoyed the experience. Medieval people also developed elaborate theories about how to influence the sex of unborn children. They believed that conception during certain phases of the moon would produce male children, while others would result in females. The position of the stars at the moment of conception was thought to influence not only the child's sex, but also its personality and future prospects. Talk about cosmic pressure. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly sophisticated methods of sexual control and surveillance. The church established networks of informants who reported on the private lives of their neighbours. Confession became a tool for gathering intimate details about sexual practices, with priests questioning penitents about their most private moments. The rise of the Inquisition in the 13th century AD brought new levels of sexual persecution. Suspected heretics were tortured into confessing not only their religious beliefs, but also their sexual practices. The interrogation manuals used by inquisitors included detailed questions about sexual positions, frequency of intercourse, and even the physical sensations experienced during sex. Medieval prisons included special punishments for sexual crimes. Women convicted of adultery might be imprisoned in cages so small they couldn't stand upright, fed only bread and water until they died of starvation. Men convicted of rape might be castrated publicly before being hanged. These extreme punishments were designed not just to punish the guilty, but to terrorize the entire community into sexual compliance. The medieval period produced a vast literature of sexual advice and instruction, though most of it was hidden from ordinary people. Medical texts included detailed descriptions of sexual positions and techniques, but these were available only to educated physicians and wealthy patrons. The average medieval person learned about sex through whispered conversations, folk songs, and the bitter experience of trial and error. The church produced its own sexual literature, but it was primarily concerned with cataloguing sins rather than providing positive guidance. Penitential manuals listed hundreds of sexual practices with their corresponding punishments. These texts reveal a fascination with sexual detail that contradicts the Church's official position on celibacy and purity. Medieval marriage manuals written for wealthy patrons provide glimpses into the sexual lives of the nobility. These texts offered advice on everything from wedding night techniques to managing sexual relationships during pregnancy. They reveal a sophisticated understanding of sexual pleasure that was hidden from the general population, but clearly practiced by those who could afford privacy and discretion. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly elaborate methods of sexual punishment and control. The chastity belt, though probably less common than popular culture suggests, represents the extreme measures some medieval people took to control female sexuality. These devices were not just physical restraints, but symbols of the terror that surrounded female sexual autonomy. Medieval brothels were both legal and illegal simultaneously. The Church officially condemned prostitution, but secular authorities often licensed and regulated it. Medieval cities maintained official red light districts where prostitutes worked under government supervision. These women were required to wear distinctive clothing, live in designated areas, and submit to regular medical examinations. The medieval period produced some of the most bizarre sexual customs in European history. The right of first night, or droit du seigneur, allegedly gave feudal lords the right to have sex with their peasants' brides on their wedding night. While historians debate whether this practice actually existed, the mere possibility reveals the complete sexual vulnerability of medieval peasant women. Medieval people believed that sexual practices could influence everything from the weather to the success of military campaigns. Kings and nobles consulted astrologers about the best times for sexual intercourse, believing that the cosmic forces present at conception would influence their children's destiny. Army commanders might order their soldiers to abstain from sex before battle, believing that sexual activity would drain their martial vigor. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly sophisticated methods of sexual surveillance and control. Village communities developed elaborate systems of social pressure designed to regulate sexual behavior. Young people were rarely allowed to be alone together, and married couples were expected to conduct their intimate lives according to community standards. The medieval understanding of sexual pleasure was deeply influenced by religious teachings about the nature of the soul and the body. The Church taught that sexual pleasure was a trap set by the devil to lead humans away from spiritual contemplation. Even within marriage, excessive enjoyment of sexual intercourse was considered a sin that could damn the soul to hell. Medieval people developed elaborate techniques for managing sexual desire and controlling their bodies. Fasting, cold baths, and physical mortification were used to suppress sexual urges. Young people were taught to avoid situations that might lead to sexual arousal, including certain foods, music, and forms of entertainment. Despite the Church's attempts to control human sexuality, medieval people found ways to express their desires and pursue pleasure. The medieval period produced a vast underground culture of sexual transgression and rebellion. This shadow world of sexual rebellion existed alongside the official culture of repression and control. Medieval sexuality was shaped by practical considerations that modern people rarely consider. The lack of privacy in medieval homes meant that sexual intercourse often occurred in spaces shared with children, servants, and extended family members. The sounds and smells of sexual activity were part of daily life in ways that would shock modern sensibilities. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly complex relationships between sexuality and social class. The sexual privileges of the nobility were part of their broader pattern of social domination. Lords and ladies had access to private chambers, exotic foods, and leisure time that allowed them to explore sexual pleasure in ways that were impossible for peasants. Medieval marriage was ultimately about survival rather than love or sexual satisfaction. In a world where life expectancy was short and infant mortality was high, the primary purpose of marriage was to produce children who could carry on the family name and work the land. Sexual pleasure was a secondary consideration at best, and often seen as a dangerous distraction from more important concerns. As we return to Margot in her stone cottage, Henrik's hand still reaching for her in the flickering candlelight, we can understand her terror not just as personal fear, but as the embodiment of an entire culture's sexual anxieties pressed down upon her young shoulders. She carries the burden of religious doctrine, family honour, community surveillance, and her own desperate desire for survival in a world that offers her no protection. The medieval period reminds us that human sexuality has always been shaped by power, fear, and social control. The bizarre practices and beliefs of medieval people seem alien to us now, but they emerged from the same fundamental human needs and desires that drive sexual behaviour in every era. Understanding medieval sexuality helps us recognise how our own sexual culture reflects the power structures and social anxieties of our time. Medieval intimacy was never truly intimate. It was always public, always political, always dangerous. The bedroom was a battlefield where souls were won and lost, where family honour was defended or destroyed, where the most private moments of human life were governed by rules that seemed designed to eliminate pleasure and maximise suffering. The medieval period produced some of the most restrictive sexual customs in European history, but it also reveals the incredible resilience of human sexual desire. Despite centuries of religious persecution, social control, and legal punishment, medieval people found ways to pursue love, pleasure, and intimate connection. Their stories remind us that sexuality is one of the fundamental aspects of human experience, too powerful to be completely controlled by any system of authority. The strange and often disturbing sexual practices of medieval Europe were not simply the result of ignorance or superstition. They emerged from a complex interaction of religious doctrine, social structure, economic necessity, and genuine human need. Understanding these practices helps us appreciate both how far we have come and how many of the same underlying tensions continue to shape human sexuality today. In the end, the medieval period teaches us that sexuality is always political, always dangerous, and always essential to human experience. The bizarre, intimate practices of medieval people were their attempts to navigate these eternal tensions between desire and control, pleasure and danger, love and survival. Their struggles remind us that the quest for sexual freedom and authentic intimacy is not a modern invention, but an ancient human aspiration that transcends any particular historical moment. The candlelight still flickers across Henrik's weathered face as he reaches for young Margot. But now, we understand that this moment contains the entire weight of medieval sexual culture. The fear, the superstition, the desperate hope for survival, and the eternal human longing for connection, despite impossible odds. In her trembling hands and his calloused fingers, we see not just two people, but the collision of an entire civilization's sexual anxieties and desires, played out in the most intimate space imaginable, yet never truly private, never truly safe, never truly free. This has been Golden Chonk, reminding you that history, like a good catnap, is always full of unexpected twists. Stay curious, and I'll catch you on the next bizarre historical adventure. Good night. Meow, meow.
Oh, hello there, dreamweavers and history snoozers. It's me, Golden Chonk, your fluffy feline guide to the truly wild side of history. Forget your cozy beds for a moment, because tonight we're not just drifting. We're pouncing headfirst into the most outrageous, paw-dropping secrets of royal bedrooms. Welcome to the Royal Rumpus Room. Tonight we're not just peeking, we're clawing our way into the lavish, the absurd, and yes, sometimes the suspiciously sticky bedrooms of medieval royalty. These were places where power, passion, and absolutely no concept of personal space collided in a spectacular hairball of history. Before we dive into this litter box of royal scandal, take a moment to hit that like button with your softest paw and subscribe if my tales genuinely make your whiskers twitch with delight. And please, tell me in the comments where you're curled up right now and what time it is for you. It's always a treat to see who's purring along with us from across the globe. Now, dim those lights, maybe turn on a fan for that perfect soothing hum, and let's embark on tonight's incredibly messy journey together. King John, the cat who always landed in trouble. First up, we have King John of England, often called John Lackland, and informally known as the worst dinner guest in British history. You might remember him for signing the Magna Carta, or maybe for losing half of France. But my furry friends, he somehow still found time to be wildly inappropriate with most of the nobility's daughters. John's reign, from 1199 to 1216, was a masterclass in how not to run a kingdom, or frankly, how not to behave at a royal banquet. Politically, a disaster. Personally, somehow even worse. John didn't just take lovers, he collected them. He was notorious for kidnapping noble women, which in royal terms meant politely escorting them to his castles, holding them captive and entertaining them until they were either conveniently married off or simply forgotten. His favorite trick for breaking up powerful families wasn't a grand battle. It was seducing the wife, alienating the husband, and then charging the poor fellow double taxes. Efficient if you're a king with a very peculiar sense of humor. Even the medieval chroniclers, who usually ignored witch trials and public floggings, got uncomfortable. They'd write things like, "He was not temperate with women," and "He did not abstain from wives and daughters." That's medieval, for he made the Christmas party really awkward. At one point, John reportedly had 30 mistresses on official record. That's not romance, my little mousers, that's a staffing issue. Several nobles complained directly to the crown that John was abusing their hospitality, which is a polite way of saying he slept with everyone, including the serving staff, and probably made eyes at the family goat. His behavior was so egregious, it nearly sparked a rebellion, not over taxes or war, but because half the barons were terrified to leave their wives unattended during royal visits. One baron even refused to meet John unless his entire household was locked up first. That's 13th century diplomacy at its finest. Yet, in true royal fashion, John never saw a problem. He genuinely believed himself irresistible. There's no evidence for this outside of his own letters, but when you're all king, delusion comes standard issue. In the end, King John left behind a kingdom in turmoil, a legacy of distrust, and possibly several children no one ever talked about at court. He was the kind of king who made people invent democracy just to keep him away from their families. Not the worst monarch in history, but definitely the one you'd never ever let babysit. Charles VI, the glass king with a fiery problem. Next, let's curl up with Charles VI of France, also known as Charles the Mad. He ruled from 1380 to 1422, and yes, that nickname was earned, not just tossed around at a drunken banquet. He started his reign with such promise. Young, handsome, capable. Then things took a very sharp turn. He started forgetting who he was, attacking his own knights, and at one point genuinely believed he was made of glass. He'd insist his servants wrap him in blankets so he wouldn't shatter while walking. Not exactly the picture of kingly strength, but you have to admit it's an impressive level of creative paranoia. Now, most kings who believe they are fragile glass figurines tend to avoid scandal. Not Charles. He somehow managed to juggle a royal mistress, a full-blown paranoid delusion, and a civil war all at once. Talk about a multitasker. His long-suffering wife, Isabeau of Bavaria, tried to manage the court while Charles was doing things like running screaming from mirrors and refusing to bathe for fear the water might dissolve him. Meanwhile, his mistress, Odette de Champdivers, was quietly moved into the palace, introduced to everyone as his comfort. That's medieval code for don't ask questions, just smile politely. Odette, bless her heart, stayed with Charles during his most unhinged years. She must have had the patience of a saint or the property rights of a queen. She reportedly brushed his hair, listened to his glass-based ramblings, and helped him put on multiple layers of padded clothes so he could sit down safely. Nothing says passion like strapping your royal lover into a custom-made pillow suit. But Charles wasn't just eccentric behind closed doors. He also hosted court entertainments where things went spectacularly wrong. During one infamous event, the Bal des Ardents, he and his friends dressed as wild men in flammable costumes and danced around with torches. Naturally, someone dropped a flame and several of them burned alive. Charles survived, but his dignity certainly did not. Despite everything, Charles fathered 12 children, several during episodes of apparent lucidity, or at least enough lucidity. Royal chronicles don't clarify whether he remembered their names, but one can assume that naming a child not made of glass was probably discouraged. Charles VI led France into ruin, but more impressively, he managed to make mental illness, royal scandal, and medieval pyrotechnics all part of the same tragicomic package. And somehow they still let him wear a crown. Peter the Cruel. Love, lies, and locked-up wives. Finally, let's tiptoe around Peter the Cruel, also known as Pedro the Just, depending on whether you were with him or, well, under a floorboard because of him. He ruled Castile from 1350 to 1369. His idea of romance was a curious blend of royal charm, obsessive jealousy, and the occasional politically inconvenient murder. His early love life wasn't exactly Shakespearean. He fell head over paws for a noblewoman named Maria de Padilla, whom he may or may not have married in secret. The secret part is key, mostly because he was also being married off to other women for alliances, which made things just a tad awkward. One of those women was Blanche of Bourbon, a French noblewoman he married, then locked in a castle 3 days later. She spent the rest of her life imprisoned, apparently because Peter decided Maria had prettier hair, or maybe he just didn't like Blanche's accent. Whether it was aggressive ghosting or unexpected annulments, Peter's idea of romance was intense. His lifelong obsession was Maria de Padilla. Even when he married other women, for those pesky alliances, you know, she remained his absolute favorite. When she died, Peter reportedly wept for days. Then, in a move that would confuse any modern lawyer, he retroactively declared her his legal wife. Why? Possibly to validate the 4 children she'd already given him, or just to keep everyone on their toes. But Peter's passions didn't stop at confusing legal documents. He was known for falling in love violently, which, let's be clear, is not poetic. It's just dangerous. One of his mistresses, Doña Juana, tried to leave him. She was later found in pieces, much like several of his political enemies, cousins, and occasionally people who just made eye contact at the wrong moment. Contemporary accounts even mention Peter sometimes watched executions from his balcony, lounging with a mistress. That's not charming sociopath. That's an HBO villain with severe impulse control issues. Still, the Castilian court was never boring. Gossip flowed faster than wine, and Peter's relationships blurred the line between passion and vendetta. His idea of a romantic gesture, surprise weddings, surprise divorces, and the occasional surprise stabbing. Eventually, Peter was killed by his own half-brother in a rather symbolic act of family therapy. But his reputation as one of Europe's most aggressively unromantic romantics lives on. If love is a battlefield, my dear friends, Peter brought the entire siege equipment. Edward II, the king who loved his bestie more than his queen. Next, let's pad silently over to Edward II of England, who ruled from 1307 to 1327. He's best remembered for 2 things: losing spectacularly to the Scots at Bannockburn and showing more affection to his male favorites than to his actual queen. One of those things was considered treason. The other was considered controversial dinner conversation. Let's begin with Piers Gaveston, Edward's childhood companion, rumored lover, and full-time fashion icon. Piers wasn't just close to Edward. He was elevated to positions of ridiculous influence, gifted estates, titles, and jewelry that frankly matched none of his outfits. At Edward's coronation, Piers wore more sparkle than the royal regalia itself, completely upstaging the Queen. That's a bold move when your survival depends on the nobles not hating you. Spoiler alert, they hated him. Edward's wife, Isabella of France, was understandably furious. She came with political expectations and a generous dowry, neither of which included sharing the throne with her husband's bestie/possible boyfriend. Edward, however, remained completely devoted. When the nobles demanded Piers be exiled, Edward sulked, sent him away, then brought him right back. It was like a teenage breakup, but with castles and crossbows. Eventually, the barons had enough and executed Piers. Edward was devastated. We're talking full-on royal meltdown, mourning clothes, public weeping, the whole medieval soap opera. His grief, however, did not lead to self-reflection. It just made room for a new favorite. Hugh Despenser the Younger. Hugh made Piers look like a subtle footnote. He wasn't just Edward's advisor. He was basically the second king. Land, titles, entire counties. Hugh got them. The rest of the nobility got angry. Isabella, by this point, had switched from annoyed wife to full-blown vengeance avatar. She teamed up with a lover of her own, Edward's enemy, naturally, invaded England and overthrew her husband. Edward was imprisoned, stripped of his crown, and possibly murdered by a red-hot poker. Yes, that rumor exists. No, we're not discussing the physics of it. Let's just say medieval revenge was rarely subtle. Edward II's reign was less about governance and more about personal drama, so intense it could be a reality show. If the Plantagenets had Netflix, his season would have been banned in 3 countries. His mistake? Mixing politics with passion, ignoring everyone else, and assuming royal power meant nobody could touch him. Turns out, everyone could, eventually. Wenceslaus of Bohemia, the king of the hangover. Finally, let's talk about Wenceslaus of Bohemia, who ruled in the late 14th century. Ruled might be a generous term. He technically held titles like King of the Romans and King of Bohemia, but his real achievements were more along the lines of public nudity, aggressive drinking, and starting fights in his own palace. If you're thinking of Good King Wenceslaus from the Christmas Carol, wrong guy. That was his ancestor. This Wenceslaus, not good, not even vaguely decent. He began with promise, crowned as a teenager, intelligent, multilingual, and capable. But somewhere along the way, he decided the royal wine cellar was more useful than the treasury, and started governing from the bottom of a goblet. Wenceslaus developed a reputation for hosting multi-day drinking sessions, where policy decisions were made between rounds of mead and inappropriate limericks. His advisors began carrying flasks, not to drink, but to survive negotiations. At court, debates often ended with someone flipping a table or being challenged to a duel using breadsticks. He also developed the habit of streaking through the castle, sometimes mid-meeting. One chronicler records Wenceslaus delivering royal edicts completely naked, except for a sword belt. His justification? Clothes are for the timid. Hard to argue with that kind of logic when the guy with the crown also has a long sword and no pants. Romantically, he favored barmaids, laundresses, and occasionally nobles' wives, though he seemed more invested in their beer recommendations than their feelings. Affairs weren't scandalous at his court. They were practically job interviews. One noble accused him of seducing his sister. Wenceslaus shrugged and offered him a drink. Eventually, the Holy Roman Empire decided they'd had enough of his royal vodka and removed him as King of the Romans. A polite way of saying, "You're fired, but we're pretending it's political." Even his own brother called him useless, undressed, and usually unconscious. Still, Wenceslaus somehow reigned in Bohemia for decades. His people tolerated him the way one tolerates a loud uncle at a wedding, with eye rolls, careful seating plans, and lots of alcohol. In the end, he left behind a shaky kingdom, a flooded wine cellar, and a royal legacy best summed up as, he ruled like every day was his last hangover. Henry VIII, the king who broke the church for a date. Let's sink our claws into Henry VIII of England, who is basically what happens when unchecked power meets unchecked hormones. He ruled from 1509 to 1547 and spent most of it either getting married, getting divorced, or getting absolutely furious at the Pope for not supporting his questionable dating decisions. You've heard the rhyme: divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. But trust me, my furry friends, that barely scratches the surface of Henry's royal rom-com turned horror series. Let's start with Catherine of Aragon, wife number 1. After 20 years of marriage and no male heir, Henry decided God was mad at him. Naturally, the solution wasn't introspection or therapy. It was annulment, excommunication, and the creation of an entirely new church. He essentially invented Anglicanism just to date someone else. That's not devotion, that's pettiness with a cathedral attached. Enter Anne Boleyn, wife number 2. Henry wrote her love letters full of passion, obsession, and some truly dreadful poetry. She gave him a daughter, Elizabeth, who would later become one of England's greatest monarchs, but no sons. This led to Anne's swift arrest for adultery, witchcraft, and possibly giving Henry side-eye at court. She was beheaded. Henry, meanwhile, moved on with the emotional range of a potato. Jane Seymour followed, finally producing a male heir, Edward, before tragically dying from childbirth complications. Henry mourned her deeply, by which we mean he waited a respectful 11 days before scoping out wife number 4. Next came Anne of Cleves, who Henry chose based on a very flattering portrait. In person, he declared she looked like a Flanders mare. That marriage lasted a grand total of 6 months and ended in what we'd now call a no-fault divorce and a politely written Yelp review. Catherine Howard, wife number 5, was much younger and considerably less discreet. She was executed for adultery, though honestly it's hard to blame her. Being married to Henry at that point meant dealing with gout, paranoia, and a man who could barely walk but still insisted he was a gift to women. Finally, Catherine Parr, wife number 6, wisely outlived him by being literate, patient, and excellent at dodging accusations. By the time Henry died, he'd practically bankrupted England, eaten half its livestock, and turned the royal court into a soap opera where heads rolled more often than wedding bands. In short, Henry VIII loved hard, ruled harder, and left a trail of drama so legendary it's still being turned into musicals today. Francis of France's most seductive liability. Now let's talk about Francis IV of France, ruling from 1515 to 1547. This king was the walking embodiment of the Renaissance, cultured, charming, sophisticated, and absolutely incapable of keeping his trousers buttoned. To his credit, he was a truly great patron of the arts. He invited Leonardo da Vinci to France, built magnificent palaces, and helped turn France into a cultural powerhouse. But while the painters were painting and the poets were poeting, Francis was busy seducing anything with a pulse and a title. His court was famous, or perhaps infamous, for its opulence, but also for being a kind of state-funded dating app. He employed gentlewomen of the bedchamber, a term that should have meant ladies-in-waiting, but really meant romantic shortlist. Entire political alliances were derailed because Francis accidentally bedded the ambassadors' wives, and this wasn't quiet, subtle adultery. Francis was loud about it. He once declared to foreign dignitaries that French kings were expected to be excellent lovers, which sounds noble until you realize it came from a man who treated treaties and mistresses with the same level of commitment, which is to say temporary. His most famous affair was with Françoise de Foix, a noblewoman who became his official mistress. She was witty, educated, and likely the only woman who could roast him in public and survive. Eventually, she was replaced, because of course she was. She was followed by Anne de Pixelated, a woman whose name sounds like a medieval inside joke, and whose political influence was matched only by her ability to outlast the competition. Even his enemies couldn't help but notice. The Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V, once described Francis as more dangerous in the bedroom than on the battlefield. He meant it as an insult. Francis probably took it as a compliment. And somehow, amid the affairs, banquets, and what can only be described as diplomatic flirtation, Francis still managed to rule effectively. Though his wars were expensive and his taste in women even more so, the man was nothing if not enthusiastic. His reign was a whirlwind of silk, scandal, and second-hand perfume. Francis I wasn't just a king. He was France's most seductive historical liability. And honestly, he wouldn't have had it any other way. Alfonso XI, the king who publicly embarrassed his queen. Alfonso XI of Castile, who ruled from 1311 to 1350. Besides ruling a kingdom, he had one major hobby: ignoring his wife in the most public, extravagant way possible. His poor, politically strategic wife was Maria of Portugal, noble, well-connected, and unfortunately not Leonor de Guzman, the woman Alfonso actually cared about. Leonor was a Castilian noblewoman with a sharp mind, 11 children, and enough influence to basically run the court herself. And unlike Maria, she didn't need a crown to feel important. She just needed Alfonso's complete and shameless obsession. Now, most kings had mistresses. Alfonso turned his into a shadow queen. He built Leonor palaces, gave her land, and took her everywhere. Meanwhile, Queen Maria was left sitting alone at royal events like an unwanted centerpiece, while Alfonso made googly eyes across the hall at his side chick, who wasn't even trying to be subtle. To make matters worse, or better depending on your tolerance for medieval soap operas, Leonor wasn't just a mistress. She was politically active, negotiating treaties, commanding respect, and producing heirs like it was her full-time job. Which, let's be honest, it kind of was. Alfonso refused to even pretend Maria mattered. In fact, he only spent time with her once, purely for diplomatic optics. After that, he retreated to Leonor's estate like a man allergic to marital obligations. This didn't sit well with Maria's dad, who happened to be the King of Portugal. At one point, international relations got so tense over the whole situation that a war nearly broke out. Imagine your in-laws being so mad about your mistress, they consider military retaliation. But Alfonso didn't care. He continued parading Leonor around court like a royal trophy, and probably would have kept it up forever if the Black Death hadn't killed him in 1350. That's right, it took a literal plague to end his affair. After Alfonso died, Queen Maria finally had her moment. She had Leonor imprisoned and executed in a move that historians call vengeful and most of us would call extremely fair. Alfonso's reign may be remembered for military victories, but let's be real, his true legacy was being one of the most publicly whipped kings in medieval history, Philip IV, the fair-faced hypocrite. Let's talk about Philip IV of France, also known as Philip the Fair. And no, my little furballs, fair was not for his personality, it was for his handsome looks, which were, unfortunately, not matched by good behavior. Outwardly, Philip was pious, serious, and all about moral reform. Inwardly, He was running a kingdom like it was a very tense reality show, complete with betrayal, secret trials, and a healthy dose of double standards, especially in the bedroom department. His most infamous scandal was the Tour de Nesle affair, a medieval sex scandal so messy it could have been scripted by HBO. It all began when Philip's daughter, Isabella, yes, the same one who would later overthrow Edward II of England, noticed that her sisters-in-law were being a little too friendly with some knights. We're talking matching gift exchanges and secret tower rendezvous friendly. Isabella, being the dutiful daughter, tattled to Philip, who launched a royal investigation with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. 2 of the princesses, married to Philip's sons, were found guilty of adultery and publicly imprisoned for years. Their heads were shaved, their titles revoked, and their reputations completely annihilated. The 2 knights involved? Tortured, flayed, and executed in the public square, because nothing says moral leadership like turning a family affair into a medieval snuff film. Now, here's where things get interesting. While Philip was handing out brutal punishments like candy, rumors swirled that he himself kept a few mistresses tucked away in private rooms of the Louvre, no less. Some whispered that he even maintained a secret group of young women available to entertain visiting dignitaries, for diplomacy, of course. But unlike his daughters-in-law, nobody ever questioned the king's private affairs. Because when you're the one writing the rules, it's amazing how easily sin becomes strategy. Philip also had a special knack for using religion when convenient. He went after the Knights Templar for supposed heresy, but everyone knew it was about their money. It was the medieval equivalent of arresting your banker and calling it divine justice. So yes, Philip may have looked like a model of piety and honor, but behind that sculpted jawline and royal glare was a man with a deep commitment to hypocrisy and a working knowledge of where all the castle's secret doors were. Sigismund of Luxembourg, the crown collector with a chaotic love life. Next up, we have Sigismund of Luxembourg, King of Hungary, King of the Romans, and eventually Holy Roman Emperor. This was the kind of man who collected crowns the way other men collected wine goblets, which, incidentally, he also collected enthusiastically. Reigning from the late 14th to mid-15th century, Sigismund was smart, multilingual, and politically savvy. He also had a personal life so scandalous it would make a tavern bard blush. To begin with, Sigismund was married to Queen Mary of Hungary, a powerful woman in her own right. But marriage to Sigismund was more of a polite formality. He preferred his relationships less lawful, more frequent, and ideally not followed by conversation. His romantic side projects included noblewomen, laundresses, and at least one Italian opera singer, long before opera existed, which speaks to his innovative spirit. Court officials often lost track of his mistresses, not because there were so many, but because they changed so frequently. Some historians suggest they just started numbering them. At court, his mistresses had their own quarters, servants, and in one case, a private chapel, which is either deeply romantic or just wildly inappropriate, depending on how you feel about praying next to someone's mistress. Sigismund also had a fondness for disguises, particularly dressing as a commoner and sneaking into towns. Sometimes it was for espionage, sometimes to flirt with local women under the guise of being a very tall merchant. Apparently, nobody found this suspicious, despite him being the only merchant with a full entourage of servants wearing royal crests. And yet, the man ruled for decades, launched crusades, hosted the Council of Constance, and reformed imperial politics, all while carrying on affairs that would make even Casanova go, "Steady on, mate." One ambassador once wrote that Sigismund greets all women as equals, especially in private, which, while vaguely progressive, also sounded suspiciously like an HR violation. But despite his extracurriculars, Sigismund remained immensely popular, mostly because he managed to appear regal in public while quietly running the most chaotic love life in Europe. He wasn't just an emperor, he was a one-man renaissance, equal parts strategist, statesman, and scandal. And somehow he always got away with it. Louis XV, France's real after-party host. Finally, let's saunter into the bedchambers of Louis XV of France, known as Louis the Beloved. He ruled from 1715 to 1774, and by ruled, we mostly mean he hosted an endless royal after-party where governance was optional and silk bedsheets were not. He started out promising enough, young, handsome, and poised to carry on the legacy of his great-grandfather, Louis XIV. But somewhere around his 20s, Louis decided national policy could wait, because he had a long list of ladies-in-waiting to attend to. Let's talk about the Parc aux Cerfs, the quiet little house near Versailles that Louis used for, let's call them, private auditions. Girls were recruited, usually poor but pretty, brought in discreetly and rotated like seasonal produce. There were so many mistresses, the palace guards likely had a clipboard system. His most famous mistress, Madame de Pompadour, wasn't just a pretty face. She basically ran France behind the scenes. But when she lost interest in the physical side of their relationship, Louis said, "That's fine," and built a second harem instead. The logic? Keep Pompadour for brains and banter. Keep the Parc aux Cerfs for everything else. It was all very organized chaos. Each girl received gifts, titles, and in some cases, discreet housing once their contract expired. It was France's most unofficial but strangely efficient internship program. And the queen, Marie Leszczyńska? She was around somewhere, mostly ignored. Once she stopped having children, Louis treated her like antique furniture, too expensive to throw away but no longer relevant to the room. The scandal at court was so normalized that nobles didn't ask if the king had a mistress. They asked how many this week. Even foreign ambassadors gossiped in their letters about the turnover rate at Versailles. That's not a monarchy. That's a brothel with better uniforms. Ironically, Louis genuinely thought he was a good ruler. Between lavish balls, discreet pregnancies, and awkward silences with his wife. His reign, while not catastrophic, set the tone for his grandson, Louis XVI, who would later lose his head, possibly because Grandpa spent too much time thinking with the wrong crown. In the end, Louis XV left behind a debt-ridden France, a disillusioned court, and a royal reputation that could best be summarized as loved by women, loathed by accountants. Christian VII, the king who was his own entertainment. Christian VII of Denmark, who ruled from 1766 to 1808. Though wobbled through life while other people ran the country is probably more accurate. You see, Christian had a few issues. He suffered from severe mental illness, likely schizophrenia, and was not particularly interested in the whole being king thing, unless it involved chasing servants with cutlery, which he apparently found hilarious. This made him more of a royal mascot than a monarch. Now, Christian had a wife, Caroline Matilda of Great Britain, a sensible young woman who expected a somewhat normal marriage. What she got was a husband who preferred masturbating in public, talking to his hand and disappearing during state dinners to ride imaginary horses down palace corridors. It's unclear what broke first, her patience or his grasp on reality. Enter Johann Friedrich Struensee, the king's physician. Smart, ambitious, and very interested in power, Struensee quickly became the real ruler of Denmark, and somewhat awkwardly, the lover of the queen. Yes, that's right. Caroline Matilda went full soap opera and began an affair with her husband's doctor. And the king? He did not notice or care. Struensee wrote the laws, signed the edicts, and kept Christian occupied with puppet shows, sword games, and gentle nudges away from sharp objects. It was perhaps the only love triangle in history where one corner was just vaguely humming to himself in the background. Caroline and Struensee even had a child together, possibly the king's on paper, definitely not his in practice. For a while, the two ran Denmark like a very progressive, slightly scandalous think tank. But royal courts are rarely chill places. Eventually, Christian's jealous mother-in-law got wind of the affair and staged a coup. Struensee was arrested, tortured, and executed quite dramatically, while Caroline was shipped off to exile with her reputation in tatters. As for Christian, he returned to being a gently supervised liability, spending the rest of his reign in a kind of padded silence. His reign is remembered less for achievements and more for the sheer absurdity of it all. A king who ruled nothing, a queen who tried her best, and a physician who tried a little too hard. History calls it a constitutional crisis. We call it Europe's weirdest love story. Charles II, the merry monarch, and his many friends. Next, let's bring some cheer back with Charles III of England, who ruled from 1660 to 1685. He came back from exile with one clear agenda: bring back fun, preferably with as many mistresses as humanly possible. Spoiler, mission accomplished. After surviving a civil war, hiding in oak trees, and living in continental poverty, Charles returned to England as king and promptly decided the nation needed a little less Puritanism and a little more clothing-optional ballroom dancing. Parliament reluctantly agreed. Nicknamed the Merry Monarch, Charles had dozens of official mistresses, and those are just the ones we know about. His most famous flame was Nell Gwyn, a sharp-angued actress who once called herself the Protestant whore, just to differentiate herself from all the other mistresses. Honestly, iconic branding. Then there was Barbara Palmer, titled Countess of Castlemaine, who was less mistress and more palace fixture. She was openly kept in royal apartments and had multiple children by Charles, all of whom were granted titles and land, because nepotism is more fun when it's flirty. Charles didn't even pretend to be discreet. He brought his mistresses to court events. He paid them government pensions. He even had a corridor built at Whitehall so they could reach his bedroom without disturbing the ambassadors. Efficiency, his name is Charles. Queen Catherine of Braganza, his long-suffering wife, endured it all with quiet dignity and possibly a flask. She bore no children, and Charles reportedly said, "She could not bear children, but she never gave me trouble," which is both a compliment and a giant red flag. Charles fathered at least 14 illegitimate children, and acknowledged most of them, giving them noble titles and throwing elaborate birthday parties. Meanwhile, the legitimate line remained childless, as if karma had a sense of humor. Despite the scandals, Charles was popular. He reopened theaters, legalized fun, and restored monarchy with flair, wigs, and more eyeliner than his actresses. The people forgave him everything, mostly because he made monarchy look like a party. When he died, his final words were, "Let not poor Nelly starve." Not, "God bless England," not, "Tell my brother to rule wisely," just feed the mistress. And that, friends, sums up Charles II, a king who governed like he was hosting a royal bachelor season finale. Erik Cloton, Sweden's paranoid poet king. Now let's talk about Erik XIV of Sweden, who ruled from 1560 to 1568. A short reign, but long enough to leave behind a legacy of paranoia, poetry, and utterly catastrophic dating choices. Erik started out promising. Tall, handsome, fond of astronomy and the arts. The kind of king who might write you a love sonnet and then explain planetary orbits over dinner. He was also obsessed with astrology, so he rarely made decisions without checking the stars first. Unfortunately, the stars never told him to chill. Eric had a thing for noble women, but not in the subtle whisper-in-a-garden kind of way. He proposed to Queen Elizabeth I of England multiple times, and she repeatedly declined, politely, then firmly, then with complete silence. Eric didn't get the hint and even sent portraits of himself as gifts, which is the 16th century equivalent of sliding into someone's DMs with a shirtless selfie and a marriage contract. After Elizabeth ghosted him, Eric set his sights lower, in rank, not enthusiasm. He fell for Karen Monsdaughter, a commoner and the daughter of a jailer. This scandalized the nobility, which only made Eric dig in harder. He married her, crowned her queen, and then spent the next year having emotional breakdowns, imprisoning nobles, and stabbing people he thought looked at her funny. His most infamous moment? The Stura murders. A casual dinner party that ended with Eric personally killing a noble with a knife, while shouting things that made his courtiers question whether astrology had finally broken his brain. By this point, he was hearing voices, hiding from invisible enemies, and occasionally dressing in disguise to spy on his own council. The nobility staged an intervention, which in royal terms means they locked him in a castle and handed the crown to his brother. Eric spent the rest of his life imprisoned, writing bizarre love poetry to Karen, occasionally ranting about conspiracies, and probably regretting stabbing that guy mid-supper. Sweden learned a few things from Eric's reign. Always check your dinner guests for hidden blades, avoid kings who write their own horoscopes, and maybe, just maybe, don't crown the man who insists the moon is whispering about betrayal. Ferdinand Wind of Naples, the taxidermy king. Finally, my curious companions, we arrive at Ferdinand Wind of Naples, also known as Ferdinand of Aragon, who ruled from the mid-15th century. He brought with him a rare blend of charm, brutality, and a hobby that would make most people cancel dinner plans immediately. On the surface, Ferdinand was a cultured and efficient ruler. He stabilized his kingdom, balanced the budget, and crushed rebellions with impressive speed. But his leadership style leaned heavily into friendly dictator with a side of psychological warfare. Case in point, his approach to enemies. Most kings exiled traitors. Some imprisoned them. Ferdinand, he preferred to stuff them. Yes, taxidermy of humans. After executing rebellious nobles, he had them embalmed and displayed in a private museum underneath his castle. It was called the Black Room, and he gave guided tours to foreign dignitaries, visiting ambassadors, and even potential traitors. Nothing says, behave yourself, like showing someone your haul of preserved political mistakes. He reportedly enjoyed describing each corpse by name, crime, and expression. Some were posed mid-scream, others had plaques. One guest fainted. Ferdinand found it hilarious. If Yelp had existed, the reviews would have been 5 stars. Deeply unsettling, would not return without sedative. Now, when he wasn't curating the creepiest gallery in Europe, Ferdinand had an equally questionable romantic reputation. He fathered numerous illegitimate children, many of whom mysteriously popped up with titles and land. His official queen was just one lady among many, and it's suspected that Ferdinand saw marriage as more of a suggestion than a rule. His mistresses ranged from noble women to peasants, with the only common factor being his complete disregard for discretion. Royal banquets sometimes doubled as flirtation contests. One ambassador noted that Ferdinand never dined without sampling from multiple courses, political and otherwise. And yet, despite all this, Ferdinand remained popular. His people admired his strength, nobles feared him, and visiting enemies, upon seeing the Black Room, quickly lost interest in rebellion. He ruled for decades, died in his bed, and passed the kingdom to his legitimate-ish heirs. Ferdinand's legacy? A stable kingdom, a terrifying basement, and the firm understanding that some kings build alliances, Others collect warning signs in glass cases. And there you have it, my magnificent historical voyeurs. From the subtly scandalous to the outrageously unhinged, we've journeyed through the wildest bedrooms and most baffling behaviors of royalty. I hope these tales have given you a newfound appreciation for your own peaceful sleeping arrangements. Remember, history isn't just about dates and battles. It's about the utterly human and often hilarious chaos that happens behind the velvet ropes. Sweet dreams, and may your own romantic lives be significantly less dramatic. Meow. Meow.
Welcome, my little sleepy listeners. My name is Golden Chonk, your fluffy, feline friend and master storyteller. Tonight, I have a question for you. Have you ever wondered what happens when a community's darkest fears aren't imaginary, but an actual flesh and blood monster? Or what happens when a group of explorers, well-equipped and prepared, descends into madness and cannibalism in the frozen wilderness? What happens when a terrifying discovery reveals pure nightmare fuel in the wild places of the world? That's what we're going to explore tonight in 2 stories that will make your whiskers twitch and your fur stand on end. So, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, then you've come to the right place. Just don't get too scared, my kittens. You have Golden Chonk here to keep you safe. Now, my little ones, let's start with our first story. Our journey begins not in a land of snow and ice, but in a small, peaceful village in Uganda. This was a place nestled on the banks of a great lake, a place of red earth and vibrant green foliage, where the sun warmed the backs of hardworking people and children's laughter echoed through the air. This was the home of a man named John Mangine, a man of 64 years with a deep love for his family and his community. He had 9 children and 31 grandchildren, and he remembered a time, not so long ago, when this village was a true haven, a place of harmony and simple joys, a place where everyone felt safe. But that peaceful time, that idyllic memory, had been shattered 14 years earlier, in 1991. It was then that a shadow fell over the village, a shadow of fear and incomprehensible loss. People began to die, or to be more precise, people began to vanish, only to be found later, horribly mutilated and deceased, or to disappear completely, never to be seen again. At first, it was a rare and tragic occurrence, a whispered rumor. But as the years wore on, the disappearances became more frequent, more horrifying. Over the course of 14 years, a staggering 83 people had been killed, a number that represented a full 10% of the village's entire population. The tragedy had become so pervasive that every single person in the village knew someone, a family member, a neighbor, a friend, who had been taken by this mysterious unseen killer. The constant terror had worn down the villagers' spirits. They could not comprehend what was happening. They had no explanation for the horror that stalked their homes. So, in their desperation and fear, they turned to the supernatural. They believed a demon, or a malevolent spirit, had descended upon them. They thought it was something beyond their control, a curse or an act of fate, and they began to simply accept it as a grim part of their daily life. The disappearances became a dark, mournful part of their rhythm. They just had to live with it. But John, a man of fierce resolve and a deeply practical mind, refused to accept this explanation. He couldn't stand the idea of living in fear. of waiting for the day when the shadow would claim one of his own little ones. He insisted, "No, we need to look into this." He believed there had to be an actual, tangible explanation for the deaths. For years, his pleas were met with a resigned and hopeless silence. But then, in 2005, the shadow finally struck too close to home. A young boy from the village, a little one no older than John's own grandsons, went missing one morning and was never found. John, seeing the terror in the boy's parents' eyes, felt a fire ignite in his belly. He looked at his own grandchildren playing in the dust and knew he could not let this continue. He decided in that moment that this had to stop, and they had to take action. John, now fueled by a potent mix of grief and righteous anger, started moving through the village. He rallied his friends and neighbors, speaking with a force and conviction that had been absent for years. He told them, "Tonight, we are going to set up a stakeout. We will stay out all night if we have to, and we will wait for this demon, this creature, this person, whatever it is, and we will catch them in the act and put an end to this thing." His enthusiasm was infectious, and his determination was a beacon in the darkness. Slowly, the tide of opinion in the village began to turn. They went from a place of helpless acceptance to a place of determined action. John's call to arms gave them back a sense of agency, a glimmer of hope that they could fight back. That night, John and the group of brave volunteers he had gathered headed to an area in their village that had become a place of dread and sorrow. They called it the Butchery. The name was a somber tribute to the place where the majority of the 83 victims were either found or last seen before they vanished forever. The Butchery was located right next to a large placid lake, a body of water that, for years, had seemed so peaceful, but was now a source of deep, abiding fear. Everyone was terrified of the lake and the area around it. But tonight was the night they were going to get answers. John and his fellow volunteers made their way to the Butchery, moving as quietly as possible, each of them with a knot of fear in their stomach. They found tall bushes and thick reeds right next to the lake, and each volunteer crouched down, their eyes constantly scanning the land and the dark, still water. Hours went by in tense, terrified silence. They looked at each other, maintaining eye contact to stay brave. They looked out at the black water, which was totally still, and there was nothing happening on land. For hours, they just sat there nervously watching, waiting for something to happen. They didn't know what it would be, or if one of the volunteers would be ripped away by this demon, or whatever it was. But all night on this first night of the stakeout, they waited and watched on edge, and nothing happened. The next morning, John, ever the leader, insisted they go back out. He told the now weary villagers, "We have to do it again. We have to go back out there and do another stakeout, because we know there is something out there." His resolve was unshakable, and sure enough, night 2 rolled around, and now they had even more volunteers. John's courage had inspired others. They were motivated and out there in the bushes, waiting and watching the lake and the land. But nothing happened again. This cycle continued for 4 more grueling days, with nothing happening. John was rallying people every night to keep going back out there, but the group was getting more and more tired. They were staying out all night, and it was also deflating to realize that it looked like they didn't have control over whatever was happening. They couldn't catch this thing, and they didn't even know what it was. The village was eerily quiet, and a sense of hopelessness began to creep back in. After 6 long, exhausting, and fruitless days of this, John rallied the people for one last effort. He looked at their tired, discouraged faces and said, with a voice full of steely resolve. "One more night. Give me one more. I know we're going to catch something." He got the village to agree to go out for one more night, but this time, he decided to change their strategy. The previous nights, they had simply been waiting. Tonight, they would be hunters. John and the villagers, believing that the killer was after meat, strung up organ meat in the trees right near the butchery. It was a macabre lure, a trap designed to entice whatever creature was lurking in the shadows. On this seventh and final night, the tension was palpable. The volunteers crouched in the bushes, the silence broken only by the sound of their own nervous breathing. At first, it was just like every other night. The minutes stretched into hours, and the air was still and cold. But then, between 4 and 5 in the morning, while it was still dark and the water was black, they began to hear something. It was a low, rumbling sound that appeared to be coming from the lake, but it was hard to tell. They were looking out at the water, and it was just dark. This was the first time anything had happened during one of their stakeouts. John told them to stay down and stay quiet as they looked out at the water. The rumbling, growling sound started getting louder and louder. At a certain point, it was so loud that John could feel his body literally trembling from the sound. As that began to happen, even with the minimal light, they looked out at the black water and noticed ripples on the surface. Something was moving in the lake. Everyone was scared, but they were looking and waiting. John looked over at the other people in the bushes, and he could see their eyes were wide with terror. Then, eventually, a massive dark silhouette broke the surface and emerged from the lake. A deafening growl filled the air, and everyone froze. Whatever it was charged towards John, but it ran past him and went straight for the organ meat dangling from the trees. The meat, however, had hooks placed in it like a trap. As soon as the thing bit onto the meat, it got snared in one of the traps and couldn't move. It thrashed wildly, its massive tail whipping the air and its jaws snapping. But the hooks held firm. John, who had been waiting for this exact moment, got up and sprinted into the village, screaming for everyone to come and help them. 50 villagers, fueled by a mixture of terror and vengeance, came pouring out of their homes. They rushed to the tree where the creature was dangling, and in the dim light of the early morning, they finally saw what had been terrorizing their village for 14 years. It was not a demon. It was a monster of flesh and blood, the largest saltwater crocodile ever found in Uganda. This crocodile was 16 feet long and over 2,000 pounds, a silent hunter that had been sneaking into the village, grabbing its victims and dragging them back to the lake for over a decade. The few who had seen the beast had not lived to tell the tale. The authorities were quickly called to the village, and while the villagers wanted to kill the creature, it was instead captured and relocated, never to plague their village again. The terror was over. The demon had a name, and its reign of fear was finally brought to an end. And now for our second tale, we travel from the warm lands of Uganda to the frozen wasteland of the Arctic. One morning in April of 1848, a group of men were walking towards the coast of King William Island. This island is located in the freezing Arctic region of northern Canada. These men were members of the Inuit people, who are indigenous to King William Island. Today, they were going hunting, specifically to see if they could find any seals to hunt and kill for food and for clothing. However, even though the coastline was right in front of them, they couldn't actually see the water because there was this huge icy hill that obstructed their view. To look down to the water, they would have to crest that hill and look down, As these hunters got closer to the hill, the youngest of the hunters, an eager and quick young man, broke from the group and ran up the hill to get an early look and see if he could spot any animals down below. But when he crested the hill and looked down, he saw something that made no sense. He saw something that was not an animal, something that was pure nightmare fuel. He quickly ducked back down on his side of the hill, out of view of the ocean, and signaled to the other hunters to get up here and take a look. The other hunters, not understanding what was happening, but seeing the urgency and terror in the young hunter's eyes, ran up the hill as well. All together, they peered up and over the hill and looked down. For a second, they all just stared in horrified silence. Down below, wandering along the coastline, were not seals or walruses or any other animals these hunters might have expected to see. Instead, they saw people. Specifically, they saw Kalunat, which is their word for white men. But these men were not acting like people. They were lumbering, almost like they weren't in control of their bodies, with strange, jerky movements. They were all staring straight ahead with vacant, hollow expressions. Their skin was a sickly black and blue color. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and they were just kind of lumbering along the ice. There were about 40 of these Kalunat. For these hunters, they didn't have much exposure or experience around white men. All they really knew was that white men were pretty dangerous to the indigenous people. But they did know there was a group of Kalunat who were staying on a ship off the coast of King William Island. It seemed their ship might have frozen off the coast, and they were trapped until warmer months came around. To this point, the Inuit people had not seen or interacted with any of these white people. So to see the Kalunat on land was shocking, but the way they were moving and how they looked seemed wrong. There was something profoundly wrong with these people, and it was terrifying. On top of the way they were moving, there was something else these Kalunat were doing. In addition to the men just lumbering along the coastline, a few of them were dragging a big sled. There was a tarp over the sled, and something big or several things were clearly under the tarp, but the hunters couldn't tell what it was. They were just watching this weird, disturbing parade along the coastline with the sled. They decided they had to get out of there and ducked their heads below the icy hill to stay out of view. As the hunters tried to figure out what to do, they heard an awful, guttural scream from down below. Instinctively, they grabbed their spears and poked their heads up over the hill, thinking maybe they had been spotted. But no. When they looked down, many of the Kalunat were still just kind of lumbering along. But one of them had stopped and was retching around like there was something terribly wrong with him. He continued to scream out and then just crumpled to the ground, his body seizing in a final horrifying spasm. The other white men didn't even react to it, except for the men pulling the sled. They pulled the sled right up alongside the man who had just fallen and nonchalantly pulled back the tarp, revealing a gruesome pile of bodies, some frozen solid, others still fresh, on the sled. They picked the guy who had just fallen and threw him onto the pile. They covered him back up with the tarp, and like nothing had happened, the men kept on pulling the sled. This creepy procession continued down the coast, and the Inuit hunters were genuinely terrified. They scrambled back down the hill and ran back to their village without saying anything. The following day, the Inuit hunters came back to that exact spot, but this time, they had brought along several pounds of seal meat. The previous day, when the hunters had gone back to their village, they had described the horrifying scene. After a long discussion, the villagers reached a consensus. They decided that while the Kalunat were dangerous, it sounded a lot like these men must just be starving. The way they were moving, the fact that men were falling down and dying, and that they had a sled full of dead bodies, all pointed to the brutal reality of the Arctic wild. The consensus was they're starving to death, and that's what they were seeing. The villagers, ever generous, decided the hunters should go back, find these Kalunat, and give them some food to help them, and as a peace offering to ease the tension between the two peoples. So that day, the Inuit hunters made it back to their spot, climbed up the icy hill, and looked down towards the ocean. But there was nobody there. It was just a complete, desolate isolation. The hunters went down to the coastline and saw footprints from the day before, including the tracks from the sled. They started tracking the footprints for hours, looking up ahead, but not seeing anyone. They were amazed at how much ground these guys had covered in their bizarre lumbering walk. Eventually, after hours of this, the hunters came upon a campsite, but it was totally abandoned. It was right on the edge of the water, and it looked obvious that the Kalunat had been camped out here, but they were not here now. Interestingly, the people who had been there had left behind quite a few of their supplies. There were the remains of a fire and a big metal pot sitting over it. You would think if you were struggling to survive out here, you would keep your cooking supplies, but no, that was left behind along with several other tools. The hunters looked around, thinking maybe they just stepped away and would come back. But they searched the vicinity, and nobody was there. The footprints just picked up and continued off into the distance, leading to an even greater mystery. Puzzled, the hunters decided to search the campsite for some clue as to what was going on with these white men. They came back to that fire and the pot with a lid over it. One of the hunters, a brave and curious man, walked up to the pot, grabbed the lid, and lifted it off. When he saw what was inside, he reeled back in horror. He quickly dropped the lid back down, but the image was seared into his mind. Several months later, that same group of Inuit hunters had hiked miles and miles down that same coastline until they saw, off in the distance, a big wooden ship right off the coast. They knew this ship belonged to the Kalunat. Today, their plan was to break into the ship and raid it. Just recently, these hunters had finally solved the mystery of what happened to those 40-some-odd white men. They had come across a mass gravesite of over 30 white men, all dead in the snow. Clearly, they had starved to death and died from exposure. It seemed like an unfortunate thing that these guys had just hiked and then fell down and died. But now that the Inuit hunters knew all these white men were dead, they thought, well, there's a ship sitting right out there that no one's going to claim. So why don't we take whatever's inside of it? The Inuit hunters walked out onto the ocean, which was completely frozen, creating a pathway of ice right up to the ship. When they got there, it was vacant, silent, and still. Clearly, there was nobody in the ship. As the hunters climbed the side of the ship, they had set their expectations that something must have happened here. They ran out of food, there was a leak, some sort of chaos ensued that caused them to abandon their shelter and head toward the Arctic wilds. But once they got on board and looked around, they quickly realized the ship was in pristine condition. There was no damage to the ship. It was practically brand new, preserved perfectly by the ice. When they went down below, they discovered luxurious bedrooms with comfortable-looking beds, bunk beds, and hammocks with linens and pillows. There was a library with hundreds of books, games, fine china, and a massive food storage room filled with canned goods that had been left behind. They were shocked to see that the ship was a sanctuary of comfort and supplies. The men hadn't starved on the ship. They had abandoned a perfect, well-stocked vessel to die horrible, senseless deaths on land. The hunters were baffled. What could have possibly driven these men to leave a sanctuary of comfort and food for the unforgiving wilderness? The answer to this riddle would not fully make sense for another 130 years. It wasn't until the 1980s that researchers began to analyze the remains of these white men, those 30 or 40 men found dead on King William Island. It would turn out those men were explorers on what would be known as the Franklin Expedition, a famous British naval expedition to the Arctic. They had been well outfitted for their journey, given that incredible ship and all these supplies, including a whole bunch of canned food items. However, what these explorers didn't know is that their canned food had become tainted with lead. As they slowly ate all these canned food items, they were slowly poisoning themselves. One of the side effects of lead poisoning, in addition to feeling nauseous and sick, is that it drives you crazy. It gives you wild mood swings and leads to mental hysteria. In their madness, the men, no longer able to think rationally, decided to abandon their perfectly good ship and head into the wild to forage for food that wasn't there. As they slowly starved and the lead poisoning took its full effect, they devolved into a state of utter desperation and began to eat their fallen brothers. The sled they were dragging along was not to preserve the bodies for a proper burial down the road. It was their mobile refrigeration unit, a place to keep the bodies of their dead friends to eat later. And that pot the Inuit hunters found at the campsite? Inside was a human skull that had been cracked open, as if someone had been scooping out and eating the brain. The white men had become monsters, driven to madness and cannibalism by their tainted food. To this day, the bones of the crew members from that failed expedition are still being found on King William Island. Their horrific fate remains a chilling testament to the dangers of the Arctic and the terrifying effects of slow poisoning. The story is a stark reminder that sometimes the greatest terror comes not from the wilderness itself, but from the slow, insidious madness that can take hold of a man's mind. And so, my little sleepy kittens, that concludes our tales for tonight. 2 stories of humanity facing the unimaginable, and in one case, becoming the unimaginable. Thank you for listening, and remember to always be careful what you eat and who you trust. Good night. Meow. Meow.
All by yourself? Well, it was a team effort, really.
That's it!
This way. We won't get lost.
This is you. There's your dad, his dad, and his. Keep going.
Soon, you'll fly past powdered wigs, chainmail, mammoths, and eventually stumble upon a guy squatting in the dirt, chewing on a beetle, and trying not to die before sundown. That guy? That's your ancestor. He has no name, no shoes, and no idea that you, a distant descendant with a snack addiction and a mild caffeine dependency, even exist. But here's the thing, if that guy, or any one of the thousands of people in your ancestral chain, had tripped at the wrong moment,
Oh, I wonder what killed.
gotten eaten by something stupid,
Hell no.
or just failed to reproduce, you wouldn't be here. You exist because 1,000 people before you didn't die when they should have. You're not lucky. You're the byproduct of violent coincidence and stubborn biology.
Daddy?
So let's take a look at how close you came, over and over again, to never being born at all. We're going to rank 5 of the deadliest periods in human history. From bad but survivable, to you might as well start writing your will at birth. Let's get right into it. Number 5. Ice Age. Around 20.000 years ago, during the last glacial maximum, Earth wasn't exactly cozy. Massive ice sheets, up to 2 miles thick, smothered huge chunks of North America, Europe, and Asia. Average global temperatures dropped by about 10 degrees Fahrenheit, 6 degrees Celsius, turning most of the planet into a frozen wasteland, where food was a distant rumor. Me hungry. If you were alive back then, your daily routine involved not dying of hypothermia, hunting woolly mammoths the size of school buses, and occasionally running away from creatures like the cave lion, Panthera spelaea, one of the largest wild cats in history. Your house? Probably a mammoth bone hut, or a cave shared with 40 of your least favorite relatives. Your clothing? Animal hides stitched together with bone needles. Want dinner? Good luck. You're armed with a sharpened stick, and your target weighs 6 tons, and is actively trying to kill you. And if starvation didn't get you, a simple infected cut probably would. There were no antibiotics, no vaccines, and no emergency rooms. Just a lot of home remedies involving chewing random plants and hoping for the best. Despite all this, Homo sapiens adapted, inventing tools, mastering fire, and even creating early art, like the cave paintings at Lascaux. Number 4. The dawn of agriculture. Somewhere around 10.000 years ago, humans had a brilliant idea.
Bro,
What's wrong, bro?
I can't chase one more mammoth. My legs hurt.
Bro, you don't even have legs. Come on, man, we're only 400 miles away from breakfast.
Wait, hear me out. We make food come to us.
How?
We stay in one place. Grow stuff. Build. I don't know.
Okay.
Welcome to the dawn of agriculture, also known as the moment when humanity accidentally made life way harder. Early farmers swapped the nomadic hunting lifestyle for settling down in permanent villages. Planting crops like wheat, barley, and lentils. Sounds smart, right? Well, it was, except for the part where it unleashed a buffet of new problems. Living close together meant diseases could now spread like wildfire. Your diet? Way worse. Less protein, more vitamin deficiencies, and your teeth basically rotted out of your face. And don't even get me started on crop failure. One bad drought, one swarm of locusts, one random flood, and your entire village starved to death while glaring at the sky. Archaeologists have even found ancient skeletons showing signs of malnutrition, anemia, and horrifying dental disasters. Number 3. The Mongol invasions. If you were alive in the 13th century and saw a cloud of dust on the horizon, you had about 3 minutes to panic before your city got turned into a parking lot. Led by Genghis Khan, a man who treated mercy like a myth, the Mongols carved out the largest land empire in human history, stretching from China to Eastern Europe. Their strategy? Show up fast, hit hard, and leave absolutely nothing standing. Entire cities were wiped off the map, population slaughtered, and survivors, if there were any, were sometimes used as human shields for the next battle. Mongol horse archers could hit you from 300 yards away while riding at full gallop. Basically inventing mobile warfare centuries before tanks were even a thing. Historians estimate the Mongol invasions killed around 10% of the world's population. At a time when the world population was already tiny. Number 2. The Black Death. In 1347, Europe got an unexpected package from Central Asia, courtesy of some highly motivated fleas. And things went downhill fast. The Black Death, or bubonic plague, tore through towns and cities like a biological wildfire. Caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis. It traveled on rats, fleas, and humans who had absolutely no concept of personal hygiene. Once it hit, survival became a lottery. You could catch it from a handshake, a shared cup, or just by breathing the same medieval air as an infected guy. Symptoms included giant swollen lymph nodes, fever, vomiting blood, and, spoiler alert, death, usually within days. It's estimated that somewhere between 30% to 60% of Europe's population was wiped out in just a few years. Entire villages were abandoned, economies collapsed, and doctors walked around wearing creepy bird masks filled with flowers. Because apparently, vibe-checking the plague was peak medieval science. Number 1. The Toba supervolcano eruption. Around 74.000 years ago, the Toba supervolcano exploded, and nearly deleted humanity from existence. When Toba erupted, it launched over 670 cubic miles of ash and debris into the sky. Enough material to cover the entire United States. The eruption triggered a volcanic winter so devastating that sunlight was blocked for an estimated 6 to 10 years. Global temperatures crashed by up to 27 degrees Fahrenheit, 15 degrees Celsius. Plants withered, animals starved, and ecosystems collapsed worldwide. For early humans, already struggling just to find enough calories not to die every day. It was catastrophic. Food supplies vanished, entire landscapes turned to frozen deserts, rivers dried up, forests became graveyards. It's estimated that the total human population shrank to fewer than 3.000 individuals. A genetic bottleneck so tight that every person alive today likely descends from that tiny handful of survivors. No crops, no animals, no sunlight, no second chances. Imagine spending your entire life in darkness, freezing, starving, with the constant fear that today might simply be the last day anyone sees the sun. And yet, somehow, against all odds, a few stubborn, desperate humans managed to endure. You exist because they didn't give up when everything else did. Thanks for watching Golden Chonk channel. And remember, you are the miracle your ancestors fought mammoths for. So hit subscribe before natural selection does its thing.
This is the Earth 66 million years ago. At this time, it was also the era of dinosaurs. At this time, the dinosaurs had already ruled the Earth for 1.6 apes. Like the Triceratops has a terrible tail. With the armor of the later generations, it is enough to make the strongest predator retreat. Dinosaurs not only evolve in shape and size, but also develop the survival mechanism to ensure the next generation. The Edmontosaurus is a dinosaur that lives in North America. They will build earthen houses in warm places, and then take good care of the eggs. Of course, it also has this skill. In the Asian continent, there is Tyrannosaurus. It is also known as the dinosaur with a terrible head. They also subvert our perception of dinosaurs. In the Southern giants, these Triceratops are up to 35 meters in. However, they also have an enemy. That is the Mythical dinosaur, with sharp claws. The claws are up to 10 meters. It can also challenge the Triceratops. In the southern hemisphere, these huge dinosaurs are fighting each other all day long, and all the prey, except for the fruit, is to feed the young. 66 million years ago, these giants were already like the sun in the sky. If it continues to develop, I don't know what kind of miracle will evolve. However, this situation is about to undergo a huge change. As we said in the last issue, a small planet with a diameter of 10 kilometers hit the Earth. And then the end of the dinosaur comes. So how do we know this? Let's continue to see. You are about to see the destruction of the dinosaur age. 66 million years ago, a 10-kilometer-long asteroid hit the Earth. This asteroid landed near the coast of Laos, which is now the Gulf of Mexico. The energy generated by the impact is equivalent to the explosion of 11 atomic bombs. The impact threw a large number of rock fragments out of the atmosphere. Subsequently, under the influence of gravity, these substances were pulled back to Earth, and the dinosaur near the impact point will be directly evaporated by the super high temperature shock wave in the next moment. According to the scientific model, the impact caused by the super high temperature shock wave can reach up to hundreds of meters in height. It will also land near the next wave. And all of this is just appetizers. The worst thing is that the destructive effect of this impact will spread further around the world. Fire, dust, acid rain will come again and again in the days to come. A large number of plants have been completely wiped out. At this time, the Earth is in a vicious cycle. There are mountains all over the place. There is no creature that can survive. The fire and high temperature devour everything. It seems that there is a dead end everywhere. And the thin volcanic ash and toxic gas begin to flood the world. It even covers the vast continent of the southern hemisphere. Those dozens of meters long dinosaurs are miserable. Once the size advantage made them great success. However, now it has become a burden. At this time, most of the dinosaurs on Earth are trying to escape this disaster. And the smaller creatures can hide in the underground and caves. Those big guys have no way. 75% of the world's life has been completely wiped out. This is also the last time that life has been wiped out. But what will happen to the dinosaurs that have escaped for the time being? In fact, now many people think that some dinosaurs have survived the previous disaster. The reason for the large number of wildfires is mainly due to the dust and acid rain caused by high-altitude spraying. When they returned to the Earth, the heat generated due to the friction with the air, so there was a large-scale wildfire on the ground, although most of the dinosaurs are in trouble in this disaster. But when we simulate modeling and observe how the super heat wave spreads, the result was unexpected, although the heat wave will spread over time. But there are still some places that are hardly affected. These possible safe areas will also inevitably have dinosaurs in danger. In addition, after analyzing the traces of the asteroid impact on the Yucatan Peninsula, using professional technology to scan the impact point, also found a meteorite pit 180 kilometers wide under the water. If you look closely, you will find that the top of the meteorite pit is open. This shows that the molten salt of the impact is flowing northwest. And the reason for this situation may also be that the asteroid hit from a certain angle. It is inevitable to hit from the north. So this disaster has a greater impact on the northern hemisphere. And the destruction caused by the southern hemisphere is smaller. In the age of dinosaurs, there was a supercontinent called Gondwana in the southern hemisphere. And about 66 million years ago, it began to split gradually. South America, Antarctica and Australia are still connected. So many scientists believe that the extent of destruction on the southern continent, which is far from the impact point, it won't be so exaggerated, and the dinosaurs living there may have a great chance to survive. If so, how did they die, and what dinosaurs live on this continent? Let's continue to find out. This dinosaur has been starving for a week now. Just when it was looking for food, an accident happened. A predator appeared on the other side of the sky. Then this situation is more serious. What the hell is going on? It turned out that not long ago, the little star just hit the Earth. 2 young portolans were lucky enough to avoid the terrible disaster in the early stage. And they just came out of the cave and saw their parents' bodies. These predators also have feelings. But now they can't afford to be sad. After all, the instinct of animals is still alive. Although they survive in the heat and wildfire, they still have to face the crisis now. A large number of plants have turned into ashes. Even if there is a little survival, it is difficult to satisfy the 2 predators. Of course, not only the 2 portolans survived, but also their enemy Mypulong survived. I don't know how long it took for the 2 giants to come to the coast. At this moment, they are really too hungry. They usually have to eat 100 pounds of plants every day. But now they can only rely on their willpower. So the two dragons began to look for food desperately again. As a result, the beginning of the journey began. Mypulong was also one of the top predators in South America at that time. And as a quick enemy, the Portalong used all his strength to climb up. He knew how fierce Mypulong's battle was. Unfortunately, he made a mistake this time. This is a lonely and weak Mypulong. This huge disaster destroyed his clan. So now he has no strength to eat this giant. The young Portalong escaped, but if they still can't find food, they will still die. At that time, South America and Antarctica were still connected. So after about a month after the small planet crashed, the two Portalong could hardly hold on. They almost swept away all the survivors along the way. But the miracle still appeared. After crossing a hill, they actually saw an endless green ocean. Yes, this is Antarctica. It's different from today's Antarctica. At that time, Antarctica was full of food. It was also the backyard of many dinosaurs. Obviously, this continent was not affected much by the previous disaster. There were always signs of life and death everywhere, and the two Portalong were finally saved. Unfortunately, the appearance of outsiders also caused the local hunters to suffer. "66 million years ago, a group of phoenix dragons roamed the forest, and on the other side of them, a few 4-meter-long war dragons had already appeared. Obviously, the phoenix dragons were not their match, and the real target of this group of war dragons was a two-headed young portal dragon. Although there is a huge gap in the size of the two sides, the so-called small and large can show off their skills. In general, a strong war dragon will not choose this kind of beast. Many animals have a strong sense of territory. The two-headed portal dragon is a sudden visitor, so they also caused a strong war dragon's response. It's a pity that sometimes you misjudge your own strength. The consequences are very serious. These two portal dragons are very tacit. This also saved each other from time to time. However, another disaster happened. If you want to explore more ancient biological knowledge, I strongly recommend you to go to Douyin. It is the new high-quality video platform launched by Douyin. The above videos are all highly high-quality content selected by algorithm. The documentary section also includes high-quality documentaries in various fields. You can watch it directly. If you are interested, you can directly go to Douyin to learn more. In the Mongolian region 70 million years ago, a group of bird dragons roamed on the grassland. The dragon's body is about 2 meters long. They cover their bodies with colorful feathers like birds. Another giant dragon follows them closely. This is a peacock dragon with a long tail. They also have feathers on their bodies. According to the fossil research of these years, many dinosaurs have feathers. On the surface, it looks like a family of 3 hunting for prey. However, peacock dragons are not predators. There is a reason why they follow the bird dragons. In fact, they are also the target of the predators. Behind the dragon's body, 3 giant dragons slowly appear. Of course, the original appearance of the giant dragon has been lost. The dragon may have feathers, but it will lose them when it becomes an adult. The giant dragon is also the top predator in Asia at that time. Its status is comparable to that of the Northern Americas. Therefore, they often prey on large dinosaurs. A young peacock dragon has fallen. This situation is terrible. The giant dragon's body does not have the ability to jump off a cliff. So our story has just begun. This is an old dragon. Its body length is more than 13 meters. However, today is clearly a sunny day. As a water-type dinosaur, it is also famous in the river. When they first found the dragon fossil, people even think it is stronger than the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus is stronger than the Tyrannosaurus. However, with the study of recent years, it is found that the strength of the Tyrannosaurus is not so exaggerated. And the goal of this trip is a large spearhead fish. Obviously, the Tyrannosaurus is also an excellent fisherman. However, it often walks by the river and does not shed blood. The sea is never the world of dinosaurs. In fact, there are other water-type dinosaurs in this era. It happened when the sun was shining leisurely in Keelung. This is the sea-type dinosaur of the dinosaur era. 66 million years ago. A
In this ancient world, survival meant understanding the rhythm of the land.
Phim được đặt không thànhប្រងខាងគឺដេញរកមុំជិនខ្លួនតំបៃស៊ីជីសូដឹងជាខ្សែវិញញ៉ាកុំ
How do you sleep at night? You probably turn on a fan or maybe a meditation app. You dim the lights, find a comfortable position, and hopefully drift into a peaceful slumber. But have you ever wondered how people slept in ancient Rome? How about the women who worked in the city's underbelly, the ones history has largely forgotten? I'm Golden Chonk, and tonight we're not just dimming the lights. We're stepping into the darkness of a Roman alleyway, turning on a mental fan for a soft hum of historical whispers, and journeying into the surprisingly well-documented and often wildly misunderstood daily life of Roman prostitutes. From cramped, windowless brothels to the surprising laws that governed their lives, we'll uncover the secrets of a profession that was everywhere in Roman society, even as it was endlessly judged. What if I told you that being a sex worker in ancient Rome meant wearing a specific outfit, paying taxes, and even having your name and reviews immortalized on city walls? Tonight, we're peeling back the layers of Roman society to reveal the hidden truths of those who lived and worked in the shadows. We'll also explore the lives of Viking healers, the story of Joan of Arc, the dangerous world of medieval bakers, and so much more. If you like this story, please give it a like and share with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to Golden Chonk channel for more inspiring stories like this one. So get comfortable, turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. We're starting with the forgotten women of Rome. 1. The daily grind of a Roman prostitute. You wake up, or more accurately, you regain consciousness, in a space barely large enough to turn around without elbowing a wall. Congratulations, you live in a cellar, the ancient Roman version of a work-from-home setup. If your home was a broom closet and your job required body oil. These rooms were standard issue for many of Rome's working women. Located in brothels, lupanars, or stacked above taverns and bathhouses, they were tiny, windowless chambers that doubled as both living quarters and workspace. Think of it as a studio apartment designed by someone who hates light, air, and privacy. Your mattress is straw-stuffed, possibly shared with fleas, and smells faintly of wine, smoke, and disappointment. If you're lucky, there's a small oil lamp. And if you're really lucky, it hasn't been stolen. Your few possessions, some cheap makeup, a comb, and maybe a bronze mirror if times are good, are shoved into the corner like they too are tired of being here. There's no running water, no plumbing, and a bucket you try not to think about. Bathing will be a group activity later at the nearest public bathhouse, where the water is communal and the awkward eye contact is free. But there's no time to lounge because your room is also your office, and business hours are whenever someone knocks or barges in or yells through the door. Privacy is a modern concept. Here in Rome, walls are suggestions and doors are decorative. Most days begin with a quick clean-up of the room, sweeping out yesterday's dust, wine stains, and any lost sandals left behind by last night's visitors. Then comes the prep: face powder, rouge, and enough perfume to qualify as flammable. You're not trying to smell good, you're trying to smell better than the guy in line behind you. You practice your best sultry half smile in the bronze mirror, not because it works, but because pretending helps. A customer once described you as charmingly awake, and you're still riding the emotional high from that, because here in the cellar, every day begins the same: cramped, rushed, and filled with just enough dignity to make it to lunchtime. 2. Hygiene and appearance in ancient Rome. After waking up in your glorified broom closet, it's time to prepare for another day of impressing clients and surviving public judgment. But first, hygiene, or what passed for it in ancient Rome. There is, of course, no private bathroom. That luxury is reserved for the wealthy, and even they just had pots with ambition. As a working woman in a city that worships marble statues but accepts open sewers, your best option is the nearest public fountain or bathhouse, depending on your mood and tolerance for awkward nudity. If you're pressed for time, and let's face it, you usually are, you go for the quick rinse at the communal fountain. You splash some water on your face, rinse out your mouth with wine if you're fancy, and hope the fountain hasn't been used to clean a chicken that morning. There's no soap, but maybe you've got a bit of natron, a salty cleaning powder that exfoliates your skin and your self-esteem. If business is slow and coins are jangling in your little purse, you might splurge on a visit to the public baths, the great Roman equalizer. Everyone's there, merchants, soldiers, philosophers, and that guy who talks too loudly about his hemorrhoids. You undress, store your belongings in a niche you trust way too easily, and wade into tepid water full of floating philosophical debates and someone else's toenail. Inside, you sweat in the steam room, scrape yourself with a strigil, a curved metal blade, and enjoy a brief moment of being the cleanest person on your street, a title that lasts about 5 minutes. After the bath, you dry off, apply more perfume, and try to remember if anyone's invented deodorant yet. They haven't. To finish the look, a bit of chalk-based face powder, a hint of rouge for the cheeks and lips, and kohl around the eyes. The makeup isn't to highlight your beauty, but to hide the fatigue. Clients don't want to see the woman who's already dealt with 3 senators and a sailor before noon. They want mystery, allure, and someone who doesn't smell like old lentils. 3. The professional uniform and marketing. Now that you're washed, or at least convincingly perfumed, it's time to get dressed. While Roman society had a lot of complicated opinions about fashion, there was one outfit that made things very clear. The female toga. Yes, a toga. That flowing white garment we usually associate with senators, emperors, and frat parties. But here's the twist. In Rome, a woman wearing a toga wasn't making a political statement. She was making a professional one. It was a visual billboard for, I'm not a respectable matron, and I am available for negotiation. Proper Roman women wore the stola, a long, layered dress that said, my husband controls my dowry, and I go to bed at 9. Prostitutes, on the other hand, were denied the stola by law and required to wear a toga, often short, brightly coloured, and intentionally flashy. Think less Grecian goddess, more visible from across the forum. The look was usually accessorized with cheap jewellery, bronze or glass beads, maybe some loud earrings. The goal wasn't elegance, it was visibility. When you're competing with 20 other women in a 100-metre radius, subtlety is a luxury you can't afford. Footwear was likely simple sandals, or maybe even barefoot, depending on location and budget. Comfort wasn't a priority. You're going to spend a lot of the day standing, walking, and occasionally sprinting away from a bad client or an overzealous moralist. Hair was its own ordeal. Roman prostitutes often curled and dyed their hair, sometimes wearing wigs, especially blonde ones imported from Gaul. Blonde hair had a certain exotic appeal in Rome, kind of like imported luxury soap, only more alive. And let's not forget the finishing touches, makeup. Pale face powder to contrast with red lips and cheeks, and thick kohl eyeliner to make your eyes pop. Or at least look less sleep-deprived. Once fully dressed, you looked obvious. And that was the point. In a city of 1 million people, your outfit was your business card. If it made you look bold, scandalous, and economically available, then congratulations. You were ready for another glorious day of being judged by society while being actively funded by it. 4. The business of sex work. So you're dressed, painted, perfumed, and hopefully not too hungover. Now comes the fun part, drumming up business in a city where everyone wants sex but pretends they're shocked when they find out it's for sale. In ancient Rome, marketing wasn't subtle. There were no pamphlets, no websites, and definitely no branding consultants. If you wanted clients, you had to be seen, be loud, or be immortalized in graffiti. Preferably all 3. Let's start with location strategy. If you worked out of a lupanar or brothel, your office was already built for visibility. Brothels were often located near bathhouses, markets, or drinking establishments, anywhere people might already be sweaty, bored, or easily persuaded. Think of it as ancient foot traffic optimization. Standing in the doorway, wearing your finest look-at-me outfit, you'd call out to passers-by with a mixture of flattery, negotiation, and time-sensitive offers. 2 denarii if you're quick. Hey, it might sound desperate, but rent was due, and the next girl over just dropped her rate to 1. If you were freelance, it was all about roaming visibility. You might hover near temples, because nothing says divine inspiration like temptation, or hang around taverns, ready to flirt with a tipsy legionary who still had some coin left and questionable judgment. But perhaps the most bizarre and weirdly effective form of Roman advertising was wall graffiti. Yes, Pompeii has immortalized the genius of ancient street marketing. Brothel walls were plastered with handwritten reviews like, "Maritimus gave me the best time of my life," or "Felicia, 2 denarii, very fast service." These weren't just vandalism, they were ancient Yelp, unfiltered, unregulated, and very, very public. Some women even paid someone to write their name and specialty somewhere visible, usually near tavern entrances or on columns. Others let their clients do the writing, which, as you might expect, ranged from glowing praise to confused haikus about being robbed. All this made one thing clear: a prostitute's survival depended as much on marketing as on skill. If people didn't know your name, your rates, and your approximate level of enthusiasm, someone else was getting the business. Because in ancient Rome, as now, the secret to success wasn't always talent. Sometimes it was just better PR. 5. Pricing, payment, and the taxman. So you've advertised yourself, you've got the eyeliner, and just enough confidence to fake a good mood. Now it's time to talk pricing, the part where ancient Rome pretends to be a free market while secretly judging you anyway. Let's be clear, there was no union. Rates were set by supply, demand, and whatever you could get away with before someone bartered you down with a loaf of stale bread. For street-level workers or those in lower-end lupanars, prices could be as low as 1 or 2 asses, a small bronze coin that wouldn't even get you a glass of wine. That's right, some clients were paying less than the cost of a decent lunch. If that feels depressing, remember, some women accepted food, sandals, or even promises as payment. Yes, in a city with an empire's worth of coinage, IOUs still existed. On the other hand, high-end prostitutes, often called meretrices, operated more like luxury brands. These women could charge in denarii, silver coins, sometimes multiple per client, especially if they had skills beyond the bedroom. Conversation, music, poetry, basic literacy, anything that let a client believe they weren't hiring company, but taste. Some prostitutes even had niches, not architectural ones, but marketing ones. Maybe you specialized in working with sailors, or performing erotic dances, or reciting poetry during the act. Don't laugh, Ovid probably inspired someone. The more unique your brand, the less replaceable you became. Repeat clients might get a discount, or not. It depended entirely on whether they paid on time or smelled like fermented cabbage. And if you worked under a pimp or brothel owner, a hefty cut of your earnings disappeared before you saw a single coin. Some women were enslaved, which meant they didn't get paid at all, just food, shelter, and a vague promise that one day they might buy their freedom if they somehow won the Roman lottery. And if you thought the life of a Roman prostitute was already tough, allow us to introduce your least favorite client, the Roman tax collector. Yes, the Roman Empire, brilliant engineers, conquerors of the known world, also managed to tax sex work. It was called the vectigul ex capturis, and it ensured that even your most awkward encounters contributed to Rome's public infrastructure. Congratulations, your nightly services just funded another aqueduct. The tax wasn't just unofficial pocket skimming either. This was a state-sanctioned system managed by professional collectors known as publicani, men who were somehow both boring and terrifying. They kept detailed records, demanded payment in cash, and probably judged your perfume choices while scribbling on their wax tablets. To legally operate, prostitutes had to register with the aedles, the Roman equivalent of a city inspector with an affinity for paperwork and moral superiority. Upon registration, you were entered into an official list of sex workers. Think of it as joining a trade union, except there were no benefits, and instead of a card, you got a branding, literally. Yes, some sex workers, especially enslaved ones, were branded or tattooed with marks like Lupa or their owner's name. The branding wasn't for clients. It was to ensure you couldn't pretend to be respectable later. The tax rate varied depending on location, class, and whether your clients were sad senators or discount gladiators. But it always stung. You paid per act or per week, and there was no deduction for emotional labor, uncomfortable silences, or existential dread. 6. The locations of Roman prostitution. Not every Roman prostitute worked in a lupanar. Some preferred, or were assigned to, the equally glamorous world of taverns. If the brothel was a chaotic office cubicle, the tavern was more like working in an open-air startup, with more vomit and fewer stock options. Taverns, or colpini, were where Rome's finest drunkards, merchants, off-duty soldiers, and guys named Gaius with gambling debts gathered to drink, shout, and pretend they understood Virgil. For prostitutes working here, the motto was simple: serve the wine, sell the charm, dodge the gropes. A typical shift involved pouring watered-down wine into dirty cups for people who wouldn't notice the difference anyway. With your other hand, you flirted just enough to keep the denarii flowing, but not so much that a brawl broke out. Unless that brawl was entertaining, in which case, carry on. Unlike the brothel, taverns were technically food establishments, so you had the delightful backdrop of boiled cabbage, fish sauce, and body odor. Some women worked the back rooms or upstairs areas, making the tavern a part-time brothel with table service. Others kept things more casual, offering company, lap-sitting, and heavily suggestive compliments like, "Your toga looks clean." This was high praise in Rome. For the entrepreneurial spirit with no brothel affiliation and too much confidence, there was always the street. Freelance prostitution in Rome meant walking the line between independent contractor and please don't arrest me. Prostitutes who worked outdoors were called prostibuli, and they roamed the alleys, bathhouse entrances, marketplaces, and occasionally temple steps, because nothing says divine intervention like offering a discount outside a shrine to Venus. Daylight hours were decent for traffic, but risky. You had to navigate gawking citizens, nosy magistrates, and angry matrons who thought your existence was ruining their husband's self-control. Spoiler, it wasn't. You dressed brightly to stand out, with short tunics, flashy jewelry, and maybe a wig made from imported German hair. It was less understated elegance, more visible from across the Circus Maximus. The goal was to catch a client's eye before his wife caught him. 7. Occupational hazards and social stigma. Working as a Roman prostitute came with certain occupational hazards, namely disease, injury, and whatever that thing was the sailor from Brundisium left behind. Welcome to the health and wellness chapter, where the only prescription is hope you survive. Let's begin with the big one, venereal disease. Ancient Rome didn't have germ theory, but they did know that some men left you with more than a coin purse and a bad poem. There are Roman texts that describe symptoms ranging from persistent itching to things falling off that shouldn't. The medical advice? Usually a mix of vinegar washes, herbal ointments, and desperate prayers to Venus. Pregnancy was another ever-present concern. There was no birth control pill, but there were options if you had the guts and the budget. Prostitutes used natural contraceptives like silphium, an extinct plant famously over-harvested for this exact reason. They also used animal intestines as crude condoms and wool tampons soaked in herbal concoctions. If pregnancy occurred, things got complicated. Some women carried to term and raised their children, often within the brothel itself. Others gave infants up to foundling homes, or worse, the open streets. Infanticide wasn't legal, but turning a blind eye was practically a civic duty. And let's not forget the emotional toll. Depression, trauma, anxiety, all part of the job. Rome didn't have therapists. You had fellow prostitutes, wine, and the occasional stray cat who listened without judgment. In a city where divine intervention was blamed for everything from floods to flatulence, prostitutes weren't just dodging moral judgment. They were also trying to stay on the God's good side. Prostitution was tolerated by the law, taxed, regulated, and even registered, but that didn't stop every senator, priest, and bored philosopher from telling you how much they disapproved of you, often while zipping up their tunic. This was the work of the moral police, a vast, unpaid network of elites who believed it was their divine duty to shame you while enjoying the fruits of your labor behind closed doors. 8. The divine and the demonic. In the Roman world of sex work, you were not only dodging moral judgment, but also trying to stay on the good side of the gods. Religion in Rome was a full-time job, and the gods were always watching, judging, occasionally cursing. But the divine pantheon had a few deities who were, let's say, more lenient toward your profession. First, there was Venus, goddess of love, beauty, and general poor decision-making. Many prostitutes dedicated small altars to her in their rooms, making offerings of flowers, perfume, or a coin in hopes of attracting wealth, charm, or at the very least, clients who didn't smell like boiled goat. Then came Fortuna, goddess of luck. Given how random your daily income was, ranging from a gold bracelet to 3 moldy grapes and a promise, Fortuna was kind of a big deal. You might wear a charm bearing her likeness, or mumble a quick prayer before a customer with too many rings and suspiciously clean sandals walked in. But religion wasn't all glitter and flirtation. The darker side of belief included superstition, omens, and magical countermeasures. Because when in doubt, blame the spirits. You'd burn incense to ward off the evil eye, tie red cords around your ankle for protection, or hire a professional witch to curse a rival prostitute's hairline. Don't laugh. Cursed tablets, called depictions, have been found all over Roman brothel districts, many reading like ancient Yelp revenge reviews. May her tongue rot, may her clients dry up, may she trip in the street and land in donkey dung. If you were enslaved, you might also pray to Mercury, the god of commerce and transactions, because your life was one long receipt. And if you were lucky enough to save up for freedom, Libertas, the goddess of liberty, got a private altar and a slightly more expensive candle. All this spiritual effort wasn't just tradition, it was survival with flair. When Rome gave you judgment, disease, and rude senators, the gods were your HR department, mostly useless, occasionally helpful, and always accepting offerings. 9. Love, life, and old age. Love in the Roman world of prostitution was complicated. At best, it was a pleasant delusion, and at worst, a financial liability in a tunic. Clients fell in love all the time, or claimed they did, usually after 3 cups of wine and half a monologue about their mother. Some were sincere, some were drunk, and some were just trying to get a discount. But baby, I'm different, they'd say, clutching your hand like a tragic poet. And you'd nod politely, mentally calculating how much they still owed you. Emotional labor was part of the package. For a few clients, you might even develop something real, attachment, affection, or just mutual exhaustion. But more often than not, romance was a dangerous distraction, especially when you remembered that Rome legally categorized you as infames, meaning you could not legally marry a citizen even if you wanted to. There were tales of prostitutes who fell in love with their regulars, who were promised freedom and a house with a garden, only to end up abandoned the moment another woman with better eyeliner walked by. Among fellow prostitutes, however, real bonds were more likely. You worked side by side, endured the same insults, shared the same lice. Some of these friendships became sisterhoods, others became quiet romantic partnerships hidden beneath the radar of Roman patriarchy. And of course, there were lies you told yourself, that one day you'd quit, that your best client really would take you away, that if you could just save a little more, you'd open a perfume shop in Ostia and never look back. Maybe it wasn't true, but in Rome, everyone had a fantasy. Yours just came with better lighting and lower expectations. In the Roman world of sex work, beauty was currency and youth was the exchange rate. So what happened when the blush wore off, the client stopped lingering, and your joints started popping louder than your earrings? Simple, you aged out. But you didn't disappear. Some women, having saved carefully, or miraculously had a client with both money and follow-through, managed to buy their freedom if they were enslaved and start over. The luckiest opened taverns or bathhouses, renting out rooms to the next generation of desperate optimists. Others became madams, or linii, the brothel version of upper management. Less action, more shouting. As a leaner, you didn't need to be young or pretty. You needed to be sharp, intimidating, and fluent in threats involving sandals and overdue debts. You ran the schedules, kept the books, and made sure the curtains were only mildly horrifying. Some retired sex workers leaned into fortune-telling after all, When you've heard every confession and watched every mistake walk through the door, predicting doom becomes second nature. A few became unofficial therapists, wise women, or herbalists, offering advice laced with sarcasm and slightly incorrect medical suggestions. But many simply kept working because Rome wasn't in the habit of offering pensions to women who'd spent 2 decades in a toga. Older prostitutes still had clients. They just adjusted their marketing. Less blushing flower, more experienced, discreet, and tolerates poetry. But for those with no savings, no patrons, and no lucky breaks, the options weren't kind. You begged, you cleaned temples, you worked in laundries until your hands turned into shriveled olives. Rome didn't care how you got old, only that you did so quietly. But here's the truth they didn't carve into marble. For many, survival itself was the achievement. And if you made it to old age with your wit intact and at least one working sandal, you were already a legend. 10. The unsung legacy. When people think of ancient Rome, they picture marble statues, grand speeches, and emperors with questionable family trees. What they rarely picture is the woman leaning in a brothel doorway, adjusting her wig, and mentally calculating how many coins she needs to not starve next week. Roman prostitutes didn't just work in the shadows. They've been kept there by history, carefully edited out of the noble narrative so school children could learn about aqueducts without asking uncomfortable questions. Yet they were everywhere, in graffiti, legal records, satire, poems, love letters, curse tablets, and receipts. They were a fixture of daily Roman life, even as society treated them like morally contagious wallpaper. What history usually gets wrong is the assumption that these women were powerless victims or morally bankrupt seductresses. In reality, many were savvy, adaptable, and, dare we say, better at business than half the Senate. They knew how to read a client, negotiate terms, avoid danger, and hustle a living in a city that cheered gladiators and stoned anyone who wore the wrong shoes. They weren't all the same. Some were enslaved, some free. Some catered to the wealthy, others to whoever had 2 coins and bad breath. Some hated every second, others carved out small corners of power and routine. Most existed somewhere in between, like everyone else in Rome, pretending they weren't tired. Their stories were rarely written by them. Instead, they were remembered by poets looking for metaphors, by moralists clutching their pearls, or by archaeologists piecing together Pompeii's raciest wall scribbles. But here's what's remarkable. They're still visible. In stone carvings, in sarcastic graffiti, in laws and loopholes, and offhand mentions in love poems. These women were erased from respectability, but not from reality. They worked, they laughed, they scammed, they wept, and they endured. All without marble statues or gilded tombs, just faint ink on a crumbling wall. So the next time someone waxes poetic about the glory of Rome, remember, behind every toga-clad philosopher was a working girl keeping the economy and the gossip alive. 11. The Viking healers and their herbs. In the world of the Vikings, warfare was a constant presence, and with it came injuries. Deep cuts from swords, axe wounds, broken bones, and burns from fire and frost. On the battlefield or back in the village, it was the Lechnia, the healer, who was called upon to treat the wounded. These individuals were respected members of society, combining the practical knowledge of herbs with the spiritual traditions of Norse belief. Among the most trusted herbs in a Viking healer's collection was yarrow, Achillea millefolium. Known for its ability to staunch bleeding, yarrow was used widely across northern Europe. Viking healers would crush the leaves and apply them directly to wounds, either alone or mixed into a poultice. Yarrow acted as a coagulant, helping to stop blood flow and prevent infection. It was believed to possess sacred properties, with legends connecting its power to Odin himself. The preparation of such remedies was both methodical and rooted in cultural ritual. The healer might wash the wound with boiled water infused with antiseptic herbs, apply crushed yarrow, and bind the area tightly with linen or animal skin strips. In some cases, chants or prayers were recited during the process, invoking protection or healing from the gods. Beyond battlefield wounds, yarrow was used internally as well. A tea made from its flowers and leaves could reduce fevers, ease digestive complaints, or help relieve menstrual cramps. It was a versatile plant, and one that could be found growing throughout the Viking homelands, in fields, near rivers, or in small garden plots maintained by women of the household. Healers in Viking society had a deep understanding of their environment. They knew which plants grew in which seasons, how to harvest them properly, and how to preserve them for use during the long, dark winters. This knowledge was passed down through generations, often from mother to daughter, or from elder to apprentice. In a world without hospitals or modern antibiotics, the skill of the healer and the power of plants like yarrow were essential to survival and to maintaining strength in a warrior-driven culture. 12. Angelica, the spiritual remedy. While yarrow addressed bleeding and surface wounds, the Viking healers' battle against infection required deeper remedies. One of the most revered herbs in this regard was Angelica, Angelica archangelica, a tall aromatic plant with hollow stalks and umbrella-shaped clusters of greenish-white flowers. It thrived in the cold climates of Scandinavia and was considered so valuable that it was cultivated in monastery gardens long after the Viking Age ended. Angelica held a central place in early Northern European medicine, prized for its broad-spectrum medicinal properties. Viking healers used the root, leaves, and seeds to prepare a variety of treatments. Most commonly, the root was dried and then steeped into decoctions to fight internal infections. It was known for its warming effect on the body and was used to stimulate circulation, cleanse the blood, and reduce inflammation. The antiseptic properties of Angelica were vital in treating infected wounds, especially those that had been neglected or exposed to dirt and decay. A healer might grind the root and mix it with animal fat or beeswax to create a salve, then apply it to festering injuries. When ingested as a tea or tincture, Angelica helped combat respiratory infections, fevers, and digestive issues, ailments that could become life-threatening in a time without antibiotics. But Angelica's power extended beyond physical healing. In Norse cosmology, certain plants were believed to carry divine energy. The name Angelica itself, though Latin in origin, echoes the spiritual reverence surrounding the plant. While Viking belief systems were different from Christianized Europe, they too held that some plants were gifts from the gods. It is likely that Angelica, with its strong scent and dramatic appearance, was associated with protection and sacred power. Women, who often served as herbalists within the household, used Angelica to treat gynecological conditions. It was thought to regulate menstrual cycles and ease childbirth, a dangerous and sacred moment in Norse society. Because of its reputation as a purifier, Angelica was also used in smoke rituals to cleanse homes and ward off disease during times of illness. 13. Birch sap, the seasonal tonic. As spring arrived in the Viking world, it brought with it one of the most vital remedies for fever and fatigue: birch sap. The birch tree, widespread across Scandinavia, was more than just a source of wood. It was a living pharmacy. Vikings tapped the tree in early spring, collecting the clear, slightly sweet sap as it rose from the roots to nourish new leaves. This seasonal practice required skill and timing, as the sap could only be harvested for a short period before the tree fully awakened. Healers used birch sap as a tonic for those weakened by long winters, illness, or lingering fevers. It was served fresh or fermented into a lightly alcoholic drink known for its revitalizing qualities. Rich in minerals, electrolytes, and natural sugars, birch sap helped rehydrate the body and restore lost energy, especially after the depletion caused by sickness or extended fasting. In an era without formal nutrition science, Viking healers recognized the restorative power of this gift from nature. In cases of fever, healers often paired birch sap with infusions of cooling herbs such as meadowsweet or elderflower. This gentle combination helped bring down body temperature while nourishing the patient. In more serious cases, the sap might be mixed with bitter herbs like wormwood to purge the body of what was believed to be harmful humours. Beyond its internal uses, the birch tree had a role in external treatments too. The bark, when boiled, produced a tar-like substance with antiseptic properties. It was used to treat skin infections, minor burns, and bites. Birch leaves were also used in poultices and steam baths to draw out toxins from the body, often accompanied by prayer or ritual. Symbolically, the birch tree represented renewal and purity. It was often the first tree to grow after land was cleared or burned, and this regenerative quality made it sacred in both Germanic and Norse traditions. The use of its sap in healing reflected this belief, returning vitality to the sick and offering the promise of recovery after hardship. 14. Juniper and meadowsweet. In Viking herbal medicine, juniper was revered for its powerful cleansing properties, both physical and spiritual. Growing abundantly in the rocky soils of Scandinavia, juniper bushes with their prickly needles and aromatic berries were among the most trusted tools in a healer's repertoire. Whether burned, boiled, or brewed, juniper was used to purify the body, the air, and even the spirit. Juniper berries were commonly used as a diuretic and a remedy for urinary tract infections. When consumed as a tea or decoction, they stimulated kidney function, helping the body to flush out excess water and harmful substances. This made them especially useful during illnesses that involved swelling, bloating, or lingering fevers. The berries also had mild antiseptic properties, allowing them to address infections from within. For respiratory issues, juniper smoke played a vital role. Healers would burn dried juniper branches and let the smoke fill a room or a tent, believing it could drive out disease. This wasn't just symbolic. The antimicrobial compounds in juniper smoke helped disinfect the air. During outbreaks of sickness or after a death, Viking homes and ships might be cleansed in this way. In steam baths and sweat lodges, a tradition shared across many northern European cultures, juniper branches were sometimes laid on the hot stones or added to the water. As the vapor rose, it carried the sharp, invigorating scent of the plant, opening the lungs and inducing heavy sweating. This was thought to cleanse the body of toxins and the soul of imbalance. Juniper also held ritual importance. Branches might be hung over doorways to ward off evil, or carried in small bundles by travelers for protection. Among the many herbs known to Viking healers, meadowsweet, Philopendula ulmaraya, was particularly valued for its ability to ease pain and reduce inflammation. Found in damp meadows and along riverbanks, this fragrant plant with creamy white flowers was a staple in early Germanic and Norse herbal medicine. Though they lacked modern terminology, Viking healers recognized that some plants had the power to cool fevers, relieve discomfort, and help the body recover more gently. Meadowsweet was often used to treat headaches, joint pain, and digestive problems. The flowers and leaves were dried and steeped into teas, which were given to patients suffering from fevers or general aches. The herb's soothing effects made it an essential remedy during times of illness and recovery. Unbeknownst to the Vikings, meadowsweet contains compounds similar to salicylic acid, the basis for modern aspirin. This natural pain-relieving ability explains why it was so effective and frequently used. Healers didn't know the chemistry, but they knew the results: less fever, reduced swelling, and relief from discomfort. For digestive issues, meadowsweet was considered a gentle treatment for nausea, heartburn, and stomach cramps. The plant's sweet scent also made it a comforting addition to healing rituals. 15. Mugwort, garlic, and nettle. Mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, held a special place in the Viking healer's practice, not only as a medicinal herb, but also as a spiritual tool. Known across northern Europe for its bitter aroma and silvery leaves, mugwort was considered one of the most sacred plants in Germanic tradition. For Viking societies, where healing was never just physical, mugwort served as a bridge between the body, the mind, and the unseen world. Medicinally, mugwort was used to treat a wide range of ailments. It helped with digestive problems, menstrual irregularities, and fatigue. Viking women in particular relied on mugwort to regulate their cycles and aid with childbirth. Mugwort also had powerful nervine properties, meaning it calmed the nervous system. For warriors who experienced restlessness or nightmares, mugwort tea or smoke was thought to restore inner balance and protect the mind. Sleep which was often disturbed after battle or illness, could be coaxed back by burning dried mugwort near the bedside or placing it under the pillow. Beyond its medicinal uses, mugwort was strongly linked to ritual and magic. Viking healers and wise women, often referred to as valur or seid kunur, used mugwort in ceremonies to invoke dreams, protection, or visions. The rising smoke was believed to carry prayers to the gods or ward off harmful spirits. Among the most practical and powerful remedies in the Viking healers' collection was garlic allium sativum. Though not native to Scandinavia, garlic had long been traded across Europe and may have reached the Viking world through early contact with the British Isles, Frankish territories, and Eastern markets. Its strong scent and potent medicinal qualities made it an essential part of early Norse medicine, especially for infections, parasites, and against disease. Garlic's antibacterial and antifungal properties were well known, even if not scientifically understood. Viking healers used crushed garlic in poultices to clean wounds and prevent festering, particularly important for injuries sustained during battle or travel. Though painful, this treatment was effective in preventing deeper infections in a time when even minor wounds could turn deadly. Internally, garlic was often eaten raw, pounded into pastes, or brewed into strong infusions. It was believed to strengthen the immune system, purify the blood, and warm the body during illness. In the Viking Age, the stinging nettle, Urtica dioica, was more than a nuisance. It was a plant of power. Despite its painful sting, nettle was one of the most useful and respected herbs in Norse healing traditions. It grew abundantly in meadows, forest edges, and near settlements, making it easily accessible to healers and households alike. Nettle was used primarily to treat conditions related to blood and vitality. Viking healers prepared nettle teas or broths to combat fatigue, iron deficiency, and overall weakness. Rich in iron, calcium, and vitamin C, nettle acted as a natural tonic, especially important during long winters when fresh food was scarce and illness spread easily. The practice of urtication, striking sore limbs with fresh nettle stalks, was used to stimulate circulation and relieve arthritis or muscle stiffness. Though painful, it was believed to bring warmth and life back to cold or stiff areas of the body. 16. Joan of Arc, from peasant to prophet. In the winter of 1412, a peasant girl named Joan of Arc was born in the rural village of Domremy, a quiet hamlet in northeastern France. Her family lived modestly, relying on farming to survive. She was not taught to read or write like most girls of her class, but she was known for her hard work and deep religious devotion from an early age. Her world was humble and steeped in faith. At the age of 13, Joan's life changed forever. She later testified that in the summer of 1425, while alone in her father's garden, she experienced a vision accompanied by a voice that seemed to come from beyond this world. The voice, surrounded by a dazzling light, was accompanied by the appearance of Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret. The message was clear but extraordinary. She was chosen by God to help save France. Her divine mission was to drive the English out of French territory and to ensure the coronation of Charles the Dauphin as the rightful king of France. By 1428, the political and military situation in France had worsened. The English had captured much of northern France, and the city of Orléans, a key stronghold, was under siege. Joan, now 16, believed the time had come to act. She travelled to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs and requested an audience with the local commander, Robert de Baudricourt, claiming she had a message for the king. At first, he and his men laughed her off. The teenage girl, claiming divine guidance, was hardly taken seriously. But Joan was persistent. Eventually, after hearing reports of her piety and learning that she had predicted a military setback in Orléans, Baudricourt relented. He agreed to send her, dressed in men's clothing and under armed escort, to meet the Dauphin. 17. The King and the Siege. In early 1429, Joan of Arc arrived in Chinon, where Charles, the uncrowned Dauphin of France, held his court. The journey had been long and dangerous. She travelled more than 300 miles through enemy territory. dressed as a man to avoid attention and assault. When she finally stood before the royal court, she was met with skepticism and curiosity. Charles, unsure of her motives and wary of trickery, decided to test her. To begin, he disguised himself in plain clothes and hid among his courtiers. Joan, having never seen him before, immediately picked him out and addressed him directly. Witnesses were astonished. Still cautious, Charles ordered that Joan be examined by theologians and church officials in Poitiers. For several weeks, she was questioned about her visions, her morality, and her doctrine. She was a teenage girl being grilled by learned men, yet she answered with composure and confidence. Her virginity was even tested, as it was believed her purity was essential for her divine mission. The examiners found nothing heretical in her claims and noted her remarkable character and intelligence. The court's advisors concluded she could be sent to Orléans with the army. With the city of Orléans under siege by the English for several months, its fall would have opened the way to the heart of France. Then, Joan of Arc arrived. She entered the city on April 29th, met by cheering crowds who believed her to be a miracle sent by God. Clad in white armor and riding a white horse, she quickly became a symbol of hope and divine favor. Her presence reinvigorated the French troops and citizens alike. Though she had no formal military training, Joan spoke with boldness and authority, urging immediate action against the English fortifications. Over the course of a week, the French launched a series of offensives to break the siege. Joan wielded not just her sword but her banner, rallying the troops with cries of faith and purpose. She was wounded during the assault on the fortress of Les Tourelles, shot in the shoulder by an arrow. Refusing to retreat, she returned to the field after having the wound dressed, continuing to urge the men forward. On May 8th, the English finally lifted the siege and withdrew. It was a stunning victory, one that changed the momentum of the war. 18. Coronation and capture. With the siege of Orléans lifted, Joan of Arc's mission shifted toward a far more symbolic objective: the coronation of Charles the Dauphin. In her visions, this was not merely a political event, it was a divine command. Charles needed to be crowned at Reims, the traditional site where French kings were anointed with sacred oil. But Reims was deep in territory controlled by the Burgundians, allies of the English. To reach it, Joan and the French army would have to march through hostile lands. After several victories along the Loire Valley, momentum was on their side. By July 1429, Joan and the royal court set out on what would later be called the coronation journey. Along the way, cities and castles opened their gates without resistance. On July 16th, the French forces reached Reims. The next day, inside the Cathedral of Reims, Charles was crowned King Charles VII of France. Joan stood beside him, holding her banner high. For her, it was the fulfillment of the prophecy she had received from her voices. After the coronation at Reims, Joan of Arc pushed for a bold new objective: the liberation of Paris, still under English and Burgundian control. But not everyone shared her urgency. King Charles VII, newly crowned and politically cautious, hesitated. Eventually, Charles agreed to an assault on Paris, though without full commitment. Joan arrived outside the city in early September 1429 and prepared for battle. On September 8th, she led an assault on the Porte Saint-Honoré, one of the city's main gates. The fighting was fierce, and Joan was struck by a crossbow bolt in the thigh. She continued to direct the battle, but the attack stalled. With nightfall approaching and casualties rising, Charles's commanders ordered a retreat against Joan's protests. The failed attack on Paris marked a turning point, and Joan's influence over royal policy started to wane. In the spring of 1430, Joan continued her campaign, though her position had grown increasingly precarious. On May 23rd, she led a small force in a sortie to challenge the besiegers of Compiègne. As the battle unfolded, French forces were pushed back. Joan remained behind to cover the retreat, but the city gates closed too soon. Surrounded by Burgundian cavalry, she fought until she was pulled from her horse and taken captive. Her capture was a devastating blow for the morale of the French people. The Burgundians held Joan for months before selling her to the English for a large sum. The English viewed her not only as a military adversary, but as a dangerous symbol of resistance. 19. Trial, martyrdom, and legacy. After months in Burgundian custody, Joan of Arc was transferred to English hands and brought to Rouen. There, beginning in January 1431, she faced a formal ecclesiastical trial, not as a prisoner of war, but as a heretic. The trial was orchestrated by the English, but carried out by a panel of pro-English French clergy, led by Bishop Pierre Cochon. Its true goal was not justice, but the destruction of Joan's legacy. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by male soldiers, a direct violation of church law. She was denied access to legal counsel, threatened with torture, and interrogated repeatedly. Despite being a 19-year-old peasant girl, she defended herself with remarkable intelligence and composure. Over the course of several months, she was questioned about her visions, her clothing, and her role in the war. The judges focused especially on her claim to divine voices and her habit of wearing men's clothing, an act considered both heretical and unnatural by church standards. Despite their pressure, Joan remained firm in her testimony. Joan was eventually condemned for heresy, based largely on her refusal to renounce her visions and her insistence on wearing male attire. Her sentence was death. On the morning of May 30th, 1431, Joan of Arc was led to the marketplace in Rouen, tied to a wooden stake and burned alive. She was just 19 years old. As the flames rose, she reportedly called out the name of Jesus repeatedly and asked for a cross to be held before her eyes. A soldier, moved by her courage, handed her a small wooden cross. Her execution was meant to be final, a warning, a silencing of a dangerous symbol. But it had the opposite effect. Joan became a martyr. In 1456, 25 years after her death, Joan's trial was declared invalid, and she was officially exonerated, her name cleared of heresy. In the centuries that followed, Joan of Arc became a unifying symbol for France. During times of national crisis, her story was invoked as a beacon of courage, patriotism, and divine mission. In 1920, nearly 500 years after her execution, the Catholic Church formally canonized Joan of Arc as a saint. The girl who had been condemned by church officials was now one of its most revered figures. Today, her life story, peasant, prophet, warrior, prisoner, saint, defies every expectation. Through faith and conviction, she altered the course of a kingdom. Through fire, she entered legend, and through memory, she lives on. 20. The life of a medieval baker. The life of a medieval baker began in darkness. Long before roosters crowed or church bells tolled, bakers were already hard at work. Their day often started around midnight, when most of the town was fast asleep. The quiet streets were cold and still, but inside the bakehouse, flames crackled, flour dust hung in the air, and the rhythm of kneading began. Medieval bread wasn't made on a whim. It required precise timing and a practiced hand. Bakers relied on sourdough starters, carefully nurtured fermenting dough that gave rise and flavour to the loaves. There were no commercial yeasts. Everything was done by feel, smell, and experience. The flour was often coarse, ground at a local mill, and carried its own unique character based on region, season, and grain quality. Some bakers even mixed in bran, barley, or beans to stretch their flour supplies. Water was drawn from wells or public fountains. Everything had to be measured and mixed by hand, often in the dim light of oil lamps or candles. The mixing trough was usually wooden, and the dough had to be kneaded until it reached the right texture, a task that required strength and repetition. The oven, usually a large domed brick structure, had to be heated long before baking. Bakers would burn bundles of wood inside until the walls radiated enough heat to bake several batches of bread. Ashes were raked out carefully, and the oven floor cleaned with a damp cloth or a wooden peel before the loaves were slid in. By the time the town stirred, the baker's first loaves were already out of the oven. The smell of warm bread filled the air. It was the scent of sustenance, of daily survival. For many in the medieval world, bread was the cornerstone of every meal. But for the baker, it was just the beginning. Deliveries had to be made, customers served, and records kept. And once the ovens cooled and the counters cleared, there was little time to rest, because tomorrow's dough would need mixing before the moon set again. In medieval towns, the baker's work never truly ended. 21. The tools and types of bread. To master the daily grind of medieval baking, a baker needed more than just flour and fire. They relied on a trusted set of tools, each shaped by generations of craftsmanship. The bakehouse itself was often a simple stone or timber-framed structure, but inside, it was a specialized world. Every item had a purpose, and efficiency could mean the difference between profit and punishment. The heart of any bakery was the oven. Typically made of clay or brick, these were dome-shaped and massive, designed to retain heat for hours. Heating the oven wasn't quick. Bundles of wood, often oak or beech, were burned inside until the walls radiated the ideal temperature. Then the ashes were raked out and the bread loaded using a peel, a long-handled wooden paddle that allowed bakers to slide loaves deep into the hot chamber without burning themselves. The kneading trough was another essential item, usually carved from a single block of wood or built from heavy planks. These troughs were wide and low, allowing bakers to lean into their work. In the medieval world, bread was more than food. It was the foundation of every meal and a marker of social class. What you ate said a great deal about who you were. The wealthiest citizens, nobles, clergy, and prosperous merchants demanded the finest bread, known as manchet or white bread. Made from finely sifted wheat flour, this bread was soft, pale, and expensive. For townsfolk and tradesmen, revel or wheaten bread was the standard. Still made from wheat, it was less refined, slightly darker, and more nutritious. But for the poor, the labourers, peasants, and beggars, there was maslin or black bread, often made from a mix of rye, barley, oats, and whatever else was available. This bread was dense, coarse, and sometimes bitter. 22. The laws and dangers of baking. Being a baker in medieval Europe was not just a matter of skill, it was also a matter of law. Bread was considered so essential to life that its production was heavily regulated by local authorities and trade guilds. For a baker, failing to follow the rules didn't just mean bad business. It could mean public humiliation, loss of livelihood, or even imprisonment. In most towns and cities, guilds controlled the profession. They established strict standards for the weight, size, and ingredients of bread, and these standards weren't optional. Beyond the guilds, municipal authorities also monitored bread quality. In England, for instance, the assize of bread and ale, a law dating back to the 13th century, dictated exactly how much bread a customer should receive for a set price. Officials known as bread weighers or ale tasters conducted surprise inspections and reported violators. Punishment for breaking bread laws could be dramatic. Some bakers were pilloried, locked into public stocks where they were mocked or pelted with stale bread. Others were forced to parade through town with substandard loaves strung around their necks. These rules weren't just about fairness, they were about survival. Running a medieval bakehouse wasn't just demanding, it was dangerous. Fire was both a necessity and a constant threat. Ovens had to reach incredibly high temperatures to bake dense loaves, and maintaining that heat meant burning large quantities of wood, often in enclosed spaces made of timber, thatch, or stone. Most bakehouses were constructed with a large domed oven built from clay or brick, positioned against an outer wall to allow for airflow and loading. To heat it, bakers lit a roaring fire inside the oven itself. But even a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Embers could escape, thatched roofs could ignite, and in densely packed towns and cities, a bakehouse fire could spread with terrifying speed. For this reason, many towns required that bakehouses be located on the outskirts or built with specific fire-resistant materials. Bakers also faced health risks. Prolonged exposure to heat and smoke took a toll on the lungs and skin. The heavy lifting of flour sacks and kneading of massive batches of dough wore down the body over time. Burns were common on arms, hands and faces, earned while loading and unloading hot loaves with long wooden peels. Some cities had communal bakehouses, especially in poorer neighbourhoods. Families would prepare dough at home and bring it to a central oven managed by a professional baker. While this system saved fuel and reduced fire hazards in private homes, it